This man's name is Ye Lintian. From childhood, he has suffered from a strange illness. His head would ache violently without warning. At first, the pain would only last for a few seconds, and he could grit his teeth and endure it. But as he got older, the situation became more and more serious. Later, each attack would even cause him to fall into a coma for a whole day. His family took him to various hospitals, and he had CT scans and MRIs done. But no matter what tests they did, the results showed that everything was normal. The doctor couldn't find the cause of his illness and could only prescribe some painkillers to help him endure the pain when it flared up. Ye Lintian originally thought that he would be tormented by this strange disease for the rest of his life. It wasn't until the day the apocalypse broke out that he finally understood that it was not a disease at all, but rather the power that had been dormant within him for many years, which was slowly awakening. It was on that day that Ye Lintian discovered he had awakened two incredible superpowers: analysis and copying. By then, it was already dark. Ye Lintian stir-fried the pork belly he had bought during the day in a twice-cooked pork and ate a simple dinner with rice. After dinner, he went to bed early to rest and prepare for the possible outbreak of the zombie virus the next morning. Upstairs lived a young man named Zhao Long, who was excitedly repeatedly putting his wallet into his spatial storage and then taking it out again. He had just awakened a spatial ability, allowing him to store anything he came into contact with into his personal space. Although the space was only 10 cubic meters, he was already very satisfied and played until he was completely exhausted before going to sleep. Ye Lintian was unaware that that night, people across the country were awakening supernatural abilities, even alarming the authorities. However, no one connected these anomalies with the apocalypse. The virus in its incubation period was too quiet. Before its true outbreak, almost no one realized how terrifying it was. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Ye Lintian woke up on time. After breakfast, he began to check his equipment: a sharp boning knife, a crossbow, and 20 arrows. Everything was prepared for the impending crisis. It was quickly past 8 o'clock. On the streets, pedestrians wearing masks came and went, and the number of vehicles gradually increased, as it was the morning rush hour. The city remained orderly, appearing like a peaceful, everyday scene. But Ye Lintian knew in his heart that this scene would soon disappear completely. Sure enough, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Seeing this, those around him hurriedly dialed the emergency number. Before the ambulance arrived, a second and third person collapsed in succession. The crowd, initially puzzled, gradually grew uneasy. Some instinctively backed away, while others, sensing something was wrong, immediately turned and left the scene. Just then, the middle-aged man who had fallen first suddenly stood up unsteadily and walked towards the crowd. A young man stepped forward and asked with concern, "Uncle, are you all right?" But the man didn't react at all, only approaching step by step. The young man, fighting back his fear, continued to urge him, "Don't move, wait for the ambulance." But as soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly let out a beast-like roar, pounced on him, and pinned him to the ground. The roar seemed like a signal, and those who had fallen to the ground began to rise again. The young man screamed as he was viciously torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. After his artery was severed, he quickly stopped struggling and became completely still. The crowd erupted instantly. Some called the police, while others shouted in terror, "Is he crazy?" But the next second, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. All those who had fallen stood up, and even the young man who had just been bitten to death slowly got up from the ground. "Zombies! Run!" someone shouted, and everyone instantly panicked, scattering in all directions. Driven by pure instinct, the zombies frantically chased and tore at the living. The streets quickly descended into chaos. Car accidents occurred one after another, and black smoke rose continuously. The zombie virus had fully broken out, and similar tragedies unfolded throughout the city. Only at this moment did people finally realize the end of the world had truly arrived. Ye Lintian stood at the fifth-floor window, witnessing everything. The bloodshed and chaos assaulted his senses, making him truly feel for the first time that the world was descending into hell. But he knew very well that the most important thing now was to survive. Just then, there was a loud knocking at the door. He went to the door and looked through the peephole, only to have a bloodied and mangled face suddenly pressed against his. The zombies were frantically banging on the door, making a huge commotion that could attract even more monsters. Ye Lintian gritted his teeth and decided to strike first. He moved a small table to block the doorway, then suddenly flung it open. Roar! The zombie lunged in, only to be blocked by the table. Ye Lintian raised his hand and slashed it hard on the head with his knife. Blood splattered instantly, and the zombie fell to the ground dead. He immediately closed the door and then gasped for breath. After calming down a bit, he used his analytical ability on the corpse and quickly discovered an unusual object near the heart. Further analysis confirmed it was a crystal core, capable of replenishing and enhancing the abilities of those with superpowers. Ye Lintian put on rubber gloves, endured the nausea, and cut open the zombie's chest, taking out the milky white crystal core. The crystal core looked like jelly, but it was much harder than jelly and exuded an eerie aura. After cleansing himself, he resonated the energy sphere within his body with the crystal core. A warm current surged into his body, and the crystal core quickly turned to powder. His power had indeed increased, but it was still far from enough. He quickly calculated that 9 more crystal cores were needed to evolve one ability. If 2 abilities were to be upgraded simultaneously, then 19 would be required. Ye Lintian couldn't help but smile wryly. The more abilities one had, the more the consumption would increase exponentially. Feeling the boost from the crystal core, Ye Lintian's heart stirred with excitement. He knew very well that just as humans could grow stronger, zombies could evolve as well. The zombies weren't particularly fast yet, only their strength had increased, making this the perfect time to hunt them down. He quickly made a decision. Kill as many zombies as possible now, collect crystal cores, improve his strength as soon as possible, escape the fate of being a laborer, and become a true powerhouse. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to take action. Ye Lintian strapped 2 magazines to his forearms as protective gear, slung his travel bag over his shoulder, hung a crossbow and arrows at his waist, and held a boning knife in his hand as he approached the door. He first peered through the peephole and discovered a zombie wandering in the corridor. The zombie had its back to the door, clearly attracted by the earlier commotion, presenting a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Ye Lintian gently opened the door, but the old hinges creaked open, instantly alerting the zombie. The zombie suddenly turned around, its hair disheveled, its eyes bulging, and it roared as it lunged at him. Ye Lintian cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and raised his knife to strike, but the blow missed and instead got stuck in the zombie's neck. The zombie felt no pain and continued its lunge, knocking him to the ground. It opened its mouth to bite his arm, but fortunately, the magazine blocked its sharp teeth. Ye Lintian desperately pulled out his boning knife and, with a backhand stroke, cleaved the zombie's head in 2, thus averting the crisis. After pushing the corpse aside, he examined it with his analytical abilities but found no crystal cores, indicating that not every zombie produced one. This made him realize that his analytical abilities could save him the trouble of repeatedly dissecting corpses. After calming himself down, he closed the door, turned, and went upstairs to continue cleaning. The hallway was so quiet that only breathing could be heard, which made him instinctively tense, but he gritted his teeth and kept going, not wanting to miss the opportunity to become stronger. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he found the corridor to appear safe, but a faint chewing sound could be heard coming from around the corner. Ye Lintian's expression hardened. He deduced that a zombie was eating, so he cautiously peeked out to investigate. Sure enough, a zombie was lying on the ground, devouring a corpse. The victim didn't even have a chance to mutate. Ye Lintian didn't rush in. Instead, he took out his crossbow, loaded an arrow, aimed at its head, and fired, instantly killing it with a headshot. The analysis showed that the zombie contained a crystal core. Ye Lintian quickly retrieved his loot and was about to leave when the door next to him quietly opened a crack. "Brother, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. The crystal core you have, can it enhance your abilities?" the young man inside asked. Ye Lintian frowned slightly, immediately using his analysis to confirm, and found that the other party indeed possessed spatial abilities. Seizing the rare opportunity, he immediately activated his copying ability. His energy rapidly depleted, and the light sphere within his body dimmed, but he ultimately succeeded in copying it. The opponent's ability formed a 3rd light sphere within him. At the same time, he understood that his current level was no longer sufficient to copy other abilities, and he needed to improve his ability copying skills first. That's right, crystal cores can restore abilities and also enhance them, he replied simply, as a way of repaying the other party. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? The young man tentatively invited. No, I need to continue hunting. Ye Lintian refused directly. My name is Zhao Long. Ye Lintian. After exchanging names briefly, he turned and left. Continuing his exploration, he confirmed that the other side was temporarily safe before heading to the 7th floor. Before he even reached the top, he heard the roars of several zombies. Peeking out, he saw 4 zombies in the corridor and decided against a direct confrontation. Ye Lintian then went downstairs to find a lone target. When he reached the 4th floor, he peeked out and met a pair of bloodshot eyes. The zombie roared and pounced. He could only take the hit head-on and swiftly kill it. But the danger wasn't over. 2 more zombies were drawn by the sound and came running. Ye Lintian retreated while taking out his crossbow, using their slow climbing ability to shoot one down with an arrow, then finished off the other at close range. After the battle, he immediately analyzed the 3 corpses and found crystal cores inside 2 of them, which he quickly removed and stored. At this moment, more noise came from the 3rd floor, so he decisively withdrew and did not continue fighting. Back in his room, Ye Lintian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took a hot shower and cooked a bowl of poached egg noodles to replenish his energy. By then, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He then tallied his spoils. 1 from the 6th floor, 2 from the 4th floor, plus the 1 he had obtained earlier, for a total of 4 crystal cores. This level of efficiency already satisfied him considerably. More importantly, he had successfully gained spatial abilities. He now possessed an additional 10 cubic meter space within his body, capable of storing anything he could reach, essentially a portable warehouse. This ability was of immense significance. He could now access weapons and supplies at any time. Night quickly descended upon the post-apocalyptic city. Many figures wandered the streets, staggering and occasionally crashing into wrecked vehicles with dull thuds, drawing crimson stares from nearby figures. Some survivors hid behind windows, staring in terror at the scene on the street, afraid to make a sound or turn on the lights. Others, however, recklessly cooked with the lights on inside the building. The lower floor residents were quickly broken into by zombies, while those on the upper floors escaped for the time being. Ye Lintian also had the lights on, but he had completely covered the windows. At that moment, he was filling his special ability space with bottled water and food. Although the space wasn't large with proper planning, it could still hold a considerable amount of supplies. At the same time, he used his copying ability to create 2 boning knives, a crossbow, and 100 arrows, storing them all in his spatial storage. He kept only the knife, the crossbow, and the 10 arrows with him, in case of emergencies. After tidying everything up, Ye Lintian laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep amidst the low growls of zombies and the screams of survivors outside. When he woke up again, it was already morning. After a quick wash, he ate eggs, bread, and milk, preparing to set off again. This time, he reattached the 2 magazines to his forearms as protective gear. The one from yesterday had been chewed up, and without stronger protection, his arm would inevitably break down sooner or later. He had originally wanted to make a pair of metal arm guards, but he didn't have enough metal materials at home, so he had to give up on that idea for the time being. So he decided to clear out the rooms on this floor first and collect usable supplies as well. After confirming that it was safe outside, he went to the door of the next room, knocked on it, listened intently, and used his analytical abilities to scan a 1-meter radius to confirm that there was no one inside and no zombies. He used his copying ability to alter the door lock structure and easily opened the door. The room was neat and cozy, with all the necessary lighting, wallpaper, and furniture. The curtains were drawn, making the light somewhat dim, yet gave one a long-lost sense of peace. After confirming there was no danger, Ye Lintian began searching for supplies. He didn't feel much guilt about trespassing. In the apocalypse, survival was the most important principle. He found nothing in the living room or bedroom, only 2 unopened boxes of condoms in a drawer. He muttered to himself with a self-deprecating laugh. This kind of evil thing must be confiscated. With that, he put the item into his spatial storage. He then went into the kitchen, took out a knife and a spatula, and made 2 simple metal arm guards on the spot. After putting it on, he found the arm guards cold and stiff, so he found some sponges and cloth and used his copying ability to modify them. The arm guards quickly became a good fit and comfortable to use. He glanced at the remaining kitchen utensils and ultimately gave up on the idea of making a complete set of armor. External things are ultimately limited. True strength lies within oneself. With that, he turned and left to clean the next house. As usual, he knocked first, then listened intently. This time, however, a low growl came from inside. Ye Lintian's spirits lifted, and he immediately retreated after breaking the lock. As soon as the door opened, a zombie lunged out, only to fall to the ground. He seized the opportunity and killed it with a single strike. Analysis confirmed there were no crystal cores. Only a blunt axe was found in the storage room. He used his copying ability to enhance the axe blade, instantly making the small axe as sharp as new. After swinging it a few times, he found it more convenient than the boning knife, so he simply switched to it as his main weapon and continued his mission. As soon as the next door was knocked on, 3 roars came from inside, and zombies crowded to the doorway, frantically pounding on it. Ye Lintian didn't open the door rashly. Instead, he first used his analysis skills to confirm their location and began to consider strategy. He quickly came up with a plan. He made small holes in the positions corresponding to the heads of the 3 zombies, then raised his crossbow and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. The room fell silent instantly, and all 3 zombies collapsed to the ground. Upon entering the room, he was pleasantly surprised to find 2 crystal cores, which he immediately dug out and stored away. There was still a lot of food in the room, but he planned to move it all at once after the entire floor was cleaned. After mastering the method of shooting through doors, his efficiency improved significantly. Before long, he had cleared out all 8 households on this floor, killing a total of 14 zombies and collecting 7 crystal cores, but he didn't find a single living person. After a simple lunch, he moved all the supplies from the various rooms back to his own quarters. By the time he finished, it was already 4 in the afternoon. After taking a hot shower, he lay on the sofa and tallied up his spoils. With 7 crystal cores, plus the 3 he had left over, he had exactly 10. He decided to absorb them immediately to break through to the second level of his copying ability, so that he could continue to copy other people's abilities in the future. One by one, the crystal cores turned into powder, and energy continuously flowed into his body. Until the 10th crystal core was absorbed, he finally felt that his replication ability had successfully advanced, and a warm current flowed through his body, constantly strengthening his physique. After recovering, he clenched his fist and clearly felt a significant increase in strength. Now, lifting an adult with one hand is no problem for him. He also discovered that copying small objects had become much easier after testing. What excited him even more was that he had once again gained the opportunity to copy other people's abilities. But he also quickly realized that to advance to the 3rd tier, he would need at least 100 crystal cores, a truly staggering number. With this in mind, Ye Lintian temporarily abandoned his plan to further enhance his copying ability and instead decided to improve his spatial abilities. After all, in the apocalypse, no one would complain about having too much storage space. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and the city's temperature rose rapidly. It was the height of summer, and the days remained unbearably hot and humid. In just 2 days, the high temperature caused the zombies on the streets to have cracked skin and even more grotesque appearances. Surprisingly, they did not decompose quickly. Instead, they became more agile and even learned to hide in the shade to avoid the sun. This change weighed heavily on many people's minds. The zombies were evolving. If they were allowed to grow stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ye Lintian got up early in the morning, ate a quick bite, and went straight to the 6th floor to clear out the zombies on that floor. But as soon as he reached the 6th floor, he found all 4 doors open, and inside lay the rotting corpses of zombies. Upon inspection, he discovered that the crystal cores from the zombies' chests had been removed. Ye Lintian immediately understood that someone was hunting zombies here, and he already had a guess as to who it was. Since this was someone else's territory, Ye Lintian didn't linger and turned to go to the 7th floor. Just as he reached the stairwell, he heard the low growls of zombies, clearly indicating that this floor hadn't been cleared yet. He didn't back down. As a 2nd-tier ability user, he was confident enough to deal with a few ordinary zombies. He took out his crossbow, cautiously peered out, and quickly locked onto 4 wandering zombies. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired an arrow, piercing the head of one of the zombies. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground attracted the attention of the remaining 3. He quickly reloaded his bow and fired at one in the distance, but this arrow only hit its neck. Haha! The zombie, its throat damaged, made a strange sound and lunged at him. Ye Lintian put away his crossbow, gripped his small axe, and met the attack head-on. In the instant their bodies clashed, the zombie's head rolled to the ground. The remaining two pounced, their bloody mouths snapping at him. Ye Lintian didn't retreat. He elbowed one of them, sending it flying several meters, and then cleaved the other's head in two with a backhand axe. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward and finished off the one that had just gotten up with a single axe stroke. The battle ended swiftly, a testament to the physical enhancement brought about by his second-tier superpower. Ye Lintian's strength now surpassed that of many Special Forces soldiers. Using his analytical abilities, he discovered 3 crystal cores among the 4 zombies, instantly putting him in a good mood. He immediately began collecting them. Just then, someone behind a door witnessed the whole thing. Inside, a middle-aged man named Zhao Gang was staring outside, while behind him, on the floor, sat a woman with swollen cheeks, sobbing softly. Zhao Gang was originally a construction foreman who made a lot of money by cutting corners. He then began having an affair behind his wife's back. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse broke out, and the two of them, unable to cook and with little food at home, were trapped for several days. Hunger and fear made him increasingly irritable, and he eventually vented all his anger on the woman. Hearing a commotion outside, he peeked through the peephole and saw Ye Lintian easily slay the zombies. Once he confirmed it was safe outside, he immediately opened the door and came out. Ye Lintian, seeing him suddenly appear, instantly became alert. "Comrade, are you a soldier? Could you give me some food?" "I haven't eaten all day," Zhao Gang said politely. Ye Lintian replied calmly, "I'm not a soldier. There's not much food, but I can share some with you." With that, he took out bread and milk from his spatial storage and tossed them to the other man. Zhao Gang took the food and wolfed it down, thanking him repeatedly. Ye Lintian turned to leave, but was stopped by him. "Brother, don't go. Come with me. More people mean more help." "No need. You're so strong. Shouldn't you help the weaker ones?" Ye Lintian frowned, looking at the other man's robust physique, and sneered inwardly. "I have no obligation to raise a big baby. The food I just gave you is more than enough." But Zhao Gang was still relentless, accusing him of being cold-blooded and heartless. These words greatly displeased Ye Lintian. He hadn't wanted to meddle, but the other party was clearly pushing their luck. He also clearly saw it. The woman who had been beaten and the way Zhao Gang ate all the food by himself were both repulsive. Ye Lintian stopped arguing with him and turned to leave. Zhao Gang grew anxious and began to lecture him like an elder. "Young man, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You'll regret this sooner or later, and you'll end up all alone." Ye Lintian almost burst out laughing. But just then, he suddenly saw that the woman behind Zhao Gang had quietly stood up, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, while Zhao Gang was completely unaware of it. "Young man, Zhao Gang hadn't finished speaking when the woman slashed his neck with a knife. Blood gushed out instantly, staining her face red. Zhao Gang clutched his neck, turning around in disbelief, only to see a smile on her face. The next second, Zhao Gang collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and that eerie smile. Ye Lintian watched this scene, his feelings complicated. He felt a little sorry for the woman, but he also understood that she had been pushed to her limit. After hesitating for a moment, he placed a small bag of rice and several boxes of instant noodles aside. He glanced at the woman one last time, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He didn't intend to stay on this floor any longer and headed straight for the 8th floor. Ye Lintian tiptoed to the 8th floor stairwell. As soon as he peeked out, he heard the low growls of zombies and the sound of banging on doors, clearly indicating that someone was trapped inside. The commotion was so loud that it even alerted the zombies on the 9th floor. Roar! 2 agile zombies rushed down from upstairs, locking onto him at first glance. Ye Lintian cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and swung his axe, slicing off half of one zombie's head. At the same time, he raised his arm to block the other's bite, quickly finishing it off with a final blow. The sounds of fighting immediately attracted 3 zombies that were pounding on the door. Ye Lintian dodged the attack, severed one's neck with an axe, and then used the steel armor on his left arm to withstand the bites. With a piercing scraping sound, he killed the zombie with a single blow. He used the movement to lunge forward, dodging the sneak attack from behind, and then turned to attack the last zombie. However, an unexpected event occurred. The zombie crouched down to avoid the fatal axe blow, and then suddenly counterattacked. Damn it! Ye Lintian had no time to defend himself, and could only block with his right arm. At the same time, he took out a boning knife from his spatial storage and cleaved its head in two, thus averting disaster. After the battle, he clearly noticed that these zombies were no longer as stiff as before. Their speed was close to that of a normal person, and they had even begun to dodge attacks, clearly evolving. This made him realize that he had to eliminate the threats in the corridor as soon as possible. He analyzed the 5 corpses and obtained 2 crystal cores. Then, he went to the smashed door, listened intently, and heard a little girl crying inside, and it sounded like she was alone. Ye Lintian remained silent for a moment, making sure there was no danger in the corridor before returning to the door and knocking. Little girl, the zombies outside have been cleared out by your brother. Don't be afraid. The crying gradually subsided, and the door opened a crack, revealing a pair of large, red, tear-filled eyes looking at him cautiously. Where are your parents? Ye Lintian asked. My mom and dad went out the day before yesterday and haven't come back, the girl replied softly. Why did the zombies knock on your door? I opened the door to see if they had come back, but I was discovered. Hearing this, Ye Lintian was speechless, but still reminded her not to take such risks again. He told the girl to stay inside and wait for rescue. But the girl mustered her courage and said, Brother, can I come with you? I'm scared to be alone. As she spoke, she opened the door completely. The little girl was about 10 years old, wearing a pink dress, her eyes red from crying. Ye Lintian hesitated for a moment, but considering that she would almost certainly not survive alone, he finally nodded and agreed to take her with him. Go pack the necessities, we'll be leaving in a bit. He patted the girl's head. The girl responded and ran into the house. Ye Lintian went into the kitchen to gather supplies, putting rice, flour, and cured meat and sausages into his spatial storage. Not long after, the girl came out carrying a small bag. Ye Lintian scanned it with a scanner and found that there was a fruit knife in her bag. He couldn't help but nod to himself, thinking that the girl did have some sense of self-preservation. My name is Ye Lintian. You can call me Brother Lintian. What's yours? My name is Ye Xian. My parents call me Xianer. She was visibly more relaxed. Okay, I'll call you Xianer from now on. Ye Lintian took her hand and led her downstairs to his room. Along the way, there were corpses lying everywhere. Ye Xian's eyes reddened with fear, but she held back her tears. Are you scared? Ye Lintian asked her. No, she replied, her voice trembling but firm. Ye Lintian didn't say anything more, simply leading her quietly forward. Once back in their 5th-floor room, Ye Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Ye Lintian realize there was only one bed in the house, so he decided to let her sleep on the bed while he slept on the sofa. He told Ye Xian to take a shower first, while he went into the kitchen to cook. Soon, 2 dishes and a soup were on the table. Shredded pork with green peppers, shredded potatoes, and tomato and egg soup. When Ye Xian came out of the shower, her hair was still wet. Ye Lintian helplessly helped her dry it, and then tied it into pigtails. All right, let's eat. Thank you, brother. She sat down shyly, but quickly began to enjoy her meal, even praising his cooking as being just as good as her mother's. Ye Lintian couldn't help but smile at this. After dinner, the 2 watched movies together on a laptop. The internet had long been cut off, and Ye Lintian had downloaded these movies beforehand. The situation outside remained unclear, and he could only grope his way to survival step by step. He didn't plan to go out that day, intending to let Ye Xian adapt to the environment first, and then continue hunting zombies the next day. Night fell quickly, and the entire building was gradually enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, the lights flickered a few times and then went out completely. Ye Xian was so frightened that she threw herself into his arms. Ye Lintian's heart sank. The power went out so quickly. The panic caused by the power outage quickly spread among the survivors. Chapter 7: The elevator starts up. The first dawn after the power outage arrived, but to the despair of many, the tap water and gas were also cut off. When Ye Lintian was preparing breakfast, he discovered that he couldn't even get a hot meal and could only make do with milk and bread with Ye Xian. He had only thought about the power and water outages, but forgot that the gas would also be cut off. After breakfast, Ye Lintian patted Ye Xian's head, telling her to stay home obediently while he went out to clear out the zombies. Ye Xian worriedly grabbed him, afraid it would be too dangerous for him to go out. Ye Lintian smiled and reassured her, saying that zombies were no match for him, and that killing zombies was to become stronger so that he could better protect her. He also specifically mentioned that there was food in the refrigerator and near the living room, and that she could help herself if she got hungry. After confirming Ye Xian's nod, Ye Lintian checked his equipment again, and before leaving, he added, "Don't open the door for anyone except him." With that, he turned and left the room. He had just reached the top of the stairs when he bumped into a zombie staggering down the stairs. The zombie roared and pounced on him as soon as it saw him. Ye Lintian didn't flinch. He grabbed his small axe and charged forward. With a swift movement, the zombie's head flew high into the air and slammed heavily to the ground. He casually analyzed the corpse, found no crystal core, and ignored it, turning to continue upwards. But shortly after reaching the top, he heard footsteps coming from even higher up, and more than one at that. Ye Lintian's face darkened. The zombies were spreading their range, meaning the floors he had cleared were no longer absolutely safe. When he reached the sixth-floor stairwell, he heard soft footsteps again. The sound was very light, unlike the heavy footsteps of a zombie. He didn't rush out, but instead peeked out and was surprised to see a familiar face. The other person spotted him immediately, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Upon coming out, they saw it was indeed Zhao Long. Zhao Long had thought he'd encountered a zombie, but seeing it was Ye Lintian, his tone relaxed. Seeing how nervous he was, Ye Lintian made a casual joke. Zhao Long didn't mind and asked him directly if he was going to kill zombies. Ye Lintian didn't hide anything and said that the zombies weren't too strong yet, so he should kill as many as possible as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long immediately suggested forming a team. He had almost been bitten yesterday and had clearly sensed that the zombies were getting stronger. Ye Lintian glanced at him with his supernatural ability and discovered that Zhao Long was already a second-tier supernatural being, so he readily agreed. Having another second-tier supernatural being would provide an extra layer of security. Without another word, the two tacitly headed towards the seventh floor. But as soon as they reached the top, a strong stench of decay assaulted their senses, forcing them to cover their mouths and noses simultaneously. Several zombie corpses lay in the corridor, along with a human corpse gnawed beyond recognition. Ye Lintian immediately recognized it as the middle-aged man from yesterday. The food he had left for the woman was gone, and the door was tightly shut, indicating that the food had been taken. However, the unattended corpse was truly disgusting, and Ye Lintian and Zhao Long didn't want to linger, so they immediately headed up to the 8th floor. Upon reaching the 8th floor stairwell, the two encountered two wandering zombies. The zombies roared and charged, but Ye Lintian swiftly and decisively dispatched one. Zhao Long was equally swift, beheading the other zombie with a single stroke. Ye Lintian didn't reveal his analytical abilities, honestly searching the corpse's chest and finding a crystal core. Zhao Long, on the other hand, found nothing a wasted effort. The two continued searching the corridor, confirming there were no other zombies, before heading towards the 9th floor. Just as they reached the 9th floor stairwell, they heard a violent banging on the door. A young man was shouting outside, yelling for them to open the door or he'd smash it down. Ye Lintian and Zhao Long exchanged a glance, both thinking this man was out of his mind. Making such a racket, wasn't he afraid of attracting zombies? Upon going outside, Zhao Long saw two young men with dyed yellow and green hair, posing for photos in front of a house. One of them even pulled out a fruit knife, looking quite threatening. Zhao Long couldn't stand it and quickly stepped forward to stop them, asking what they were doing. The blonde-haired man completely disregarded him, directly telling him to mind his own business and threatening to stab him to death if he said another word. Zhao Long pressed for an explanation, and the blonde-haired man finally revealed the truth. The son of the two elderly people in the house had borrowed 100,000 yuan at exorbitant interest from their boss and later disappeared with the money. 3 days ago, they came to collect the debt, but the old people wouldn't open the door. To make matters worse, a zombie outbreak occurred, so the two of them had been hiding in the next room until now. After listening, Zhao Long advised them to let it go, saying that since the apocalypse had arrived, there was no need to keep pursuing the usury issue. But Huang Mao refused, insisting that the two elderly people must hand over all the food as compensation. Just then, the door creaked open. An elderly man in his 70s with white hair and an old woman came out. The old man apologized humbly, saying it was all his son's fault and that there wasn't much food at home, so he was willing to give them half. But Huang Mao got angry as soon as he heard this, cursing them for dreaming and forcing them to hand over all the food, or he would use a knife. The old man and woman were so frightened by the two knives that they retreated repeatedly. Zhao Long couldn't hold back any longer and questioned them, asking what kind of skill it was to bully two elderly people. But Green Hair sneered and said, "This is the apocalypse. We can do whatever we want, and nobody can stop us." Then, the blonde-haired man shoved the old man aside and rushed into the house with the green-haired man to search the place themselves. The old woman hurriedly went to help her husband, but when she touched the back of his head, she found that he was bleeding. Not long after, the two young men came out carrying a small bag of rice and a few pieces of cured meat that they had found, complaining that the contents were too little and cursing. The old man begged them to leave him some food, otherwise his whole family would starve. But the blonde-haired man shoved his hand away and plunged a knife into the old man's chest. The movement was incredibly fast. Zhao Long and Ye Lintian didn't have time to stop him before the old man collapsed into a pool of blood gushing from his chest. The old woman watched helplessly as her husband was killed. She broke down on the spot, rushed over and clutched his wound, repeatedly crying out that he shouldn't die. But the old man only coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. Seeing her husband die before her eyes, the old woman went completely mad and turned to rush at the blonde-haired man. Zhao Long roared at him to stop, but it was too late. The blonde-haired man sneered, and with a swift motion, the fruit knife pierced the old woman's throat. She collapsed before she could even struggle. Huang Mao stood beside the pool of blood, laughing maniacally and shouting that this was reality, this was the apocalypse, and they could do whatever they wanted. Zhao Long clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could rush forward immediately. But just then, the elevator next to us, which should have been out of service, lit up with an upward arrow. The next second, the elevator started moving, slowly ascending. Everyone fell silent. The power was out, yet the elevator could still move because it had a backup power source. But who would be riding up in the elevator at this moment? Chapter 8 Second Tier Spatial Ability. The 9th floor corridor was eerily quiet. Everyone stared at the elevator entrance, waiting for what was inside to emerge. Finally, the elevator dinged open, and instead of living people, 6 hideous zombies rushed out. They roared and pounced on the group, the green-haired youth closest to them being instantly knocked down by 2 of them. The blonde-haired youth turned pale with fright and turned to run towards Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian frowned, but still met the 2 zombies that were chasing him. He first used his elbow to knock one away, then chopped off the other's head with an axe, and then rushed forward to finish off the one that was still trying to get up. On the other side, Zhao Long was struggling to deal with 2 zombies on his own. His cleaver, when used to strike the zombies' heads, not only failed to kill them, but also chipped and broke. He kicked one away first, then slashed the other 3 times before finally managing to finish it off. Ye Lintian immediately rushed over and finished off the one that had been kicked away. Then he and Zhao Long exchanged a glance, and together they charged at the 2 zombies that were tearing at the green-haired youth, each taking one of their heads and cleanly severing them. The blonde-haired youth saw Ye Lintian dispatch the zombies in a few moves, but his eyes fell on the axe, and greed instantly arose within him. He didn't even think about thanking him. He only thought that the weapon must be very powerful. The green-haired youth was near death. A large chunk of his neck had been bitten off, and his breathing was growing weaker and weaker. Suddenly, the blonde youth lunged back, hugging him and crying out, "Shao Jia, hold on, don't die." Unfortunately, it was too late. The green-haired youth quickly died. The yellow-haired youth raised his head, glaring at Ye Lintian with a face full of resentment, and immediately cursed. "You're so strong. Why didn't you save my brother first? You just watched him get bitten to death. Do you have any humanity left?" Ye Lintian was so angry he laughed. It was clearly the blonde guy who led the zombies towards him, yet now he was blaming others. Zhao Long was also dumbfounded. This guy's skin was ridiculously thick. He was the fastest runner, and now that something had happened, he was blaming others for not saving him. Just then, the green-haired youth in the blonde man's arms suddenly opened his eyes and lunged at him. Zhao Long instinctively shouted, "Watch out!" but the blonde man couldn't dodge at all. The next second, with a whoosh, an arrow pierced the green-haired youth's head. The blonde-haired youth looked at his dead brother, then at Ye Lintian holding the crossbow, his eyes filled with even greater greed. "You bastard! Look what you've done! My brother is dead. and you shot him with a crossbow. You have to make amends, hand over the axe and the crossbow, and I'll forgive you." Zhao Long was furious. He just saved you, and instead of being grateful, you're turning around and accusing me? Ye Lintian, too lazy to bother with this mad dog, casually said, "Ignore it," and began collecting crystal cores. Zhao Long also started searching the zombies he had killed. Seeing that the two of them didn't take him seriously at all, the blonde-haired man's anger flared up. He slowly put down the corpse, picked up a fruit knife, and quietly circled around to Ye Lintian's back. Zhao Long had just pulled the crystal core from a zombie's head when he caught sight of the blonde-haired man approaching with a knife. He hurriedly shouted a warning, but it was too late. The blonde-haired man was already within a meter of Ye Lintian, a sinister smile on his face, and the fruit knife was plunged into Ye Lintian's neck. He had already planned to kill the guy who called him a mad dog first, then steal his axe and crossbow, and take care of Zhao Long as well. Just as the blade was about to touch Ye Lintian shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the fatal blow. A flash of cold light, and the blonde-haired youth felt the world spin before his eyes. The last thing he saw was his own headless body. Ye Lintian flicked the blood off his axe, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Long, watching from afar, was completely stunned. The reversal had come too quickly for him to react. Ye Lintian ignored the blonde-haired man's corpse and continued cleaning the crystal cores. Including the green-haired youth who had just turned into a zombie, he had killed a total of 5 zombies and obtained 3 crystal cores. Zhao Long was also lucky. He found crystal cores in both zombies, and he couldn't stop smiling. He turned to Ye Lintian and started showing off. Ye Lintian casually offered his congratulations. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the stairwell, as if 3 or 4 more zombies had been attracted by the commotion. The two exchanged a glance and walked towards the stairwell in unison. Sure enough, 4 zombies rushed down the stairs, roaring as they charged at them. Ye Lintian raised his hand and fired a crossbow bolt, first piercing the head of one zombie, then charged forward with his axe and killed another. When the 3rd zombie lunged at him, he kicked it over and then finished it off with an axe. After taking down 3 in a row, Zhao Long also killed the zombie that was charging at him. "Brother, you're amazing." Zhao Long couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Afterwards, Ye Lintian found 2 more crystal cores on the 3 zombies. This gave him enough crystal cores to upgrade his spatial abilities. "That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow," Ye Lintian suddenly said. Zhao Long hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He assumed Ye Lintian was somewhat uneasy about killing someone for the first time today, which was why he stopped early. After they parted ways on the 6th floor, Ye Lintian went home. Yi Xian was eating potato chips out of boredom when she saw him return. She immediately ran over, grabbed his clothes, and anxiously asked if he was hurt. Ye Lintian said he was fine, just dirty, and told her not to touch him before going to the bathroom to wash up. An hour later, the brother and sister sat on the sofa, looking at the 11 crystal cores on the table. Yi Xian asked curiously what it was, and Ye Lintian told her that it was a crystal core, which superhumans could use to improve their superhuman abilities. After saying that, he conjured a sausage out of thin air and then made it disappear. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, exclaiming in amazement at how amazing this was. Ye Lintian explained that this was a spatial ability allowing one to store anything they came into contact with into their spatial storage. Yi Xian immediately said that she wouldn't need a backpack anymore. It was incredibly convenient. Ye Lintian didn't explain much and directly picked up the crystal core to absorb it. Under Yi Xian's gaze, the crystal core turned into powder. He absorbed it one by one until the 10th crystal core was absorbed. At that moment, the ball of light representing spatial ability in his body suddenly lit up and finally advanced to the 2nd level. A warm current surged through his body, and when Ye Lintian opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel that his physique had become stronger. Now, he could easily defeat his pre-upgraded self. More importantly, his ability space expanded to 20 cubic meters, and he could freely change its shape. This capacity was considerable, enough to hold all the supplies currently in his home. Ye Lintian acted immediately, and under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, he stored most of the supplies into his special ability space, leaving only a small amount of daily necessities. Yi Xian was stunned and kept praising how convenient it was. Ye Lintian then went to the kitchen to cook. He used his copying ability to create a small wood-burning stove and dismantled a broken cabinet in the house to use as firewood. As soon as the fire started, thick smoke billowed into the kitchen, and he quickly opened the window, allowing the smoke to slowly dissipate. But the aroma of the food still wafted out the window, even reaching a room on the 12th floor with an open window. Inside, 3 muscular men simultaneously sniffed, catching the scent of the food. "Brotherly, I smell food." The man with the scar on his face spoke first. "Me too," the bald, burly man next to him echoed. The man called Brotherly stubbed out his cigarette, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "Let's go, grab our weapons, and go down to this family to borrow some supplies." The 2 men immediately grabbed their machetes, and Li Gu also stood up, picking up a broadsword. After confirming the location of the house downstairs, they went straight out. They hadn't gone far when a wandering zombie was attracted by the noise and lunged at them, howling. Li Gu didn't even stop. With one swift stroke, he decapitated it. Without the slightest delay, the 3 of them headed straight for the 5th floor. Chapter 9 Robbery. Li Gu and his 2 companions originally worked for Brother Leopard in the underworld. The house they saw during the day was actually their secret hideout. On the day the zombie virus broke out, they heard that Brother Leopard was going to assign a new mission, so they rushed here early. But before they even saw him, the apocalypse came first. There wasn't much food inside, and the 3 strong men soon succumbed to hunger. They simply killed the zombies in the corridor and began looting food from house to house. If there were zombies inside, they would simply walk around them. If there were people inside, they would force them to open the door. If they refused, they would break down the door, ignoring even their pleas for mercy. After killing them, they would take all the food. In a short time, they ransacked almost the entire floor, stockpiling a lot of food. But problems soon arose. There was no electricity or gas in the building, so they couldn't cook and had to eat raw meat and cured meat to survive. At noon today, the 3 of them suddenly smelled the aroma of food wafting from downstairs. Already feeling nauseous from the greasy cured meat, they immediately grabbed their weapons and went downstairs, ready to settle scores with the family. Just then, Ye Lintian finished preparing lunch. Although the wood-fired stove wasn't as convenient as the gas stove, he still managed to cook a meal: sausages, shredded potatoes, and seaweed soup. A rather substantial meal. He served himself and Ye Xian each a bowl of white rice, and they were halfway through eating when a loud banging came from outside the door. "Open the door! Open the door now!" The gruff voices made the whole floor shake. Ye Lintian frowned. These people were clearly looking for trouble. Seeing that no one responded, the cursing outside immediately became even fiercer. "If you don't open the door, I'll smash it down." Ye Lintian walked to the door and looked through the peephole. He saw 3 burly men standing outside, all holding weapons. They were clearly not good people. The next second, the bald man took several steps back, then suddenly sprinted forward and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door was warped and plaster fell from the walls. Ye Lintian had taken a step back beforehand, but he was still splashed with dust by the falling debris. Ye Xian, inside the room, was also frightened, her eyes reddening. Ye Lintian's face was cold. This was no longer a disturbance, but blatant robbery. He suppressed his anger and asked, "What is it?" The bald man became arrogant as soon as he heard that Ye Lintian dared to talk back. "Hand over the food in your house, or else." As he spoke, he deliberately brandished the wood-chopping knife in his hand. Ye Lintian looked at them, his voice even colder. "My family doesn't have much food. Go look on other floors. Look for your mother." The bald man pointed at him and cursed. "Who are you giving me attitude for? Say another word, and we'll kill you." Ye Lintian raised a small axe and gave him a final ultimatum. 10 seconds. Get out of here. This completely enraged the other party. The bald man cursed and swung his knife at Ye Lintian's head. But before his knife could fall, a small axe slashed at his neck. Blood gushed out, and the bald man's head rolled to the ground, stopping right at the feet of Brother Li and the scarred man. Li Ji's eyes darkened, and his face instantly turned fierce. "You dare kill my brother? You won't see the sun tomorrow." The scarred man next to him also raised his machete, ready to join him in the attack. With a roar, Li Ji's arm muscles bulged, making him appear to expand suddenly, his vest taut. He gripped his machete and charged at Ye Lintian. The strike was swift and ruthless, aimed straight for his neck. Ye Lintian retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. The machete slammed into the wall with a loud crash, half of its blade embedded in the wall. Only then did Ye Lintian abandon his contempt. Although this brother Li wasn't a superhuman, he was definitely capable of single-handedly killing an ordinary second-tier superhuman. But he wasn't an ordinary second-tier fighter. After his first strike missed, Brother Li didn't stop. He swung his machete wildly around the room, smashing chairs and benches to pieces and leaving glaring knife marks on the walls. Ye Lintian blocked and retreated simultaneously, his lack of experience allowing him to barely hold his own against his opponent. However, as the number of exchanges increased, he became more and more stable, his movements became smoother, and he began to gradually push forward. Li Ge grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. His skills were honed through countless battles alongside Leopard, and he hadn't expected this young man to catch up so quickly. Just then, Ye Lintian flicked his left hand, and a boning knife suddenly flew out. Li Ge hadn't expected him to have this trick up his sleeve. The boning knife plunged directly into his right chest, causing Li Ge's movements to freeze for a moment. Ye Lintian didn't hesitate at all, and with a swing of his axe, he severed Li Ge's right hand, which was holding the knife. "Ah!" Brother Li screamed, clutching his severed arm and staggering backward. He shouted behind him, "Lu Chang, come help." But the scarred man called Lu Chang was completely dumbfounded. Brother Li had almost never lost since following Brother Leopard, but he never expected to be defeated by a young man today. He watched as the small axe, dripping blood, approached step by step, and then thought of the corpse on the ground. His legs went weak, and he turned and ran. "Lu Chang, what are you doing? Come back, save me." Brother Li panicked completely, but Lu Chang didn't turn around and ran faster than anyone else. As Ye Lintian drew closer, Li Ge's legs went weak, and he knelt down, pleading, "Big brother, don't kill me. Just don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask." Ye Lintian didn't hesitate for a moment, and with a clean, decisive swing of his axe, the attack was over. By the time he finished tidying up the room and repaired the door using his copying ability, it was already dark. Yi Xian was still wiping away tears. Ye Lintian comforted her for a few moments before preparing dinner. Dinner was much simpler, noodles with 2 fried eggs. While eating, Yi Xian suddenly whispered, "Brother, I want to become stronger too." Ye Lintian paused, then checked again. Yi Xian indeed had no special abilities. He could only say, "If you want to become stronger, eat your fill first and exercise properly every morning." Yi Xian understood that he couldn't help her, so she lowered her head and continued eating her noodles, looking somewhat dejected. Ye Lintian had just fallen asleep when Yi Xian woke him up. "What's wrong? I'm scared to sleep alone." Ye Lintian was a little helpless, but thinking about how she had seen a dead body that day and was indeed frightened, he finally agreed. Back in bed, lying on his familiar large bed for the first time in a long time, he felt much more relaxed. So much had happened in the past few days. The world was becoming increasingly dangerous. They couldn't stay in this building forever. The food would run out, and the zombies would evolve. Sooner or later, even the walls wouldn't be able to stop them. As he was pondering these thoughts, he suddenly felt a small body in his arms. The faint, pleasant fragrance gradually calmed him, and he soon fell asleep. But that night, the city was far from peaceful. Gunfire erupted everywhere, and zombies charged at the defensive lines like mad dogs. Finally, after an elderly man in a white coat was escorted onto an armored military vehicle by soldiers, the troops began to withdraw. Behind the column, some unarmed soldiers turned and unleashed flames, lightning, and wind blades, once again suppressing the zombie advance. Once this wave of attacks ended, they nimbly jumped back into vehicles and quickly retreated. Chapter 10, Rushing Out of the Residential Building. Early the next morning, Ye Lintian was awakened by the dense sound of gunfire outside the window. He gently moved Yi Xian's head off his arm, and without even putting on his shoes, rushed to the window, pushed it open, and looked outside. On the road, not far away, military vehicles were advancing along the street, soldiers clearing away approaching zombies as they went. Survivors had already rushed out of the buildings where they were hiding, running desperately towards the army, leaving a long trail of howling zombies behind them. The army didn't stand idly by and immediately opened fire to clear out the pursuers. But Ye Lintian could tell that these soldiers didn't intend to enter the building to search for them. They seemed to be just passing by. Ye Lintian's heart sank. This might be the best chance to leave the city. If they missed it, they would have to rely on themselves to get out. Without hesitation, he immediately woke Ye Xian. "Xiner, pack your things. We need to leave here right away." Ye Xian was still a little confused, but she obediently nodded. Ye Lintian quickly put all the food, pots and pans into his supernatural space, and then checked his weapons again. He was currently using the machete he got for Brotherly. After being enhanced by his copying ability, the machete was brand new, and its blade was frighteningly sharp. When Ye Xian came out carrying her small bag, Ye Lintian was already ready. He patted her head and said seriously, "Stay close to me and don't fall behind." Ye Wan nodded vigorously. After confirming through the peephole that there were no zombies in the corridor, Ye Lintian immediately opened the door and went out, with Ye Xian following closely behind. Just as they reached the stairwell, they encountered Zhao Long, who was also preparing to evacuate. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and tacitly began descending the stairs together. The fourth and third floors were quiet. The three encountered no zombies. But as they approached the second floor, a scream suddenly echoed through the corridor, followed by a surge of footsteps heading towards the source of the scream. Fortunately, they were in the stairwell and were not spotted by the group of zombies. The three of them tiptoed down to the first floor, but bumped into a zombie that was swaying up from downstairs. The zombie roared and charged, but Ye Lintian decapitated it with a single stroke. This roar, however, alerted the horde of zombies in the second floor corridor. "Run!" The three stopped concealing themselves and immediately sprinted down the stairs. Soon, the roars and pursuit of zombies echoed behind them. Upon reaching the first floor, three more wandering zombies were attracted. Ye Lintian didn't hesitate, slashing down one with his knife, and then rushing forward to cut down another. Zhao Long followed closely behind, swiftly dispatching the zombies that lunged at him with two kitchen knives. Ye Lintian casually took out his usual small axe and handed it to him. "Use this." Zhao Long didn't stand on ceremony, took the axe, and ran while getting used to the feel of it. Soon, the three of them pushed open the iron gate on the first floor and rushed into the residential area. The neighborhood was in complete chaos. Many survivors were brandishing various weapons, hacking and slashing at zombies, trying to escape as the army passed by. Fortunately, each building had an iron gate on the ground floor, so the number of zombies outside wasn't too large. But the commotion really aroused the zombies inside. Some even jumped out of the windows, breaking their bones, but still wriggled and crawled towards the crowd. Many people wanted to escape the residential area, including Ye Lintian and his two companions. There were more than 30 of them. Most were young and strong men carrying weapons, while some had their wives and children with them. The group rushed out of the residential area and headed towards the street where the army was located. The gathering of more than 30 living people immediately attracted a large number of zombies, who poured out of the streets and buildings, chasing after them. At the same time, on the 7th floor of the building Ye Lintian had left, a door suddenly opened. A woman with fair skin, alluring features, but a cold expression stepped out. If Ye Lintian were present, he would recognize her at a glance. She was the pitiful woman who had once killed the middle-aged man with a kitchen knife. The swelling on her face had subsided, and her demeanor had become aloof. In just a few days, her inner self had clearly undergone a transformation. She leisurely descended the stairs. A wandering zombie spotted her and was about to pounce when it suddenly froze, motionless, as if lost in a dream. The woman walked to its side and took the crystal core from its chest, but the zombie remained completely unresponsive. Meanwhile, Ye Lintian and his group continued their fight, but some began to fall behind. A boy of about 10 years old suddenly fell, and his mother hurriedly turned back to help him up. But the zombies had already caught up and pounced on the mother and son, knocking them to the ground. The boy screamed and backed away in terror, just as a zombie was about to bite his neck. At the critical moment, the mother seemed to unleash astonishing strength, forcefully shaking off the zombie that was biting her arm and pushing away the monster that was lunging at her son. She picked up her child and ran for her life, catching up with the main group in less than a minute. Everyone was stunned by the sight, but when she caught up, black blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating she had been infected with the zombie virus. She pushed her child toward a neighbor and pleaded, "Please, take my son and run away." The man was the one who had called them to run away that morning. Seeing the woman was about to collapse, he gritted his teeth, nodded, and took the boy. The boy, however, clung tightly to his mother, refusing to let go. The woman pushed him away and turned to rush towards the pursuing zombies, Run. The boy watched as his mother used her body to buy him time, wiped away his tears, and followed the man towards the main force. Finally, everyone saw the army. Soldiers, guns at the ready, relentlessly shot down the charging zombies. Since rushing out of the residential area, Ye Lintian had been carrying Ye Xian in one arm as he ran. Seeing the army now, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally made it out. Upon spotting the group of over 30 people, the soldiers didn't hesitate and immediately opened fire. Using the cover fire, Ye Lintian and his men successfully broke into the army's defensive perimeter. To everyone's surprise, this team consisted of only a little over 100 soldiers, yet they were protecting more than 200 survivors. To make matters worse, most of the survivors lacked vehicles and had to follow the military vehicles on foot, severely slowing down the entire team. After being brought into the defensive line, Ye Lintian, Ye Xian, and Zhao Long all breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, they were safe. Ye Lintian began to observe the troops. At the forefront was an infantry fighting vehicle, no smaller than a tank, which pushed aside vehicles and obstacles on the road while maintaining a steady speed. Following behind was a sturdy, bulletproof military vehicle and a dozen or so military jeeps. Through the windows, it could be seen that the passengers were not soldiers, but rather the elderly, women, and children. Even with all the vehicles full, many survivors still had to walk. At the rear of the procession were more than a dozen private cars, also crammed with people. Holding Ye Xian's small hand, Ye Lintian and Zhao Long moved forward with the group. They had no vehicles, and like most others, had to walk. Suddenly, Ye Lintian, with his keen hearing, overheard two soldiers talking in hushed tones. "Damn it, I'm running low on bullets. The team is moving too slowly, otherwise we'd have plenty of ammo. Looks like we'll have to let the superhumans unleash their attack." Ye Lintian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected there to be a superhuman in this team. Soon, he and the other survivors witnessed the superhumans take action. A young man in a shirt and jeans led the way out of the crowd, followed by 10 uniformed soldiers and 7 ordinary survivors. The young man's palm ignited into a large flame, and the others followed suit, unleashing their supernatural abilities. Flames, ice, lightning, and wind blades swept through the horde of corpses simultaneously, instantly clearing a vacuum around the group. After clearing out this wave of zombies, the leading youth strode towards Ye Lintian. However, his target wasn't Ye Lintian, but rather the armored military vehicle at the front of the group. But as the young man passed by Ye Lintian, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, Ye Lintian was also startled. He used his analytical ability on the young man and was shocked to discover that the other party actually possessed 3 abilities, and each of them had reached the 2nd level. What shocked Ye Lintian most was not that the other party possessed 3 superpowers, but rather the abilities of the other 2. This young man's 3 superpowers were fire, analysis, and devouring. At that moment, Ye Lintian realized that this young man had also seen through his secrets. Chapter 11: Copying and Devouring Abilities. The young man paused beside Ye Lintian for a moment, then casually walked towards the armored military vehicle. However, as he turned around, Ye Lintian still caught the murderous intent in his eyes. Ye Lintian's heart sank. He immediately realized that this guy was targeting him. Soon, the young man arrived at the military vehicle, knocked on the door, and the back door opened directly. He climbed into the vehicle, which was spacious inside. The driver was driving in the front, and an elderly man in a white coat and a middle-aged man in military uniform were sitting in the back. "Young Master Tang Hongtao actually has time to come here? Aren't you going to select ability users?" The middle-aged man joked with a smile. "Uncle Luo is too kind. What's more important than coming to see you?" "Dan Hong Das my. Stop flattering me. Get down to business." The middle-aged man's smile faded. Tang Hongtao immediately began to describe the situation outside. There were too many survivors, slowing down the group, and the soldiers were running low on ammunition. If things continued like this, the group would be in great danger. He suggested ignoring the survivors and prioritizing their journey. The middle-aged man's expression immediately turned serious, and he began to hesitate. Tang Hongtao pressed his advantage, adding that their mission was to escort Professor Qin to the Shuqing base. Professor Qin was a virus expert, and if something happened while rescuing someone, the losses would be even greater. Professor Qin, who had been silent all along, suddenly became agitated and directly opposed abandoning the survivors. He said that one cannot abandon others to protect oneself, and if Lieutenant Luo really wanted to do that, he would go down and join those people. Professor Qin's words immediately dissuaded Lieutenant Luo from his plan. Tang Hongtao, however, was secretly annoyed, feeling that the old man was deliberately sabotaging his plans. Not long after, Tang Hongtao got out of the car, his anger flaring even more. Passing Ye Lintian again, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He clearly possessed 3 powerful abilities. How could a lowly laborer awaken such potential? This kind of person had to be eliminated. He stopped in front of Ye Lintian, feigning an attempt to win him over. Brother, you're an ability user too, right? We're all on the same team. You should do your part. Ye Lintian, already wary of him, calmly replied, My ability isn't suited for combat. Tang Hongtao sneered, What a joke. Anyone with superpowers is stronger than an ordinary person, let alone you who is at the 2nd level. Even ordinary special forces soldiers are no match for you. The 2 soldiers who came to find Tang Hongtao also joined in the commotion, envying Ye Lintian for being chosen by young Master Tang, and saying that Tang Hongtao was the eldest young master of the Tang family in Beijing, and his father was a general in the army. Ye Lintian knew he had ulterior motives and continued to make excuses. I still have to take care of my sister. Tang Hongtao narrowed his eyes, his tone threatening. Is that so? If you don't join the superhuman team, your sister will be in more danger. Who knows? A zombie might suddenly appear and bite her. Ye Lintian realized that this was using Ye Xian to pressure him, so he could only lower his head and say, Okay, but can you give me some time to prepare? Sure, but if you're late and something goes wrong, don't blame me. Tang Hongtao smiled and left with his men. Watching his retreating figure, Ye Lin was furious, his teeth itching with anger, yet he was helpless. Tang Hongtao was not only powerful, but also had a strong background and prestige in the military. He couldn't touch him at all. For Ye Xian's safety, he could only endure it for now. He turned to Zhao Long. Brother Zhao Long, if I'm gone, please take care of Ye Xian. Zhao Long was taken aback, thinking he was just going to join a superpowered team. He chuckled and patted his chest. It's just joining a team. Why are you making it sound like a life or death situation? Don't worry, I'll take care of Ye Xian. I really envy you, being chosen by young Master Tang. Ye Xian seemed to sense something and nervously grabbed Ye Lintian's hand. Ye Lintian rubbed her head and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. While I'm not around, just follow Brother Zhao Long. I'll be fine and will come find you. Ye Xian nodded sensibly. Yes, Brother Lintian, I will take good care of myself. Zhao Long stood aside, completely confused. Why does it sound like you're going on a long trip? Ye Lintian gave Zhao Long one last instruction before turning to leave. He had already decided to leave the group. Firstly, Tang Hongtao had used Ye Xian to threaten him, and secondly, Tang Hongtao had already decided to kill him. Rather than staying here and constantly on guard, it was better to leave directly, which would make Ye Xian safer. Given Tang Hongtao's arrogance, he probably wouldn't harm a little girl without any special abilities. At the very back of the group, where the zombies were most concentrated and where the soldiers and superhumans were also the most numerous, Tang Hongtao, the captain of the superhuman team, was naturally located. Watching Ye Lintian approach step by step, Tang Hongtao's lips curled into a cold smile, and he whispered a few instructions to the people beside him. Those people were stunned for a moment after hearing this, then looked at Ye Lintian with a hint of pity. Tang Hongtao then pretended to introduce himself, but he stopped when he got to the name, because he couldn't remember Ye Lintian's name at all. Ye Lintian calmly replied, My name is Ye Lintian. Tang Hongtao chuckled twice, pretending to remember, and then went on to praise him to the skies, saying that he was very strong in close combat, that even special forces kings might not be able to beat him, and that he could easily kill his way in and out of a horde of zombies. These words immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers, all staring at Ye Lintian in surprise. Only the few people around Tang Hongtao felt more sympathy for him, because they knew that this guy had been targeted by young Master Tang and was basically doomed. Immediately afterward, Tang Hongtao suddenly raised his voice, saying that Ye Lintian didn't need to perform any 7-in, 7-out act today. He was willing to risk his life to accompany him through the zombie horde, and anyone who wanted to see it could shout it out. The soldiers and superhumans fighting nearby, caught up in the atmosphere, joined in the clamor. Give us one. Give us one. Tang Hongtao pressed Ye Lintian, asking if he dared to fight alongside him through a horde of zombies. Looking at Tang Hongtao's unyielding expression and glancing at the jeering crowd around them, Ye Lintian instantly understood that he couldn't avoid this. Before taking action, however, he made up his mind to copy Tang Hongtao's devouring ability. Seeing that he remained silent, Tang Hongtao subconsciously activated his analysis ability and immediately saw a new ability forming within Ye Lintian's body. He sneered, thinking that this guy was about to die and still wanted to copy an ability. He would make him go to hell with that ability in a moment. After Ye Lintian finished copying the devouring ability, he looked up at Tang Hongtao and smiled. Of course, no problem. Tang Hongtao's anger flared even more at that smile. He took the Tang sword handed to him by the soldier and stared at Ye Lintian, who was holding a machete. Then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the horde of zombies. With a flash of his blade, zombies fell in droves, like wheat being cut down. Feeling the gazes around him, Ye Lintian had no choice but to draw his knife and charge in as well. The crowd erupted in cheers. But once the fight started, he quickly realized that he was far slower at killing zombies than Tang Hongtao. Tang Hongtao's 3 abilities were all at the 2nd level, and he had extremely strong endurance thanks to his devouring ability, while he had just acquired his devouring ability and was only at the initial 1st level. The devouring ability allows him to absorb the energy of other creatures for his own use. This is the reason Tang Hongtao was able to upgrade his 3 abilities to the 2nd tier so quickly. He killed zombies while absorbing energy, which not only restored his stamina, but also allowed him to convert the energy into alien energy to continue upgrading. Ye Lintian's 1st tier devouring ability could only be activated upon contact with zombie corpses, and even then, the zombies had to be completely dead and unable to resist, making it much more restrictive. Tang Hongtao, on the other hand, could directly absorb the energy within a meter of the zombies after killing them, which allowed him to rampage through the zombie horde. Tang Hongtao enjoyed killing more and more, and when he felt he had had enough, he slowly moved closer to Ye Lintian. Chapter 12, 2nd tier devouring ability. Amidst the horde of zombies, Ye Lintian was relentlessly slashing at them with his sword when he suddenly sensed a chilling malice approaching. He turned around and saw Tang Hongtao wielding a Tang sword, clearing zombies as he moved closer. Ye Lintian's heart sank, and he immediately became alert. Tang Hongtao's sword flashed repeatedly, quickly clearing a space around them. The two were now surrounded by a horde of corpses. Those outside could only vaguely see them meet, but couldn't discern what was happening inside. Tang Hongtao coldly said, "It's time to end this." Just as Ye Lintian was about to ask further, Tang Hongtao suddenly raised a finger and pointed it at his calf. The next second, a thin but intense beam of fire shot out like a laser, instantly piercing Ye Lintian's calf. Ye Lintian screamed, his body swaying violently, almost falling. He stared intently at Tang Hongtao, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had thought Tang Hongtao would attack head-on with his strength, but he hadn't expected the other party to be able to shoot such a fire attack from his fingertips. In the end, he was just too weak, which was why he didn't even have a chance to react. Tang Hongtao gave him one last look, as if he were already dead, then calmly fought his way out of the horde of corpses and returned to the group. As soon as he emerged, he feigned anxiety and shouted, "What's going on? Why hasn't Brother Ye Lintian come out yet? Didn't we agree to rush out together?" The soldier in the vehicle asked the odd, "We just saw you regroup, and only you rushed out. He stayed behind to kill zombies." At that moment, another soldier suddenly pointed at the horde of zombies and exclaimed, "Brother Ye Lintian has been pounced on by zombies. He's probably beyond saving." Tang Hongtao immediately shouted, "Brothers, kill these bastards and avenge Brother Ye Lintian." He didn't rush forward, but instead unleashed his firepower. Seeing this, the others also opened fire. If someone looked closely, they would have noticed that Tang Hongtao and his men were focusing their attacks entirely on the spot where Ye Lintian had fallen. Only when that area was completely wrecked did Tang Hongtao stop, satisfied, and turn back to his group. Not long after, he came to Zhao Long and Yi Xian and said with a pained expression, "I am very sorry. It is all my fault for not protecting Brother Ye Lintian. If I'd been more careful and stayed by his side, he would not have died in the zombie attack." Zhao Long froze, completely unable to believe that Ye Lintian, who had just been alive, was gone in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian's face turned deathly pale, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Tang Hongtao seeing her in such a state of collapse, felt an immense sense of pleasure. Tears streaming down her face, Ye Lintian murmured, "It's impossible, Brother Lintian couldn't be dead. He said he would come looking for me." Zhao Long watched her tears fall, at a loss for what to do. Tang Hongtao continued to feign grief, comforting her. "Don't worry, I will carry on Brother Ye Lintian's will and safely deliver you to the Shuqing base." Tears streamed down Ye Lintian's face as she clenched her fists. She knew in her heart that Ye Lintian's accident was definitely related to Tang Hongtao. At that very moment, a ball of supernatural energy slowly condensed within her body. On the other side, Ye Lintian was not actually dead. He was indeed pounced on by zombies, but they didn't bite him. Instead, they seemed to be protecting him, shielding him from a large number of attacks. After Tang Hongtao and his men bombarded the area, Ye Lintian only suffered minor injuries. The majority of the damage came from the zombies that were crushing him. Once the army left, only a scene of devastation remained, along with a few scattered zombies. Ye Lintian pushed aside the corpse on top of him and stood up despite the excruciating pain in his left leg. His most serious injury was to his left leg, which had been pierced through, but fortunately, the area around the wound was charred, so he hadn't lost too much blood. He picked up his machete and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Tang Hongtao, you just wait, this isn't over between us." Then, he looked at the few wandering zombies around him, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. These zombies didn't immediately pounce on him, and considering the horde of zombies that had inexplicably protected him earlier, something was clearly wrong. Just then, he saw a figure flash by at the corner of a building. Judging from the back, it should be a woman. As soon as the woman left, the surrounding zombies immediately regained their ferocity, roaring and rushing towards Ye Lintian. These ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. He easily felled them all with a few strikes. Ye Lintian didn't give chase. Since the other party had saved him and then left immediately, it was clear they didn't want to see him for the time being. He placed his hands on the zombie corpse and activated his devouring ability. Streams of energy were drawn from the corpse and slowly flowed into his body, replenishing his depleted strength. Once his strength had been restored, Ye Lintian directly converted the absorbed energy into alien energy to enhance his devouring ability. There were quite a few zombie corpses on the highway, which quickly raised his devouring ability to the second level. A warm current surged from the ability orb, flowing throughout his body and continuously strengthening his physical body. To Ye Lintian's even greater surprise, the wound on his leg was also healing rapidly. However, once the warm current disappeared, the healing speed immediately slowed down, with only granulation tissue growing to plug the bloody hole that ran through it. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian immediately activated his second-tier devouring ability, beginning to absorb the energy of all the zombie corpses within a 1-meter radius. He walked and devoured simultaneously, and in less than 5 minutes, he raised his analysis ability to the second tier. A second warm current coursed through his body, and the bloody hole on his calf healed rapidly. When the warmth dissipated, the wound had completely disappeared, leaving only a patch of tender new skin. Ye Lintian finally breathed a sigh of relief. His combat power had not only not decreased, but had actually increased significantly. After his devouring ability leveled up, he gained greater endurance in battles against zombies. With his analysis ability reaching level 2, his detection range expanded to 5 meters. There were still many zombie corpses on the ground, which he absorbed completely. However, this energy was still insufficient to advance his ability to level 3. To advance from level 2 to level 3, a full 100 crystal cores were needed, and this number of zombies was clearly far from enough. At this moment, the nearby zombies, attracted by the smell of blood, were steadily approaching. Ye Lintian was already somewhat exhausted, and, not wanting to continue fighting, quickly left the spot and ran toward the hotel in the distance. The hotel was called Xuanlan Hotel. Before the apocalypse, it was extremely luxurious and frequently stayed by celebrities and the wealthy. The hotel rooms were very soundproof, lavishly decorated, and fully equipped, making a popular place for rich people to relax and enjoy themselves. Huang Tianyao was one of them. He was a wealthy tycoon with 2 companies under his name and a combined cash flow of up to 1 billion yuan. His greatest hobby was taking beautiful celebrities and models to hotels for the night. Once he set his sights on someone, very few could escape his clutches. If the other party doesn't agree, he threatens them with their family, secretly films them, launches media attacks, and even has his bodyguards kidnap them. There have been instances of strong-willed female celebrities who refuse to comply, ultimately dying on the spot. Moreover, Tianya has money and connections. As long as he's willing to spend money, someone will naturally take the blame for him. The man's death had no effect on him. He continued his life of debauchery. The day before the apocalypse, he brought in a rising starlet, who could only endure his bullying with tears in her eyes. The next morning, the zombie virus broke out, and Kwang Tianya was trapped in the Shuanglan Hotel. However, he had 2 bodyguards with him, and, as a billionaire, he continued to live a comfortable life. With his bodyguards and connections, he quickly became the boss of the hotel. Everyone, from staff to survivors, had to obey his orders. He ate lavishly every day, had women around him, and subordinates he could command. Aside from being unable to leave the hotel, his life was almost identical to before the apocalypse. The others in the hotel, however, suffered terribly. They were only allowed 1 meal a day, consisting of scraps left over from Kwang Tianya and his men. Some tried to resist, but Kwang Tianya ordered his bodyguards to break the leader's legs and throw him outside to be eaten by zombies. From then on, no one dared to stand up and resist again. Chapter 13: The Soundproofed Hotel. Ye Lintian faced the hotel's tightly locked door without the slightest hesitation. He used his copying ability to alter the lock structure and easily pushed the door open. However, as soon as he entered the lobby, he was stunned by the scene before him. More than 20 survivors lay sprawled in the hall, their faces pale and emaciated, their hair dry and brittle, looking like a group of refugees. Hearing the door open, everyone looked up, their eyes gleaming with greed, clearly not interested in him as a person, but rather in whether he had food. Ye Lintian only had a machete and a crossbow at his waist. He had nothing else. The crowd quickly lost interest, except for one skinny boy who rushed excitedly upstairs, as if to deliver a message. Ye Lintian locked the door again, then walked over to a young man in a t-shirt leaning against a backpack and asked about the situation. The young man just glanced at him, turned over, and continued sleeping, too lazy to even say a word. A scruffy, bearded, middle-aged man nearby chimed in. He told Ye Lintian that if they didn't give them food, no one would bother with them. The reason the people here were like this was because they were starving. They hadn't had a decent meal in days. Ye Lintian took out a carton of milk and a chocolate bar and handed them to the uncle. The uncle was stunned for a moment, then quickly took them, inserted a straw, tore open the packaging, took a sip of milk, and bit into the chocolate. He seemed to come alive again. The young man in the t-shirt who had been ignoring everyone smelled the food and immediately sat up, staring intently at the food in the uncle's hand. He recognized it as something Ye Lintian had given him, and a surge of resentment rose within him. He felt that if Ye Lintian had taken out the food earlier, he wouldn't have pretended to be dead for nothing. Ye Lintian ignored him and continued listening to the uncle. The uncle lowered his voice and began to curse the man named Kwang Tianya. That guy had 2 bodyguards, and he ate lavish meals every day, but only gave the survivor scraps. There was even a policeman who stood up to object, but he was ambushed by the bodyguards, had his gun stolen, and was eventually shot in the legs and thrown out to be eaten by the zombies. Ye Lintian frowned upon hearing this, surprised that someone would dare to be so arrogant at a time like this. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "When the apocalypse comes, the police are no different from ordinary survivors." That kind-hearted policeman was killed just like that. After speaking, he nervously glanced around, afraid of being overheard. This scene was observed by the young man in the t-shirt, whose lips curled into a smirk, as if he were plotting something wicked. Not long after, 4 people came down the stairs. The leader was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, dressed in gold and silver, with gold teeth and a Rolex on his wrist. Behind him were 2 bodyguards in suits wearing sunglasses and a skinny boy. The skinny boy, looking pleased with himself, clutched a packet of instant noodles like it was a treasure. Reaching Ye Lintian, he immediately pointed and shouted, "That's him!" Kwang Tianya glanced at Ye Lintian, his gaze quickly settling on the machete in his hand and the crossbow at his waist, his eyes lighting up instantly. Those 2 items were invaluable life-saving tools for him. The bodyguard immediately understood, stepped forward, and said fiercely, "Kid, new here, huh? Don't you know the rules?" If you want to stay here, hand over your weapons first. As he spoke, he directly drew his pistol, cocked it, and pointed the dark muzzle at Ye Lintian, seemingly unintentionally. Ye Lintian frowned, his tone turning cold. I hate it when people point guns at me. The bodyguard was stunned, and Quang Tianya seemed to have misheard. The survivors huddled in the distance were even more incredulous. No one had expected Ye Lintian to dare say such a thing with a gun pointed at his head. The bodyguard got angry and pressed the gun against Quang Tianya's head. Just as he was about to say something harsh, the young man in the t-shirt suddenly approached Quang Tianya and bowed and scraped, complaining that he had just heard Ye Lintian and the bearded uncle cursing him behind his back. Quang Tianya's face darkened, and he immediately ordered the guns to fire. But after the gunshots rang out, it wasn't Ye Lintian who fell, but the bodyguard with the gun. Before anyone could react, Ye Lintian already had an identical pistol in his left hand, and then another shot rang out, blowing the other bodyguard's head off on the spot. Blood splattered all over Quang Tianya's face, and he trembled with fear. His crotch was instantly soaked, and a foul stench filled the air. The young man in the t-shirt was also stunned, his legs so weak he could barely stand. The skinny boy, clutching his instant noodles, collapsed to the ground. Ye Lintian slowly raised the muzzle of his gun, aiming it at Quang Tianya. Seeing the dark gun barrel, Quang Tianya immediately knelt down, scrambling and begging for mercy. He said he had a lot of money and could give it all to Ye Lintian as long as he wasn't killed. He even said there was a popular young actress upstairs, and if he was spared, Ye Lintian could have her and do whatever he wanted with her. Ye Lintian watched him crawl to his feet, feeling utterly disgusted, and pulled the trigger. After the shot, Quang Tianya fell to the ground, eyes wide open, dying with his eyes wide open. The surrounding survivors all backed away. Even the uncle who had just been talking to Ye Lintian instinctively took 2 steps back. Ye Lintian ignored them, turned, and went upstairs. He needed to find a comfortable room to rest. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he heard a woman crying coming from an open room. Going over, he saw a disheveled woman sobbing softly on the luxurious bed. She was likely the popular young starlet Quang Tianya had mentioned. Ye Lintian stood at the door and calmly told her that he had killed Quang Tianya and his bodyguard. The woman stopped crying upon hearing this, stared blankly at him, and then suddenly laughed bitterly, saying that this was retribution. Ye Lintian shook his head and turned to leave, when suddenly a muffled thud came from inside the room. He turned around and saw bloodstains splattered on the wall. The woman was lying on the floor, her head covered in blood, and she was no longer moving. Ye Lintian gently closed the door and continued up to the 3rd floor. After entering the room, he skillfully used his supernatural ability to unlock and lock the door, then fell asleep immediately. When he woke up the next day, he took out 2 cartons of milk, a bag of bread, and 2 sausages from his supernatural space, and had a simple breakfast. But when he reached the bottom of the stairs on the 1st floor, he heard the low growls of zombies and the sound of them gnawing on flesh. Ye Lintian, gun in his left hand and knife in his right, cautiously peered into the hall, only to find a scene of utter devastation. All the survivors were dead. 3 zombies were tearing at their corpses, and the bearded man from yesterday lay among the pile of bodies. He couldn't help but complain that the hotel room's soundproofing was too good. He hadn't heard a single sound during the zombie attack last night. Looking towards the door, Ye Lintian found it had been smashed to pieces, clearly indicating that this place was no longer safe, and he had to leave as soon as possible. He thought for a moment, then put away his pistol, switched to a crossbow, and fired a barrage of shots at the zombies in the hall. After the first zombie fell, he fired another arrow, and the second one also fell to the ground. But the third zombie quickly noticed the movement, raised its blood-covered face, and looked in his direction. Just as Ye Lintian fired his third arrow, this zombie tilted its head and dodged. Ye Lintian was startled. This zombie was clearly abnormal. The next second, it suddenly charged towards Ye Lintian with astonishing speed, even faster than an Olympic sprinter. Chapter 14: Evolving Zombies. The hotel lobby was littered with corpses when a zombie of incredible speed suddenly charged at Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian put away his crossbow, gripped his machete, and met the attack head-on. With a swift movement, the zombie's head flew off. After using his analytical abilities, Ye Lintian discovered that this was a Tier 1 speed-type zombie. Its core was not much different from that of an ordinary zombie, and even had slightly less energy. But because of this, Ye Lintian vaguely realized that the proportion of zombies awakening supernatural abilities was probably higher than that of humans, but they seemed to be lacking some kind of triggering condition. Without giving it much thought, he turned to leave the hotel. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he bumped into a 2-meter-tall, muscular zombie. The analysis results made his heart sink. This was actually a second-tier zombie, possessing the ability to vibrate. The muscular zombie roared and charged, but Ye Lintian dodged to the side, only to have the zombie smash through the dilapidated door. Ye Lintian raised his hand and fired a shot, but the bullet failed to penetrate its skull. Facing this formidable foe, he did not retreat. Roar! Huh! Ye Lintian and the zombie charged out at the same time. In the instant they were close, he dodged the punch and slashed at the zombie's neck with his knife. But the zombie actually clamped the blade with its neck muscles, and then a shockwave traveled through the blade, sending him flying 3 meters away. The zombie pulled out its machete and swung it back, which Ye Lintian easily dodged. The next second, the zombie smashed through the concrete, picked up a fist-sized rock, and hurled it at him, even creating a large crater in the wall of the clothing store next door. Ye Lintian swallowed hard. This was already the second, truly formidable enemy he had encountered. The zombie pounced again, and Ye Lintian switched to his woodcutter's knife to meet it head-on. Just as the blade was about to strike his neck, the zombie suddenly blocked with its left arm, clamping the blade tightly, while its right fist came crashing down on his head. Ye Lintian immediately released the knife, crouched down, picked up the knife again, and with one stroke severed its neck bone. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, another burst of shockwave erupted from the zombie, forcefully throwing him back 2 meters. The zombie straightened its head, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity, and lunged again. After his punch missed, its legs suddenly swept out, and Ye Lintian only had time to protect his chest before being kicked 7 meters away, crashing heavily into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of acid. Fortunately, his arm guards absorbed some of the impact, but they were severely deformed. The zombie continued to close in. Ye Lintian, enduring the excruciating pain, stood up and charged forward as well. A punch came flying at him. He dodged it, then swung his sword and slashed at its knee, severing its right leg. The zombie crashed to the ground, and Ye Lintian seized the opportunity to decapitate it with a single stroke. But the thing wasn't completely dead yet. It still stared intently at him. Ye Lintian delivered 3 more blows before finally splitting its skull. He glanced at the woodcutter's knife in his hand, still feeling it wasn't quite right for him. So he simply used his copying ability to transform it into a more handy small axe. He then dug out a second-tier crystal core and used his devouring ability on the corpse, unexpectedly absorbing the energy equivalent to 2 first-tier crystal cores. After putting away his machete and small axe, Ye Lintian didn't linger and quickly left. Meanwhile, in the supermarket on the other side, Brother Leopard was playing cards with several of his henchmen around a table. Soon, a man with a scarred face ran outside and frantically pounded on the transparent glass door. His henchmen recognized him as Lu Chong, and Brother Leopard immediately grabbed a large knife, led his men out to open the door, and in the process, killed several zombies that pounced on them. Back at the supermarket, Leopard sat down, lit a cigarette, and asked about the whereabouts of the other 2. Lu Chong, sweating profusely, took a sip of his drink before panting and saying that Brother Li and the other person had been murdered. Leopard's face immediately darkened. After hearing the details, he was almost overcome with murderous intent, vowing that if he encountered the killer again, he would tear him to pieces. He then told Lu Chong to go eat and rest, and Lu Chong quickly crawled into the aisle, temporarily escaping with his life. Meanwhile, Ye Lintian encountered trouble in the underground parking garage. He wanted to find a car to get around, but instead ran into a giant rat. The rat was as big as a cat, with sharp teeth like chisels, and it was incredibly fast. It had been gnawing on a corpse, but after spotting him, it immediately made him its new target. Ye Lintian could only grip his machete defensively. The thing was too fast, even he was slightly outmatched. Suddenly, the giant rat darted out from under an Audi and bit his calf. Ye Lintian leaped to dodge, but his slash only missed. The rat scurried back and forth under the car, constantly searching for an opening. Ye Lintian dared not relax for a moment, because he didn't want a large chunk of flesh to be bitten off by those front teeth. Soon, the rat pounced again, and Ye Lintian dodged to the side, then swung his knife down with a backhand strike, finally hitting its tail this time. Chapter 15, Acquiring the RV. After its tail was cut off, the rat went completely berserk, its attacks becoming faster and more ferocious. But Ye Lintian actually preferred this state. He wasn't afraid of mad beasts, but rather beasts that could use their brains. He dodged while keeping a close eye on the rat's movements, finally seizing an opening and slashing its neck with his knife. Blood spurted out, and the rat only had time to squeak twice before collapsing to the ground. Ye Lintian didn't relax immediately. He delivered a few more blows until his head was shattered, then activated his devouring ability to completely drain its energy. In this battle, he gained the energy of 3 crystal cores, which he used to upgrade and replicate his abilities. Sensing the changes in the light sphere, Ye Lintian quickly realized that with just 20 more Tier 1 crystal cores, his replication ability could be upgraded to Tier 3. He also had a Tier 2 crystal core equivalent to 7 or 8 Tier 1 crystal cores, meaning he only needed to kill a dozen more zombies to reach that level. After disposing of the rat carcass, Ye Lintian began to examine the cars in the underground garage, only to discover that he didn't have a key. Just then, he saw the gnawed corpse, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the body wasn't smelling bad, indicating that it had clearly just died that day. He quickly guessed that the man had probably tried to escape by car, but was killed by rats. Ye Lintian took the car keys from the corpse and tried to press the lock button. Immediately, a car horn sounded from a corner of the underground parking garage. Following the sound, his eyes lit up. It was a white RV, about 6 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 3.5 meters high. Just by looking at the interior space, you could tell it was worth a lot, at least several $100,000. Ye Lintian opened the car door and found that the interior was quite well furnished. In the front were the driver's seat and the passenger seat, with an aisle in between. On the side were a small refrigerator, a stove, cabinets, and a folding sofa. In the back were a double bed, a bathroom, storage cabinets, and even a single bed in a storage room. To his further satisfaction, he found that the fuel tank, water tank, and battery were all full after the inspection. There were also fresh fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator, sesame dumplings and glutinous rice balls in the freezer, and all the kitchen utensils and rice cooker were readily available. He then rummaged through the storage room and found 2 barrels of diesel fuel and a small generator, which solved the problem of charging the RV. Using his analytical abilities again, he even discovered solar panels. As long as there was enough sunlight during the day, the RV could generate electricity directly. Ye Lintian was in a great mood, so he took out cured pork, wood ear mushrooms, rice, and seasonings from his supernatural space and made a stir-fry of cured pork and wood ear mushrooms. By the time the dish was ready, the rice in a rice cooker was also cooked. He sat at the small table, eating while looking out at the underground parking garage. It was pitch black all around, with only a small patch of light coming through the RV window. Worried about attracting trouble, he simply drew the curtains and ate in peace. Ye Lintian ate the steaming hot cured meat with great satisfaction. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are probably very few people left who can still sit and enjoy a hot meal like this. Most people outside are already struggling to find food. By the time he finished dinner, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Ye Lintian closed the car windows, didn't want to waste any more electricity, and went to bed early. But the night was far from peaceful. Humans were mutating, and other creatures were evolving at a frenzied pace. Suddenly, the zoo's iron gate was slammed open by a 3-meter-tall behemoth, and the moonlight revealed a magnificent, striped tiger. Several zombies rushed at the sound, but it swatted them away like flies. Then, a second-tier evolved zombie breathed out a pillar of fire, but the flames didn't even burn its fur before it was torn into pieces by a single claw. The tiger roared to the sky, its terrifying sound waves sweeping across the surroundings and rattling the windows of nearby buildings. The roar carried far, waking many survivors who looked towards the zoo with terrified expressions. The next morning, Ye Lintian got up full of energy, cooked half a packet of sesame dumplings and 2 eggs, and after eating, drove his RV out of the underground garage. There were a few zombies scattered on the road, but he was too lazy to take a detour and just drove straight into them. Even if the car body was damaged, it didn't matter. He could just use his cloning ability to repair it if it was really broken. As he drove, he saw a supermarket by the roadside. Thinking that the RV would have more space and could carry more supplies, he parked the vehicle in front of it. But when he got to the supermarket, he found that the door was locked from the inside, and there were obviously people inside. Not long after, A young man with a pompadour came out, stretched, and checked the situation outside. He was less than 5 meters from the door when he saw Ye Lintian. "Hey kid, what are you doing outside?" he asked casually. Ye Lintian politely asked if the supermarket belonged to his family. The other person, however, was very rude, saying the supermarket was already occupied and he should go elsewhere if he wanted to find food. Ye Lintian nodded, not intending to argue, and turned to walk towards the RV. The young man with the pompadour initially mocked, then suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered some treasure. "Wait, a motorhome? Damn, that kid has a motorhome." He immediately changed his tone, called out to Ye Lintian, and pretended to be polite, saying that he would get him some food and ask him to wait a while. Ye Lintian was filled with questions, wondering how this person had suddenly changed his face. He remained rooted to the spot, while the young man with the pompadour seized the opportunity to run back to the supermarket and quickly informed Brother Leopard. Not long after, 8 people rushed out of the supermarket. The leader was a middle-aged man with a leopard's head tattooed on his arm, carrying a large knife. It was none other than Brother Leopard. The young man with the pompadour followed closely behind, pointing his hand at Ye Lintian and his RV. Leopard Brother sized Ye Lintian up and down, then looked at the RV and nodded in satisfaction. Ye Lintian immediately understood that these people had their eyes on his vehicle. Brother Leopard ordered someone to open the supermarket door, raised his large knife, and said directly, "Kid, leave the RV behind. You can leave." Ye Lintian ignored them completely and turned to walk towards the RV. Brother Leopard's face darkened, and he coldly threatened him, asking if he knew the consequences of angering him. Ye Lintian paused, then replied indifferently, "I don't know, and there's no need for me to know." A burly man with a body covered in scars immediately stepped forward, boasting that Brother Leopard was the underworld boss of the area, that he had killed countless people, and even threatening to kill Ye Lintian if he dared to take another step forward. But Ye Lintian didn't stop and continued walking towards the RV. The burly man immediately became enraged, drew his knife, and rushed forward, while his henchman behind him sneered, thinking that Ye Lintian was doomed this time. Just when everyone thought he was about to be cut down, Ye Lintian calmly turned around, easily blocked the attack with his machete, and then kicked the strong man 3 meters away. This scene stunned everyone. Keep in mind that burly man weighed 80 kilograms, yet he was kicked flying with a single kick. Even Brother Leopard couldn't help but frown. Chapter 16, Fierce Battle with Brother Leopard. At the supermarket entrance, Ye Lintian kicked the burly man away. Brother Leopard's henchmen were all stunned. Kicking an 80-kilogram man 3 meters away with one kick was a force that ordinary people could not possess. Just then, another man carrying a machete rushed out of the supermarket. It was Lu Chong, the scarred man. He hadn't been sleeping well for the past few days, and as soon as he woke up, he heard a fight breaking out outside, so he grabbed the machete and rushed out. But when he saw who Brother Leopard was going to deal with, he was stunned for a moment, then rushed to Brother Leopard's side and shouted urgently, "Brother Leopard! It's him who killed Brother Lee and the others." Leopard and his henchmen's expressions changed. They hadn't expected this young man to be their enemy. Leopard's eyes instantly turned fierce, and he said coldly, "Kid, you killed my men. You must die here today." Ye Lintian originally only wanted to drive these people away, but when he saw Lu Chong appear, he knew that things wouldn't end well today. Brother Leopard approached step by step, his aura growing stronger and stronger, and his muscles taut like iron blocks. The young man with the pompadour exclaimed, "Brother Leopard is serious. I've known him for so long, and this is only the second time I've seen him go all out." The burly man also swallowed hard. Last time, he took down 5 armed mercenaries by himself and even punched a hole in a concrete wall. Lu Chong, his face full of admiration, chimed in, "Brother Leopard's greatest skill is his family's swordsmanship. I heard he used to be a mercenary in the Middle East, and with a big knife, he could easily kill even fully armed Special Forces soldiers." Leopard Brother stopped 2 meters away from Ye Lintian, his expression calming down. "To die by my hand is your honor. None of the people I kill are weak." Ye Lintian's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "Is that so? Then it will be you who falls today." Leopard Brother laughed loudly, suddenly gathering his strength, and in the next second he was in front of Ye Lintian, his long sword flashing coldly as he aimed straight for his neck. The strike was too fast. Ye Lintian could only use his machete to block a head-on. As the blades collided, A tremendous force made his arm go numb. He even suspected that this strike could split a bull in two. Leopard didn't stop. Using the recoil, he swung his blade down again, the second and third strikes coming in quick succession, each one more powerful than the last. By the time he struck 10th time, Ye Lintian's tiger's mouth was cracked from the impact, and he was forced back 4 meters, a large gash appearing on his machete. Ye Lintian's heart skipped a beat, and his chest ached from the shock. He almost thought that Brother Leopard was a strength-type ability user. But he had confirmed from the beginning that the other party was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person without any abilities had actually suppressed him, a person with 4 second-tier abilities, to this extent. Brother Leopard was indeed a ruthless character. Leopard Brother sneered. Not bad. You actually managed to block my series of slashes. However, none of those who died from this move survived. Before he finished speaking, he pounced again. Ye Lintian used his copying ability to repair the wound and met the attack once more. But as soon as they clashed, Leopard Brother sensed something was wrong. The gap he had just created had vanished. Leopard's eyes changed, and he immediately saw through Ye Lintian's identity. So that's it. You're a superhuman. No wonder you're so strong. It's a pity you lack experience. Otherwise, I might not be your match. Ye Lintian blocked the knife aimed at his abdomen and asked in return, You actually know about superhumans too? Don't treat me like some clueless old fogey. I've read online novels too. Leopard Brother said coldly as he attacked. Besides, it's dangerous to chat while fighting. He suddenly feinted with his sword, but his real killing blow landed on Ye Lintian's chest, slicing open a deep wound that exposed the bone. Ye Lintian dared not be distracted any longer and could only parry with all his might. The two clashed with their swords, sparks flying. Before the charging zombies could even get close, they were sliced into pieces by the flashing blades. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. They had long heard of Brother Leopard's strength, but what shocked them even more was that Ye Lintian could actually fight Brother Leopard to a standstill. The man with the pompadour and the burly man clenched their fists in excitement. Seeing Leopard Brother leave a serious wound in Ye Lintian's chest with a single slash, the two cheered, believing the outcome was certain. Only Lu Chong felt a chill run down his spine. This scene seemed all too familiar. When Brotherly fought Ye Lintian before, they were locked in a stalemate, but Brotherly suddenly turned the tables, losing his arm in the blink of an eye. Leopard Brother, however, was growing increasingly sluggish on the battlefield. He realized that Ye Lintian was rapidly mastering his swordsmanship, and his combat experience was also increasing at a breakneck pace. If this dragged on any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold his own. With this in mind, Leopard Brother decided to strike ruthlessly. When Ye Lintian swung his sword, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he raised his taut, iron-like left hand to catch the blow. Blood dripped down, but Ye Lintian was not happy because Brother Leopard had firmly gripped the machete with his hand. The blade was just a hair's breadth away from cleaving his hand, but it ultimately failed to break through completely. Instead, it was held tightly by that hand, like an iron clamp, and could not be pulled out. Leopard grinned maliciously and swung his knife, aiming straight for Ye Lintian's neck. But just then, with a crisp clang, a woodcutter's knife appeared in Ye Lintian's left hand, steadily blocking the attack. Immediately afterward, he released the machete, took out a small axe from the axe gang in his supernatural space, and chopped it fiercely at Leopard Brother's neck. Blood spurted instantly. Although Leopard Brother's neck muscles were tough, they were still breached, and half of his neck was split open. Leopard, in his dying moments, launched a fierce counterattack, kicking Ye Lintian hard in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. But Ye Lintian wasn't angry at all, because he knew he had already won. Leopard, clutching his bleeding neck, managed to utter 4 words, spatial ability. With that, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Brother Leopard. The underlings couldn't believe it. Their invincible Brother Leopard had actually fallen. After a brief moment of shock, anger surged to everyone's head. Remembering how Brother Leopard had taken care of them over the years, how he had transferred money to them when they were short, and how he had stood up for them time and time again when they were bullied, the men's eyes reddened. Avenge Brother Leopard. The burly man who had been kicked away was the first to rush forward. The other henchmen, their eyes red, raised their weapons and charged at Ye Lintian. Only Lu Chong remained rooted to the spot, his legs trembling. He actually wanted to run, but remembering how good Brother Leopard had been to him, he gritted his teeth, drew his knife, and charged forward. Seeing the 9 men rushing at him, Ye Lintian simply picked up his small axe and met them head-on. Screams erupted immediately, and Leopard's henchmen fell to the ground one after another. Finally, when Ye Lintian reached Lu Chong's legs went weak and he sat on the ground. His crotch instantly soaked, and a foul odor filled the air. Lu Chong was about to beg for mercy, but Ye Lintian didn't give him the chance, and an axe fell directly down. He never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 17, Third Order Copying Ability. Ye Lintian first bandaged his wounds, then quickly cleaned up the scene, and then began moving the supermarket supplies into the RV. He didn't forget food, bottled water, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. As for cigarettes and alcohol, he didn't take much, since he didn't usually drink them. Soon, the RV was almost entirely filled with goods, except for the bed and driver's seat. Looking at the remaining items in the supermarket, Ye Lintian had no choice but to stop. Space was limited, and there simply wasn't enough room. He walked out of the supermarket and saw about a dozen zombies drawn by the smell of blood. Far from being alarmed, he felt a sense of anticipation. The deep wound on his chest, exposing bone, wouldn't heal quickly. The only way to recover was to enhance his replication ability. Ye Lintian took out Leopard Brother's large sword from his supernatural space, tested its feel, and then used his copying ability to transform it into a sheathed Tang sword. Drawing the sword, he immediately charged into the horde of zombies. The Tang sword was incredibly sharp. With a flash of light, zombie heads fell to the ground. He quickly slew over a dozen zombies. After activating his devouring ability, he completely absorbed the zombies' energy, but he still needed the energy of 3 first-tier crystal cores to level up. Ye Lintian wasn't in a hurry. He turned around, returned to the RV, closed the door, sat on the sofa, and directly took out the second-tier crystal core. As the energy of the crystal core was absorbed, his replication ability successfully advanced to the 3rd tier. Immediately afterwards, a warm current surged from the sphere of light, quickly flowing throughout his body, continuously strengthening him, and the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. When he removed the gauze, only a faint red mark remained. Ye Lintian sensed the changes in his body and found that this enhancement was significantly stronger than when he was at the 2nd stage. He got out of the car and tested it out, easily jumping 3 meters high. He threw a punch, the force of which created a gust of wind. He could feel that this punch could even create a large crater in a concrete wall. He was very satisfied with his current physical abilities. If he were to encounter Brother Leopard again, he could easily crush him with just his strength and speed. Back in the car, Ye Lintian began testing his upgraded copying ability. He imagined the shape of a pistol in his mind, and with a flick of his power, the pistol was instantly created out of thin air. However, the gun only resembled the pistol in appearance. Its internal structure was completely different. Helpless, he took out a real gun, first analyzed it with his analytical ability, and then activated his copying ability. Only then did the fake gun in his hand truly become a usable real gun. The drawback of the copying ability is also obvious. It requires a clear understanding of the target's structure. Otherwise, it can only create an empty shell. However, the 3rd tier copying ability already allows him to copy larger objects. Ye Lintian casually copied another large box of instant noodles, so he no longer needed to worry about food. More importantly, he could copy another ability, so when he encountered someone with an ability again, he could directly copy their power. After getting used to the new environment, Ye Lintian continued driving the RV in the direction the army had left. The streets after the apocalypse were desolate, with only a few zombies occasionally wandering under the scorching sun. When they saw the RV, they pounced on it like mad dogs, only to be smashed to pieces. Just then, an icicle suddenly pierced through the car window, heading straight for Ye Lintian's head. He jerked his head to dodge, but a shallow cut was still made on his cheek. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian slammed on the brakes, smashed the windshield, and jumped out of the car. He rolled on the ground, warily watching the zombie on the street. The thing stood under the blazing sun, yet emanated a chilling aura. As it approached step by step, the surrounding temperature dropped. The next second, it raised its hand, conjuring ice spikes, and shot them directly at Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian dodged, his analytical ability already telling him that this was a 2nd tier ice-type zombie. Although it was only 2nd tier, its ability was offensive, and if he was careless, defeat was not impossible. What was more troublesome was that, until now, he did not have any offensive abilities and had been relying on his enhanced body to fight head-on. Seeing its attack miss, the zombie roared in anger, and dozens of ice shards instantly condensed in the air, then swept towards them like bullets. Ye Lintian drew his tang sword and slashed at the ice shards, deflecting them all with a series of clanging sounds. The moment he blocked the icicle, the zombie had already rushed in front of him, throwing a punch at him. Ye Lintian raised his sword to block, but found that his strike hadn't even broken through the opponent's fist. It turned out that a thin layer of ice had somehow covered the zombie's fist, forcefully blocking the strike. The cold air even crept up the blade, instantly covering the tang sword with frost, making his hands tremble slightly from a cold. Ye Lintian immediately retreated, creating 5 meters of space. He then retrieved a pistol from his spatial storage and fired 2 shots. The zombie tried to give chase, but its head was pierced by the bullets, and it collapsed to the ground. Ye Lintian calmly sheathed his gun. In a life-or-death struggle, the outcome was paramount. After walking to the zombie's side, he activated his devouring ability, absorbing the crystal core and the corpse's energy, transforming it into energy for upgrading his analytical abilities. Just then, he became alert again. From the street corner, a 2-meter-tall husky slowly emerged. Its size alone suggested it was not to be trifled with. But to his surprise, the husky didn't show any hostility towards him. "Hey, don't run so fast." A young man's voice came from around the corner. Ye Lintian paused, the voice sounding somewhat familiar. Soon, a young man in a blue and white t-shirt came out. Ye Lintian recognized him at a glance and couldn't help but call out, "Chunbo." Chunbo was also stunned, then looked over excitedly. "Bossy." Neither of them expected to see each other again after the apocalypse. Ye Lintian stepped forward and punched him in the chest, laughing. "I really didn't expect you to still be alive." Chunbo retaliated with a punch, grinning. "Bossy, what are you talking about? I, Chunbo, am lucky and have a long life. How could I possibly kick the bucket so early?" Ye Lintian glanced at the large husky next to him and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with this dog?" Chunbo shrugged. "I don't know either. After the zombie virus outbreak, it just kept growing bigger and bigger. Now it's 2 meters tall." Ye Lintian then asked him why he was in Ida City. Hadn't he gone to Beijing to develop his career? He couldn't get through to him on the phone after graduation. Chunbo sighed and said that it wasn't easy to make it in Beijing, so he had to come back. As for not being able to get through on the phone, that goes without saying, his phone was lost. Ye Lintian was speechless for a moment, then invited him to sit in the car. Chunbo glanced at the RV with its shattered windows and couldn't help but ask, "You're not talking about this beat-up RV, are you?" Ye Lintian looked at the vehicle with a hint of helplessness. With the zombies constantly evolving, the RV's defenses were indeed insufficient. He would have to replicate a batch of bulletproof materials when he encountered armored military vehicles or similar vehicles in the future. He waved his hand, saying it could be fixed, then grabbed a broom from the car and began cleaning up the shards of glass. Chunbo was completely bewildered. The glass was shattered like this. Could it really be repaired? But the next second, Ye Lintian activated his copying ability, and the shattered glass rapidly deformed, eventually assembling into a single, complete windshield. Chunbo ran over and touched it, discovering that the glass was not only real, but also seamlessly integrated with the car body. Chapter 18, Heading to School. "Incredible. That's your superpower? It's much stronger than mine." Chunbo exclaimed repeatedly. "You have a superpower too?" Ye Lintian was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't used his analytical ability on Chunbo before. "Yes, it does, but it can only remember a few things and isn't very useful." Chunbo was somewhat frustrated and very dissatisfied with his special ability. Ye Lintian glanced at it casually and was secretly delighted. Chunbo's ability was called data space, which allowed him to record everything he saw, heard, and thought, and then project it onto others. However, he was only at the first level, so only those in physical contact with him could see it. For Chunbo, this superpower was indeed useless, but for Ye Lintian, it was a treasure. If he could store the data obtained from analyzing the superpower, he wouldn't need to repeatedly look for reference points in the future. Bread, diesel fuel, firearms, and even superpower information could all be directly archived for future use. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately activated his copying superpower. As his supernatural abilities were activated, a new sphere of light formed within his body. Meanwhile, Chunbo began to examine the RV. "Not bad. Bossy, you have quite a lot of supplies. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Help yourself if you're hungry," Ye Lintian said casually, in a good mood. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Shinbo didn't stand on ceremony and directly opened a bag of vacuum-packed braised chicken legs and started taking big bites. Looking at the husky pacing back and forth outside the RV, as if it were on guard, Ye Lintian casually asked, "What do you usually feed this big husky?" "I don't need to feed it. It will go out and find food on its own." Shinbo's mouth was full, and his words were somewhat muffled. "That's really convenient." Ye Lintian then realized that the dog didn't need to be fed at all. "Are you planning to go to the Shuqing base?" Shinbo asked curiously while eating. Shuqing base. Ye Lintian was taken aback. He had simply walked in the direction the army had left without paying any attention to the destination. "You haven't even listened to the radio?" Shinbo asked, somewhat surprised. Ye Lintian scratched his head. These days, everyone's on their phones and computers. Who still bothers to listen to the radio? Shinbo then explained that the radio had been broadcasting recently that the military base in Shuqing had been converted into the Shuqing base, which could accommodate a large number of survivors, and was calling on capable people to go there for refuge. "So, you're also going to the Shuqing base?" Ye Lintian asked. "No, I'm going to number 1 middle school to find my sister." Shinbo's eyes showed a hint of worry when he mentioned his sister. "You have a younger sister?" Ye Lintian was somewhat surprised, as he had never heard Shinbo mention it during their university years. "She's in her 2nd year of high school." Shinbo's expression tightened, clearly worried about his sister's safety. Ye Lintian didn't ask any more questions and said directly, "Get in the passenger seat. Let's go to the number 1 middle school first." Since his brother's sister was stuck at school, he certainly couldn't just sit idly by. "Good brother." Shinbo was somewhat moved. The RV started up quickly and headed towards the number 1 middle school, followed by a husky that was just as fast. But as soon as the car turned into a side road, it was blocked by several totaled cars that had been rear-ended. Shinbo got up to get out of the car and move it, but Ye Lintian stopped him. "Damn, I'm a 3rd-level ability user. I'm stronger than you. Superpowers can be upgraded." Upon hearing this, Shinbo immediately got out of the car. As Ye Lintian explained, he walked to a car, gripped the chassis with both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength, flipped the entire car over to the side of the road. Damn! Shinbo almost popped his eyes out. That strength was terrifying. However, he didn't know that ordinary 3rd-tier ability users couldn't achieve this level. Ye Lintian possessed multiple enhanced abilities, making his physical attributes far beyond those of ordinary people. Just as he cleared the vehicles blocking his way, 7 or 8 zombies rushed towards him. One of them was the fastest, almost leaving a blur, and pounced straight at Shinbo, who was holding a kitchen knife and on guard. Shinbo's face turned pale. He knew very well that he was no match for this thing. The zombie's speed and claws meant that it could kill him if it got close. As the zombie drew closer, and even the flesh and blood between its teeth were clearly visible, Ye Lintian had already gripped his tang sword and stood in front of it. Without pausing, the zombie swung its claws and grabbed. The claws struck the tang sword, creating a shower of sparks. Ye Lintian was shocked. If those claws scratched a person, they would probably rip them open. Unfortunately for it, it ran into Ye Lintian. The power of the tang sword instantly cleaved through the claws, and then he swung it upwards, cutting the zombie in two. The zombie's entrails were scattered all over the ground, emitting a stench, yet it was still alive, crawling forward with its severed body. It had only crawled half a meter when its head was pierced through by a knife. So powerful! Shinbo was stunned again. Killing a ferocious zombie with 3 strikes was an outrageous feat. Ye Lintian walked back and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be envious. You'll be able to do it soon enough." After saying that, he took out a machete from his supernatural space and handed it over. "Use this." Shinbo looked at the kitchen knife in his hand, then at the cleaver, and without saying a word, threw the kitchen knife away and took the weapon. At this moment, the remaining 7 zombies also pounced on them. Ye Lintian charged into the horde of zombies with his sword drawn, his footwork darting around, creating an S-shaped path among them. By the time the tang sword was sheathed again, all 6 zombies had fallen to the ground, leaving only one for Chunbo to practice on. Chunbo understood that this was someone helping him, and gritted his teeth as he went to meet it. Although the process was bumpy, he still managed to cut off the zombie's hands and then decapitate it with a single stroke. After dealing with the zombies, the two dug out the crystal cores and returned to the RV. Ye Lintian then taught Shinbo how to absorb the energy from the crystal cores, giving him all 5 crystal cores they had just dug out. Chunbo's current strength is too weak. He must advance to the 2nd tier as soon as possible, otherwise he will only hold the team back. On the rest of the journey, the two traveled while clearing monsters, stopping to deal with zombies they encountered and mining their crystal cores. By the time they arrived outside the number 1 middle school, Chunbo had already successfully advanced to a 2nd-tier superhuman. Eden number 1 high school is the best high school in Eda City. It implements a closed management system, and all students live on campus. When the zombie virus broke out, the students were having their first morning class. Chinduoduo is a high school sophomore. She has always been the top student in her class and is also very beautiful, so she naturally became the class beauty. Many boys have a crush on her, but she wasn't popular with the girls. Her beautiful appearance and excellent grades aroused jealousy in many girls who considered themselves quite good. With the instigation of some, most of the girls in the class began to distance themselves from her. Chinduoduo, however, didn't care. She focused solely on her studies, hoping to get into a good university. The first class that morning was a self-study period. The teacher didn't come, and the classroom was quiet. Suddenly, the sound of tables and chairs falling over broke the silence, startling everyone who turned to look in the direction of the sound. A boy collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Class monitor Chao Chun rushed over to check on him and found that his breathing was very weak. He immediately went to the office to find a teacher. The school is strict. Students are not allowed to bring cell phones into the classroom, and if something happens, they can only go to the teacher. But as soon as he turned around, people started falling down in the classroom one after another, and in a short time, half of them had collapsed. All the students panicked and stood up. The situation was too bizarre. Some even started to think of demons and monsters. Fear spread rapidly, and the classroom descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to get out. Chinduoduo was also terrified. She had only taken 2 steps when a girl tripped her. That girl was Zhou Jieli, the class monitor who had always been jealous of her. Chapter 19 School Cafeteria. The school was in complete chaos. Students who had just collapsed suddenly got up and started biting. Even more terrifying, those who had been bitten to death soon rose up as well and joined in the attack on the living. Everyone realized that these creatures had turned into zombies. Squad leader Chao Chun reacted quickly, immediately leading everyone to the cafeteria. Chinduoduo, however, had injured her knee from Zhou Jieli's fall and could only grit her teeth and follow behind. The boys who usually fawned over her were now only concerned with their own survival, not even glancing at her. The most smug one was Zhou Jieli. She was being dragged along by Guijunshan, with 5 burly boys following behind. Although Guijunshan had poor grades, he had a father who was the mayor, and through this connection, he got into the best high school in the city, where he always acted arrogantly. The burly men with him were his henchmen. The school teachers had long been dissatisfied with Guijunshan and had complained to the principal several times. The principal simply told them, if you don't want to work here, then leave now, effectively silencing their anger. Everyone could see that the principal was clearly biased towards Guijunshan, and from then on, the teachers could only turn a blind eye. Zhou Jieli went to great lengths to win over Guijunshan, but what infuriated her was that while Guijunshan claimed to like her, he had secretly confessed his feelings to Chinduoduo. Even more infuriating was that Chinduoduo didn't even glance at him, coldly rejecting him outright. Chinduoduo's aloofness contrasted sharply with Zhou Jieli's eagerness to win her over, which made Zhou Jieli harbor a deep resentment towards her. Later, Zhou Jieli even used her status as Guijunshan's girlfriend to rally other girls to ostracize Chinduoduo. However, Chinduoduo was completely unaffected. Her grades remained consistently first, and the teachers liked her even more. While everyone was fleeing, Zhou Jieli finally dropped her act and tripped Chinduoduo, who was passing by. Watching Chinduoduo fall and bleed from her knees, her speed decreasing, Zhou Jieli felt incredibly pleased, as if she could already see Chinduoduo being torn apart by zombies. But Chinduoduo didn't give up, gritting her teeth and persevering all the way. In the end, Chao Chun and the others arrived at the cafeteria first. There were 6 staff members in the cafeteria. Upon noticing something was wrong, they immediately began closing the doors. However, when they saw more than 30 students rushing towards them, they hesitated to close them completely and could only wait anxiously. After most of the students had entered the cafeteria, They prepared to close the doors again, as more than 10 zombies were already chasing after them from afar. Just as an older man was about to close the door, an older woman suddenly called out to him, "Wait, there's a little girl behind you. Wait a bit longer." She was referring to Chinduo. She was at the very back, still more than 20 meters away from the cafeteria. Zhou Jelly immediately stepped forward, frowning as she urged the uncle to close the door, clearly intending to lock Chinduo outside and use the zombies to kill her. The uncle hesitated, thinking Chinduo could still make it in time. The aunt also sensed something was wrong and quickly reminded him that it was a living, breathing human being. But Zhou Jelly immediately put pressure on them, saying that there were more than 30 lives at stake, and who would be responsible if something happened. As soon as she said this, the uncle and aunt broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Chao Chun also saw Chinduo outside and quickly said, "Wait, she's our classmate. Please wait a moment." Hearing this, the uncle finally gave up the idea of closing the door. Zhou Jelly looked at Chao Chun, who had ruined her plans, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She even began to hate him and the uncle and aunt. When Chinduo reached the door, panting, Chao Chun pulled her into the cafeteria, and the uncle immediately closed the door, keeping several zombies that rushed at her outside. Chinduo thanked him between breaths. Chao Chun didn't seem to care much, but the uncle and aunt were a little embarrassed, since they had indeed considered leaving her outside. After Zhou Jelly returned to Guijunshin's side, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and started to hate Chao Chun, the uncle, and the aunt. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The food in the cafeteria was plentiful, so everyone was temporarily free from worries about food. During this week, Guijunshin and several other students awakened their special abilities. Guijunshin awakened telekinesis, while his 3 underlings gained magnetism, invisibility, and physical enhancement, respectively. Zhou Jelly also awakened a water-based ability, enabling her to create drinking water with some healing properties. For other ordinary students awakened ultrasonic waves, hair growth control, speed enhancement, and rubberization of their bodies. However, these 4 people quickly joined Guijunshin and his henchmen's circle under their coercion and enticement. As for what benefits they were given, judging from their flushed faces, it was obviously not something righteous. In just 1 week, Guijunshin had become the boss of the cafeteria. The 4 staff members who tried to act superior were beaten and had their arms and legs broken by him and his men. In this apocalyptic world, losing arms and legs was tantamount to waiting to die. The group could only endure the pain. Chao Chun and the others were very dissatisfied with his actions, but no one dared to speak up. No one wanted to become a cripple lying in a corner waiting to die. This morning, a scream suddenly rang out from the cafeteria. When everyone rushed over, they found 2 dead people, the same uncle and aunt who had led everyone a week ago. Their eyes were wide open, their faces contorted, clearly indicating they had suffered greatly before their deaths. A bold student stepped forward to examine the bodies. As he turned them over, a large amount of water flowed from their mouths and noses. The student whispered that they had been suffocated to death by having their mouths and noses blocked with water. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Zhou Jelly. Zhou Jelly glared back fiercely, startling him so much that he immediately looked away. After hearing the test results, everyone knew who the murderer was, but no one dared to speak out. Only Zhou Jelly, a water-based ability user, could kill 2 adults with water. And to make matters worse, she was Guijunshin's girlfriend. No one dared offend him. Moreover, in the past few days, Guijunshin had already etched the word brutal into everyone's minds. Guijunshin grabbed Zhou Jelly and said coldly, "Tell me before you do it next time." Zhou Jelly immediately responded sweetly, her face full of flattery. A flicker of disgust flashed in Guijunshin's eyes. However, if it weren't for her water-based abilities, he wouldn't have bothered touching her at all. He then looked at Chinduo in the crowd, a surge of lust rising within him. But he couldn't make a move on Chinduo for the time being, as that would completely enrage Zhou Jelly. In comparison, Zhou Jelly's role was far more significant than Chinduo was. Guijunshin led Zhou Jelly upstairs to the 2nd floor, a place that had practically become their private territory. Watching them leave, his underlings grinned lewdly, while the others acted as if they hadn't seen anything, long used to it. Chao Chun began organizing everyone to dispose of the body, as it absolutely could not be left in the cafeteria. It would quickly rot and stink in the summer. Chinduo volunteered to help. and Chao Chun didn't refuse. The group moved the body to the kitchen window and then worked together to throw it into the small river behind the kitchen. But when they returned to the cafeteria, they found something was wrong. For some reason, the zombies on campus had started gathering towards the cafeteria. Guo Junshin's henchmen rushed upstairs to the second floor, shouting, "Boss, something bad has happened. A lot of zombies are coming this way." Guo Junshin panicked upon hearing this. Without thinking, he rushed downstairs without even putting his pants on properly. Zhou Jelly watched the two leave, her face full of displeasure, and muttered useless under her breath. By now, a circle of zombies had surrounded the cafeteria, their faces contorted in a grotesque grimace, their gaping maws bulging as they roared incessantly. Many more zombies rushed to the glass doors and began frantically pounding on them. Fortunately, they seemed to be gathering on instinct, without a clear target, and the attack hadn't yet spiraled out of control. The doors were still holding up for the time being. But everyone knows that if they keep pounding on it like this, the door will eventually break. Chapter 20. The Reunion of Brother and Sister. The school gates couldn't stop Ye Lintian at all, and the RV drove smoothly into the campus. But as soon as he entered, he noticed something was wrong. The zombies seemed to be attracted by something and were gradually gathering in the same direction. Chinbo immediately guessed that the scent of living people must have attracted them. Ye Lintian didn't delay any longer, directly changing direction and driving in the direction of the surging horde of corpses. As they passed the teaching building, the howls of zombies echoed from within, and zombies were also crawling down the stairs. When they saw the RV rushing towards them, they bared their teeth and claws and pounced, only to be knocked off balance and thrown about. Ye Lintian is not worried about the car breaking down at all, because the data of the entire RV has been stored in the data space. Even if it is really smashed, as long as there is enough alien energy, he can repair it again. The sun was already setting in the west, and the shadows of the buildings were growing heavier. Many zombies emerged from the shadows, making the entire campus look like a dead land. The RV sped out of the teaching area, and suddenly the view opened up, revealing the playground. But the playground wasn't quiet either. Large groups of zombies were moving towards the cafeteria next door. There seemed to be people in the cafeteria. "Maybe your sister is inside," Ye Lintian said softly, glancing at Chinbo. Chinbo clenched his fists, already knowing in his heart that his sister's chances of survival were slim. When a zombie outbreak occurred, students were in class. With such a dense population, few could possibly survive. There couldn't possibly be any survivors left in the school building. After so long, even if they hadn't been bitten to death, they should have starved to death long ago. Now, his only hope is that his sister is still in the cafeteria. Ye Lintian frowned as he looked at the cafeteria's main entrance, which was crammed with zombies. "The front door is full of monsters. Do you know what the back door is like?" Chinbo nodded. He had been here before and was quite familiar with the cafeteria's layout, so he immediately gave Ye Lintian directions. The RV, kicking up dust, circled around the back door of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, everyone in the cafeteria had already taken refuge on the second floor. Even the 4 staff members whose arms and legs had been broken by Guo Junshin were carried up. The first floor was too dangerous now. If the door broke, they would be trapped by zombies. Just then, one of Guo Junshin's underlings suddenly shouted excitedly, "Look, a camper van is driving to the back door." The second floor was by the window, with a clear view. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, they saw a motorhome. Guo Junshin was overjoyed. The front door wouldn't hold out much longer. If he could grab this car, he could escape this hellish place. So he led his men and rushed towards the back door, leaving only Chun Duo, Chao Chun, and the 4 staff members with broken limbs behind. One of the fat chefs forced a smile. "You two should go too. Taking us along would only be a burden. Thank you for taking care of us these past few days." The other 3 staff members also spoke up. Their limbs were broken, and they couldn't survive in the apocalypse. They just wanted Chao Chun and Chin Duo to leave as soon as possible. These 4 people were just ordinary people, and they also had children the same age as Chin Duo. They had seen Guo Junshin acting arrogantly in the cafeteria, treating the second floor as his own territory, and they couldn't help but say a few words. As a result, Guo Junshin and his gang broke their arms and legs. They have now accepted their fate and no longer want to be a burden to others. "Take care, you two." Chao Chun and Chin Duo exchanged a glance and could only turn and leave. As soon as they ran, the zombies outside heard the commotion and immediately went into a frenzy, frantically pounding on the glass door. The thuds of impact continued, and cracks quickly appeared in the door and glass. Several timid students turned pale with fright and scrambled to escape through the back door. When Guijunshin and the others rushed to the back door, they found that the door was already open, and two young men were standing in the doorway, looking at them coldly. Chunbo's gaze swept quickly across the crowd, and his heart sank instantly because his sister was nowhere to be seen. Ye Lintian noticed his disappointment and stepped forward to confirm, "Are all of you survivors here?" Zhou Jilly quickly chimed in, everyone's here, let's get in the car." All she wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. She didn't care whether the car could fit so many people or not. All she cared about was getting on. Guijunshin and his men were about to rush into the car, but Ye Lintian stopped them. "Get out of my way, or I'll break your arms and legs." Guijunshin's face darkened, and his tone became icy. Ye Lintian didn't even raise an eyebrow. "My RV is off limits to vicious dogs." Guijunshin was so angry that his face turned red. He was already planning in his mind that he would not only cripple Ye Lintian, but also throw him to be fed to the zombies. Upon hearing that Ye Lintian dared to insult their boss, Guijunshin's henchman immediately erupted in anger. "Do you even know who he is? The mayor's only son. Not only is the car leaving today, but you're leaving too." The one who spoke was the student with the enhanced physical abilities. He was holding a steel rod and looked very unhappy. When his abilities were activated, his whole body swelled up instantly, and his height increased to nearly 1.9 meters. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." When everyone turned around, they saw that the person speaking was Chun Duo, who had just arrived. Duo, Chinbo exclaimed excitedly. "Brother." Chun Duo also saw him. The brother and sister rushed over almost simultaneously and hugged each other tightly. At this moment, Chao Chun, who arrived late, was still confused about the situation and quickly asked the students around him what had happened. After he understood the cause and effect, he walked over to Guijunshin and advised, "Junshin, this car belongs to someone else after all. We shouldn't forcibly take it." Roll. Guijunshin had long harbored murderous intent towards Ye Lintian and was furious. Chao Chun's intervention at this moment was tantamount to walking into the line of fire. He used his telekinesis to slam Chao Chun against the wall, causing him to bleed profusely from his head and die on the spot. The horrific scene terrified the other students, turning their faces pale, and no one dared to utter a sound. "Are you crazy? He's our class monitor." Chun Duo shouted angrily. Zhou Jilly immediately yelled back, "What are you yelling about? Blame him for meddling. He deserves to die. As for you, what can you rely on besides being pretty? It's the apocalypse now. What use are good grades? Do you have any superpowers? Can you survive on your own? You're nothing but a useless slut." She used extremely offensive language, which made Chunbo so angry that his face changed color, while Chun Duo stood there speechless for a long time. "You bastard! How dare you insult my sister?" Chunbo finally couldn't hold back any longer. He flashed in front of Zhou Jilly and slapped her across the face. With a sharp crack, Zhou Jilly was slapped to the ground. Guijunshin's face darkened instantly. How could he hit his woman so easily? The next second, he activated his telekinetic powers and slammed Chunbo hard against the wall. With a bang, a human-shaped dent appeared on the wall. To Guijunshin's surprise, Chunbo was not killed by the impact like Chao Chun. "Kill those two men for me." Guijunshin's face was grim as he immediately ordered his underlings to do so. The henchman who controlled the magnetism immediately hurled a steel bar, while the one with enhanced physical abilities rushed towards Chunbo. The other two, who had no special abilities, also grabbed kitchen knives from the kitchen and pounced on Ye Lintian, wanted to take advantage of this easy target first. Guijunshin then looked at the four students with superpowers he had recruited, his tone unfriendly. "Aren't you going to make a move?" The four men still had some conscience and didn't want to really kill, so they could only reluctantly decline. "Boss, these few are enough. We don't need to go in." Guijunshin didn't say anything, but he had already made a mental note. Once he escaped, he would make sure none of these people were left alive. At this moment, Chunbo had already started fighting with the body-enhanced superhuman. Although Chunbo was also a second-tier ability user with enhanced physical abilities, he was still clearly at a disadvantage against an opponent who was also strength-based and was forced to retreat continuously. Chun Duo was extremely anxious. How could she possibly watch her own brother die in front of her? Chapter 21, Trapped by a Horde of Zombies. At the back door of the cafeteria, Gujunshin's underlings rushed towards Ye Lintian first. The magnetic ability user threw out a steel bar, and two men with kitchen knives pounced from the side. Ye Lintian didn't panic at all. He dodged the attack with a flash, then rushed behind his two underlings. The moment he sheathed his tang sword, blood spurted from their necks, and they fell straight down. Gujunshin's expression immediately changed. He hadn't expected this guy to be so troublesome, and he immediately shouted, "Attack together!" The magnetic ability user tried to take his knife, but Gujunshin used telekinesis to tightly bind his body. Zhou Jili also manipulated water to block his mouth and nose. Even a transparent figure appeared behind him, holding a fruit knife and about to stab him in the heart. This scene made Chun Duoduo's heart tighten, and even Shinbo, who was fighting with the enhanced ability user, became anxious. But the surrounding students just watched coldly, no one willing to meddle, since it wasn't them who would die anyway. Ye Lintian remained calm. He had already used his analytical ability upon meeting him, and even the invisible man hadn't escaped his senses. There was no way the other party could succeed in ambushing him. Since these people wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Ye Lintian suddenly broke free from Gujunshin's telekinetic power, casually took out a small axe from his supernatural space, and slashed at the invisible figure behind him. The next second, a burst of blood suddenly erupted behind him, and a figure slowly emerged, clutching his bleeding neck, and fell down with a face full of resentment. After taking down one, Ye Lintian didn't stop. He turned and rushed towards the magnetic ability user, raising his axe to strike. The man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to deflect the axe. But before he could even catch his breath, a fruit knife was already plunged into his chest. The magnetic ability user looked down at the hilt of the knife in front of his chest, unable to figure out where it came from. In the end, he could only fall to the ground and die with resentment. Gujunshin's face turned ashen. He knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. If he didn't act now, he would be the one to die. Just then, Zhou Jili completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, turning around and betraying Gujunshin completely. Upon hearing her betrayal in public, Gujunshin's murderous intent erupted instantly, and he used his telekinesis to snap her neck. Zhou Jili's head was twisted 180 degrees, and before she could even scream, she collapsed to the side. Gujunshin was still laughing wildly, but many students around him were so frightened that they backed away, especially when they saw Zhou Jili's dead state. Their hair stood on end. But Ye Lintian was completely unaffected. None of the people he had his eye on could escape. Just then, a kitchen knife suddenly floated to Chun Duoduo's neck, scaring her so much that tears streamed down her face. Gujunshin screamed hysterically, "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll kill Chun Duoduo." This unexpected turn of events even caused Chunbo and the enhanced ability user to stop fighting. Chunbo frantically shouted for Duoduo, and Ye Lintian also stopped, as if he had been threatened. Upon seeing this, Gujunshin immediately burst into laughter and demanded that he hand over the car keys, even believing that he had regained the upper hand. "A boring trick," Ye Lintian said indifferently. Gujunshin was stunned, and before he could react, the gunshot rang out. Bang! A bullet pierced his head, and the kitchen knife went out of control, falling to the ground with a clatter. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that the once arrogant Gujunshin would be so easily dealt with by pistol. Ye Lintian didn't stop. He turned the gun and fired another shot at the enhanced ability user. With the second shot, the man also fell heavily to the ground. The remaining students all took a few steps back, fearing that the dark muzzle of the gun would be pointed at them at any moment. Shinbo first comforted his sister, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Bossy, you actually have a pistol." Ye Lintian frowned, just about to say that the thing was too loud and might attract zombies when the cafeteria door shattered with a crash, scattering glass shards all over the floor. Roar, roar, roar. A horde of zombies roared as they surged in, instantly turning the entire back door scene of horror. The students looked at Ye Lintian with pleading eyes, hoping he would take everyone to the RV. But Ye Lintian didn't agree. He asked Duoduo if her school had a school bus, and then asked Chunbo if he could drive. After learning that Chunbo had just gotten his driver's license last month, he handed him the RV keys and told him to drive to the parking lot. He even asked Chen Duo to get in the car and show him the way. Chen Bo was taken aback and asked him if he wasn't coming along. Ye Lintian simply shook his head, saying that although he didn't want to get involved with these students, since they had run into them, he couldn't just stand by and watch them get eaten by zombies. Chen Bo didn't say anything more and started the RV with his sister. A boy next to him hurriedly begged him to let everyone get in the vehicle, but Ye Lintian refused, saying that the RV couldn't fit everyone and that if they wanted to survive, they should follow behind, and he would hold off the zombies at the back. Some people were indignant and questioned why Chen Duo was allowed to get on the RV. Ye Lintian coldly replied that it was his RV, and he could let whoever he wanted to get on. Those who didn't want to come along could fight their way out. After saying that, he drew his tang sword and charged directly into the horde of corpses. Seeing that he had actually charged into the horde of zombies, the students dared not utter another word and could only obediently follow behind the RV, fleeing for their lives. Ye Lintian, on the other hand, fought swiftly and decisively, with ordinary zombies unable to get close at all, instead becoming nourishment for his growth. Once he activated his devouring ability, the energy of the zombies he slayed was absorbed and transformed into power to upgrade his ability. However, he was still alone, and one zombie bypassed him and pounced on the student following behind the car. Just as a slow-running girl was about to be tackled, a wind blade suddenly slashed down, cleaving the zombie in two. Following the direction of the wind blade, everyone looked and was immediately startled to see a 2-meter-tall husky. But they quickly realized that the dog didn't seem to be there to bite them. Instead, it was protecting them, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the students had run some distance, Ye Lintian began to fight and retreat. Just then, the roar of a propeller suddenly came from the distant sky. The students became excited as if they had seen a savior and shouted that it was a rescue helicopter. They excitedly shouted into the sky, trying to lure the helicopter over. They were completely unaware of how foolish their actions were. They had already rushed onto the open playground, with almost no cover around them. Their shout alerted the entire campus. Large numbers of zombies surged in from all directions, some of them even being clearly different evolved zombies. Ordinary zombies had their flesh rotten and their appearance grotesque, while evolved zombies had begun to grow new flesh, making them even stronger and more conspicuous standing in the horde. Seeing the students still shouting incoherently, Ye Lintian wanted to curse. What a bunch of incompetent teammates. He would never bring such people with him again. Soon, the playground was surrounded by a dark mass of zombies. The students who had been calling for help just moments before fell silent, their faces pale as they watched the ever-approaching horde of zombies. A roar suddenly erupted from the horde of corpses, and a bone spear shot through the air, piercing the bodies of 2 students. They weren't truly dead. They immediately let out piercing screams, terrifying those around them to the point of utter panic. When Ye Lintian returned, he could only shake his head at the 2 people who had been pierced through. They were beyond saving. This scene terrified many people, and cries and screams filled the air. Ye Lintian was powerless to do anything. He was already lucky to have survived. Faced with so many zombies, all he could do was try his best to keep his own life. Chapter 22 Noah Company's Helicopters. Ruor. A dark mass of zombies surged in from all directions, and Ye Lintian's face darkened. Just as the horde was about to completely engulf them, the roar of propellers suddenly filled the sky. Immediately afterwards, machine gun fire tore through the air, and a hail of bullets swept down from mid-air, felling zombies in droves like harvested wheat. A helicopter soon hovered above them, and a rope ladder was lowered down. 2 men wearing black bulletproof vests and carrying automatic rifles jumped from the plane. A boy immediately rushed up to them, excitedly asking if they were there to rescue people. The man in the lead nodded, saying they were there to rescue survivors and that these students were the future of humanity. Hearing this, the others scrambled to climb onto the helicopter as if grasping at a straw. The man urged them to hurry, as more and more zombies were appearing around them, and the plane's firepower wouldn't last much longer. The students, their faces full of excitement, climbed the rope ladder one after another. Ye Lintian did not act immediately. He kept his eyes fixed on the helicopter and the 2 armed men. Soon, he spotted the same insignia on the fuselage and on the men's chests. It was a small boat sailing on the waves. This logo is familiar to people all over the world, It belongs to Noah Holdings, a multinational giant that has risen rapidly in the last decade. Noah Corporation is involved in high-tech and biomedicine. Their mobile phones and home appliances are already commonplace in households. Even Ye Lintian uses their latest model. In addition, Noah Corporation has developed various effective drugs, including a new drug that can inhibit the spread of cancer cells. With these achievements, Noah Holdings gained immense prestige and wealth, as well as numerous privileges from various countries, including the right to possess a private armed force. After all, too many people were eyeing this lucrative opportunity, and the public largely acquiesced to its existence. The helicopter in front of us is clearly not a government force, but rather Noah's private armed forces. Ye Lintian couldn't understand why. In the apocalypse, rescuing survivors not only offered little benefit, but also became a huge burden. Why was Noah Corporation so proactive? Were they truly a conscientious company willing to rescue people for free? Soon, almost all the students boarded the helicopter, leaving only Ye Lintian, Chun Bo, and Chun Duo on the ground, who had just gotten off the RV. Seeing that he didn't move, the leader urged him, "Young man, hurry up, the helicopter is running out of bullets. We can't hold out for much longer." Ye Lintian looked at him and said with certainty, "You are armed personnel from Noah Company, aren't you?" The man paused slightly, then smiled and said that he had observed very carefully. He admitted that he was indeed from Noah Company and that they had received orders from their superiors to rescue as many survivors as possible. Once there would be a safe environment and plenty of food, so Ye Lintian didn't need to worry. These words deepened Ye Lintian's doubts. The apocalypse had only just begun, or had already collapsed. No one was growing food, and even the government couldn't guarantee a sufficient food supply. Yet Noah Company dared to make such a promise. He finally shook his head and said that he was going to the Shuqing base, where his sister was still, so he wouldn't be going with them. The man simply said, "What a pity," wished them good luck, and then climbed onto the helicopter with another soldier. With a roar, the helicopter, carrying a cabin full of survivors, quickly departed. Ye Lintian and his two companions immediately returned to the RV, forcefully smashed through the zombies blocking their way, broke out of the encirclement, and sped away. The three of them only breathed a sigh of relief after completely shaking off the horde of zombies. The RV's hood was severely deformed, but fortunately, Ye Lintian activated his copying ability and quickly repaired it to its original state. After holding it in the whole way, Chunbo finally couldn't help but ask, "Bossy, why aren't we going with the helicopter? Is there something fishy going on?" Ye Lintian said he just felt something was off. Noah Company saving people without asking for anything in return, and even promising to provide food and lodging. Who would believe that? Of course, it's also possible they really are saints. Chunbo thought for a moment, and then asked him why he didn't remind the students. Ye Lintian retorted, "What good would it do to remind them? To make them stay and feed the zombies?" Chunbo fell silent. Indeed, going with Noah Company at least offered a chance of survival. Staying meant certain death. As dusk fell, Ye Lintian drove his RV into an underground parking garage in a residential complex. Besides the parked vehicles, there were several wandering zombies in the garage, which immediately pounced upon hearing the noise. Ye Lintian and Chunbo got out of the car and quickly cleared away the zombies. For safety, the two circled the garage again, and after confirming that there was no danger, Ye Lintian moved several cars to block the exit. When they got back to the RV, they found that Chun Duo had already started cooking. Chunbo sat on the sofa and asked if they were going to the Shuqing base next. Ye Lintian nodded and said that he had a younger sister who had gone there with the army. Chunbo was a little confused. Wasn't Ye Lintian an orphan? Where did he get a sister? Ye Lintian explained that she was his adopted sister, and then asked about Chunbo's parents. Chunbo glanced at Chun Duo, who was cooking, and sighed in a low voice, saying that they weren't as lucky as he was. Ye Lintian immediately understood and could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. At this moment, Chun Duo called them to wash their hands and eat. When the two returned, dinner was already laid out on the small table. Stir-fried cabbage with pork, kung pao chicken, boiled pork slices, and a bowl of rice for each person. Such food would be the envy of survivors in the apocalypse who might not know where their next meal would come from. The ingredients were all previously stored in the refrigerator by Ye Lintian. There was a decent amount of meat, but not many vegetables. The edible ones were mostly things like cabbage and winter melon that kept well. If they wanted fresh vegetables like tomatoes or bean sprouts, Ye Lintian would have to see the actual food and then use his analytical abilities to record the data. Ye Lintian picked up a piece of food and praised Chinduoduo's cooking skills. Her winter melon dish was soft, tender, and flavorful, and it was no worse than that of a restaurant chef. Chinduoduo blushed slightly, whispered a thank you, and buried her head in her food. Chinbo immediately perked up, praising his sister's cooking skills, saying that whoever married her would be laughing in their sleep. Ye Lintian gave him a somewhat speechless look, then got up and took 3 cans of chilled Sprite from the refrigerator. He gave Chinbo a can and handed Chinduoduo another, telling her to drink some to cool off in the hot weather. Chinduoduo didn't dare look him in the eye and gently took the cans from him. Chinbo, who was next to him, had already pulled the tab without any hesitation and started gulping it down. After finishing, he even let out a satisfied burp. He looked at the iced Sprite in his hand, then at the bright lights inside the RV, and couldn't help but sigh. Ye Lintian had everything here. It didn't feel like the apocalypse at all, but rather like a vacation. Ye Lintian casually replied that it was all right, then suddenly remembered that the husky seemed to have been blocked outside the garage by them. Chinbo wasn't worried at all, saying that the husky must have gone to find food on its own, and he would definitely see it when he went out tomorrow morning. Chinduoduo, who had been eating quietly, couldn't help but ask the husky how it had grown so big and whether it had evolved. Chinbo said sourly, "Not only has Era become stronger, but he can also unleash wind blades, making him much more powerful than his owner. His data space ability is almost useless in battle." Chinduoduo then asked what his special ability was. Chinbo scratched his head awkwardly, and Ye Lintian came to his rescue, saying that it was a data space ability which was not suitable for combat, and briefly explained its function. After listening, Chinduoduo felt a little regretful, saying that if this superpower appeared in a researcher, it would definitely be of great use. Chinbo felt as if he had been shot in the chest. No wonder she was his sister. She always managed to stab him unexpectedly. He even felt a little guilty for having gained this superpower, as if he had let down the researchers. Time passed slowly in the warm light of the RV. After the 3 finished eating and quickly washed up, they prepared to rest. Ye Lintian and Chinbo slept in the only double bed in the RV, while Chinduoduo slept in a single bed above the driver's seat. After lying down, the 2 chatted quietly for a few minutes and soon fell asleep. Chapter 23, Third Tier, Evolved Beast. Li Feifei earned her doctorate at a young age and immediately turned down high-paying offers from various companies after graduation, choosing instead to travel with her younger brother, Liu. However, just as they arrived in Ida City, a zombie virus outbreak occurred. Fortunately, Liu awakened his spatial teleportation ability. The siblings quickly established themselves by killing zombies and studying crystal cores. Li Feifei also helped Liu rapidly improve his strength. In just 3 days, he became a second-tier ability user, and now, a week later, he is only 1 step away from the 3rd tier. Early that morning, the 2 decided to leave and head to the Shucheng base mentioned on the radio. "Sis, can you hurry up?" Liu stood at the door, urging Li Feifei, who was still getting ready in the bathroom. "Girls take a lot of time to dress up, what do you know?" Li Feifei retorted with dissatisfaction. Liu muttered to herself, "It's the apocalypse. Who are you dressing up for?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Feifei rushed out of the bathroom, raising her hand to hit him. "You little brat, do you want a beating?" Liu immediately backed down. Li Feifei then tidied her hair with satisfaction, casually touched her face, and said with a hint of narcissism, "Of course, girls should look pretty. It makes them feel better, and when they're in a good mood, they look younger." Without further delay, she gestured for Liu to come downstairs. "The car is ready, and the zombies in this building have been cleared out, so everything should be fine." Liu led her downstairs, but their expressions changed as soon as they reached the 1st floor. Downstairs, a 3-meter-tall giant tiger with extremely sensitive ears had already heard their footsteps. The next second, the tiger roared and smashed through the glass door, bursting inside. "Hurry upstairs, I'll distract it." Liu's face tightened. Li Feifei wanted to say something, but Liu interrupted her directly. "Don't hesitate. If we drag this out any longer, we'll both die." Li Feifei gritted her teeth, immediately turned around, and rushed back upstairs. Liu grabbed a kitchen knife and threw it fiercely at the giant tiger. The cleaver struck the tiger's head, sending it flying without even breaking the skin, but it thoroughly enraged it. The giant tiger pounced, but Liu flashed into the street, dodging the attack. The giant tiger relentlessly pursued, but Liu kept teleporting, his figure sometimes in front and sometimes behind, managing to lure the beast out of the building. The next morning, after breakfast, Ye Lintian and his two companions drove their RV out of the underground garage. Sure enough, the husky was waiting outside, pacing back and forth. When it saw the RV, it circled around at once, clearly relieved. Chen Duo and Chunbo were relieved to see that it was all right. Ye Lintian then started the RV and drove onto the highway. The streets were still teeming with wandering zombies in the early morning. They pounced on any noise they heard, only to be smashed to pieces by the RV. The shops on both sides of the street were in ruins, with shattered glass everywhere and twisted doors. Occasionally, one could see figures moving around inside. Ye Lintian was focused on driving when a young man suddenly rushed out from the intersection ahead. The man teleported every few steps, appearing 10 meters away in the next instant, his speed astonishing. Before Ye Lintian could even stop the car, a giant tiger, over 3 meters tall, leaped out from around the corner, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, and relentlessly pursued the young man. To make matters worse, the youth's escape route led directly toward the RV. The young man also saw the RV, but he didn't have time to change course and could only brush past it, hurriedly apologizing. Only then did Ye Lintian see clearly that he was wearing a t-shirt with an anime girl printed on it, along with sweatpants and white sneakers, looking like an ordinary college student. Ye Lintian didn't have time to think and could only step on the gas and rush forward. But before the car could pick up speed, the giant tiger had already caught up and casually slapped the RV with its paw. A luminous claw materialized from the outside of that claw. If it landed, the entire RV would be overturned and crushed. Just as Chen Bo's face turned pale, thinking he was doomed, the husky suddenly rushed out and blocked the claw. With a loud bang, the tiger's paw shattered the wind wall and slammed into the husky, sending it flying and crashing through the wall of a roadside building. "Era!" Chunbo and Chun Duo exclaimed at the same time. Ye Lintian disregarded everything else and immediately jumped out of the car, drawing his tang sword to block the giant tiger. The giant tiger also sensed that he was not someone to be trifled with, so it did not attack immediately, but merely coldly sized him up. Ye Lintian immediately activated his analytical ability, and the result made his expression darken. The tiger in front of him was actually a third-tier evolved beast with an ability called Nunchi. It could shape Nunchi at will, turning it into defensive barriers, offensive weapons, and temporarily strengthening its body, making it extremely powerful. The giant tiger finally lost its patience, roared, and pounced. Ye Lintian also went to meet it head-on. The next second, he was blasted away by the force and slammed into a car parked on the side of the road, crushing even the driver's seat. Fortunately, his body had already undergone multiple enhancements, so although he was shaken quite a bit, he was not seriously injured. Ye Lintian flipped over to dodge the pursuit and created distance again, but his previous strike was blocked by the aura outside the tiger's body and did not harm his opponent at all. Just as the two sides were facing off again, the voice of the young man from before suddenly came from afar. "Help!" The young man shouted and teleported repeatedly, managing to run back, followed by a gigantic zombie that was 2.5 meters tall. The zombie's entire body was covered in blood-red muscles, exposed as if it had no skin, making it look extremely creepy. The young man had already run close enough, yet he charged straight at the giant tiger, as if deliberately drawing trouble. The giant tiger was thoroughly enraged and raised its paw to strike, but the young man teleported again before the paw could land, instantly appearing behind it. The relentless zombie crashed right into the giant tiger without stopping. Provoked repeatedly, the giant tiger finally erupted in fury, unleashing a deafening roar that sent shivers down everyone's spines and rattled the surrounding glass. It raised its massive claw, frantically compressing its spiritual energy to form a blinding claw of light, which it viciously slashed at the zombie. Bang! The zombie was swatted away by a claw, its body scraping wildly against the concrete pavement, large chunks of flesh being torn away. Finally, it crashed into a car with a loud bang, its appearance gruesome. But when it stood up again, its sternum was exposed, half of its arm was just bone, its belly was torn open, and its internal organs had fallen out. The giant tiger looked smug, thinking it had defeated its opponent, but then it froze. The zombie's flesh began to writhe. Its exposed internal organs were forcibly retracted into its body. Fresh red muscles regenerated on its chest, and its severed arms regenerated rapidly. When it charged at the giant tiger again, it had completely recovered. This scene left the young man who had deliberately lured it there completely dumbfounded. Such a recovery speed didn't seem like it could be killed at all. Chun Bo and Chun Duo felt nauseous watching through the car window, but they were also stunned by the terrifying self-healing ability. Only Ye Lintian remained calm, because he had already analyzed the results. This zombie is also at level 3, and its superpower is super fast regeneration. As long as its head isn't destroyed, it won't truly fall. Chapter 24. The mysterious woman helps again. The zombie seemed fixated on the tiger, completely ignoring the humans around it. It grabbed a car parked on the roadside and smashed it, then charged straight at the tiger. The tiger slammed the car into the shop, turned, and pounced, biting off the zombie's head in one bite. The headless corpse slumped to the ground, and the tiger spat out the bits of flesh from its mouth in disgust before turning its attention to Ye Lintian and his companions. The young man turned pale with fright and ran to Ye Lintian's side, hoping to hitch a ride to escape, only to find that he couldn't get away at all. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Ye Lintian stepped forward, his expression calm. The tiger had just killed a zombie and was at its most ferocious. Seeing Ye Lintian advance instead of retreat, it roared and charged forward. The young man retreated repeatedly, and Chun Bo and Chun Duo in the car were also extremely nervous. Ye Lintian no longer held back, pulling out an automatic rifle from his supernatural space and firing a burst of bullets at the tiger. The bullets splattered blood all over the tiger's body, and it roared in pain, immediately raising its spiritual energy defense to barely block the fire, but it was still hit by more than 10 bullets, and one of them even pierced its throat. Ye Lintian put away his rifle, feeling a little regretful. The gun's firepower wasn't bad, but it was still a bit lacking against the tiger with none. The tiger was completely enraged. Its body glowed with light, and it stomped the ground, lunging at Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian leaped up, slashing down with all his might with his tang sword, finally breaking through its defenses, but the blade's momentum was blocked by its bones. The tiger's claws lashed out, but Ye Lintian used the tiger's head to push off, creating distance once more. The tiger, however, refused to let him go, opening its blood-red maw to bite. Ye Lintian did a backflip, kicking in the chin, and then thrust his sword towards its throat. But the tiger reacted incredibly quickly, kicking off with its hind legs and managing to stab the knife into its stomach. Although the tang sword pierced through flesh, it was held firmly in place by the Nian Qi. Just as Ye Lintian was about to pull out the sword, the tiger's claws came down, forcing him to release the sword and retreat. The claws slammed into the road, digging up a large chunk of cement, making Chun Bo and the others' hearts pound with fear. The fierce battle quickly attracted a large number of zombies. Ye Lintian, however, was not worried, but rather pleased, as these zombies were his experience points for leveling up. While leading the tiger to fight the zombies, he absorbed the energy within the zombies, and finally, after killing the 20th zombie, his analytical ability successfully advanced to the 3rd level. A warm current spread through his body, strengthening him once more. When the tiger swung its paw again, he simply blocked it with his sword. The tiger's eyes filled with disbelief. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Lintian shook off the tiger's paw and slashed at its neck with his sword. Blood spurted out violently. This strike was much faster than before. Although the tiger instinctively dodged, its carotid artery was still severed. It staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Ye Lintian immediately activated his devouring ability, absorbing all the tiger's energy and converting it into power to upgrade his space ability. Once the carcass had shriveled up, Ye Lintian was pleasantly surprised to find that the tiger had actually given him the energy equivalent to 8 complete 2nd-tier crystal cores. This gain was already quite considerable, but his joy was short-lived. Suddenly, an emaciated zombie emerged from a blind spot, its arms covered in bone blades, and it moved with astonishing speed. Ye Lintian hurriedly parried, and as soon as the sound of metal clashing rang out, the zombie retreated back into the horde of ordinary zombies, clearly waiting for its next sneak attack. Ye Lintian's heart sank. His third-tier analytical ability allowed him to clearly see that this was also a third-tier mutated speed-type zombie, faster than him and extremely cunning. Just then, the wall of a roadside shop was smashed through, and a 2-meter-tall zombie covered in bone armor rushed out. Another tier 3. Ye Lintian's expression changed. His luck today was truly terrible. First a tiger, then 2 evolved zombies. The danger in the city was clearly escalating. He knew he had to leave as soon as possible. The bone-armored zombie roared as it charged, its body covered in dense bone spikes. A direct hit would surely turn it into a sieve. Ye Lintian could only dodge. But just as he focused his attention on the bone-armored zombie, the speed-type zombie seized the opportunity to strike, slashing at him mid-air with its blade. Ye Lintian swung his sword to block, but the bone-armored zombie immediately followed up with a bone spike that struck his shoulder, instantly numbing his right hand. Ye Lintian cursed under his breath, thinking how troublesome it was, and quickly rolled away to create distance. But the 2 zombies didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and pounced again, startling Chun Bo and the others in the distance who gasped in alarm. Ye Lintian clashed with the speed zombie again, but his machete was knocked away. The bone knife was about to strike his neck when it suddenly stopped. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Lintian immediately pulled out a small axe from his special ability space and chopped off the speed zombie's head. At the same time, the bone-armored zombie rushed forward, its movements also momentarily frozen in a strange way. Ye Lintian didn't waste this brief opening. He swung his axe down through the gap in its neck, severing its head. The 2 zombies only came back to life after their heads hit the ground, but it was too late. Ye Lintian followed up with a few more axe blows, completely eliminating them. He looked up and saw the mysterious woman who had once helped him at the corner. This time, he finally saw her somewhat alluring profile. But before he could get a better look, she tossed her hair and disappeared around the corner in the blink of an eye. She saved me again. Ye Lintian frowned, feeling that the face was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Since he couldn't remember for the moment, he stopped worrying about it, casually devoured the corpses of 3 third-tier zombies, picked up the weapons on the ground, and turned back to the RV. Just then, the husky dragged its injured body back. Ye Lintian let it get in the car, then told Chun Bo to start the RV immediately and quickly leave this troublesome place. Chapter 25, Giant Zombie. The RV quickly drove away from the chaotic street, and Ye Lintian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been incredibly dangerous. He almost died there. Having gone through that ordeal, he was even more anxious. Zombies were evolving too quickly. If he didn't get stronger, he might be the one dying next. At this moment, Liu, the young man who had gotten into the car with them, spoke up somewhat embarrassedly, asking them to drive to Jinsheng Garden so that his sister was still there. Chun Bo was surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected that Liu had a sister. Liu then briefly recounted how he was chased by the tiger. After listening, Chun Bo and Chun Duo both looked at him with newfound respect. In the apocalypse, people would even betray their own family to survive. Someone like him, who lured the tiger away alone for his sister, was a rare sight indeed. Ye Lintian didn't object to going to Jinsheng Garden. Although Liu had lured the tiger there, it was clearly not intentional. Moreover, Liu had seen him surrounded by level 3 zombies and could have simply escaped, but instead, she lured a level 3 zombie to help him out. Ye Lintian admitted Hadkadash. The RV continued towards Jinsheng Garden, and Ye Lintian began to take stock of his gains. Before leaving, he had absorbed the energy of 3 third-tier zombies, and combined with the energy from the third-tier tiger he had encountered earlier, he had directly pushed both his spatial ability and devouring ability to the 3rd tier. The wound on his shoulder from the bone spur had completely healed, and his physical strength had increased again. His 3rd-tier spatial ability increased his personal space to 40 cubic meters, allowing him to stuff a lot of supplies into it, so that the RV wouldn't be too full and make it inconvenient to move around. The 3rd-tier devouring ability surprised him even more. The devouring range expanded to 5 meters, and most importantly, it was no longer limited to devouring inanimate objects. As long as the other party did not resist, it could directly absorb their energy. Even if the other party resisted, it could cause a temporary disruption of the energy within their body, resulting in anything from loss of control to the power going berserk or even becoming ineffective. This is equivalent to having another trump card in the battle, which can even directly determine the outcome at crucial moments. Jinsheng Garden wasn't far. The RV arrived in just over 10 minutes. Along the way, it kept ramming through zombies blocking its path, slowing it down considerably. Otherwise, it would have been even faster. The car stopped in front of a building. Chunbo looked at the broken glass door on the first floor and asked Liu if his sister was inside. Liu nodded and said that his sister was alone in the building. He was afraid that something might happen if he left too long, so he got out of the car immediately. Seeing this, Chunbo offered to go with him. He and Liu got along well, and he already considered him a friend. Besides, he was also a second-tier ability user, so he could be of some help. Liu didn't refuse. After all, more people meant more strength. At this moment, Ye Lintian handed a machete to Liu. Liu glanced at him, but took it anyway. After all, he was empty-handed and really needed a weapon. Chunbo greeted Ye Lintian and prepared to accompany Liu inside. Ye Lintian only reminded him to be careful, as even third-tier zombies had appeared, and if they couldn't defeat them, they should run away quickly. The husky in the RV wanted to go too, but Chinduo stopped it. Its wounds hadn't fully healed yet. They had just been treated, and hitting it again would only worsen its injuries. After Liu and Chunbo entered the broken gate, Ye Lintian also picked up his tang sword and began clearing away the zombies that surrounded them. He was now extremely eager to become stronger and didn't want to rely on that mysterious woman to save him every time he encountered danger. He slashed down an ordinary zombie that lunged at him, but suddenly a stone ball flew from his side. Ye Lintian reacted extremely quickly, dodging it with his head to the side. Then, looking at the attacker, he saw that it was a second-tier zombie and immediately rushed forward, killing it with a single strike. But not long after, the sun was obscured by clouds, and the light dimmed suddenly, as if evening had arrived early. The next second, zombies began to swarm in from all directions, their numbers terrifying. Ye Lintian glanced at the scene, and his expression immediately darkened. There weren't just ordinary zombies inside, but also quite a few evolved zombies. Although most were Tier 1, and Tier 2 wasn't many, this was enough to tell the story. The zombies were awakening in large numbers, and their reactions were becoming increasingly rapid. He had only parked his RV there a short time ago, when these monsters pounced on him as if they had smelled blood. Ye Lintian dared not be distracted any longer, and quickly cleared away the surrounding zombies. Ordinary zombies might not be able to touch the RV, but evolved zombies could break into it directly. Once they rushed in, Chinduo would be in danger. Many evolved zombies began unleashing their supernatural attacks at him. Ye Lintian dodged whenever possible, and when he couldn't dodge, he cleaved them with his sword. But he soon discovered that his tang sword was starting to break down. Its surface began to crack and corrode, and it probably wouldn't last much longer. Fortunately, he also had the ability to copy, so he could only repair the blade while fighting, barely maintaining its shape. Finally, Liu and the others returned with a beautifully dressed young girl. Ye Lintian then slashed down several more zombies that pounced on him and leaped back into the RV. Chunbo had already gotten into the driver's seat and immediately started the RV, charging headlong into the horde of zombies. The vehicle was constantly being hit and shaken, and the monsters outside were still frantically pounding on the body, making the entire RV shake. With great difficulty, they finally broke through the horde of zombies. After escaping the encirclement, Ye Lintian immediately used his copying ability to repair the RV. Although he had broken free, the vehicle was still badly damaged by the evolved zombies' abilities. The windows were shattered, and the body was dented in many places. Fortunately, everyone managed to escape in the end. Chunbo gripped the steering wheel, his hands still trembling slightly. The sudden movement had nearly paralyzed him. Liu, sitting in the passenger seat, was also deathly pale. Had he not turned his head in time, a bone spur piercing through the windshield would have pierced his skull. Inside the RV, Chinduo and Li Feifei were both pale-faced. Outside, there were only the hideous heads of zombies, and all they could hear were howls like ghosts. Terrified, they could only cling tightly to the sofa and pray that the RV would rush out of the way quickly. Fortunately, the RV used a powerful diesel engine and managed to break through the encirclement without serious injury. Upon entering the carriage, Liu's first words were a sigh of relief. She lamented that if they had departed a day later, they would likely have become zombie food. Li Feifei also patted her chest with lingering fear, admitting that the zombies' evolutionary speed had exceeded her expectations. She then briefly introduced herself and greeted Ye Lintian and Chinduo. Ye Lintian responded politely, and Chen Duo shyly introduced herself. Li Feifei then asked if they were also going to the Shuqing base, and upon receiving their answer, she smiled and said that since they were going the same way, they could travel together. Ye Lintian nodded, explaining that he had heard Liu mention they were also going to the Shu City base, so he gave them a ride. Li Feifei thanked him, but Ye Lintian only said there was no need to thank him, as he valued Liu's considerable combat strength. Li Feifei kept smiling on her face, but in her heart she couldn't help but complain. This guy is too straightforward. As the zombies continued to evolve, more and more survivors began to flee the city. Some managed to escape, while others remained in the city forever, becoming food for the zombies. When Ye Lintian and the others finally drove onto the highway, leaving the city, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside them. The apocalypse had been underway for some time now, and they had finally escaped this hellish city. But just then, a loud bang suddenly echoed through the city. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and witnessed an extremely shocking scene. A giant zombie, 6 meters tall, had crashed straight through a building. After the building lost its support, it collapsed with a deafening roar. But the giant zombie acted as if it had done something trivial, taking huge strides and quickly disappearing into the complex. Everyone, including Ye Lintian, fell silent. That scene was truly visually shocking. The monster's size and strength probably meant it could tear a tank apart with its bare hands, and ordinary firearms would likely be like tickling it. In silence, the RV slowly drove away from the city and headed towards the highway exit. Chapter 26, A Sumptuous Dinner. A motorhome drove along the gray highway, kicking up clouds of dust behind it. The roadside was lined with wrecked vehicles, and occasionally, rotting corpses could be seen. The people inside the vehicle stared at the desolate scene, momentarily disoriented. The world they once knew had collapsed. The apocalypse had destroyed human civilization, and they were merely survivors who had been lucky enough to escape the disaster. The highway exit was just ahead, and Chunbo was about to drive his RV onto it when he saw a van coming off the highway. The van noticed them and immediately pulled over to the side of the road. The car door opened, and a smart-looking policewoman in uniform stepped out. She came to the window of the RV and said to Ye Lintian, "They're going to the Shuqing base, right? The highway has been destroyed by someone, so the only way to get to the base is by road. If you don't mind, you can follow my car." Ye Lintian nodded his thanks. The policewoman also nodded and returned to the van. Through the car window, Ye Lintian saw 4 other people inside, a child, a teenager, and 2 women. It seemed the only one who could help in the fight was the teenager. The policewoman leading them all the way must have been quite a challenge. The van ahead quickly started and drove onto the highway. Chunbo looked at Ye Lintian, waiting for him to make a decision. Ye Lintian said, "Let's follow her. She has no reason to lie to us." The RV then followed. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. The 2 vehicles drove to a sparsely populated open field, where several hills could be seen in the distance, with a few brick houses scattered on them. A short while later, the van in front stopped. The policewoman walked back to the RV and said, "It's getting dark. We'll be spending the night here. You should stay too, so you can look out for each other." Ye Lintian agreed and casually asked, "My name is Ye Lintian. I don't know how to address you yet." The policewoman said, "Tang Mengyao is a police officer." Ye Lintian asked again, "Officer Tang, why are you alone? Where are the other officers?" Tang Mingyao's expression darkened slightly. On the day the zombie virus broke out, they were all dispatched, but the zombies were too terrifying and completely out of control. In the end, some of her comrades sacrificed themselves to cover her escape, while others got separated during the escape. Ye Lintian apologized. Tang Mengyao shook her head and said that later she met several survivors, and she led them to escape the city, intending to send them to the Shuqing base. At this moment, Chunbo, who was in the driver's seat, couldn't help but say, "Officer Tang, it must have been very difficult for you to escape with those 4 people." Just as Tang Mengyao was about to explain, a little boy suddenly screamed from the direction of the van. Her expression changed, and she immediately turned her head to look. She saw 3 zombies emerge from the roadside grass and rush towards the van. Ye Lintian and Chunbo immediately got out of the car to prepare for the rescue, but they had only run halfway when they saw a scene that surprised them. A middle-aged woman rushed to the little boy. Her hands moving rapidly and seemingly out of thin air, she created a large net that trapped the 3 attacking zombies. The zombies struggled frantically, but they couldn't break free of the seemingly fragile net. Immediately afterward, another woman rushed over. She clenched her fist at the 3 trapped zombies, and the 3 zombies were instantly shredded into mincemeat by an invisible force, as if they had been thrown into a shredder. Ye Lintian and Chunbo were both stunned. The 2 women, whom they had initially thought were a hindrance, turned out to be superhumans, and their coordinated attack showed they had clearly killed quite a few zombies. Looking at their astonished expressions, Tang Mingyao said helplessly, "You saw it too. It wasn't me protecting them, it was them protecting me." Ye Lintian and Chunbo were speechless for a moment. Ye Lintian thought for a moment and then said, "Officer Tang, it's not convenient for you to cook, so why don't you invite them all over to eat together? Our RV has a stove, so cooking is convenient. We can also cook your portion." He was unusually generous. Since there was no shortage of food, inviting them to dinner would not only build goodwill, but also make it easier to observe the abilities of the 2 superhumans. In the apocalypse, food was the most precious thing, and she felt bad about taking someone else's meal for free. Ye Lintian replied, "There's nothing wrong with it. If I encounter any trouble later, I'll have to ask for your help." Tang Mingyao understood that he meant more about the 2 superhumans when he said take care of them, so she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go ask them." Chinbo got into the car and asked Chinduo to cook more food. When he got out again, Tang Mingyao had already arrived with 4 other people. After the group introduced themselves, Ye Lintian learned that the woman with the net-like ability was named Zhang Chunhua, and the woman with the crushing ability was named Gu Shuiqin. The little boy who had screamed earlier was Gu Shuiqin's son, named Zhang Zhu. The boy was named Li Wang, whom Tang Mingyao had rescued along the way. After everyone got to know each other, they all boarded the RV. With so many people, the interior became quite crowded. Fortunately, Ye Lintian had stored some supplies in his special ability space beforehand, so it could barely accommodate everyone. The husky wasn't so lucky. Chinbo kicked it out of the car to be on guard duty. It didn't eat less, but the portion wasn't large, and it might not be full. The environment inside the RV made Tang Mingyao and the others feel a little dazed. It had a stove, bathroom, and beds, everything they needed, and running water and electricity were readily available, as if they had returned to life before the apocalypse. But the dark, desolate wilderness outside the window reminded them that this was only because Ye Lintian's RV was too perfect. Chinduo's meal was quite lavish. There was a large pot of boiled pork, a plate of sausages, a plate of cured pork ribs, a plate of cabbage, and a large bowl of rice for each person. Tang Mingyao and the others looked at the steaming hot home-cooked dishes, their eyes reddening. Since the apocalypse, they hadn't had a decent meal. To avoid zombies, they dared not even light an open flame, and could only eat cold food every day, making their lives extremely difficult. Now that they can eat hot meals again, they eat with extra care. Every grain of rice in their bowls is scooped out, and not a drop of soup is left. Late at night, Tang Mingyao and the others reluctantly returned to the van. 5 people had to squeeze into the small vehicle, making sleeping uncomfortable, but they were too embarrassed to ask to stay in the camper van. They were strangers, and the fact that the other party had offered them a meal was already a great kindness. But the boy named Li Wang thought differently. He never liked studying, dropped out of school early, and refused to work, preferring to stay home and sponge off his parents. No matter how his parents tried to persuade him, he ignored them and spent all his time online. After the apocalypse broke out, he was fortunate enough to be rescued by Tang Mingyao, but life was unbearable for him. No computer, no internet, no games, no movies, poor food, and constant fear of zombies. He felt he was on the verge of collapse. Seeing the comfortable environment in Ye Lintian's RV tonight, Li Wang felt intense jealousy. Why did he have to sleep in a beat-up van where he couldn't even stretch his legs, while Ye Lintian and the others could live in an RV with running water and electricity? The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. But he was just an ordinary teenager without any awakened superpowers, and he couldn't even beat that old woman Zhang Chunhua, so he could only suffer in silence. Inside the RV, Ye Lintian and the others didn't go to sleep immediately, but instead sat together chatting. Seeing that Ye Lintian could both collect supplies and repair cars, Li Feifei finally couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is your superpower? How come you seem to have so many abilities?" Ye Lintian simply smiled and said, "It's a secret." Li Feifei pouted in dissatisfaction. "Fine, Don't tell me then, I don't care anyway. Then she suddenly asked mysteriously, do you know the function of the crystal core inside a zombie? Ye Lintian and Chun Bo calmly replied at the same time, we know. Li Fei was stunned. What? You actually knew? Chen Bo said matter-of-factly. Don't novels always say that crystal cores can improve one's ability level? Li Fei felt as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. She had thought that this secret was known only to her and a few powerful figures who controlled scientists, but she never expected that someone she met by chance would also know it. Unwilling to give up, she dropped another bombshell. Did you know that superpower levels can be directly increased through training? This time, Ye Lintian and the others finally showed surprise. Li Fei immediately became smug. You don't know, do you? If you want to know how to cultivate and improve your superpower, just tell me what your superpower is. Ye Lintian replied lazily with 2 words, boring. He certainly wouldn't reveal his trump card because of this. And he was quite certain that even if he didn't say it, Li Fei would eventually reveal the method. Seeing that he still wouldn't speak, Li Fei became a little anxious. Aren't you curious at all? Ye Lintian yawned. Never mind if you don't want to talk about it. Li Fei was completely convinced, seeing that he looked like he was about to fall asleep at any moment. She was too lazy to keep him in suspense any longer and could only say, all right, in order to improve your strength as soon as possible so that you can protect us weak women, I will mercifully tell you. Chapter 27, Ye Lintian makes his move. Li Fei looked serious as she explained that after researching her younger brother's superpowers, she discovered that superpowered individuals don't consume physical strength, but rather supernatural energy. Ye Lintian and the others rolled their eyes. Of course they knew this, but Li Fei didn't stop and continued explaining her speculations. She mentioned that the fact that evolving zombies can evolve even without eating seems unscientific, but it still conforms to the law of conservation of energy. Based on this, she deduced that the zombies are consuming an invisible and intangible energy, which may be dark energy. Li Fei also said that dark energy accounts for a very high percentage of the universe, and the supernatural energy used by superhumans is very likely dark energy itself, or a product derived from it. It is precisely because superhumans' bodies instinctively absorb dark energy that they slowly recover after their supernatural energy is depleted. However, relying solely on the body's natural absorption was too slow. So she had her younger brother try Taoist breathing exercises to actively increase the absorption rate of dark energy by the power orb. The results proved that this method was indeed effective. It allowed the power to slowly increase without the aid of a crystal core, although the speed was slower than absorbing a crystal core. But it was safer. These words made everyone ponder. Li Fei's words might not be 100% accurate, but for Ye Lintian and other superhumans, the most important thing was not whether it was true or false, but that they had finally discovered a way to become stronger without relying on crystal cores. After explaining the cultivation method, the group sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to try it out. As soon as Ye Lintian entered the state, he felt that the energy sphere was indeed absorbing some kind of power and slowly converting it into energy, making the energy sphere a little stronger. However, this speed was indeed far slower than devouring a first-tier crystal core. He tried using his devouring ability again, attempting to directly absorb the dark energy, but failed again. It seemed his current ability couldn't grasp dark energy, not even sunlight. Ye Lintian guessed that his ability level was too low. Perhaps he'd be able to do it after leveling up a few times. Not long after, he actually fell asleep while cultivating. When he woke up the next day, the sky was already turning white, and Duo had already started making breakfast. Ye Lin got out of the car and stretched, noticing that Tang Mingyao and the others were also up. They had somehow found firewood and were cooking breakfast in an iron pot. The air was filled with the aroma of porridge. Ye Lintian greeted her, and Tang Mingyao responded with a smile, saying that having some porridge in the morning was good for her stomach. Ye Lintian then asked her if she wanted some pickled vegetables. Seeing that she hesitated, he pretended to go back to the car to get something, but actually took out a few packets from his supernatural space and handed them to her. Tang Mingyao thanked him somewhat embarrassedly, adding that she was, after all, a police officer and could help in any way she could. Ye Lintian simply smiled, handed her the pickled vegetables, and offered them to her to put her mind at ease. When he returned to the RV, everyone was already awake, and Duo had prepared breakfast, still hot porridge, but but now it was preserved egg and lean pork porridge. After a quick breakfast, the two vehicles set off again. Chunbo drove, Ye Lintian sat in the passenger seat, while Fei and the others played cards in the back out of boredom. The rest of the journey was much quieter, with almost no significant obstacles encountered, and the convoy quickly reached the outskirts of a nearby town. But as they approached the towns, zombies began to appear sporadically. Fortunately, their numbers were small, with only a few occasionally lunging at them, posing no real obstacle to the convoy's progress. Just then, Ye Lintian noticed that Tang Mingyao's van had stopped. Zhang Chunhua and Ge Shuaqin, both superhumans, got out and began working together to clear out the approaching zombies. After killing 6 zombies in total, they didn't immediately get back into the van. Instead, they used knives to cut open their chests and began searching for crystal cores. Before long, they excitedly pulled 3 crystal cores from the zombie's chest cavity. Ye Lintian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected them to already know the function of crystal cores. However, judging from their appearance, they had only recently come into contact with superpowers. On the way into town, Tang Mingyao's car made frequent stops and starts, killing zombies whenever they encountered them, and then mining their crystal cores. Chunbo, watching from behind, was envious. He also wanted to collect more crystal cores to upgrade his ability level. Even though his ability didn't have any direct offensive power, the physical enhancement it brought was still a real boost. Unfortunately, the RV kept following behind, and Tang Mingyao and her team had already dealt with the zombies in front of them, leaving him to sit in the driver's seat and watch helplessly. Finally, the two vehicles drove into the town streets. But once inside, the number of zombies noticeably increased. Tang Mingyao and her companions stopped trying to hold on and immediately sped up, wanting to get through the increasingly dangerous streets as quickly as possible. The sky darkened, as if rain was imminent. The streets were dilapidated, with abandoned cars and overturned motorcycles scattered everywhere. Fallen leaves, scraps of paper, tattered clothes, and dust were blown about by the eerie wind. Zombies roamed the shops and supermarkets, roaring and charging out at the sound of a car. Both cars sped up, eager to leave the area quickly. But just then, a loud crash came from ahead, and a car was smashed into the middle of the road, blocking their path. Tang Mingyao slammed on the brakes, nearly causing the van to crash into it, and the RV behind it also came to a sudden stop. Immediately afterward, a low roar came from the shadows, and a zombie more than 2 meters tall, with crimson skin and a bloody, mangled face, slowly emerged, its fangs particularly glaring. As soon as the tall zombie appeared, it fixed its gaze on Zhang Chunhua and Ge Shuaqin, who had just gotten out of the car and approached with heavy steps. Zhang Chunhua immediately took action, weaving a large net to cover them. The zombie did not dodge and was directly bound tightly. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, Ge Shuaqin was about to use her shattering ability when flames suddenly erupted from the zombie's body, burning through the net in an instant, and it regained its mobility. Zhang Chunhua and Ge Shuaqin were both startled. Ge Shuaqin quickly activated her shattering ability again. But this time, the zombie wasn't directly shattered as she had expected. It only had several deep, bone-revealing wounds on its body. What would be fatal to a human was nothing to it. The towering zombie was clearly enraged. It roared, cracking the ground beneath its feet, and charged towards the two. Zhang Chunhua and Ge Shuaqin turned deathly pale instantly, while Tang Mingyao and the others in the van panicked, completely unsure how to rescue them. Just as the two were about to be torn apart, Ye Lintian suddenly appeared in front of them. With a muffled thud, a powerful gust of air swept past, and the terrifying zombie was sent flying by his punch. Tang Mingyao and the others were completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that Ye Lintian, whom they had previously regarded as an ordinary young man, would actually send this monster flying with a single punch at the crucial moment. Ye Lintian didn't stop. He flashed forward and gave chase. The zombie slammed heavily against the telephone pole, and just as it tried to get up, Ye Lintian rushed up and punched it hard in the head again. With a loud bang, the telephone pole tilted, and half of the zombie's face was instantly mangled. But it still didn't die. Instead, it spewed out a burst of scorching flames, forcing Ye Lintian to take a step back. Chapter 28. Poison in the Water. This zombie was a Tier 3 zombie, and the flames it spewed were extremely hot, so Ye Lintian could only avoid its attack for now. The zombie roared and suddenly spat out a fireball the size of a wash basin. Ye Lintian dodged to the side, but the motorcycle behind him was blown to pieces. The zombie then spewed out another burst of flames, completely blocking his escape route, as if trying to burn him alive. But Ye Lintian remained calm. He took out 2 buckets of drinking water from his special ability space, and the splashing water blocked the flames the moment the buckets exploded. After testing the zombie's strength, Ye Lintian didn't delay any longer and immediately activated his devouring ability. The flames instantly went out, and the zombie's internal energy became chaotic, rendering it unable to use its abilities for a short time. Ye Lintian flashed in front of it and swung his fist down hard. With a crack, the skull shattered on the spot. Ye Lintian delivered another punch, and the head, unable to withstand the blow, exploded like a watermelon. He was very satisfied with the result. With all 4 of his abilities upgraded to the 3rd tier, his physical strength was now sufficient to smash the head of a 3rd-tier zombie with his bare hands. He casually absorbed the zombie's energy, but a large number of zombies were already swarming around him. Ye Lintian didn't linger. He kicked the car, blocking his way to the side of the street, and ran quickly towards the RV, also reminding the people in the passing van. Chunbo immediately started the car, and the 2 vehicles kicked up dust as they quickly fled the street. The town street wasn't long. In less than 10 minutes, they had sped out of the densely built-up area and onto the rural road. In the distance, they could see small hills and houses halfway up them, and on the dirt and gravel path, they saw many ragged figures trudging along. The sky grew darker, but the rain still hadn't started. For safety, they turned on all their headlights and sped along the road. Soon, a gas station appeared ahead, and they immediately drove in. Several abandoned cars were parked next to the gas station, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Not even a zombie was in sight. Ye Lintian and the others got out of their car to refuel, and Tang Mingyao, Aunt Zeng, and Geshuachin all came over to thank them. Only Li Wang was still looking around in the back, seemingly searching for something. At this moment, a plump, middle-aged man came out of the room. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Ye Lintian and the others, a hint of longing for food even appearing in his gaze. He warmly greeted them, saying he was a staff member and could cheer them on. Tang Mingyao found it strange, because he wasn't wearing a work uniform. The middle-aged man casually explained that since the apocalypse had come, workers were now free and could wear whatever they wanted. He then offered to get water so everyone could drink while they waited. Not long after, he brought out several bottles of loose mineral water and handed them out to everyone, saying it was a small token of his appreciation. Shenbo was about to open one and drink when Ye Lintian suddenly stopped him. This place was too abnormal. There were no zombies around, but the gas station was unguarded. The strangest thing was this man. Even though it seemed like a place lacking supplies, he was abnormally fat. After activating his analytical abilities, Ye Lintian immediately discovered the problem. The middle-aged man was an ability user himself, whose power was to create various toxins, and he had also poisoned the mineral water with a substance that could paralyze people's nerves. Chunbo looked puzzled, and the others stared at Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian directly said there was something wrong with the water. The middle-aged man broke out in a sweat, but still stubbornly insisted that he meant well and that they should drink it themselves if they didn't believe him. He took the water from Chunbo, gulped down half a bottle, and seeing that he was unharmed, the others began to waver. Tang Mingyao even thought Ye Lintian was being overly cautious, while Li Wang looked disdainful and took a big gulp after unscrewing the bottle cap. Ye Lintian didn't stop him. The poison wouldn't kill them. It would only paralyze their nerves. Seeing Li Wang drink it, Tang Mingyao and the others followed suit, drinking the mineral water one after another. Only Ye Lintian's group remained untouched by the bottle of water. Chunbo, though skeptical, still refused to drink it. Chunbo Duo naturally followed her brother, and Li Feifei, having already sensed something was amiss, stopped Li Yu as well. Seeing that they wouldn't drink, the middle-aged man's face darkened. He turned and went back into the house, emerging with a dark purple machete emanating from its blade, which was emitting black poisonous gas. At this moment, Tang Mingyao and the others all became wary. The middle-aged man dropped his pretense and said with a sinister smile that they would become his food. He originally planned to easily eliminate them with poison, but Ye Lintian ruined his plan, so now he had no choice but to personally cut off their hands and feet. Aunt Zeng cursed angrily, but just as she was about to exert herself, her body went limp, and she collapsed, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Tang Mingyao and the others, who had drunk water, also lost control and fell to the ground one after another. The middle-aged man laughed at the sight, saying that half of them had already fallen, and next it would be Ye Lintian and his group's turn. Chen Bo's face darkened. He drew his knife and charged forward, wanting to personally teach this troublesome creature a lesson. But the middle-aged man was fearless, and with a backhand slash, he sent Chen Bo flying 2 meters back. Only then did Chen Bo realize that his opponent was also a second-tier ability user, and quite strong at that. The middle-aged man licked his lips, his smile growing even more greedy. He said that by eating Chen Bo, he might be able to advance to the 3rd tier. Everyone was stunned by this. The middle-aged man then revealed a cruel smile, directly admitting that he had achieved his current strength by eating other ability users. Chapter 29: The Gas Station Under the Thunderstorm. The middle-aged man's words turned Tang Ming Yao and the others lying on the ground deathly pale. They realized then how careless they had been. If Ye Lintian and the others hadn't been there, they would probably have been their prey long ago. At this moment, Chen Bo was already fighting with the middle-aged man, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, and Ye Lintian and the others saw that wisps of black mist were emanating from the middle-aged man's body. Chen Duo shouted anxiously, "Brother, be careful, he's poisoning us." Chen Bo was startled. No wonder he was getting weaker and weaker. It turned out his opponent had been secretly poisoning him. He cursed coldly. How despicable, using poison. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Don't worry, it won't poison you. It will only make you weaker and weaker. Your flesh is a good thing. How can we waste it?" Having said that, he seized the opportunity, kicked Chen Bo to the ground, and raised his knife to cut off his hands and feet. But the next second, a Tang sword blocked his attack. When the middle-aged man saw Ye Lintian, his eyes showed not fear, but even more excitement. "Another superhuman. I'm really lucky." Ye Lintian coldly uttered only 2 words, "Noisy." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tang sword flashed with cold light, severing the middle-aged man's arms and legs. The man, who had been laughing arrogantly just moments before, was instantly engulfed by fear, shouting incredulously that he couldn't possibly have lost. A deafening roar erupted, thunder crashed through the sky, and then large raindrops began to pour down. The entire world was engulfed in the sound of rain, and the middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, frantically begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm a superhuman. I'm still useful. I have lots of meat in my room, and the flesh of other superhumans too. Eat them, and you'll become stronger." Chen Duo and Li Feifei backed away as they listened, looking at him as if he were a devil. Ye Lintian glanced at Chen Bo and Li Yu, gesturing for them to go inside and investigate. The first room looked ordinary, but it was filled with supplies, likely looted by the middle-aged man from survivors passing by the gas station. But when they pushed open the door to the second room, the scene before them made the 3 of them freeze instantly. It looked like a slaughterhouse, with human bones piled up in the corners and strips of dried cured meat hanging inside. That wasn't animal meat at all, but human flesh. Clearly, the middle-aged man had preserved the human flesh as cured meat for a long time. Even more horrifying, a mangled, bloodied body lay on the table in the room. The person's chest was still rising and falling slightly, indicating they were still alive, but their limbs had been severed, the wounds had been scalded to stop the bleeding, and several holes with flesh torn away remained on their body. The 3 men found the pieces of meat that had been cut off by the stove. They had been washed clean and seemed ready to be cooked. Seeing this, they could no longer hold back and rushed out of the room, retching violently. The middle-aged man's cruelty far exceeded their imagination. In order to eat fresh meat, he cut flesh off living people 1 slice at a time. When he could vomit no more, Ye Lintian returned to the room. He went to the living person's side, only to find that the person was already awake. The man pleaded in a hoarse voice, "Kill me, please kill me." Ye Lintian remained silent for a moment, then took out a pistol from his supernatural space, pointed it at his head, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the room fell silent again. Chen Bo rushed in upon hearing the gunshot and asked what had happened. Ye Lintian simply closed the man's eyes and whispered, "Nothing, just sending someone living in hell to heaven." After leaving the room, Ye Lintian approached the middle-aged man. Ignoring his cries and pleas for mercy, he shot him directly in the head. The terrified demon, who was so scared he wet himself, stared wide-eyed in death. At this moment, Tang Mingyao and the others also stood up one after another. They hadn't drunk much water, and the effects of the medicine were gradually wearing off. Aunt Zeng angrily rushed to the middle-aged man's corpse and kicked it several times. Tang Mingyao walked up to Ye Lintian, stared at the gun in his hand, and asked, "How do you have a police pistol?" Ye Lintian casually replied, "I snatched it from a group of thugs." Tang Mingyao was skeptical, but Ye Lintian didn't explain further and turned to add water and diesel fuel to the RV. After filling up the gas tank, the group didn't leave immediately. It was pouring rain outside, making it unsuitable for traveling. It was already noon, and Chun Duo started cooking. The faint aroma of food quickly filled the damp, chilly air. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the gas station. Even the husky, who was nearby on guard and whose injuries had almost healed, was startled. When Yilin got out of the car, he saw Li Wang rushing out of the second room with a look of horror on his face, clearly terrified by the terrible scene inside. Tang Mingyao and the others were also alarmed and wanted to go in to check. Ye Lintian warned them, "It's best not to go. There's no danger inside, just a lot of scary things." Tang Mingyao ignored the advice, feeling that a screening was necessary for the team's safety. Not long after, they emerged one by one, their faces pale, retching as they walked. It seemed they had no appetite for lunch. Just then, a sound came from the heavy rain. A series of swaying figures braved the downpour and slowly approached the gas station. The husky immediately barked, alerting everyone to the impending danger. Everyone tensed up again, and Tang Mingyao hurriedly pulled out her small pistol. Although it only had a few bullets, it was at least a source of courage. Soon, the figures revealed their true forms, rotting zombies. Rainwater washed over their decaying flesh, making them appear even more grotesque and repulsive. They seemed to have smelled the presence of living people, roaring as they charged towards the gas station. Facing these ordinary zombies, Ye Lintian didn't want to get into close combat, so he directly took out a crossbow from his special ability space and fired at them from a distance. One by one, the zombies fell in the rain, but a few still rushed into the gas station. The battle erupted instantly. Everyone who could muster a weapon picked up their hands and began clearing out the zombies. These unevolved, ordinary zombies were quickly dealt with. Before everyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, a skinless, rotting zombie dog suddenly burst out of the rain. Ye Lintian swiftly drew his Tang sword and cleaved it in two with a single stroke. The crisis was not over. 7 more zombie dogs appeared in the torrential rain. One of them was enormous, almost the size of a husky. With a roar from the giant zombie dog, the remaining 6 smaller zombie dogs immediately pounced on the group. Fortunately, Chunbo and Li Yu were both second-tier ability users, and with the addition of the husky that had just broken through to the 3rd tier, these smaller zombie dogs did not pose a significant threat. The real problem was that large Tier 3 zombie dog. Its body wasn't rotting. Instead, it was covered in scarlet muscles, and 2 sharp canine teeth protruded from its mouth, making it extremely aggressive. It didn't rush to attack, but instead observed the group dealing with the small zombie dogs. Suddenly, it charged forward and appeared beside Li Wang, who was about to retreat back to the van, in the blink of an eye. Li Wang screamed in terror at the sight of the enormous zombie dog, even wetting himself on the spot. Just as the zombie dog opened its mouth to bite, Ye Lintian arrived in time and kicked it away. The zombie dog rolled on the ground a few times, then stood up again, staring warily at Ye Lintian. The next second, its body suddenly split into 3, all lunging at Ye Lintian simultaneously. Chunbo and the others, who had just dealt with the small zombie dog, were all on edge when they saw this scene. Chun Duo and Li Fei, who were hiding in the RV, exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that the zombie dog had such an ability. Li Wang, who had just been rescued, wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he hoped that Ye Lintian would die under the claws of the zombie dog, preferably taking it down with him. He was jealous of Ye Lintian's RV and powerful strength, and felt that if he also had superpowers, he would definitely be stronger than Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian remained completely calm. He charged directly at one of the zombie dogs, ignoring the attacks of the other 2. With a flash of light, the zombie dog's head flew high into the air. The other 2 zombie dogs that had pounced on him also vanished in the same instant. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Village. The sky was pouring rain, and the whole world was blurred by the rain curtain. Inside the gas station, Ye Lintian decapitated the 3rd-tier zombie dog with a single strike. As the head rolled off, the two clones vanished instantly. He had already analyzed the zombie dog with his supernatural abilities and knew that the clones it created were just illusions and posed no real threat. Furthermore, given that his current physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary third-tier supernatural being, this zombie dog posed no threat to him whatsoever. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him easily resolve the crisis. After all, this zombie dog was quite powerful, extremely fast, and could use illusions to confuse enemies. An ordinary third-tier ability user might not survive encountering it. Amidst the admiring gazes of Tang Mingyao and the others, Ye Lintian returned to the RV. After Chenbo and the others retrieved the crystal cores from the zombies, they also got into the vehicle. Ye Lintian handed the third-tier crystal core he had just extracted from the zombie dog to Chenbo. Here, take this crystal core. After absorbing it, you should be able to break through to the third tier directly. Chenbo held the crystal core, deeply moved. He didn't refuse, because only by becoming stronger could he truly help Ye Lintian. After lunch, Chenbo began absorbing the crystal core and quickly broke through to the third tier. Overjoyed, he immediately ran to tell Ye Lintian that he had finally developed a combat technique. Ye Lintian became interested. Your superpower can also be used to develop combat techniques? Chenbo nodded and explained that this technique was called information explosion. After reaching the third level, he could project information from his data space onto beings within a 5-meter radius. If he flooded a large amount of chaotic information into the other person's mind at once, it would cause their brain to short-circuit and stop thinking. Ye Lintian was also somewhat moved after hearing this. Indeed, there are no truly useless superpowers, only people who don't know how to develop them. Chenbo Duo and the others beside him were also surprised. They hadn't expected Chenbo to come up with such a use. By then, the torrential rain outside had stopped. The sky had cleared again, and the world after the rain appeared clean and fresh. Birds began to stir, and a pigeon landed on the roof of the RV, curiously watching the group preparing to set off again. The two vehicles quickly drove out of the gas station and continued towards the Shuqing base. The number of zombies on the road gradually increased, and the two vehicles moved slowly, stopping and starting frequently. However, this allowed the group to collect a considerable number of crystal cores. Aunt Zeng and Gushuachin collected 10 crystal cores and successfully advanced to the second tier. Ye Lintian also learned from them that they learned about the function of crystal nuclei through a radio. During this time, Liu also successfully broke through to the third tier. Her teleportation was faster and covered a longer distance. She could even move with a person on her back. As darkness fell, Ye Lintian and his companions, who had originally planned to rest by the roadside for the night, unexpectedly discovered a small village not far away, with lights on in the village. This discovery excited Tang, Mingyao, and the others. Being crammed into the van for so long was really uncomfortable. Her feet were even a little swollen. So she decided to go to the village to ask if they could stay the night. Ye Lintian also decided to go and take a look, but he left Chenbo and the others in the RV. The village was small, with only about 10 households. In the dim night, streaks of candlelight shone from the brick houses, making the whole village look like a lonely island floating in the Black Sea. Tang Mingyao walked up to Ye Lintian and asked with some surprise, "Are you going into the village too? Aren't your RVs quite comfortable?" Ye Lintian said calmly, "I'm worried about you. This village is a bit strange." Tang Mingyao was taken aback. Strange? There are lights inside, and there are obviously still living people. Ye Lintian retorted, "Have you ever thought about why so many living people here haven't attracted zombies? And why they dare to openly light lamps?" These words silenced Tang Mingyao, and Aunt Zeng and the others also began to hesitate. Li Wang retorted dismissively, "Couldn't the villagers have been able to kill all the zombies? If you can become superhumans, why can't they?" He'd had enough of the van and wanted to sleep in a comfortable bed tonight, no matter what. Hearing that Ye Lintian seemed to be suggesting everyone go back, he immediately became unhappy. Ye Lintian glanced at him, feeling somewhat displeased. This young man seemed to have always harbored hostility towards him, showing no gratitude whatsoever, even after he had saved him at the gas station. Tang Mingyao thought about it, and felt that Li Wang's words made sense. Zhang Chunhua and Gushuachin were both second-tier ability users now, so they should be able to evacuate if they encounter danger. As they spoke, the 6 of them arrived at the village entrance. To their surprise, 3 people were already standing there, as if they had been waiting for them. An elderly woman dressed as a shaman stepped forward, with 2 simply dressed villagers standing beside her. She clasped her hands together and said in a devout tone, "Welcome." Tang Mengyao was somewhat surprised. "You knew we would come?" The fortune teller nodded. "That's right. It's all divine guidance." "God!" Tang Mengyao thought she had misheard. The shaman's expression became even more devout. "It was God who told me you would come, and it was God who protected our village from evil spirits." The 2 villagers beside her, upon hearing this, also displayed the same devout expression. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zeng became quite excited. People of her age naturally revere gods and Buddhas, preferring to believe in their existence rather than their non-existence, and immediately expressed her desire to go and offer prayers. Seeing that she was interested, the fortune teller smiled and said, "The gods will bless you." Having received a scientific education, she naturally didn't believe in any gods. The fact that the villagers were so devout suggested this place was likely a cult hideout. For their safety, she wanted to advise everyone to return to the van first. She said, "Sister Zeng, it's already dark. Why don't we go back to the car first and come back to pray tomorrow when it's light? It's not really appropriate to pray to the gods so late at night." Gushua-chin also sensed something was wrong with the village and chimed in, "Yes, sisters, and it's the same if we come back tomorrow." Ansung hesitated for a moment, but Li Wang suddenly interjected, "Since we're already here, why don't we stay in the village for the night?" He didn't want to go back to the van at all. He just wanted to find a villager's house to sleep as soon as possible. The fortune teller immediately seized the opportunity to persuade. "That's right. Why go back when we're already at the village entrance? How can that minivan fit so many people? Let's go to Dazhuang's house later and have his wife cook you a hot meal and let you sleep in a comfortable big bed for the night." Upon hearing that there would be a large bed and dinner, Li Wang's eyes lit up, and he began to persuade Aunt Zeng to stay even more earnestly. He even used the gods to pressure her. "You come to someone's doorstep and then leave. What kind of talk is that? It's disrespectful to the gods." The shaman added at the opportune moment, "If you leave like this, you will displease the gods. Our village is protected by the gods, so you don't need to be afraid of those demons and monsters. You can sleep peacefully tonight." Aunt Zeng finally wavered and looked at Tang Mengyao. "Mengyao, let's stay in the village for one night. Nothing should happen. Don't worry, Shuo-chin and I are both second-level ability users." Seeing that she was determined to stay, Tang Mengyao had no choice but to agree. Ye Lintian, who had been observing from the sidelines, had already noticed something amiss. After analyzing the 3 villagers, he discovered that they all had a parasite in their brains, a parasite that could affect a person's mind. However, he didn't make a fuss, but decided to go in and see what strange things were hidden in this village. The sorceress led the group to the home of a villager named Dazhuang. Dazhuang's wife was very hospitable, quickly tidying up the tables and chairs for everyone to sit down, and then went into the kitchen to cook. Gushua-chin's son, Zhangzhu, remained nestled in his mother's arms. The child's sensitivity seemed to alert him that something was amiss with the villagers. While comforting her son, Gushua-chin also became increasingly vigilant. Aunt Zeng, however, was completely unaware and was still asking the sorceress about the gods. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, Li Wang suddenly disappeared. Tang Mengyao and the others didn't know where he went either. He didn't return until the Zhuang's wife had finished cooking. When he returned, he subconsciously touched his waist. Under his clothes, there was a sheathed fruit knife tucked in. Chapter 31 Night Raid. Dinner wasn't as lavish as he'd imagined, but the portions were generous. Ye Lintian used his analytical abilities to check the food, confirming that nothing had been tampered with. Instead, a sense of unease crept into his mind. Was he really just overthinking things? Tang Mengyao remained hesitant while eating. She had been tricked into drinking water laced with paralyzing toxins at the gas station during the day, and then received such warm hospitality that evening. Naturally, she dared not trust anyone. Seeing that the Zhuang and his wife were also eating, and that Ye Lintian hadn't warned her about the poison, she finally felt safe enough to start eating. After the meal, everyone was assigned to 2 rooms. Ye Lintian and Li Wang stayed in the small room, while Tang Mengyao, Aunt Zeng, and Gushua-chin and her son stayed in the large room. As night deepened, a reddish full moon hung in the sky. In the silent night sky, a crow cawed as it flew by. The sorceress, however, did not sleep. She went alone to the village ancestral hall, and before she even got close, the door opened from the inside. Two muscular, blue-faced, fanged zombies stood at the door, like two malevolent gatekeepers, staring intently at her, but without attacking. Despite her fear, the sorceress forced herself to go inside. The ancestral hall was littered with blood-stained clothes, men's, women's, and children's, scattered all over the floor. In the dim candlelight, a giant worm lay in the center of the ancestral hall. Most bizarrely, a human face that was crying was growing on its head. The sorceress bowed deeply and said in a trembling voice, "Great God, today's offerings have been prepared." The human face on the worm's head spoke, "Very good. With them as offerings, your village will be free from demons and monsters for the next week. Go, take these two corpse demons and bring the people over." The sorceress quickly bowed and withdrew, saying, "I will obey your command." After she left the ancestral hall, the two burly zombies followed her out and walked together toward the courtyard where Ye Lintian and the others lived. The cold moonlight shone into the small house through the window. Li Wang, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and quietly reached for his waist, pulling out the fruit knife. He tiptoed to Ye Lintian's bedside, and seeing that the other was breathing steadily as if he was still fast asleep, a sinister smile immediately appeared on his lips. As long as he kills Ye Lintian, the strongest person, he can join the village and live peacefully here. As for Tang Mengyao and the others, they will become food for the god the villagers talk about. Thinking of the surge of strength he gained after eating the insects the village chief gave him, Li Wang was filled with elation. He felt that even if Ye Lintian were awake, he might not be a match for him now. But to be on the safe side, it would be best to let him die in his dream. Li Wang raised the fruit knife and stabbed it viciously into Ye Lintian's neck. This guy, who slept in a luxury RV every day, had long driven him mad with jealousy. He'd kill Ye Lintian, then lead the villagers to deal with the people in the RV. That vehicle would be his sooner or later. However, the next second, he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, the knife wouldn't fall. Li Wang suddenly snapped out of his daze, only to realize that Ye Lintian had somehow firmly grasped his wrist. Ye Lintian, however, had already opened his eyes. Ye Lintian said coldly, "It seems that the bug in your head has given you a lot of confidence, that you actually dared to assassinate me." Li Wang's expression changed drastically. "What? How do you know I have worms in my body?" When he ate the insect, only the village chief was present. Ye Lintian and the others were still waiting for their meal in the yard, so it was impossible for them to have seen it. Ye Lintian was too lazy to explain, and simply uttered, "A clown." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force and flung Li Wang away. With a loud bang, Li Wang smashed through the door and flew into the yard. The commotion instantly woke Tang Mengyao and the others. They rushed out of the room and saw Li Wang getting up from the ground, a gleaming knife in his hand, while Ye Lintian walked into the courtyard. Tang Mengyao asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Li Wang's facial muscles bulged strangely, revealing a ferocious smile. "Ha ha, I'm not pretending anymore. Ye Lintian, and you bunch of stinking women, I've had enough of you. The apocalypse has come, and I should be the protagonist, so why didn't I awaken any superpowers and can't even beat an old hag?" The resentment that had been building up inside him finally erupted, and he laughed wildly, as if he had gone mad. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zeng immediately exploded. "You brat, who are you calling old and faded? Believe me or not, I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Li Wang became even more arrogant. "So what if I said it? I've already received divine power. I'm not the same anymore." Unable to bear it any longer, Aunt Zeng rushed in front of him and punched him in the face. Blood splattered from his nose, and Li Wang was so badly beaten that he saw stars before crashing into the courtyard wall. He covered his nose, his face filled with disbelief. "Impossible! How could I have been hit? You must have ambushed me." After saying that, he raised his knife and lunged at Aunt Zeng. Aunt Zeng dodged the blade by tilting her head, then punched him in the face. Li Wang was sent flying into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, his arrogance completely shattered. In fact, the insect did strengthen Li Wang's body, but the improvement was limited. Before the apocalypse, he was a weak, internet-addicted teenager. Even if he became stronger, he would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary adult man, and he would never be a match for Zheng Chanhua. who had been enhanced by superpowers. Just then, a villager with gray hair but muscular build came out from outside, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "You're really useless. You can't even handle this little thing. What use are you? You might as well be sacrificed to the gods." Upon hearing the voice, Li Wang immediately perked up, scrambling to grab the other person's leg and crying out, "Village chief, I'm one of you now. You must do me justice and sacrifice them to the gods." The village chief watched with disgust as he wiped his tears and snot on his pants, then kicked him 6 or 7 meters away. Li Wang crashed to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Tang Mingyao looked at the robust old man in front of her and frowned, asking, "Are you the village chief?" The village chief nodded. "That's right." Tang Mingyao asked again, "Are you going to sacrifice us to the gods?" The village chief said calmly, "That's right. To keep the village from being disturbed by demons and monsters, we need sacrifices, and you are the chosen sacrifices." Tang Mingyao was furious. "What you're doing is illegal." The village chief sneered. "Law? The world has become like this, and you still want to talk to me about law? You're adorably naive." Tang Mingyao was speechless for a moment. As a police officer, her first reaction was still the law, but she forgot that this was the apocalypse. Aunt Zeng said in a deep voice, "Old man, even if we disregard the law, what you're doing is still incredibly inhumane." The village chief scoffed. "Humanity is defined by the living. There's no need to talk about it with you who are about to die." He stopped talking and clapped his hands. 8 strong and sturdy villagers immediately rushed into the courtyard. The village chief coldly ordered, "Take them down, dead or alive." The 8 people immediately pounced on Ye Lintian and his group. Aunt Zeng raised her hand and wove a large net, which she then used to cover them. As the net fell, the 8 villagers instantly collapsed. The more they struggled, the tighter the restraints became. Aunt Zeng clapped her hands and looked at the village chief. "Done." The village chief's eyes darkened slightly. "No wonder you're so calm. You've got some skills. But that's enough for now." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a chilling aura suddenly surged towards everyone. "Ye Lintian lipit bakirt, dogin instantly." But Aunt Zeng and the others reacted a step too slow. Their hands and feet were frozen solid, and frost formed on their hair and eyebrows, rendering them instantly incapacitated. The village chief looked at Ye Lintian and sneered. "Oh, there's another big fish. I'd like to see where you can hide now." Ye Lintian's ability to evade his attack did indeed surprise him. But the village chief wasn't worried. His superpower had already been enhanced by the divine insect, making it far more powerful than those of the other superpowered individuals who had come to the village before. The next moment, a large amount of cold air surged from the village chief's body. With a clench of his hands, the cold air condensed into 2 white spheres, which he hurled fiercely at Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian leaped away, using his legs to dodge the white balls. But to his surprise, the 2 white balls exploded in midair, releasing a large cloud of cold mist. In an instant, the icy cold air completely engulfed Ye Lintian's body. Chapter 32, Human-Faced Worm. The village chief looked at Ye Lintian, who was enveloped in cold air, with disdain on his face. He was about to make a sarcastic remark when Ye Lintian's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Where are you looking?" The village chief turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ye Lintian had somehow gotten behind him, and before he could react, a punch had already landed on his head. "You brat, don't underestimate this old man." The village chief pushed with both hands, and 2 white streaks shot out into the air. Ye Lintian dodged one of them, but he punched the other away, shattering it and sending the chilling energy scattering in all directions. The village chief was completely stunned. His move, if it hit a person, would have frozen a hole in them, yet Ye Lintian was able to shatter it with his bare hands. Before he could continue to be shocked, Ye Lintian's fist had already landed on his face. The village chief's mouth was filled with blood and teeth, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into half of the wall. Just as Ye Lintian was about to deliver the finishing blow, a burly figure suddenly crashed down on him from above. He dodged it with a swift movement, and the object smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. When the dust settled, everyone could see that it was a terrifying zombie with exposed muscles. At the same time, a low growl came from outside the courtyard, and a second zombie walked in, followed by the sorceress. "It's you. You actually lied to us." Aunt Zung broke through the ice and shouted angrily through gritted teeth. The sorceress smiled sinisterly. I'm not lying to you. I'm just taking you to worship the gods. What happens after you see the gods is not my concern. Tang Mingyao's lips were turning purple from the cold as she coldly questioned them, asking if they weren't afraid of retribution for doing this. The sorceress, however, became increasingly arrogant, claiming that it was for the continuation of the village and for the children's future, and that even if their hands were stained with blood, it was a noble thing to do. Tang Mingyao wanted to curse again, but the sorceress suddenly flew into a rage, shouting that she dared to call gods monsters. Stimulated by the parasite in her brain, her rationality quickly collapsed, and her body began to strengthen. Her hunched body slowly straightened, her veins bulged, and her eyes turned bloodshot. The next instant, she flashed in front of Tang Mingyao and grabbed her by the neck. Tang Mingyao instantly had difficulty breathing and was about to faint when Ge Shuichin, who was beside her, immediately made her move. In a twist of the air, she directly shredded the sorceress's hands into minced meat. The sorceress screamed and retreated, but the pain brought her back to her senses, and she immediately gave the two zombies a stern order to attack. Two monsters lunged at Tang Mingyao and Ge Shuichin simultaneously. Tang Mingyao hurriedly fired her gun, but the bullet bounced off as if hitting a steel plate. Zhang Chunhua hastily wove a large net, but before it could land, it was corroded and riddled with holes by the acid sprayed by the other zombie. The child in Ge Shuichin's arms cried out in fright. Ignoring everything else, she immediately activated her shattering ability. The zombie, spewing acid, twisted its limbs, bones cracking repeatedly, before collapsing to the ground with a thud, temporarily incapacitated. The other, seemingly invulnerable zombie, paused only briefly before bracing itself against the supernatural power and charging towards Tang Mingyao. Despair was already evident on her face. She knew she couldn't withstand that punch at all. Just then, a not-so-tall figure blocked her way. Fist against fist, a deafening boom echoed, the air currents ruffling Tang Mingyao's hair. But she couldn't care less. Her eyes were fixed on Ye Lintian's straight back, and a strange sense of peace settled over her. After exchanging a punch, Ye Lintian remained unmoved, while the zombie staggered back 3 steps before regaining its footing. Ye Lintian shook his numb arm and recognized that this third-tier zombie's special ability was Steel Bones, making it virtually invulnerable to blades and spears when activated. The zombie roared and charged again, but Ye Lintian no longer confronted it head-on. Instead, he activated his devouring ability. In the instant his ability became chaotic, the zombie's steel-like body instantly reverted to flesh and blood. Ye Lintian drew his sword and passed it. By the time the Tang sword was sheathed, the zombie's movements had stopped, its head slid off to the side, and its body fell heavily to the ground. The courtyard fell silent instantly, everyone staring at Ye Lintian in shock. The monster that they had all been helpless against had been killed by him in less than a minute. The sorceress turned pale and kept backing away. She knew very well how terrifying that zombie was. A few days ago, a group of refugees came to the village, including a second-tier ability user who could summon a substitute, but that person couldn't even break through the zombie's defenses and was eventually ripped off. But now, this invincible ghoul in her heart was easily killed by Ye Lintian, and panic finally arose in her heart. Just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the direction of the shrine. Who killed my ghoul? Immediately afterwards, the walls collapsed one after another, and a huge worm, 1/2 meter in diameter and 3 meters long, crawled out of the ruins. Most horrifyingly, its grayish-green head had a crying human face on it. The moon was obscured by clouds, and night fell completely. In the once quiet village, footsteps and strange howls grew ever closer. As the things approached the courtyard, everyone realized that they were villagers with hideous faces. They hadn't turned into zombies, but had been completely controlled by the parasites, becoming mindless monsters. Li Wang, who was on the ground, suddenly got up and charged forward ferociously. Ye Lintian showed no mercy, his Tang sword flashing as he cut down the charging monsters one by one, with Li Wang being the first to have his head chopped off. Ge Shuichin and the others couldn't bring themselves to kill them because there were women and children mixed in with the crowd, so Aunt Zung could only use a large net to temporarily trap them. The worms targeted the sorceress, asking if the man with a knife had killed her ghoul. The sorceress nodded, her face deathly pale, her body hunched over even more. Very well, you could die now. As soon as she finished speaking, the worm opened its massive, tooth-filled maw and swallowed the sorceress whole. A few seconds later, it spat out a set of blood-stained, tattered clothes, which terrified Zhang Zhu so much that she burst into tears on the spot, and Tang Mengyao and the others turned deathly pale. This worm could not only speak human language, but it also ate living people in front of all living beings, which made everyone feel cold inside. It then fixed its gaze on Ye Lintian, its voice tinged with admiration. Human, you do have some skill, actually managing to kill my powerful ghoul. Very well, then I'll make you my new ghoul. Before he could finish speaking, a chilling aura suddenly rose behind Ye Lintian, and the village chief, who had lost his mind, charged at him like a mad dog. Ye Lintian easily dodged, but the chief persisted, spewing out chilling energy and launching a chaotic barrage of punches and kicks at Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian quickly realized that the village chief had completely gone mad and was only fighting on instinct, with his true strength reduced to less than 1/10. Chapter 33, Fourth Order Copying Ability. Ye Lintian dodged the village chief's chilling punch, his Tang sword flashing as he cleanly severed the chief's head. With the village chief dead, the surrounding villagers were no longer a threat, but the real trouble was just beginning. The worm was very dissatisfied with the village chief and the others' performance. It wriggled, and chunks of flesh fell from its body. After landing, the flesh twisted a few times and transformed into insects with sharp teeth and claws, which pounced on Ye Lintian at great speed. Ye Lintian swung his sword repeatedly, slashing and killing the swarming insects one by one. Just then, the worm suddenly spewed out a stream of acid. Ye Lintian had no time to dodge and could only take out a frying pan from his supernatural space to shield himself. The acid landed on the pan and corroded through the bottom. Ye Lintian's face darkened. This thing's acid was too potent. If he were hit head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. He held back no longer, leaping into the air and slashing fiercely at the worm. But just as the worm was about to spray more acid, its mind was overwhelmed by a flood of chaotic information, instantly freezing it in place. That was the data space ability that Ye Lintian had copied from Chun Bo, which he used as an information explosion. After killing that third-tier zombie, he had casually absorbed energy and upgraded this ability to the third tier, which was now coming in handy. The blade flashed, severing the worm's head. But it wasn't truly dead. Its massive tail lashed out, sending Ye Lintian flying and crashing into half the house. The head that had fallen to the ground broke free from the interference and began to wriggle towards its torso. Ye Lintian rushed out of the ruins and charged forward again. He knew very well that he couldn't let this thing reconnect its head and body. The worm's ability was to regenerate flesh and blood. Even if its head was cut off, it could immediately regenerate if it was reattached. Just as he was about to cleave the worm's head in two, its body suddenly twisted and transformed into a 2-meter-tall zombie, blocking the blow. The zombie, however, was also sliced in two and died instantly. Before the worm's final struggle could end, its head twisted into a thick earthworm, which Ye Lintian then cleaved in two with a single stroke. His vitality is really tenacious. Ye Lintian couldn't help but mutter. But the two earthworm pieces still tried to burrow into the soil, so he unleashed another information explosion, instantly freezing them in place. Then, he slashed the Tang sword more than a dozen times until the two earthworm pieces were chopped into the soil and could no longer be distinguished. With the fourth order worm dead, Tang Mengyao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, the villagers trapped by Aunt Zhang's net began to struggle frantically, scratching their bodies relentlessly, even as they were covered in blood and gore. Even the villagers who had just been killed began to convulse violently. What's going on? Tang Mengyao and the others were so frightened that they backed away. Ye Lintian already understood. The villagers' bodies were all infested with parasites created from the flesh and blood of worms. Now that the mother was dead, the out-of-control parasites went berserk and began to devour their hosts. To everyone's horror, tiny worms crawled out of the villagers' eyes and ears, even the acid-spitting zombie, whose eye socket was cratered by a grotesque worm. These creatures had rows of teeth in their mouths, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spine. As the worms crawled out, the villagers died one after another. The worm swarm sensed Ye Lintian and his group and immediately surrounded them. But Ye Lintian did not rush to attack. He was absorbing the energy of the fourth-tier worms. Soon, a warm current flowed through his body, and his copying ability finally upgraded again. In that instant, Ye Lintian felt full of power, as if he could lift mountains, but he knew that it was just an illusion brought about by the surge in power. "Leave them to me," Ye Lintian said, gripping his Tang sword tightly without turning his head. "Can you manage all of this by yourself?" Tang Mengyao was still a little worried. Ye Lintian didn't answer. Only a slight smile played on his lips. The next second, his figure vanished from a spot. When he reappeared, the swarm of worms had been sliced in half one by one. In a short while, only a pile of corpses remained on the ground. Zulfast, Zheng Chanhua, and Ge Shuaqin, both second-tier ability users, could only see his afterimages and couldn't catch his movements at all. Tang Mengyao only saw him suddenly disappear and then suddenly reappear before all the worms were dead. Ye Lintian looked at everyone and said calmly, "If you don't want to stay in this village any longer, you should go back to the car." Looking at the corpses and writhing worms scattered on the ground, Tang Mengyao and the others felt a wave of nausea and quickly nodded, deciding to return to the van. Tonight's experience had made them realize that the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse wasn't just zombies and mutated creatures, but also the human heart. When Ye Lintian returned to the RV, he found that no one was asleep. "Why aren't you all asleep?" he asked, somewhat surprised. Holding a deck of cards, Chen Bo played one while explaining that he was worried about Ye Lintian's safety. Later, he discovered that Li Yu and the others were also awake, so they decided to play cards together. Ye Lintian felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, but looking at their carefree expressions, his initial Gandong feeling of being touched quickly dissipated. Chen Bo noticed the van outside and quickly asked if something had happened in the village. Ye Lintian nodded and briefly recounted what had happened that evening. Li Feifei frowned as she listened, disgusted that those people were feeding living people to the giant worms. It was utterly ignorant and repulsive. Chen Bo, meanwhile, gazed out the window, sighing that this was truly the apocalypse. Chen Duo hugged her knees, looking terrified, clearly shaken by the scene Ye Lintian had described. Seeing that everyone was still relatively alert, Ye Lintian urged them to go to sleep early, as they had to continue their journey the next day. He himself was also quite tired, and after washing up, he quickly lay down and fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Tang Hongtao again. That guy's strength was terrifying. A single punch or kick could collapse a building, and he easily killed that 6-meter-tall giant zombie. Then, he suddenly turned to look at Ye Lintian, his figure flashing as he appeared directly in front of him, throwing a punch. Ye Lintian woke up with a start. It was already daylight. The oppressive feeling from his dream filled him with a renewed sense of urgency. He would inevitably encounter Tang Hongtao again after going to the Shu City base. Although he was already a 4th-tier ability user, he still wasn't entirely confident in facing a monster capable of easily destroying tall buildings. He needs to become stronger. After breakfast, the two cars continued on their way. Zhang Zhu is only 7 years old, but he has already experienced the apocalypse with his mother. He fled all the way, meeting his caring older sister Tang Mengyao and Aunt Zheng, as well as the gas station attendant and strange villagers who wanted to kill them. Those experiences made him much more mature than children his age. He cries when he encounters danger, but he also knows to try not to cause trouble for the adults. Right now, he was leaning against the van window, gazing at the pastoral scenery on both sides of the road. The rice paddies were a lush green, seemingly still alive. If it weren't for the swaying figures in the distance, the scene would have been quite beautiful. Suddenly, he spotted a patch of vegetables and fruits behind a house and became excited, shouting that he had seen vegetables and fruits. Ge Shuaqin thought he was starving and quickly comforted him, saying that food was scarce to begin with, so where would vegetables and fruits come from? Zhang Zhu was so anxious that he could barely speak, and quickly explained that he really had seen it. Upon hearing this, everyone in the car was stunned, and their faces instantly lit up with surprise. Chapter 34: Vegetables and Fruits. The van suddenly stopped amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, then turned around and drove back. As they passed the RV, Tang Mengyao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, leaned out and said to Ye Lintian, "Zhang Zhu has spotted some vegetables and fruits in a field by the roadside. Follow us." Upon hearing about the fresh fruits and vegetables, Li Feifei and Chen Duo immediately perked up. For girls like them who love beauty and pay attention to their figures, fresh fruits and vegetables are inherently attractive, not to mention that in this apocalyptic world, they have become quite precious. Ye Lintian also had an idea. As long as he got the samples and used his analytical abilities to record the data, he would never have to worry about not having fresh fruits and vegetables to eat again. The two cars quickly turned around and returned, finally stopping in front of a 3-story building by the roadside. The main door on the first floor of the building was wide open, and as soon as everyone got out of the car, 3 zombies suddenly rushed out. Among them was a level 2 zombie, incredibly fast, which pounced on Ye Lintian in the blink of an eye. But the next second, its head was smashed apart by Ye Lintian's punch. Tang Mingyao and the others were stunned, clearly not expecting Ye Lintian to be able to kill a level 2 zombie with his bare hands. Chunbo and the others weren't surprised, since they already knew that Ye Lintian was now a level 4 ability user. The remaining 2 ordinary zombies were quickly dealt with. After extracting the crystal cores, the group bypassed the house and went to the vegetable garden behind it. Except for leaving the husky to guard the RV, almost everyone else came over, since there were a lot of fruits and vegetables, and manpower was needed to move them. The vegetable garden did not disappoint them. It contained loofah, tomatoes, pumpkins, cabbage, peppers, celery, water spinach, and other vegetables. Beside the garden stood a pear tree, laden with a dozen plum pears. Even more surprisingly, 5 large, round watermelons were placed under the pear tree. Everyone immediately began picking the fruits and vegetables, their faces beaming with rare excitement. Ye Lintian helped while simultaneously using his analytical abilities to record data about the produce and store it in his own data space. The vegetable garden yielded a good harvest. Everyone made 2 trips to carry everything that could be picked. In the end, the vegetables and fruits were divided into 2 portions, half for Ye Lintian and half for Tang Mingyao. Even so, it was enough to last for several days. Tang Mingyao and the others were a bit worried because without a refrigerator, perishable vegetables like water spinach and loofah had to be eaten as soon as possible. Ye Lintian, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. Although the RV's refrigerator was small, his special ability space could store some food and insulate it from the high temperatures outside, allowing the food to be preserved for longer. Even if the ingredients aren't fresh, it doesn't matter. He's already recorded the data, so he can just use his copying ability to regenerate fresh ones whenever he wants to eat them. The group didn't leave immediately. Tang Mingyao decided to have lunch there before leaving, taking the opportunity to use the building's kitchen to cook a decent meal. The rural house was well built, with tiled exterior walls, a cement yard, and easy access, being right next to the road. Ye Lintian planned to go in and take a look. Perhaps he could find some useful supplies. He accompanied Tang Mingyao and the others to the kitchen, where they discovered a wood-fired stove was in use. Although the kitchen was connected to natural gas, it seemed the owner didn't use it much, presumably to save on gas bills. Tang Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's wood-fired. It would be troublesome if it were natural gas. The place is quite well equipped. Ye Lintian was somewhat surprised and casually asked, "Why do I feel like you know the countryside quite well? Are you from the countryside?" Before Tang Mingyao could answer, Aunt Zeng chimed in with a smile. "You don't know, do you? Mingyao comes from the mountains. She was an excellent student, often ranking first in her class, and even got into police academy after graduating high school. This girl can cook and is capable. Whoever marries her will be very lucky." Tang Mingyao felt a little embarrassed by these words, and Ye Lintian also scratched his head awkwardly. He quickly made an excuse to leave. "You guys cook here, I'll go check the other rooms for any hidden zombies." Chunbo and the others didn't follow. After checking the first floor, Ye Lintian went up to the second floor. As soon as he opened the door to a room, a zombie pounced out, which he kicked away and then finished off with a stab. This room was a bedroom, and there wasn't much of value in it. He continued searching room by room, and finally found a cabinet of rice in one of the rooms. Unfortunately, he didn't have much space left in his ability storage, not enough to hold the entire cabinet of rice. Ye Lintian could only find a sack, fill it with rice, and store it in his storage space, leaving the rest unused. This left him somewhat helpless. It seemed he had to upgrade his ability space to the 4th level as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating to see good things but not be able to take them with him. After reluctantly leaving, he went to the 3rd floor. The first room was piled with tools, including hoes, machetes, saws, and chisels. Regardless of why the family had placed the tools on the third floor, Ye Lintian first used his analytical ability to record data and then put one item from each of their tools into his spatial storage. When he opened the next room, he was taken aback again. Inside were many farm tools such as baskets and sieves, and a bamboo basket was filled with seeds. Ye Lintian immediately analyzed the seeds and discovered they were various vegetable seeds. Without hesitation, he stored them all in his special ability space, and also neatly folded the basket and bamboo crate to take with him. They might come in handy sometime in the future. His ability space was almost full. He quickly rearranged the items, barely making room for emergencies. There was also a pile of fertilizer in the corner. He only analyzed and recorded the data without touching it. Finding nothing of interest on the third floor, Ye Lintian returned to the first floor. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and feeling a bit hungry, he went back to the RV. As soon as he got in the car, he saw Chun Duo busy cooking, while Chun Bo and the others were eating watermelon around a small table. While munching on a watermelon, Chun Bo mumbled a greeting. "Boss Ye, you're back? Quickly wash your hands and have a taste. This watermelon is quite sweet. Don't miss it." Ye Lintian was speechless. His sister was working hard to cook, but this guy was so carefree, happily eating melon seeds. After washing his hands, he still picked up a slice of watermelon. The flesh was rosy and sweet, and each bite was juicy and delicious. It was midday, the sun was high in the sky, and the summer heat was intense. Enjoying a bite of sweet watermelon was truly refreshing. However, the watermelon was still a bit warm, having just been picked from the field. It would have been even better chilled. They were given 2 watermelons. They ate one now, and the remaining one was cut in half and put in the refrigerator. It would definitely be more refreshing to eat it in the afternoon. Of course, watermelons were not scarce for Ye Lintian. They were already recorded in his data space, and he could create more using his copying ability at any time. Lunch was quickly prepared. There was a large plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a large plate of shredded pork with green peppers, a plate of water spinach, and a bowl of steamed rice with pumpkin for each person. Such a lunch was quite lavish in the post-apocalyptic world, and even before the apocalypse, it would have been considered a standard home-cooked meal. When they started eating, Tang Mingyao had already prepared her meal. However, their dishes were simpler, mostly vegetarian, with a bit more oil. But everyone still ate with great satisfaction, since many survivors couldn't even get a hot meal and were even going hungry. After lunch, everyone rested for a while before driving off again. Despite the sweltering heat, they couldn't stop. Tang Mingyao and the others hoped to reach the Shu City base as soon as possible. In their view, only there would they be safe. But Ye Lintian didn't think so. A large number of survivors would inevitably flock to the Shu City base, and the base's first problem would be food. Even if the refugees brought food, it wouldn't be much, and the base would have to solve their food problems. Even if supplies were distributed, the quantity would certainly not be sufficient. Ye Lintian wasn't short of food. His main purpose in going to the Shuqing base was to find his younger sister, Ye Xian. He also wanted to settle old scores with Tang Hongtao. Chapter 35, Spatial Ability Upgrade. The 2 vehicles drove along the highway, stopping to clear out any zombies blocking their path, and then digging up their crystal cores. Ye Lintian and his group had been traveling for 4 days since leaving the vegetable garden. During these days, they had passed through several towns and villages, killing as they went. Even Zeng, Chanhua, and Gushuichin were almost at the threshold of the 3rd tier. This improvement wouldn't have been possible without the help of Ye Lintian, Chun Bo, and others. Chun Bo, in particular, helped them deal with a troublesome 2nd-tier zombie. But in doing so, he also revealed his identity as a 3rd-tier ability user. Although his ability wasn't a direct fire attack, his information explosion was practically a knockout blow to any intelligent being. Ordinary zombies are not greatly affected, but evolved zombies have reactivated their brains and will have some judgment. If they continue to evolve and truly develop brains similar to humans, that would be a disaster for everyone. Not long after, 3 more zombies appeared on the road, one of which was a level 1 zombie with supernatural abilities. However, with the cooperation of Aunt Zeng and Gushuichin, they were quickly killed. Just then, Ye Lintian suddenly thought of a problem, and his expression turned strange. He walked to the driver's seat and asked Tang Mingyao directly, "Officer Tang, why don't we take the nearest highway entrance to the Shuqing base instead of going through rural roads?" Tang Mingyao was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. Only a small section of the highway outside Ida City was damaged. They had already passed several towns and villages, and the rest of the highway should have been open by now. She was a little embarrassed and could only make up an excuse. Isn't this to kill more zombies and improve everyone's combat power? Ye Lintian didn't expose him, but simply said there should be a highway entrance in that town ahead. Let's get on the highway from there. No problem, just follow the van. Tang Mingyao forced a smile and continued to lead the way. Ye Lintian returned to the RV, washed his hands, took half a chilled watermelon from the refrigerator, and handed a piece to Chunbo in the driver's seat. Then he sat on the sofa, enjoying the coolness as he ate. While eating watermelon, Li Feifei couldn't help but ask, Lintian, what exactly is your superpower? How come these watermelons keep suddenly appearing, and they're all exactly the same? Even the scars are identical. She had noticed something was off these past few days. Ye Lintian seemed to have a magic pocket, able to pull out anything, especially watermelons. He had clearly finished the first 2 on the first day, but for the next 4 days, he could put a new one in the refrigerator every day. It was like a 4th-dimensional pocket. Ye Lintian said helplessly, can't even chilled watermelon shut you up? Chen Duo quickly came to his rescue. Sister Feifei, don't make things difficult for Brother Lintian. Everyone has their own little secrets. Even Li Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Sis, you're too gossipy. That's what he said. He was actually curious too, but he still knew his limits. Li Feifei was immediately displeased and raised her fist. You brat, how dare you talk to your sister like that? You want a beating, don't you? Li Yu immediately made a zipping motion and obediently shut up. As they chatted, the convoy reached the edge of a nearby town, but instead of entering, they went straight onto the highway. Once on the highway, their speed increased significantly. Ye Lintian looked out the window and saw that the highway was very clear, with many abandoned vehicles parked along the roadside, seemingly cleared by the military that had passed through earlier. They occasionally saw a few zombies on the highway, but it was much safer than the rural roads. At this pace, they even felt they could reach the Shuqing base in a day. Unfortunately, their good fortune didn't last long. Suddenly, a private car sped onto the highway at the next intersection, followed by more than 30 zombies. Just as the car was about to be overtaken by a level 3 speed zombie, a man jumped out of the passenger seat and charged at it unarmed. The moment their fists collided, the man was sent flying backward, his arm twisted and deformed. But he endured the pain and got up, his arm miraculously returning to normal quickly. Before he could even recover, the speed zombie was already in front of him, its claws piercing straight through his chest. Ah! The man screamed, kicked the zombie away, and used the momentum to create distance. The wound on his chest healed rapidly as he retreated, but his body began to turn transparent, as if it might disappear at any moment. The 30-odd zombies behind him rushed up, and he only had time to knock down a few before he was completely overwhelmed. Even more bizarrely, when he died, there was no flesh or blood left on the ground, as if he had vanished in a thin air. Ye Lintian saw this scene clearly. However, the distance was too great, and he couldn't use his analytical abilities to assess the situation. He could only watch helplessly as the man was swallowed up. But the man's desperate delay bought the car time to escape, allowing it to get away successfully. But Ye Lintian and his group weren't so lucky. The road ahead was blocked by zombies, and those zombies had their eyes on them, charging straight at the convoy. We have no choice but to fight. After Ye Lintian finished speaking, he got out of the car with Chunbo and Li Yu. Aunt Zeng and Gushuachin quickly followed and got into position. Leading the charge was still the speed-type zombie, which easily dodged the net thrown by Aunt Zeng and pounced on her like a shadow. But the next second, Ye Lintian was already in front of it, his speed no slower than the zombies. A flash of cold light, and the zombie barely dodged a blade aimed at its head, grazing past him. But this blow completely enraged it. It abandoned the others and turned to attack Ye Lintian relentlessly. However, Ye Lintian blocked all of its attacks. Instead, he seized the opportunity to sever the arm with sharp nails. Just then, the horde of zombies behind them pounced on them. Ye Lintian flexed his wrists, and when the speed zombie charged again, he activated his devouring ability. The zombie, which had been moving as fast as the wind, suddenly stopped, completely stunned. Ye Lintian seized the opportunity to rush forward and cleaved its head open with a single strike. At the same time, Aunt Zeng and the others also began to exert their power, sending out large nets one after another to cover the zombies. Gushuachin followed up by activating her shattering ability, instantly exploding the trapped zombies into pieces. Even though two second-tier zombies managed to dodge the attacks, they were intercepted and quickly killed by Chunbo and Liu working together. After dealing with the level 3 zombie and absorbing its energy, Ye Lintian turned and charged into the zombie horde. Each strike he made resulted in a zombie losing limbs. In just 5 minutes, over 30 zombies were wiped out. Tang Mengyao, Chen Duo, and the others in the car felt their blood boil with excitement, and their hearts were filled with greater peace of mind. As the team grew stronger, their sense of security also increased. Next came the task of extracting crystal cores. As Ye Lintian absorbed the energy from the zombies whose crystal cores had been extracted, he vaguely felt that if he obtained another second-tier crystal core, his spatial ability could reach the 4th tier. Chunbo and the others didn't try to dig out the withered 3rd-tier speed zombie because they all knew it no longer had a crystal core. As for Ye Lintian's ability to absorb zombie energy, they were aware of it, but none of them revealed it. After disposing of the body, the group resumed their journey, continuing along the highway. Ye Lintian obtained another second-tier crystal core from Chunbo and devoured it. As the crystal core energy was absorbed, his spatial ability indeed broke through to the 4th level, and his body was strengthened once again. He even suspected that his current physical attributes were approaching the level of some 5th-level ability users. What surprised him most was that the supernatural space doubled in size, expanding to 80 cubic meters. Such a large space could even fit an entire RV inside. Moreover, he has gained a new ability. In addition to his original ability to alter spatial structures, he can now control the movement of objects within space with his mind. Previously, to adjust the position, he had to take things out and put them back. Now, with just a thought, things can be moved directly, making it much more convenient. Chapter 36, Doppelganger Ability. Not long after Ye Lintian and his group entered the highway, they spotted the same private car that had escaped the zombies earlier. As they approached, Ye Lintian sat in the driver's seat and recognized the man driving, the very same guy who had been torn apart by the zombies earlier. No one else noticed anything unusual, since everyone's attention was focused on the zombie, and they were too far away to see clearly. But Ye Lintian, now a 4th-level ability user, could see very clearly that it was the same person in front and behind. Filled with doubt, Ye Lintian used his analytical ability on the man. Upon seeing the result, he was immediately shocked. It turned out this man was also an ability user, possessing a second-tier clone ability. This also explains why he died so decisively before, without even leaving a corpse. Because what was killed by the zombies was only his clone. More importantly, this clone ability is quite unique. It can directly create physical clones, and these clones possess self-awareness. As long as they are not hit in vital areas, where the alien energy constituting the body is not exhausted, the clones will not disappear. If they can be retrieved before the alien energy is depleted, they can also retrieve the memories and residual alien energy along with them. After reading the introduction, Ye Lintian was immediately tempted. He originally wanted to save this opportunity for an offensive ability, but the clone ability was just too tempting, especially since it seemed to solve the problem of clones disappearing when their energy was depleted. In the end, he couldn't resist and directly copied his clone ability. Soon, a new energy sphere formed within him, and he gained a new ability. The clone he just copied only has a level 1 ability, and the clone can only last for 10 minutes. It's not that he doesn't have enough ability, but rather that the energy in each ability orb can only be used for the corresponding ability, and the amount in this orb is still too small. Just as Ye Lintian was studying his clone ability, the two cars passed each other. Tang Mengyao casually greeted them, but the other party didn't even turn around, clearly not wanting to have anything to do with them. Since the other party didn't want to pay attention, they didn't need to make a fool of themselves. But after Ye Lintian and his group's car passed them, the private car accelerated and followed, clearly using them as a stepping stone, which made Chunbo and the others very unhappy. After the apocalypse, it's not just zombies that pose a danger. Animals have also become humanity's greatest enemies. This isn't so obvious in cities, but once you venture into the wilderness, it becomes the domain of wild beasts. Even zombies in the wilderness are often torn apart by powerful wild animals. A 4-meter-tall, 5th-tier giant wolf was leading its pack on a hunt in the wilderness. The pack consisted of over 30 wolves, including 2 fourth-tier wolves for third-tier wolves and 6 second-tier wolves, with the rest being ordinary wolves, an extremely ferocious lineup. They swept through the land, killing zombies and devouring wild animals, leaving almost no survivors in their wake. And it was precisely because of this that the wolf pack grew stronger during their migration. Just then, a 4-meter-tall armored water buffalo appeared ahead. Every step it took was like that of an armored tank, so heavy it was terrifying. The wolf pack didn't retreat. They first sent ordinary wolves to probe the area. But they couldn't even bite through the buffalo's hide, and several were trampled to death by the enraged buffalo. This armored buffalo is a 4th-tier evolved beast. Its special ability is to enhance its body, and the enhancement effect is permanent. After long-term enhancement, its body has become ridiculously tough. Even a sniper bullet can only leave a shallow mark on it. Seeing that ordinary wolves were ineffective, all the wolves except for the 5th-tier Wolf King pounced on it. Flames and ice were unleashed one after another, scorching and cracking the ground, but still they couldn't harm the armored buffalo in the slightest. Instead, this attack completely enraged it. The armored buffalo stomped its stomping ground and charged into the wolf pack with a thunderous roar, running like a runaway truck. Wolves blocking its path were trampled to death with a single stomp. 3rd-tier wolves were impaled by its horns, and even a large tree that could be encircled by 2 arms was knocked over. This finally enraged the Wolf King, who had been watching from the sidelines. It raised its head and let out a howl, spitting out an energy ball that instantly struck the armored buffalo and exploded. As the smoke cleared, only a large crater 8 meters in diameter remained on the ground. At the bottom of the crater, the armored buffalo was coughing up blood and was on the verge of death. The Wolf King leaped to its side and used its claws to tear open the buffalo hide, which even a sniper rifle couldn't penetrate, and devoured its internal organs. After the Wolf King finished eating, the other wolves swarmed in and soon devoured the carcass, leaving only bones and tough hide. Having filled their bellies, the pack continued their journey, heading towards the highway that Ye Lintian and his companions were to cross. Around noon, all 3 cars stopped. I say 3 because the private car also stopped not far behind them. Inside the RV, Ye Lintian didn't hide it from the others and directly used his clone ability to create a physical clone. He wasn't showing off intentionally, but after spending time with the people in the RV, he had come to accept them. Besides, the clone ability wasn't a core secret like the copy ability, so there was no need to keep it hidden forever. Wow, Boss Yi, is this your clone? It looks so real. Chunbo leaned in and touched and looked at it. Even the clothes have a nice texture. Li Feifei couldn't help but reach out and touch them. Ye Lintian's face darkened. After the clone was retrieved, all these experiences would be attributed to him. The next second, the clone slapped the 2 people's hands away and said with dissatisfaction, "You too. That's enough. It can actually talk." Chunbo was immediately astonished. Li Feifei also looked surprised, and even Li Yu and Chun Duo, who were standing nearby, curiously gathered around. Ye Lintian waved his hand, signaling them to stop crowding around, and then sat down on the sofa with his clone. He wanted to verify his hypothesis. If successful, the clone could exist indefinitely. He first used his analytical ability on the clone and discovered that there was no power orb inside the clone. It only had the physical attributes of an ordinary person. It seemed that to increase the clone's physical strength, he needed to first raise its power level. Without much thought, Ye Lintian used his copying ability to replicate his devouring ability into his clone. As the ability was activated, a new energy sphere slowly emerged within the clone. It's a success. Ye Lintian's eyes lit up. With the ability to devour zombies, the clone can replenish its energy by killing zombies, which is undoubtedly a good start. However, the problem is not completely solved yet, because the clone can only exist for 10 minutes. If it does not replenish its energy soon, it will still disappear. "Let's begin," Ye Lintian said to his clone. The clone nodded, slowly closed its eyes as if beginning cultivation. Chunbo was completely bewildered, having no idea what they were doing. Li Feifei, however, had already figured out and explained his clones probably can't exist indefinitely. They need to be replenished with energy. He probably wants the clones to gain the power to sustain their existence through cultivation. But can clones also have supernatural abilities? Ye Lintian was taken aback. not expecting her to deduce so much from these actions. However, he naturally wouldn't explain further, as he was genuinely worried that Li Feifei would follow the clues and expose his true intentions. In fact, the clone itself doesn't possess any special abilities, but Ye Lintian can implant supernatural abilities into it by copying them. With a supernatural energy orb, the clone can naturally acquire supernatural energy through cultivation. The result did not disappoint him. His clone had indeed replenished the energy necessary to sustain its existence through cultivation, and even had a surplus, enough to continue strengthening the power orb. Although it would still be unable to withstand intense battles without timely replenishment, Ye Lintian was already very satisfied. Chapter 37, The Fleeing Survivors. Humans are always full of desires, and Ye Lintian is no exception. After confirming that the clone could exist for a long time, he had a new idea. If the clone could also have more superpowers, wouldn't it be even more useful? Thinking of this, Ye Lintian immediately activated his copying ability, attempting to copy his spatial abilities to his clone. To his surprise, this time it actually succeeded. The clone now possesses both the ability to devour and the ability to manipulate space. Ye Lintian handed over a machete, which the clone easily stored in its ability space. This proved that the copied ability could be used normally. He didn't stop and began to replicate a third ability. The ability to analyze was also successfully transferred to the clone. But when he was about to replicate his fourth ability, a problem immediately arose. The clone's body showed signs of collapse almost immediately, startling Ye Lintian into stopping. It seems the clone isn't strong enough to withstand more supernatural abilities. This made Ye Lintian realize that ordinary people's bodies might have a limit to the number of superpowers they can possess, and can only support a maximum of 3 superpowers at the same time. Tang Hongtao's case was very likely that of an extremely rare triple superpower awakener. To allow the clone to bear the fourth power, the clone's power must first be upgraded to level 2. At the same time, he roughly understood why his replication ability could only replicate one ability at each level. It wasn't that his ability was insufficient, but rather that his body couldn't handle it. However, Ye Lintian considered another possibility. His body could be continuously strengthened by multiple superpowers. If all the other superpowers were upgraded to the 4th tier, his physical strength might reach the level of a 5th tier superpower user. At that point, he might be able to replicate another superpower. Of course, this is just speculation. Whether it will actually work or not will only be known once the superpower is truly upgraded. After figuring out the situation, Ye Lintian retrieved the clone. As the clone dissipated, a flood of memories rushed into his mind, and he saw everything that had just happened again from the clone's perspective. At the same time, the alien energy within the clone returned to his own body. What surprised him even more was that the devouring ability, spatial ability, and analytical ability orbs within his clone actually fused with the corresponding abilities within his body. Ye Lintian quickly checked and found that the swallowing range had expanded to 6 meters, and the analysis distance had also increased by 1 meter, becoming 11 meters. What surprised him most was the spatial ability. The space had increased by 10 cubic meters out of thin air, and the cleaver that had been stored in the clone also appeared in the merged space. In other words, as long as the clone uses the special ability space to collect resources, once the clone retrieves the items, that space and those items will be merged into his main body space. This is undoubtedly a good way to expand his ability space, so he no longer has to wait for his spatial ability to upgrade. When Ye Lintian regained his composure, Chen Duo had already prepared lunch. After lunch, the group set off again. During the rest of the journey, Ye Lintian became noticeably more proactive, always the first to attack any zombies they encountered. His goal was simple, to upgrade his clone ability as quickly as possible. His luck didn't disappoint him that afternoon. After killing 3 ordinary zombies, Ye Lintian soon encountered a 2nd-tier zombie. The zombie didn't even have a chance to resist before he killed it with a single strike. Ye Lintian then activated his devouring ability, absorbing all the energy within its body. The clone ability has successfully advanced to the 2nd level. The 2nd-tier clone could exist for an hour and possessed the physical attributes of a 2nd-tier ability user, which greatly satisfied Ye Lintian. Back in the RV, he created another clone and gave it the abilities of devouring, spatial ability, and analysis. He then copied the ability of teleportation. Ye Lintian himself did not possess this superpower, but he had relevant data, the source of which was Liu. Liu is a third-tier ability user, capable of teleporting 20 meters at a time. A first-tier ability user can only teleport 5 meters, but Ye Lintian was already quite satisfied. It possesses 4 clones with supernatural abilities, which can be preserved for a long time. Seeing 2 identical Ye Lintians sitting on the sofa, Liu's expression became very strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss Yi, aren't you going to put away your clone this time?" Ye Lintian glanced at his clone, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, and casually said, "No need, just treat him like a large figurine." Liu was speechless. Meanwhile, the wolf pack, led by the Wolf King, had arrived at the side of the highway. The highway guardrails are as fragile as paper in front of them, and are quickly torn apart. At that moment, 3 private cars were traveling on the highway. The driver saw the pack of wolves rushing onto the highway from afar. Their faces turned pale instantly, and they slammed on the brakes without hesitation, turning around and fleeing. Although the 3 vehicles were some distance from the wolf pack, the wolves couldn't possibly miss such a large target. The Wolf King let out a low growl, and the wolves immediately chased after the 3 private cars. Fortunately, this was a highway, and with the car floored, an ordinary wolf couldn't catch up at all. But just because an ordinary wild wolf can't catch up doesn't mean a 4th-tier giant wolf can't. The 2 giant wolves, each 3 meters tall, were moving extremely fast and were rapidly closing the distance between themselves and the convoy. The driver at the back of the line turned green with shock. He never imagined that he would encounter a pack of wolves on what he thought was a safe highway. Even more terrifying was that the 2 giant wolves that were chasing them were definitely evolved beasts of level 3 or higher. And in their group, although they were superhumans, there were only 3 level 2. If we were to face them head-on, I'm afraid not even bones would be left. Just then, the rear tire of the last car suddenly exploded. The car went out of control, crashed into the guardrail with a bang, and slid for more than 10 meters on the highway. The 2 giant wolves ignored the wrecked car and continued chasing the other 2 vehicles ahead. The car was in a terrible state, but there were still people alive inside. With a loud bang, the car door was slammed open, and a man covered in blood crawled out of the car. The blood wasn't his. It belonged to his fellow passengers. Those people were all ordinary people who died instantly in the crash. Only he, a 2nd-tier ability user, survived, and his injuries weren't serious. He finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the 2 giant wolves disappear into the distance. But when he turned around, he found 4 2-meter-tall wolves staring intently at him. The man's legs trembled, and he almost lost his balance, but he still managed to say, "Could you please go easy on me?" The 4 wolves completely ignored him. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream rang out on the highway. The other 2 fleeing cars thought that damaging the vehicles behind them would slow down the giant wolves. But to their dismay, the 2 giant wolves didn't stop at all and continued to chase them relentlessly. In the second car, a superhuman gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. His ability is to turn anything he touches into a bomb. Even his own hair can explode. The tire blowout on that car just now was his doing. He kept grabbing items from the car and throwing them back. 5 seconds after those items flew out, they exploded one after another. The explosion had almost no effect on the 2 giant wolves. Even when it hit them directly, it only slightly charred their fur. This provocation, on the contrary, thoroughly enraged them. One of the giant wolves opened its mouth and spat out an ice spike. Although the ice spike did not hit the car body precisely, it shattered into ice shards, smashing the car window to pieces. An unfortunate survivor by the window was shot through the throat by ice shards and died instantly. The other giant wolf wasn't idle either. It opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of flame, engulfing the rear half of the second vehicle. The vehicle shell began to melt, and the tires exploded. The next second, the entire car spun and flew 3 meters into the air, and the survivors inside screamed in terror. After the vehicles landed heavily, the 2 giant wolves did not immediately chase after the last car. Instead, they walked toward the overturned private car with fierce eyes. Aside from the unfortunate soul from the accident, the others in the car were only dizzy from the fall. But although they survived the crash, they immediately faced 2 enraged giant wolves. Suddenly, the second-tier ability user kicked open the car door and jumped out. Almost the instant he managed to escape, the car was smashed into a pancake by the giant wolf's claw. Blood splattered everywhere like crushed tomatoes. The giant wolf that had made the move looked at the man who had escaped with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to have any skill. The man was terrified, but he forcefully lifted a steel pipe and roared, "Bastards, I'll fight you to the death." The giant wolf abandoned its initial contempt and prepared to meet his attack. But the next second, the man threw the steel pipe at the giant wolf and turned to run away. The steel pipe exploded with a loud bang, but it failed to harm the giant wolf in the slightest. By the time the two giant wolves realized what was happening, the man had already run more than 20 meters away. With their considerable intelligence, they instantly realized they had been tricked. Enraged, the two giant wolves charged out and caught up with the superhuman in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, a series of shrill screams echoed throughout the entire highway. Chapter 38, Killing the Fourth Order Giant Wolf. The sun was setting in the west, its afterglow like blood. On the desolate highway, vans, RVs, and private cars sped along. But they hadn't gone far when a private car suddenly appeared in front of them, followed by two terrifyingly large wolves. The next second, the giant wolf spat out a fireball, which smashed directly into the trunk of the car. The entire car was thrown into the air like a broken toy and exploded upon landing, killing everyone inside. This scene startled Tang Mingyao, who slammed on the brakes. The last car reacted the fastest. Seeing that the cars in front had stopped, it immediately turned around and fled, fearing that if it was even a step too slow, it would be overtaken. Ye Lintian, inside the RV, also witnessed everything, and his face immediately darkened. But it was too late to escape. The two giant wolves had already set their sights on them. Even the vehicle from before couldn't escape. They would only die sooner. As Ye Lintian walked to the door, Chenbo immediately asked him anxiously if he was going to go down and risk his life. "These two wolves are too fast. We can't escape. We can only fight them." Ye Lintian's tone was cold. Without a word, Chenbo grabbed his machete and followed. Liu didn't hesitate either, getting out of the car with her knife in hand. Ye Lintian didn't stop them. A fourth-tier giant wolf wasn't something he could easily handle alone, and having more people would help share the burden. The three arrived at the car, and Ye Lintian quickly assigned tasks, instructing Chenbo and Liu to hold off one of the enemies while he dealt with the other before providing backup. Aunt Zeng and Ge Shuaqin also stepped forward, offering to assist. "Okay, let's begin." Before he could finish speaking, the two giant wolves had already charged at him. Ye Lintian immediately chose the fire-breathing wolf, because its flames could burn away Aunt Zeng's control methods. The moment the fire wolf opened its mouth, Ye Lintian's information explosion bombarded it. A massive amount of chaotic information instantly flooded its brain, freezing it in place. Ye Lintian seized the opportunity, slashing down with his blade and severing its head. Immediately afterwards, he activated his devouring ability, and the fire wolf's corpse quickly withered away. His clone ability also surged, reaching the fourth tier in the blink of an eye, and his body was strengthened once again. On the other side, Chenbo and the others were also fighting the ice-type giant wolf to a standstill. The large net woven by Aunt Zeng froze into ice blocks as soon as it touched the wolf's body, rendering it almost useless. Ge Shuaqin's shattering ability could tear a few wounds on the wolf's body, but none of them were deep, only superficial injuries. It was Chenbo who truly made the difference. After dodging the ice spikes, he used an information explosion to stun the giant wolf, while Liu seized that moment, teleporting in front of it and slashing at its neck. Blood spurted out immediately. Half of the giant wolf's neck had been cleaved open, the cleaver lodged in its neck bone. It roared and swung its claws at Liu, but Liu had already teleported away. The cleaver had severed its carotid artery and trachea. The giant wolf staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Watching this scene, Ye Lintian couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that their combined efforts would actually be able to kill a fourth-tier evolved beast. Chenbo quickly waved his hand, saying that the key was Liu's attack. Liu, however, retorted that Chenbo's skill was too outrageous. Once hit, one could only wait to die. Aunt Zeng, standing to the side, seemed a little disappointed, as she hadn't been of much help this time. Just then, Li Feifei came down and reminded everyone not to waste the wolf meat, as it might help improve their superpowers. The group immediately got to work and began dismembering the two evolved beast corpses. But just then, the car that had escaped earlier returned. The man in his 30s inside was dressed in a white shirt, bow tie, and dress pants, looking like a successful businessman. As soon as he got out of the car, he spoke with an air of entitlement, demanding a share of the meat as if it were all his. Ye Lintian didn't even glance at him and told him to get lost. The man's expression changed, and he immediately released a physical clone, arrogantly declaring that he was also a superhuman, adding that having more friends meant having more options, and that sharing some benefits would help them in the future. But Ye Lintian wasn't having any of it, coldly telling him not to make him say it a third time. Seeing his tough attitude, the man felt uneasy and could only mutter curses as he returned to his car, still hurling insults at Ye Lintian for being a poor kid. Upon hearing this, Chun Bo and the others were furious. Seeing this, the man tried to back up behind them, continuing to use them as stepping stones, and Chun Bo finally snapped. Ye Lintian frowned, walked directly to the private car, and told him to drive away immediately and not to follow behind. "Fuck you. I'll drive however I want," the man remained arrogant. Without another word, Ye Lintian grabbed the bottom of the car and yanked it up, sending the entire vehicle flying 5 meters before crashing down, shattering the windows instantly. The man inside turned pale with fright, no longer daring to argue, and quickly started the car, fleeing without looking back. Ye Lintian and the others ignored him and continued to load the cut wolf meat onto the truck. The man sat in the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his teeth grinding together. He had never been treated like this in his life. Before the apocalypse, he was the chairman of the board, having reached that position at the age of 30, where even college students had to defer to him. After the apocalypse, he also thrived thanks to his supernatural abilities, and everyone around him listened to him. But his luck started to run out early this morning. He and his employees were trapped in a rural supermarket by zombies. In order to survive, he pushed 2 employees off the second floor to distract the zombies, while he and his clone jumped to the first floor, abandoning the others and escaping alone. That's how the scene of being chased by zombies came about. He had intended to hide in the back while Ye Lintian and his group scouted ahead, but they actually encountered a giant wolf. He thought he could take advantage of the situation to make some money, but Ye Lintian not only showed no respect, but also overturned his car. He secretly vowed that next time they met, he would definitely get his revenge. But he hadn't run far when a whole pack of wolves suddenly appeared ahead, including a 5-meter-tall wolf alpha in the middle. The man's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately braked, trying to turn back. But it was too late. The Wolf King rushed to the car in the blink of an eye, tearing off the roof like paper, then lowered its head and sniffed the man. The next second, it went into a complete frenzy, letting out a howl to the sky. The wolves swarmed forward and tore the man to pieces in the blink of an eye. Chapter 39, The Wolf Pack Attacks. After cutting up the wolf meat, Ye Lintian didn't continue his journey. The sky was already turning yellow, so he decided to eat and rest first, and set off again tomorrow. He was lucky to have some fresh wolf meat. He could have a decent meal tonight. The husky was incredibly excited. Ye Lintian and the others only took the best part of the giant wolf, leaving the rest of the meat for it. If it ate all that wolf meat, it might even be able to reach the 4th rank. After returning to his RV, Ye Lintian somewhat helplessly retracted the clone he had created that afternoon. He hadn't expected to reach the 4th tier so quickly. It was an unexpected bonus. Under normal circumstances, 4th tier creatures weren't so easy to encounter, especially since there weren't even many zombies on this highway. Now that he possesses the 4th tier clone ability, he can create clones that exist for 8 hours. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian immediately created a new clone. Although this clone is not as powerful as the original, it still reaches the level of an ordinary 4th tier ability user, and is stronger than Chun Bo and the others. More importantly, he could also imbue his clone with 6 special abilities. Although they were currently only level 1 abilities, the clone itself could level up by killing monsters. Ye Lintian began to select abilities and ultimately did not give it a copy ability, but instead equipped it with analysis, space, devouring, data space, teleportation, and ice-type abilities. The ice-type superpower came from the village chief of that strange village. Ye Lintian had previously analyzed the data, and now he could use it to add another attack method. But just as these superpowers were successfully copied into his clone, something unexpected suddenly happened. The spatial ability and the clone ability orbs were so close that they slowly merged into a brighter orb. Even Ye Lintian hadn't expected this. He quickly tested it and confirmed that the machete could still be stored in the ability space and that teleportation could still be activated before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then, another idea popped into his head. Since the two superpowers had merged, could the clone also store him in the superpower space? He acted on his thought. Even if it didn't work, there was no loss. Chunbo and the others were still watching nearby when the clone simply vanished from the spot. Everyone looked around, stunned, not seeing where it had teleported to. They all thought Ye Lintian had recalled the clone. But 5 seconds later, the clone reappeared in front of them. Ye Lintian immediately recalled it, preparing to read its memories to see what had just happened. Although repeatedly creating and retrieving clones was mentally taxing, it also subtly enhanced his abilities, so Ye Lintian did it with great enthusiasm. As the clones were retrieved, he immediately learned the answer. It turned out that after the clone activated its power, it really did enter the power space. It was a 10 cubic meter enclosed space, completely empty except for the machete. There wasn't even any air, just pitch black. But because the clone was made of supernatural energy and didn't need to breathe, it was able to stay inside. The reason he only emerged 5 seconds later was because first-level teleportation has a delay. You have to wait 5 seconds before you can activate it again. If you upgrade teleportation to third level like Liu, this limitation disappears. As long as your reaction is fast enough, you can teleport at any time. The fusion of spatial and clone abilities also makes upgrading this new spatial ability much easier. Once it's upgraded, both teleportation and the spatial ability will improve together. Thinking of this, Ye Lintian felt a surge of excitement. He desperately wanted another chance to copy abilities, so he could get a free teleportation boost. Currently, there are still 5 energy orbs inside the clone, which means it can replicate another energy ability. Ye Lintian thought about it, and realized that he hadn't encountered many energy users, and the energy abilities recorded in his data space were also limited. In the end, he had no choice but to add the shattering energy ability to the clone. Just then, the barking of a husky suddenly came from outside the car. Everyone immediately became alert. This was a warning, indicating that danger was approaching. Ye Lintian and the others hurriedly got out of the car, but the scene before them made their hearts sink. Before they knew it, they were surrounded by more than 30 wolves. Ye Lintian used his analytical ability to scan them, and discovered that the Wolf King, the leader, was actually a 5th-tier evolved beast. There were also 4 third-tier and 6 second-tier wolves in the pack. This was a big problem. As he glanced at the husky, he was somewhat surprised to find that the guy had also advanced to the 4th rank, though his size remained at 2 meters tall without much change. "I'll take the Wolf King. The rest are yours," Ye Lintian said in a deep voice. "No problem." Chunbo and the others looked solemn. If they couldn't hold out in this battle, they would probably all perish here. Aunt Zeng and Gu Shuaqin quickly approached, while Tang Mingyao and Zhang Zhu were led back to the RV to minimize the defensive perimeter. The Wolf King stared at the pile of 4th-tier giant wolf bones on the ground, its eyes blazing with fury. Those 2 giant wolves were its prized possessions, but now they had been slaughtered, leaving only bones. How could not be enraged? With a long howl, the wolves pounced simultaneously. Ye Lintian's figure flashed, transforming into a phantom as he swept past the wolves, heading straight for the Wolf King. Every wolf he passed was decapitated. Even a 3rd-tier wolf didn't have time to react. The Wolf King immediately focused its attention on him. Ye Lintian rushed forward in the blink of an eye and launched an information explosion, causing the Wolf King to briefly malfunction. Ye Lintian swung his Tang sword, aiming a fierce strike at its neck, but the Wolf King instinctively dodged it. The next second, a powerful shockwave erupted from the Wolf King, sending Ye Lintian flying 10 meters away. Once out of the skill's range, the Wolf King immediately became alert. It knew it absolutely could not let Ye Lintian get close. If he were to get near it again, it would likely be killed before it could even react. After being repelled, Ye Lintian didn't charge forward. Instead, he turned and ran away into the distance, deliberately drawing the Wolf King away. He had just realized that if a fight broke out here, the RV and its passengers would be caught in the crossfire. As expected, the Wolf King didn't let him go, pushing off with all 4s and immediately giving chase. Meanwhile, Chunbo and the others were already engaged in direct combat with the wolf pack. Chunbo was single-handedly holding off 3 level 3 wolves, and even with the information explosion, he was still struggling. In reality, The information explosion isn't as invincible as it seems. Its power diminishes significantly when used on multiple targets simultaneously, and opponents with strong willpower can even withstand the impact. Therefore, Chunbo could only barely hold on. He was buying time for Liu and Aunt Zeng to quickly eliminate the other wolves. The level 4 Husky was assigned to guard the RV, specifically to kill any wild wolves that broke through the defenses and attempted to attack the RV. With it holding the line, Chunbo and the others could act more freely. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of a third-tier wolf, raising his hand and slicing off its head with a single stroke. Chunbo was stunned and blurted out, "Boss Ye, didn't you lure the Wolf King away?" But he quickly noticed that the other person was holding a machete, not a tang sword, and immediately realized, "You are Boss Ye's clone." That's right. The clone smiled faintly, and its figure disappeared again. The next second, it appeared in front of another Tier 3 wolf and killed it with a single, effortless strike. Ye Lintian then left the last Tier 3 wolf to Chunbo afterward. He teleported to a Tier 2 wolf and resumed the slaughter. With the addition of this clone possessing 4th-tier physical attributes, the battle situation was instantly reversed. That's how significant high-level combat power is in such a chaotic battle. If those two 4th-tier giant wolves were still alive and had joined the pack in attacking Chunbo and his group, they might have truly driven them to the brink of defeat. After killing a 2nd-tier wolf, his clone grabbed the corpse and activated his devouring ability. As the corpse gradually withered, his devouring ability successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. At this level, he could devour the energy of corpses within a 1-meter radius. More importantly, with each killing spree, the clone not only strengthens its supernatural abilities, but also its physical body. While upgrading supernatural abilities enhances the body, the clone, though composed of supernatural energy, has its internal meridians and flesh modeled after humans. After being strengthened, its physical attributes also improve in tandem. Chapter 40: The Chase. After Ye Lintian's clone killed the 4th 2nd-tier wolf, the wolf pack finally panicked, and several wolves turned and ran away. But the clone didn't give them a chance. It teleported to the 5th 2nd-tier wolf, raised its hand, and slashed off its head. At this point, all the evolved beasts had been wiped out, leaving only a pack of ordinary wolves. The clones didn't bother chasing the fleeing wolves anymore. Only 7 or 8 actually escaped. The rest of the wolves lay on the ground, their blood quickly spreading. In this battle, the clone killed 2 Tier 3 wolves, one of which was easily killed by Ye Lintian, while the other died at the hands of Chunbo. Of the 6 Tier 2 wolves, the clone dealt with 5 on its own, and the last one was taken down by Aunt Zeng and Geshuachin working together. There are too many ordinary wolves to count precisely. If they don't scatter and flee, the clones are perfectly capable of wiping them out in one go. The crisis was considered resolved. At the same time, the clone also upgraded all of its analytical abilities, spatial abilities, devouring abilities, data space abilities, and ice-type abilities to the 2nd tier. He walked to the corpses of the 2 Tier 3 wolves and immediately activated his devouring ability to absorb their remaining energy. The battle had been too intense earlier, and he hadn't had time to deal with them. Now that he had caught up, his devouring ability and data space ability instantly reached the Tier 3. To his even greater surprise, his body had also been significantly enhanced. His clone tested it and discovered that, barring intense combat, the amount of alien energy within him was sufficient to sustain him for 16 hours without replenishment. This unexpected bonus is like an extra bonus. On the other side, after Ye Lintian lured the Wolf King far enough away, he finally began to fight back. The Wolf King maintained a distance of about 10 meters from him, chasing him while continuously spitting out incredibly powerful energy balls. If Ye Lintian's 4th tier body were to be hit by one of those things, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He had just dodged an attack when he took out an automatic rifle from his supernatural space and started firing at the Wolf King behind him as he ran. But the result almost made him curse. The bullets hit the Wolf King, but were all stopped by its fur, leaving not even a decent wound. Clearly, ordinary modern weapons are no longer effective against 5th-tier evolved beings. Even Ye Lintian himself, with his 4th-tier body, is no longer afraid of ordinary pistol bullets. To kill this Wolf King, he would ultimately have to engage in close combat. However, having already suffered loss, the Wolf King was clearly unwilling to fight him in close combat again, leaving Ye Lintian in a predicament and forced to continue his escape. On the other side of the wilderness, a similar chase was unfolding. A man with a hooked nose was chasing a blonde man and a short-haired woman, the three of them firing as they ran. The blonde man and the short-haired woman kept dodging, while the specially made bullets aimed at the hooked-nosed man lost their momentum as soon as they touched his body and fell directly to the ground. They had witnessed this scene before, so firing the gun was just an attempt to stall the enemy for a bit. The man and woman were originally members of a foreign assassin organization, and their purpose in coming here was to eliminate this traitor. But no one expected that after the apocalypse, the hook-nosed man would also awaken supernatural abilities, and the situation would completely change. The blonde man's superpower is gravity manipulation, which has now reached level 3, allowing him to control gravity within a 10-meter radius. The short-haired woman's superpower is super speed. After reaching level 3, she can even enter bullet time, barely able to handle even the densest barrage of bullets. But when they went to hunt down Hook-Nose with confidence, they realized they were terribly wrong. They did succeed in one assassination attempt. The blonde man shot him in the head with a Barrett, smashing his hook-nosed head into a pulpy mess. But the next second, the head miraculously returned to normal, leaving the two men dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, their location was exposed and a gunfight erupted. Even more despairingly, once the hook-nosed man was prepared, the specially made bullets were completely ineffective against him, and even when a grenade was thrown at him, the energy of the explosion would be absorbed by him. The most terrifying thing is that after absorbing the energy of the grenade, he actually broke through to the 4th level on the spot. From that moment on, the mission was destined to fail. Without the slightest hesitation, the two turned and fled. Fortunately, one of them could manipulate gravity, and the other possessed extreme speed, which was why they had barely survived the pursuit of the 4th-tier hook-nosed man until now. However, they had been running for more than 2 hours, and their stamina and superpowers were almost depleted. If they dragged it out any longer, they would be caught sooner or later. Just then, a highway suddenly appeared ahead. The two jumped over the guardrail, rushed onto the road, and sprinted along the highway at full speed. Ye Lintian was also in a bad situation. The Wolf King seemed to have identified him and was relentlessly pursuing him. The highway along the way had been riddled with potholes and was impossible to travel on. Damn it, is this ever going to end? He cursed under his breath, immediately used his clone ability to create a clone, threw the machete to the other person, and continued running forward. After catching the sword, the clone turned to face the Wolf King. Upon seeing another Ye Lintian, the Wolf King immediately stopped charging, jumped back to create distance, and then spat out an energy ball. The clone teleported 5 meters away in an instant, but the aftershock of the explosion still sent him flying 7 or 8 meters. A hint of doubt flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, as if he felt that this guy wasn't as troublesome as the other one. But the clone quickly stood up again and continued to rush towards it. Seeing that his clone had temporarily entangled the Wolf King, Ye Lintian finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to run away, while also thinking of a way to escape. Just then, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw 3 people rushing towards him at an astonishing speed, no slower than a 4th-level ability user. Ye Lintian had no intention of stopping and planned to simply pass by. But the blonde man running in front suddenly shouted at him, "You're finally here? Come help us. He's too strong. The two of us can't kill him." Ye Lintian was stunned. He didn't know these people at all, so why were they asking for his help right away? Upon further inquiry, it was discovered that the other party wanted him to deal with the hook-nosed man behind them. Wasn't this clearly using him as a shield? Sure enough, after hearing this, the hook-nosed man immediately fixed his cold gaze on Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian jursit inyardli. With an unknown powerful enemy in front and the Wolf King chasing after him from behind, his luck was just too bad. Since you're going to trick me, then I wish you all the best in surviving the clutches of the 5th-tier Wolf King. He brushed past the blonde man, intending to run away. But the hook-nosed man wasn't going to let him go. He raised his hand and fired a shot. Ye Lintian leaped away abruptly, the bullet grazing past him, but still managing to create a small crater in the hard surface of the highway, demonstrating its astonishing power. Ye Lintian's eyes darkened, and he no longer held back. He pulled out an automatic rifle from his supernatural space and opened fire on the hook-nosed man. The hook-nosed man stood there, his face full of disdain, as if he didn't care about the bullets at all. The next second, the bullets hit him, but they all lost their momentum and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Ye Lintian was startled and quickly activated his analytical ability on the hooked nose. When he saw it, his jaw almost dropped. This hooked nose guy actually has two superpowers. More accurately, the combination of these two superpowers is virtually unsolvable. One is super self-healing. Even if his heart and head are pierced, as long as there is still alien energy, he can recover. Another aspect is energy absorption. He can absorb any energy that comes into contact with his body, whether it is electrical, thermal, or kinetic energy, and transform it into his own unique energy. In other words, attacks from others not only cannot harm him, but will instead become his source of energy. Even if he exceeds his absorption limit and gets injured, he can recover through self-healing and replenish his energy consumption with the energy he just absorbed. This combination of superpowers is practically synonymous with immortality. Chapter 41: Fierce Battle Against the Wolf King. After the hook-nosed man acquired the superhuman abilities of self-healing and energy absorption, Ye Lintian found it difficult to kill him in a short time. If he were to continue the fight, he would be the one to fall first. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly came from ahead. The Wolf King had already dealt with Ye Lintian's clone and was chasing after the blonde man and the short-haired woman. The blonde man angrily cursed Ye Lintian for not warning them beforehand. He had almost been blasted to ashes by an energy ball from the Wolf King. Ye Lintian completely ignored him, focusing intently on the Wolf King and Hooknose. The Wolf King noticed him too, opening its mouth to spew out another energy ball twice the size of the previous one, engulfing even Hooknose, who was standing very close. Hooknose's expression changed drastically, and he actually chose to dodge. The energy ball slammed into the ground, obliterating that section of highway and creating a crater over 10 meters wide. Ye Lintian and Hooknose were both thrown by the shockwave. Ye Lintian broke 3 ribs, and blood trickled from his mouth. Hooknose fared worse. Being closer to the blast's epicenter, his lower body was instantly vaporized by the energy. Fortunately, he leaped at the crucial moment, saving his upper body. Although he was seriously injured, he recovered quickly. His lower body was healing rapidly, and he could stand up again in less than half a minute. On the other side, the Wolf King kept watching Ye Lintian relentlessly, forcing him to dodge constantly, and he was also seething with anger. Ye Lintian's eyes darkened as he watched the hook-nosed man's injuries begin to heal. He knew that once the man recovered, he would never let him go. Since he couldn't kill him himself, he would use the Wolf King to eliminate him. With that thought, Ye Lintian rushed forward and was in front of the hook-nosed man in the blink of an eye. The man with the hooked nose scoffed, "Foolish, you can't kill me. Once I recover, it will be your and that wolf's death day." Ye Lintian ignored him and activated his clone ability, creating a physical clone that could only exist for 5 minutes. This clone bombarded him with information, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the clone pounced and tightly hugged Ye Lintian's hands, even binding his now-recovered legs. Ye Lintian quickly retreated, creating distance. Almost simultaneously, the Wolf King's energy ball also hurtled towards him. Hooknose, barely awake, saw a terrifying ball of light hurtling towards him. Panicked, he tried to break free but found himself firmly locked in place by the clone. He frantically rammed his head against the clone, yelling, "Bastard, let me go." But the clone stubbornly refused to let go. The next second, the hook-nosed one let out a scream as the energy ball fell, instantly engulfing the two in white light. After the deafening explosion, only a crater 7 or 8 meters deep remained. The blonde man and the short-haired woman also witnessed this and turned to flee. Ye Lintian, however, had no intention of letting the blonde man go. If it weren't for his earlier warning, they might not have been chased so badly by the Wolf King. Now, seeing their companion dead, they wanted to run away? They weren't going to let it go so easily. He immediately rushed in the direction the blonde man had fled, with the Wolf King in hot pursuit, clearly not going to let go of the human who had almost threatened him. The blonde man looked back and turned pale with fright, for Ye Lintian had deliberately led the Wolf King towards him. "Why are you chasing me?" he exclaimed. Ye Lintian didn't answer, and with a burst of speed, he overtook him. The blonde man was instantly enraged and began to threaten him by invoking his identity as a member of a top assassin organization. But Ye Lintian merely frowned and directly activated his devouring ability on him. The blonde man's internal energy immediately became chaotic. The gravity-reducing effect disappeared, and his speed slowed down abruptly. The Wolf King didn't hesitate, rushing towards him in the blink of an eye and sweeping his paw across. The blonde man didn't even have time to finish a scream before being sliced into 5 or 6 pieces by a single claw. After killing him, the Wolf King spat out another energy ball at Ye Lintian, but this time the ball was noticeably smaller. Ye Lintian was overjoyed after dodging the attack. He knew the Wolf King's energy was almost depleted, and if he didn't want to risk getting close, he would have to retreat sooner or later. Sure enough, seeing his attacks weaken, the Wolf King became impatient and, after a moment's hesitation, stopped its pursuit. Ye Lintian ran a distance further, then looked back and saw that the Wolf King had shrunk to a small black dot in the distance. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. As darkness fell, Chunbo and the others had been anxiously waiting for Ye Lintian to return to the group. Seeing that he had returned safely despite his disheveled appearance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't stop tonight, keep going." As soon as Ye Lintian spoke, everyone's expression turned serious. Chunbo couldn't help but ask him what had happened, and Ye Lintian didn't hide anything, briefly recounting what had happened after luring the Wolf King away. After he finished speaking, he added, "The Wolf King will never let this go. It will definitely come back for revenge." Everyone fell silent. They all knew the consequences of being targeted by a 5th-tier Wolf King capable of firing energy balls from a distance. They might be asleep when a ball of light fell from the sky, blowing the car and everyone else to smithereens. Knowing they couldn't delay any longer, Tang Mingyao and the others immediately returned to the van. The 2 vehicles quickly turned on their headlights and drove away that very night. In the wilderness, a 5-meter-tall giant wolf stared intently at the departing convoy, followed by 7 ordinary wolves. It growled and led its pack in pursuit along the highway. Night fell completely, with only the chirping of insects and the sound of engines in the surroundings. The 2 cars sped through the darkness, neither daring to let their guard down. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred that night. As dawn began to break, Chunbo, who had stayed up all night, couldn't help but yawn. Just then, the husky suddenly stood up and barked frantically in the car. Chunbo was startled, his sleepiness instantly gone. The next second, an energy ball suddenly flew out of the roadside bushes and headed straight for the RV. Chunbo quickly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the impact, but the shockwave still shattered the RV's windows. Chunduo and the others, who had just fallen asleep inside, were also awakened. Ye Lintian ignored them, leaping out of the broken window and rushing towards the Wolf King's location. As he ran, he pulled out an automatic rifle from his supernatural space and began firing wildly at the Wolf King, deliberately drawing its aggro. Seeing that he dared to provoke Ye Lintian despite holding a little toy, the Wolf King abandoned its attack on the RV and instead spat out an energy ball at Ye Lintian. A new battle had begun, once again a head-on confrontation. Chapter 42. Killing the Wolf King, Superpower Upgrade. As dawn broke, an array of sunlight rose from the horizon, illuminating the entire world. Ye Lintian was still locked in fierce combat with the Wolf King in the grass beside the highway. The Wolf King sprayed energy orbs at him relentlessly, sending dirt flying everywhere. Every time Ye Lintian tried to get closer, the Wolf King would immediately leap away, creating distance again. Seeing the Wolf King retreat again, Ye Lintian's lips curled into a slight smile. He had come prepared this time. Otherwise, he would never have been foolish enough to fight a 5th-tier Wolf King head-on. He activated his spatial ability, directly retrieving the clone he had previously stored away from his ability space. This clone was the one that had already upgraded both his devouring ability and data space ability to the 3rd tier, and his spatial ability to the 2nd tier, capable of teleporting 10 meters at a time. The Wolf King looked at the new clone that looked exactly like Ye Lintian, and its eyes were full of disdain. It had already killed 2 such clones before, and in its opinion, they could only buy it a little time at most. But the next second, the clone vanished before its incredulous eyes, only to reappear right in front of it. The Wolf King was about to swat its claws when its mind was overwhelmed by a deluge of information. However, having learned its lesson, it managed to retain a sliver of consciousness this time and forcefully swung its claws down. The clone instantly teleported behind it, dodging the attack. The Wolf King's body flickered with a faint light, preparing to unleash an energy blast to repel its clone. However, the clone simultaneously activated its devouring ability, interfering with its energy release and greatly reducing the impact's power. Even so, the clone was still blasted 5 meters away. The clone's devouring and data space effects both had a range of 5 meters. Once the distance increased, the Wolf King immediately resumed its movements. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash an energy ball at its clone. But Ye Lintian wasn't just watching. The time his clone had bought him was enough for him to reach the Wolf King. The devouring ability activated again, and the energy ball in the Wolf King's mouth immediately went silent. The Wolf King roared and slapped at Ye Lintian with its claws, but Ye Lintian nimbly dodged it. While dodging, Ye Lintian launched another information attack on the Wolf King. The Wolf King's mind went blank again, but after enduring it several times, it had developed some resistance and could still barely swing its claws to attack. But its struggle could only go so far. The clone teleported back again, and together with Ye Lintian, launched an information attack on the Wolf King. Double the information overload, double the joy. Of course, this joy belongs only to Ye Lintian. For the Wolf King, it's a death sentence. The overwhelming amount of information instantly caused the Wolf King's brain to completely shut down, and its massive body froze on the spot. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Lintian brought down his Tang sword, slicing open the Wolf King's neck. Although the blow didn't sever the neck bone, it severed the carotid artery and trachea. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the Wolf King let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Seeing their alpha wolf fall, the wolves that had been watching from afar tucked their tails between their legs and scattered in all directions. The grassland fell silent, leaving only the Wolf King's corpse lying on the ground. Ye Lintian looked at the Wolf King, his feelings somewhat complicated. He had to admit, this Wolf King was ridiculously strong, even comparable to the 6-meter-tall zombie in Ida City. Its energy attacks, in particular, are a nightmare for most superhumans. The power of such attacks is so great that even a building couldn't withstand 2 hits. But even this Wolf King has now become his spoils. Ye Lintian also realized that if he doesn't keep getting stronger, one day he might be surpassed by others, or even become someone else's prey like this Wolf King. In the apocalypse, only those who are strong enough have the right to survive. Thinking of this, Ye Lintian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Right now, he should focus on getting the benefits he could. He cut some flesh from the Wolf King, intending to take it back and share it with everyone. He planned to devour the remaining carcass, hoping to upgrade his replication ability to the 5th tier. As the devouring ability was activated, the Wolf King's corpse rapidly withered, and all the energy within it was absorbed by Ye Lintian, turning into alien energy for upgrading the copying ability. The Wolf King did not disappoint him. After a large influx of alien energy, Ye Lintian's copying ability successfully broke through to the 5th level. As his superpowers upgraded, his body was also greatly enhanced once again. Now he is no longer afraid of automatic rifle bullets. Ordinary bullets that hit him will bounce off his skin and muscles, causing no real damage. More importantly, after his ability to copy reached level 5, he could copy a new ability. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian immediately chose teleportation. After the teleportation ability sphere formed next to the spatial ability, the two began to merge. Once the fusion was complete, Ye Lintian immediately activated teleportation, and when he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away. This result stunned him. He had originally thought that he could only teleport 5 meters at most, but he didn't expect that the effect would be directly enhanced to 20 meters after the fusion. Ye Lintian quickly checked his new spatial ability and found that the ability space had not shrunk and the level was still 4th rank, which relieved him. It seems that after the fusion of 1st-order teleportation and 4th-order spatial ability, the teleportation ability was enhanced by the spatial ability. Next, he began to consider which other superpower he could replicate. After all, teleportation and spatial fusion were essentially a free superpower, freeing up another superpower slot. After thinking it over, he set his sights on 3 superpowers: super speed, super self-healing, and energy absorption. Super speed greatly enhances his mental and physical speed, making him as fast as the wind. Super self-healing grants him terrifying regenerative abilities, Unless he is instantly reduced to ashes or his alien energy is exhausted, he is unlikely to truly die. Energy absorption can convert the energy that the body comes into contact with into supernatural energy that can be used by all supernatural abilities, including kinetic energy and solar energy. This ability is somewhat similar to his devouring ability. Ye Lintian suddenly wondered if energy absorption could also be combined with the devouring ability. He decided to take a gamble. If he won, he'd gain another ability for free. If he lost, he wouldn't lose anything, since his energy absorption was already quite strong. As long as others didn't exceed his absorption limit, attacking him would be like giving him free experience points. Ye Lintian nervously activated his copying ability. This time, he deliberately positioned the energy absorption orb close to the devouring orb. The moment the copying was complete, the two energy orbs indeed showed a tendency to merge, but there was still a resistance blocking them. Ye Lintian gritted his teeth and made his devouring ability actively absorb the energy. The balance was finally broken, and the two began to merge. Ye Lintian immediately stopped absorbing, lest the absorbed energy be directly swallowed up and turned into nutrients for the devouring supernatural power. A moment later, a new orb of supernatural energy was born. Ye Lintian thought for a moment and decided to continue having it devour supernatural energy. He immediately took out a small knife and stabbed it into his arm, simultaneously activating energy absorption. The moment the knife touched his skin, the kinetic energy was completely absorbed, and he came to a complete stop. It seems we succeeded. Ye Lintian breathed a sigh of relief. He then tried the devouring ability and was pleasantly surprised to find that the evolved devouring ability could now devour light. Under the rising sun, a 5-meter radius around him instantly turned into a black zone. All light was swallowed up. Only Ye Lintian himself could sense what was happening inside. No one else could see anything. However, he soon discovered that the amount of energy he gained from absorbing light was less than the energy consumed by activating his special ability. Leveling up by basking in the sun was simply unrealistic unless he could absorb light from an even larger area in the future. Of course, the dark domain is also very powerful in combat. Others can't see it, but it allows it to clearly pinpoint the opponent's location, giving it a huge advantage. However, the black domain that appeared as soon as the devouring was activated was too conspicuous. Ye Lintian began to adjust the devouring power and quickly figured out a method to devour only specific targets without devouring light. Having once again obtained a free ability, he was in high spirits and began choosing his next copyable ability. After a moment's thought, he chose super healing over time. After all, survival is the most important thing. With super self-healing and the new devouring ability, his survivability will increase significantly. Without further hesitation, Ye Lintian activated his copying ability. A sphere of light representing super self-healing quickly formed within his body. He sensed it and realized that the level 1 super self-healing energy was still too little. If he lost most of his body, he could only repair it once at most. However, Ye Lintian wasn't worried. With the devouring ability that allowed him to absorb and fuse energy, he could level up while taking hits. Chapter 43: Highway Robbery. When Ye Lintian returned to the RV, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chunbo immediately came over to ask how the Wolf King was. Ye Lintian didn't explain much, but simply took out a large piece of wolf meat and told him that the Wolf King had been dealt with. He told him to go and rest after driving all night, and that Duo would make breakfast. Upon hearing this, Chunbo immediately exclaimed dramatically that even a 5th-tier Wolf King was no match for Boss Yi, which reassured everyone. Duo took the wolf meat and turned to prepare breakfast. Ye Lintian then looked at Tang Mingyao and the others, who hadn't said much, and after thinking for a moment, took out a piece of meat from his spatial storage and handed it to her. "This is for you." Tang Mingyao waved her hands repeatedly, saying it was his spoils, and she was embarrassed to accept it. Ye Lintian, however, simply stuffed it into her hands, saying they were all on the same team, and there was no need to be so particular. Tang Mingyao took the meat, her cheeks flushing instantly. She lowered her head and thanked him softly, her heart racing. Seeing her like this, Ye Lintian felt a little awkward himself, so he urged everyone to cook first and continue their journey after eating. Tang Mingyao nodded and hurriedly got out of the car. Aunt Zeng, who had been watching from the sidelines, even gave him a thumbs up, making him even more embarrassed. The sun slowly rose, and a morning light streamed into the RV, making it warm and cozy. Everyone gathered around the small table to eat breakfast. Due to the events of the previous night, they had only managed to eat some biscuits, and now, smelling the aroma of food, their stomachs immediately rumbled. Ye Lintian picked up a piece of wolf meat and tasted it, finding it incredibly tender and delicious, unlike the meat of ordinary wild animals. To his surprise, after eating the wolf meat, a surge of heat rose through his body, and even his supernatural abilities seemed to strengthen slightly. Chunbo quickly exclaimed that his body and supernatural abilities had noticeably become stronger after eating. Liu nodded repeatedly beside him, clearly having the same feeling. Li Fei, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this. She speculated that the meat of evolved beasts could enhance the physique and abilities of superhumans, and that ordinary people could also significantly improve their health by eating it. As she spoke, she deliberately snapped the chopsticks in her hand in two. Liu was dumbfounded and complained that she didn't need to take her anger out on the chopsticks to prove her point. Li Fei immediately glared back, saying that she had become much stronger and asked if he wanted to try, which scared Liu into shutting up. The atmosphere inside the RV instantly became much more relaxed. Meanwhile, on a side road leading to the Shu City base, 6 men were robbing a gas station. The leader, Scarface, had a long scar on his face and was a second-tier ability user with a power called Heaven and Earth Manifestation, which allowed him and his objects to grow larger, with their strength increasing exponentially. He could enlarge himself and his iron rod to nearly 10 meters tall. Even an ordinary third-tier ability user couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Scarface is one of Tang Hongtao's men. After arriving in Shucheng, Tang Hongtao quickly rose to power thanks to his supernatural abilities and the subordinates he recruited. He is now a 5th-tier supernatural being and one of the top combat forces in Shucheng. Scarface was sent by him to rob survivors outside the base to collect supplies for him. This group occupied the gas station, waiting for passing vehicles. The station was already full of cars, laden with supplies. Behind it, in the stinking ditch, lay a dozen or so corpses, left by those who refused to hand over their goods. Scarface and his gang didn't consider themselves devils. They'd move the obstacles and let them pass if they handed over half the supplies. But if they refused or tried to force their way in because they were superhumans, they'd only end up dead. The apocalypse has only been going on for half a month, and most superhumans are still at the 1st or 2nd tier. The 3rd tier is rare, let alone the 4th or 5th tier. Advancing requires a large number of crystal cores, and ordinary people are struggling to survive while fleeing for their lives, so they don't have many opportunities to kill zombies to accumulate crystal cores. However, the number of evolving zombies is increasing, and 2nd and 3rd tier zombies are already appearing in large numbers. Venturing deep into a horde of zombies is practically suicide. So many people are still weak. Scarface and his friends were squatting under the gas station, smoking and playing cards. In the apocalypse, there weren't many forms of entertainment, and poker was the most convenient. Scarface was having a lucky hand, getting a royal flush, and thinking he had it in the bag. But then the other two also had bombs, and their cards were incredibly smooth, 3 of a kind with a single card followed by straight, and they were out of the game in no time. Scarface was furious, cursing and complaining that he always lost the most frustratingly. Just then, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Boss, another customer has come in." Scarface threw down the cards, grabbed an iron rod, and walked out. The other 2 followed him to the street. Sure enough, an expensive private car was parked ahead. A smug-looking young man wearing sunglasses got out, and a hot woman sat in the passenger seat. Seeing them blocking their way, the young man, far from being afraid, arrogantly ordered them to move the obstruction. Scarface immediately spotted the woman and demanded half of her supplies, plus the woman's stay and play with them. The young man instantly flew into a rage, calling them suicidal, revealing his identity as a 3rd-tier ability user, and threatening to kill them if they didn't move. Scarface's face darkened, and he bluntly stated that since the young man wouldn't hand over women and supplies, they shouldn't blame them for being impolite. The young man cursed and raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Scarface was prepared and dodged to the side, but one of his men behind him was struck squarely, charred black, and killed instantly. The young man killed someone right before his eyes, and Scarface was completely enraged. He immediately activated the heaven and earth transformation technique, his body suddenly rising to 10 meters tall, and the iron rod in his hand also grew larger, his entire body pressing down like an iron tower. The young man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged, but the flying shards of stone still left many cuts on his body. He dared not hold back any longer and quickly conjured a Thunder God spear to stab at Scarface. But the lightning spear was smashed apart by Scarface's staff as soon as it hit. After entering the Dharma heaven and earth state, the iron staff in Scarface's hand and his body were almost in perfect harmony, and it did not conduct electricity at all, so the young man's lightning attack was almost useless against him. The young man was incredulous. He hadn't expected his lightning spear to have failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Left with no other choice, he unleashed his full power, his body crackling with electricity as he leaped 7 meters into the air, slamming his fist into Scarface's body. But the moment the punch landed, his expression changed drastically. He realized his fist felt like it had struck a rock, utterly unable to budge his opponent. Chapter 44, Instant Kill. Idiot. My superpower isn't just about getting bigger. All my physical indicators also skyrocket. Right now, even firearms can't hurt me in the slightest. Scarface, his face full of disdain, slapped the young man like a fly, sending him crashing to the ground. The young man plummeted like a cannonball, cracking the concrete floor, blood gushing from his mouth, instantly incapacitated. However, Scarface's face quickly turned pale, and his massive body rapidly shrank back to its original size. His henchmen rushed forward to help him up. "Boss, are you all right?" "It's nothing, just that my powers are being used up too much." Scarface waved his hand. His powers were strong, but he could only last for less than a minute in each battle. His stamina was really limited. He pushed his men aside, walked up to the young man, and seeing that the man was still struggling to get up, he coldly ordered, "Cut off his hands and feet, stop the bleeding, and throw him into the stinking ditch." A newly joined Tier 1 fire-type ability user immediately grinned and said, "Leave the big brother to me. After you're done cutting him, just heat the wound with fire. I guarantee he won't die." The young man finally panicked and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. "No, let me go, and you can have the car and the woman." But the henchman ignored him and slashed down with his knife. A piercing scream quickly echoed from beside the gas station. When the sound subsided, the young man was a limbless, skeletal figure, his wounds forcibly stopped by flames, and he was dragged towards the ditch behind the gas station, a ditch filled with corpses and reeking of foul odors. All that awaited him was a slow, agonizing death. The woman in the car was already terrified. She was dragged numbly into the gas station room by Scarface's men. Meanwhile, Ye Lintian and his group had already exited the highway and were getting closer and closer to the Shuqing base. The two vehicles drove along the road leading to the base. Everyone's feelings were somewhat complicated. Having come this far, they were finally nearing their destination, and they just hoped they wouldn't encounter any more trouble. The road was surprisingly clear. After driving for half an hour, they didn't see any zombies or encounter any evolved beasts, and the group finally relaxed. Ye Lintian suddenly said to Chunbo and the others, "Let's split up outside the Shu City base." Chunbo was taken aback. "Why, bossy?" Ye Lintian explained, "I have a feud with a powerful person in the Shuqing base. If you continue to follow me, you may be in danger." Chunbo nodded without asking any further questions. "I see. Then, bossy, be careful." Chun Duo, Li Fei, and the others also felt a pang of sadness. The journey would eventually come to an end, and they would soon have to part ways. Just then, the van in front suddenly stopped, and Chunbo quickly slammed on the brakes. Everyone got out to check and found the road blocked by an obstacle. 5 menacing-looking men emerged from a gas station by the highway. The leader was Scarface, who immediately spotted Tang Mengyao and Li Fei getting out of the RV and grinned. "Oh, more business. I didn't expect there to be a few pretty girls here, too." Hearing these frivolous words, Ye Lintian frowned slightly. Scarface recognized that he was the leader of this group, so he slammed his iron rod on the ground and said arrogantly, "Kid, hand over half of the supplies in the car, and we'll let you pass." Before Ye Lintian could speak, one of his underlings stared at the women and said, "Boss, I think these girls are pretty good. Why don't you keep them all?" Scarface slapped him on the head and cursed. Your mind is full of women. You just had your fun, and you're already high again? Despite his cursing, he changed his mind, walked up to Ye Lintian, glared at him fiercely, and said, "Kid, leave the women here too." Tang Mengyao and Li Feifei's expressions changed instantly. Aunt Zeng couldn't sit still any longer and angrily shouted, "You stinking man, don't underestimate women. I'm a third-tier ability user. If I really make a move, I'll make you cry for your parents." Scarface and his men looked at her in surprise, not expecting this middle-aged woman to be a third-tier ability user. But Scarface wasn't afraid. Although he was only second-tier, he had already killed more than one third-tier user. He pointed at Tang Mengyao with disdain. "Auntie, we're talking about young and beautiful women. You can step aside. We're not interested in you." These words instantly ignited Zeng Chunhua. She retorted angrily, "You stinking man. Who are you calling Annie? Who do you think you are?" As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and flicked out 5 strong silk threads, binding Scarface and his 4 henchmen tightly. One of the fire elemental henchmen tried to burn the threads, but it was useless. Their third-tier, thread-based abilities already granted them immunity to ordinary flames. Aunt Zeng clapped her hands in satisfaction. She had only recently broken through to the 3rd rank, mainly thanks to the 5th-rank wolf meat given to her by Ye Lintian. She and Geshuachin were already just 1 step away from breaking through, and after eating the wolf meat, they broke through on the spot. She then walked up to Scarface, kicking him wildly while yelling, "You call me Annie? You look down on me. I'll kick you to death." Scarface's face turned completely dark. He, a powerful figure capable of killing third-tier ability users, had been humiliated like this by a middle-aged woman. How could he ever face anyone again if word got out? "Enough!" Scarface roared and activated his superpower. To Aunt Zeng's astonishment, his body suddenly swelled, snapping the threads and transforming into a 10-meter-tall giant. The bound underlings immediately shouted excitedly, "Big Brother is mighty!" Ye Lintian, standing to the side, was not surprised. He had already analyzed it. Scarface's ability was called Dharma Body in Heaven. After growing larger, his movements would not slow down, but would be enhanced in every way. An ordinary third-tier ability user would basically only face certain death if they faced him. "You wretched woman, prepare to die." Scarface, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, raised a massive iron bar and slammed it down on Aunt Zeng. Aunt Zeng was instantly terrified, and Tang Mengyao and the others also paled. Geshuachin reacted the fastest, immediately using her crushing ability on the scarred arm, but it only managed to create a few cuts and was not enough to stop the blow. At the critical moment, Liu suddenly appeared beside Aunt Zeng and teleported her away from the attack. With a loud bang, the concrete floor cracked from the impact. Had Aunt Zeng been even half a step slower, she would have been dead. Chunbo immediately took action, bombarding Scarface with information, causing him to freeze briefly. Then, he leaped up and slashed at Scarface's thigh with his sword. But the cut only grazed the skin and couldn't penetrate any further. What alarmed Chunbo even more was that Scarface quickly broke free from the barrage of information and swung a stick at him with his other hand. Chunbo's expression changed drastically. If that blow landed, even if the person didn't die, their bones would be broken and their tendons severed. In that instant, Ye Lintian teleported in front of the iron rod and threw a punch. Bang! The massive iron rod was smashed away with a single punch to Scarface's incredulous gaze, while the ground beneath Ye Lintian's feet didn't even crack, and he was completely unharmed. Everyone was stunned. A tiny human being had actually knocked the enormous iron rod from the hands of a 10-meter giant with his bare fists. The scene was incredibly powerful. Without pausing, Ye Lintian teleported again to the front of Scarface's massive head and delivered a simple, unadorned punch. The next second, Scarface's head exploded like a watermelon, instantly shattered. As Ye Lintian landed, Scarface's headless giant body also crashed to the ground. The direction it fell was directly onto the several bound henchmen. Amidst the terrified screams of the underlings, the ground trembled slightly, and the scene fell silent once more. A minute later, Scarface's body slowly shrank back to its normal size. His 4 henchmen had also become 4 corpses. Tang Mengyao and the others were all speechless. They had never seen Ye Lintian truly go all out before, and this time they finally gained a vague yet shocking understanding of his strength. Bo had personally experienced the terror of Scarface's ability. Although its duration was short, the melee power it unleashed was absolutely enough to instantly kill many third-tier ability users. That's why he understood, even more clearly, just how terrifying Ye Lintian's punch was. It was absolutely a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. He had no doubt that with Ye Lintian's current physical condition, demolishing a building with his bare hands in a short period of time would not be a problem. Chapter 45: Arrival at the Shu City base. Next to the gas station, Ye Lintian and the others worked together to move the obstacles and drive the car in. But after they checked the fuel tank, they found that it had been emptied completely. However, there was an unexpected find in the parking area. 5 cars were parked there, piled high with various supplies. Ye Lintian looked at Bo and the others and said directly, "Let's split up here. There are cars here, you can drive away." Bo was somewhat reluctant to part and called out, "Boss Yi." Li Fei and the others also had complicated expressions, especially Tang Mingyao, who had long been attracted to Ye Lintian but had never had the courage to say it. Aunt Zeng, however, was quite easygoing and thanked Ye Lintian. Gu Shuaqin and her son also said goodbye, and then together with Aunt Zeng, they moved the supplies from one vehicle into a van. Clearly, they planned to leave together. Tang Mingyao suppressed her reluctance and said to Ye Lintian, "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'll be leaving now." Ye Lintian's feelings were also somewhat complicated. He only reminded her, "Take care of yourself. If you encounter any trouble, you can ask Sister Zeng and the others for help." Tang Mingyao nodded and returned to the driver's seat. After Aunt Zeng and the others got in, the van slowly drove away from the gas station. Immediately afterwards, Bo and Chan Diduo also said goodbye to Ye Lintian, drove away in a vehicle loaded with supplies, and the husky followed them. Before leaving, Li Fei said with a touch of pride, "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. If I become successful, you can come find me." Ye Lintian didn't stand on ceremony and agreed with a smile. Afterwards, Li Yu said goodbye, and the siblings drove away. Soon, the gas station quieted down again. Ye Lintian composed himself, put the remaining 2 vehicles loaded with supplies into a supernatural space, and was about to board the RV to leave when a woman suddenly ran out of the gas station room. "Wait, can you take me with you?" The woman had a hot figure, her clothes were disheveled, and she had clearly just been through something. But Ye Lintian only glanced at her and showed no intention of stopping. So much time has passed since the apocalypse. He's no longer the kind of person who can't help but help others when they're in trouble. In this world where zombies eat people and people eat people, good intentions don't necessarily lead to good results. He just needs to mind his own business. Ye Lintian started the RV and slowly drove away from the gas station. The woman shouted desperately from behind, "Take me with you. Please, I'll do anything you want." But the RV showed no sign of stopping and quickly disappeared down the road. Watching the RV drive away, resentment flashed in the woman's eyes. Before the apocalypse, she was an internet celebrity who hitched a ride with a rich second-generation heir on the day the disaster struck. To her even greater surprise, the rich heir awakened supernatural abilities and helped her escape the city. Thanks to the protection of the rich second-generation heir, she had been living a relatively comfortable life lately. At least she didn't have to worry about food. But this morning, when she arrived at the gas station, everything changed. The rich second-generation heir had his hands and feet chopped off and thrown into a stinking ditch, while she was also tortured by those men. The commotion outside had woken her up, and when she came out, she saw Ye Lintian about to leave in his RV. She had originally planned to use her figure to hitch a ride in the luxury RV, but Ye Lintian wasn't having any of it, which made her both angry and annoyed. Just then, another car drove up on the highway. The car stopped beside the bodies of Scarface and the others, and 5 men got out. The one in the lead was a bespectacled man who looked refined. He crouched down to examine the body, his face quickly darkening. Then, he spotted the woman in the gas station and led his men over. The woman was immediately delighted, thinking her opportunity had come again. This bespectacled man was good-looking, just her type. She immediately struck a seductive pose and said in a coquettish voice, "Young man, take me with you. If you take me with you, I'll be yours." But the bespectacled man ignored her completely, simply walked up to her, and placed his hand on her head. The next second, the woman's eyes went unfocused. When the bespectacled man withdrew his hand, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, her mouth twisted, eyes slanted, drool gushing out. She was completely stunned. One of the underlings couldn't help but ask, "Brother Nan, have you found anything? Who killed our man?" The bespectacled man said coldly, "I saw a young man driving a camper van in her memories. He's definitely involved in this. Let's go back and tell young Master Tang Hongtao so he can make the decision." After saying that, the bespectacled man didn't even look at the woman on the ground again, turned around and went back to his car. His henchmen glanced at the woman with pity. Such a good figure, ruined by having her memories read. It was indeed a waste, but they didn't dare say anything and immediately followed. Shuqing Base is a survivor base built by the military after the apocalypse. The base is surrounded by barbed wire, with a watchtower every 20 meters and a 10-meter-high city wall on the outermost layer. It is now basically completed. After entering the base through the main gate, the first area is the slum. This area is inhabited by ordinary survivors without superpowers. The houses are simple, mostly shacks they built themselves, barely providing shelter from the wind and rain. Further inside are apartment buildings where people with superpowers and those of high status reside. These buildings were constructed before the apocalypse and are equipped with water, electricity, and gas. Maintained by the military, they will still be usable even after the apocalypse. The deepest part is the core area, containing important facilities such as the military command post and biological research laboratories, which can only be entered by military personnel. Ye Lintian had gathered this information after entering the Shuqing base. The process of entering the base was simpler than he had imagined. As long as he passed through the security checkpoint and it was confirmed that he was not carrying the zombie virus, he could enter. However, once inside, the base would not provide him with free housing or food. If you want to eat, you have to go to the mission hall set up by the military to accept a mission, and you will only get paid after completing it. If you are superhuman, you have more choices. You can hunt zombies and evolve beasts, or you can join a military superhuman team. Joining the military guarantees a room with utilities, water, electricity, gas, but from then on, you must obey orders. Alternatively, you can choose not to join the military. With enough crystal cores, you can rent a similar room and pay rent on time each month. Ye Lintian has no crystal core and no intention of joining the military. He has always cherished freedom, and now that he has the ability to survive in the apocalypse, he naturally does not want to be bound by anyone. At this moment, he parked his RV in a corner of the slums. Many vehicles were parked there. Many ordinary people had nowhere to live and had to sleep in their cars. Of course, there were also some superpowered individuals like him who didn't want to join the military and didn't have any crystal cores at the moment. Ye Lintian used his analytical ability to scan the area and quickly discovered 7 or 8 ability users nearby, mostly at the first level, with 2 at the second level. Compared to the dilapidated vehicles around him, his RV stood out conspicuously. As soon as the RV came to a stop, 2 burly men approached. One of them, shirtless, grinned and said, "Brothers, let us up for a bit." A murmur of discussion immediately arose around them. Some recognized the 2 as the Liang brothers, both second-tier ability users. One could control flames, and the other could become invisible. Almost everyone who came here had their supplies stolen by them. Some people also said that a second-tier ability user refused to hand over supplies, so the Liang brothers broke his arms and legs, robbed him of everything, and he eventually starved to death in a corner. His body was dragged away by the patrol team after it started to rot. These words naturally did not escape Ye Lintian's ears. He looked at the 2 of them and said coldly, "I'm a 3rd-level ability user. If you don't want to suffer, then leave." The 2 burly men were visibly taken aback when they heard 3rd tier. They were only 2nd tier and instinctively wary of 3rd tier ability users, but they quickly calmed down. One of them tentatively asked, "Brothers, could you show us what you've got?" Ye Lintian originally wanted to avoid trouble and let them back down, but he didn't expect these 2 to persist. The next second, he stopped tolerating it. His figure vanished instantly, and he reappeared in front of the 2. With 2 powerful punches, the Liang brothers were blasted more than 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. They got up but didn't dare utter a single threat. They turned and ran. The onlookers were all stunned. No one expected that Ye Lintian, who seemed so gentle and refined, would be so ruthless when he made a move. Chapter 46, Devastating News. As darkness fell, only the city walls, buildings, and a few other areas of the Shu City base remained lit. The rest of the area was almost entirely swallowed by darkness. It's not that no one wants to light a lamp, but rather that lighting tools are so scarce that every bit used is a finite resource. For the survivors today, even a ray of light has become a luxury. In the darkness, theft, fighting, and screams continued. From some secluded corners, suppressed cries of pain and terrified pleas for mercy could be heard from time to time. In the area where Ye Lintian was located, his RV was the most conspicuous thing. The interior was brightly lit, and the aroma of food wafted far and wide, making many hungry people swallow their saliva. Even so, no one dared to disturb him. Ye Lintian had just dealt with 2 local bullies during the day, and everyone knew he was not someone to be trifled with. The apocalypse has already taught them a lesson. Reaching out recklessly will lead to death. Those who didn't believe in evil before are now reduced to bones. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the inner circle, a power struggle was taking place. Deputy Commander Zhang Han led his men to surround the entire conference room, and the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Commander Yang's expression changed, and he questioned him about his intentions. However, upon seeing Wang Feng, a 5th-level ability user, standing behind him, he quickly regained his composure. Zhang Han sneered, saying that the Shuqing base didn't need 2 leaders. In terms of methods and abilities, he should have been in control of the base all along. Commander Yang tried to pressure Zhang Han by using headquarters as leverage, but Zhang Han didn't care at all. With global satellite communication down and communications paralyzed, headquarters had no way of managing the situation here. Commander Yang reminded him in a deep voice that there were other 5th-tier ability users with him. But Zhang Han just gave a strange smile and said that there was more than one 5th-tier user at the Shu City base. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped out from behind the crowd. It was Tang Hongtao. Commander Yang's expression changed slightly, and he questioned him about why he had sided with Zhang Han. Tang Hongtao casually pulled out a chair, put his feet up on the conference table, and said in a nonchalant tone that Zhang Han had agreed to give him some authority to move armored units. Whether the survivors of Shu City would suffer even more was none of his concern. All he wanted was to become stronger. Commander Yang forced himself to remain calm, and said that if the 2 5th-level ability users were to fight, everyone present could be caught in the aftershocks. Zhang Han shook his head and smiled, saying that they wouldn't fight at all, because both of them were on his side. The next second, Wang Feng, who had been standing behind Commander Yang, silently walked behind Zhang Han. Commander Yang's expression finally changed, and he stared at Wang Feng angrily, demanding, "Have I been bad to you?" The conference room fell silent instantly, save for Commander Yang's heavy breathing. Those around him looked at him with pity, and the other attendees didn't dare breathe loudly. A moment later, Wang Feng apologized in a low voice, saying that the other party promised to allocate 40% of the resources of Shuqing to him and guaranteed that they would only place Commander Yang under house arrest. Commander Yang's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on a bitter smile. Zhang Han said no more and ordered his men to take him away and place him under house arrest. After Commander Yang was taken away, Tang Hongtao approached Zhang Han and reminded him not to forget his promise. Zhang Han immediately put on a smiling face and said that the armored forces could be mobilized at any time. Tang Hongtao nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Once he was out of sight, Zhang Han's smile vanished instantly. He was clearly very dissatisfied with Tang Hongtao's arrogance and began to plan how to quickly build his own team. When Tang Hongtao returned to the luxurious mansion, the bespectacled man and his subordinates were already waiting at the door. As soon as he entered, he immediately asked what had happened. The bespectacled man said that Scarface had been murdered, and the killer was this man. As he spoke, he handed over a sketch, a drawing he had made himself. Tang Hongtao took the painting, and his gaze immediately sharpened. The person in the painting was none other than Ye Lintian. Back in Eda City, he clearly saw Ye Lintian being overwhelmed by zombies, but he never expected that this person would still be alive and appear in the Shuqing base. If it really is Ye Lintian, then the other party will definitely come looking for trouble. Tang Hongtao's eyes turned cold, and he immediately decided that he must find him as soon as possible and make sure he dies a gruesome death. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the survivors in the slums began to rise. Many didn't even bother to eat before rushing to the mission hall, hoping to snag an easier mission. Some people set up stalls on the roadside, selling knives, light bulbs, tissues, and other items, just to exchange for supplies to survive. After having breakfast, Ye Lintian stored the RV in his special abilities space and began to wander around the base. Yesterday, he had only inquired about the general situation of the Shuqing base, and today was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the environment. The houses in the slums are mostly dilapidated, but it's already quite an achievement to be able to find a spot to set up a shack. Without power, one is constantly at risk of being harassed or even having their home taken away. Not long after Ye Lintian left, he saw two burly men pulling at a woman with a child. Their intention was obvious: to take away her small house made of wood, bricks, and plastic sheeting. That kind of place is drafty on all sides and leaks when it rains. Before the apocalypse, even a doghouse would have been considered too shabby, but now it has become a home that many people are fighting over. As Ye Lintian continued walking, he saw a mangled corpse in an alley, clearly killed the night before. Passers-by ignored it, presumably waiting for the body to decompose before anyone would deal with it. Soon, he left the slums and came to a slightly better area of buildings. The houses here were built of brick and stone. Although simple, they at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. Those who could do business here clearly have some confidence. Ye Lintian glanced around and saw 6 or 7 superhumans. Although their strength was average, they were already much stronger than ordinary people. Those who truly dominate here are the strong and armed individuals. Ye Lintian even saw some carrying firearms. Guns still pose a significant threat to ability users below the 4th tier, so anyone who can obtain a gun is definitely not simple. Just then, a hooded man passed by and bumped into Ye Lintian. The man quickly apologized and turned to leave. After Ye Lintian saw his face clearly, he paused for a moment and blurted out, "Zhao Long." The man froze upon hearing his name. When he saw Ye Lintian's face clearly, he was completely dazed and called out in a hoarse voice, "Brother Ye." Ye Lintian immediately grabbed his shoulders and asked him urgently why things had turned out this way and where Ye Xian was. Zhao Long's shoulders trembled slightly as he choked out, "Brother Ye, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Xianer. She's dead." Ye Lintian froze on the spot. He had gone through so much trouble to get to Shu City, but he never expected to receive such terrible news. His heart ached terribly, but he forced himself to suppress it. This was not the place to talk, and their reaction had already attracted the attention of many passers-by. Ye Lintian told Zhao Long to go somewhere else with him, then turned and left. Zhao Long kept his head down and followed closely behind him. A moment later, the two arrived at a corner of the slum and got into the RV. Zhao Long, in a hoarse voice, slowly explained what had happened. After Ye Lintian was attacked by zombies, Tang Hongtao bombarded him again, believing he was dead. He then hypocritically assured Ye Xian that he would safely deliver her to the Shuqing base. If Ye Xian hadn't awakened her special abilities, he might have actually done so. After all, a little girl with no fighting ability posed no threat to Tang Hongtao. He even enjoyed the feeling of drinking red wine while watching others struggle to survive. However, Ye Xian unexpectedly awakened her supernatural abilities along the way. Chapter 47, The Underground Black Market. After discovering that Ye Xian had awakened her superpowers, Tang Hongtao took advantage of the chaos caused by a second-tier zombie attack to deliberately send the unsuspecting Zhao Long away, sending him to help the army defend against zombie hordes from other directions. Ye Xian was handed over to Tang Hongtao's men for care. However, Zhao Long became increasingly uneasy after leaving and went back to check. He witnessed Tang Hongtao and his men pushing Ye Xian into a horde of zombies. He was too far away to save her in time and could only watch helplessly as Ye Xian was bitten to death by zombies. Zhao Long felt both hatred and helplessness, but he didn't have the courage to fight Tang Hongtao to the death. He could only suppress everything in his heart and pretend that he knew nothing. Tang Hongtao then offered a hypocritical explanation, saying that the other side had been suddenly breached by another second-tier zombie, and Ye Xian had unfortunately perished. Zhao Long could only feign grief and understanding as he followed the army all the way to Shu City. But guilt tormented him, completely robbing him of his will to fight, and he eventually became a homeless man in the slums, just waiting to die. Seeing Zhao Long with tears streaming down his face and a look of self-reproach, Ye Lintian wanted to scold him, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Ye Lintian had been an orphan since childhood, and what he longed for most was family. After rescuing Ye Xian and spending a few days with her, He had already come to regard her as a younger sister. He left Ye Xian in the army because he believed that Ye Xian, who had no special abilities, would not be targeted by Tang Hongtao, but he did not expect that she would awaken her special abilities midway through. Ye Lintian felt immense guilt over Ye Xian's death, but he hated the real culprit even more. If Tang Hongtao hadn't been jealous of his supernatural abilities and determined to kill him, none of this would have happened. Now that Ye Xian is dead, Tang Hongtao is still enjoying a life of luxury, drinking red wine in his private residence at the Shuqing base, which Ye Lintian cannot tolerate. He must take revenge. Tang Hongtao must die. Suppressing his emotions, Ye Lintian asked Zhao Long in a low voice, "Do you have any information about Tang Hongtao?" Zhao Long was stunned. His face flushed, and he stammered for a long time before finally uttering only 2 words. "No." Ye Lintian's eyes darkened. He was utterly disappointed in him. It seemed that in the end, he could only rely on himself for this kind of thing. He took out a bag of rice and a bucket of water from his supernatural space and handed them to Zhao Long. "Take these, you don't need to worry about the rest." "Brother Yi." Zhao Long felt extremely distressed. He hated himself for being so stupid and cowardly. But now, lacking supplies, he still put the rice and water into his supernatural space and left the RV. As he left, Zhao Long's heart underwent change. He decided to pull himself together and strive to become stronger. He had already wronged Ye Lintian once, and if he had the ability in the future, he would definitely make it up to him. After Zhao Long left, Ye Lintian packed up the RV again and found a shrewd young man on the road. This young man had also approached him yesterday, claiming to be a know-it-all at the Shuqing base and offering to show him around the base for a pound of rice as payment. It was too late yesterday, so Ye Lintian ignored him. Right now, he needed someone who could get information about high-ranking figures like Tang Hongtao, so he wanted to see if this young man had any connections. The young man took the small bag of rice from Ye Lintian and immediately perked up, asking enthusiastically, "Brother, where would you like to familiarize yourself with the area? I'll show you around." Ye Lintian cut to the chase. "Do you know where I can buy intelligence about the high-ranking officials at the Shuqing base?" The young man froze, clearly not expecting anyone to ask such a question right off the bat. Seeing his stunned expression, Ye Lintian frowned and asked, "You don't know?" The young man then came to his senses and quickly smiled. "You've come to the right person. Others probably wouldn't know, but I happen to know a place where you can get this kind of information." "Where?" The young man touched the bag of rice in his hand, but didn't answer immediately. Ye Lintian immediately understood that he wanted more benefits. Without wasting words, he took out another bag of rice from his special ability space and asked in a cold voice, "Is this enough?" If the other party dares to ask for an exorbitant amount again, he wouldn't mind making the guy throw up everything he ate that morning. Seeing that he had already agreed, the young man quickly took the bag of rice and said, "That's enough. Come with me. I'll put the things at home first, and then I'll take you there." Before long, the two arrived at a dilapidated hut. Although the hut was simple, it had a small door made of wooden planks that could barely provide shelter. Inside the door, a girl of about 15 or 16 was repairing the leaky room, trying to make it less uncomfortable to live there. The young man excitedly shouted, "Sis, come out quickly and put these 2 bags of rice away. We're having dry rice tonight." The girl took the rice, her eyes lighting up. "Brother, you've had quite a haul today." The commotion quickly attracted many eyes, with many people eyeing the 2 bags of rice with greedy looks. The girl, however, was fearless, coldly retorting, "What are you looking at? If you're so capable, go earn it yourself. If you dare stare again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Her fierce demeanor caused the surrounding people to avert their gaze and disperse. The young man explained somewhat awkwardly to Ye Lintian, "That's just my sister's personality. Don't mind it." Ye Lintian simply nodded. "Can you take me there now?" "No problem." The young man immediately led the way. Soon, the two arrived at a house made of bricks and stones. This house was clearly not something an ordinary poor person could build. It was likely built by someone with power or influence. The door was wide open, and 2 muscular men stood in the entrance. They immediately became alert when someone approached, only relaxing their guard after recognizing the young man. One of them laughed and said, "Little Lee, you've brought guests again? You're quite capable, kid." The young man smiled ingratiatingly and said, "It was just luck. You two have worked hard. I'll invite you to my house for dinner another day." After exchanging greetings, Xiao Li led Ye Lintian into the house. The house was divided into 2 rooms, an inner and an outer one, and while the furnishings were tasteful, there were no personal belongings inside. Upon entering the inner room, Xiao Li pressed a button on the wall, and the wall slowly opened, revealing an entrance leading underground. Ye Lintian asked, "Is this an underground tunnel?" Xiao Li nodded. "That's right. It took 2 third-tier Earth-type ability users a lot of effort to dig it out. Below is a huge underground space, which is one of the entrances to the black market." Ye Lintian then realized that the place Xiao Li mentioned that could obtain high-level intelligence was actually the underground black market. The tunnel was very long. It took the two a full 5 minutes to reach the underground black market. Below, it was brightly lit and bustling with people, a stark contrast to the dilapidated slums outside. Led by Xiao Li, Ye Lintian arrived at a wooden house. This wooden house did not look like it was built by man. Rather, it seemed to have grown naturally from plants, forming a seamless whole. Seeing him examining the wooden house, Xiao Li explained it was built by a second-tier wood-type ability user. "I heard that person made a lot of money building houses for others and has now moved to an apartment complex." Ye Lintian nodded. Xiao Li stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. A woman's voice came from inside. "Come in." The two entered the wooden cabin. The interior was spacious, with a table piled high with various papers, and a woman with a good figure sitting behind the table. The woman glanced at them and asked directly, "What kind of intelligence do you want to buy?" Ye Lintian secretly used his analytical ability on her and discovered that she was actually a third-tier ability user whose ability was telepathy. Xiao Li politely said, "This gentleman wants to buy some information about high-level officials." Ye Lintian added, "I need information about Tang Hongtao." The woman was somewhat surprised. Tang Hongtao was a 5th-level ability user. How dare someone inquire about him? However, she didn't ask any further questions, simply taking a document from the files without handing it over. She stared into Ye Lintian's eyes and slowly said, "This information contains a 3rd-order crystal core." Xiao Li, who was standing next to him, was immediately shocked. So expensive? A single Tier 3 crystal core, if used properly, can even create a Tier 3 ability user. Ye Lintian was also slightly taken aback, because he didn't even have a single Tier 1 crystal core. After killing zombies, he always absorbs them directly using his devouring ability, without ever bothering to mine the crystal core. However, Ye Lintian remained calm. He reached into his spatial storage and took out a piece of frozen Tier 3 wolf meat, placing it on the table. "Can I pay with this?" The woman's eyes changed. "This is the flesh of an evolved beast." She wasn't surprised that Ye Lintian could conjure objects out of thin air. There were quite a few people with supernatural spatial abilities, including 2 in her organization. But what truly moved her was the piece of evolved beast meat. Evolved beast meat is a highly sought-after commodity. It can be used as food reserves and can also enhance the abilities and physique of those with superpowers. Even ordinary people can benefit from eating it, and it is especially coveted by those in high positions who have not yet awakened superpowers. The price of this meat has remained consistently high, even exceeding the value of crystal cores of the same tier. The woman's attitude immediately became enthusiastic. "Wait a moment, I'll call the appraiser over." After saying that, she immediately activated telepathy to contact the appraisers in the black market. Chapter 48. Lure the snake out of its hole. As the woman activated her supernatural power, an old man, wearing glasses, quickly walked into the wooden house. His eyes lit up when he saw the evolved meat on the table, clearly showing he knew a lot about it. After examining it, the old man said, "It's the meat of a 3rd-tier evolved beast, hunted no more than 2 days ago, with minimal energy loss." The woman nodded, then looked at Ye Lintian. "1 piece is a bit too little. If you could provide another piece of meat of the same size, I will agree to the deal." Without hesitation, Ye Lintian took out another piece of 3rd-tier evolved beast meat from his special ability space. This kind of meat offered him little improvement now, and he wasn't worried at all about exchanging 2 pieces for information about Tang Hongtao. Seeing how readily he agreed, the woman stopped wasting words and handed him the documents directly. "Here's what you wanted." Ye Lintian took the documents and began to read them. They were very detailed, including not only Tang Hongtao's identity and influence, but also his involvement in Deputy Commander Zhang's power grab the previous night. Ye Lintian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this underground intelligence broker to have such power, even able to uncover confidential information like high-level power struggles. It seemed that spinning those 2 pieces of evolved beast meat was worthwhile. His gaze quickly fell upon a message. Deputy Commander Zhang promised Tang Hongtao that he could mobilize armored units. Ye Lintian narrowed his eyes slightly. With the armored vehicle's defensive capabilities, it would be difficult for zombies below level 4 to damage it. If the RV could be fitted with similar materials, its safety would undoubtedly be greatly improved. He continued reading. The next section contained information on a group of Tang Hongtao's men. After finishing, Ye Lintian put away the information, left the wooden hut, and wandered around the black market. This place was a melting pot of all sorts of people. Vendors selling guns and ammunition, drug powder, all sorts of trinkets, and even prostitutes. Ye Lintian also saw a casino. It had almost everything: gambling, prostitution, and drugs. However, after browsing around, he didn't find what he needed, so he left the underground black market. After saying goodbye to Xiao Li, Ye Lintian drove his RV out of the Shuqing base. His goal was clear: to eliminate Tang Hongtao's henchmen and gradually dismantle the power he had painstakingly built. According to the information, Ye Lintian already knew that the scarred man he met yesterday was one of Tang Hongtao's men, who was responsible for robbing supplies on the road. This time, he was looking for the robbery squads on the other roads. Firstly, to eliminate these scum, and secondly, to lure Tang Hongtao out, saving him the trouble of searching for them one by one. Once Tang Hongtao and his men are all gathered, he will wipe them all out at once. Ye Lintian is now full of confidence. With his super self-healing and energy absorption abilities, he is already very difficult to kill. In addition, with his 4th-tier clone also possessing energy absorption capabilities, even if Tang Hongtao brings in armored troops, they may not be able to threaten him. On the contrary, he may become stronger as the battle progresses. The RV sped along. Before long, Ye Lintian encountered an obstacle on the road. 6 armed men stood guard beside him, glanced at him a few times, and then simply moved the roadblock away. Ye Lintian was taken aback. They just let them through like that? But he quickly realized that most of the people fleeing into the city were carrying supplies, while the vehicles leaving the Shu City base were usually empty. More importantly, those who dared to leave the base were mostly ruthless zombie hunters, and if you messed with them, you could end up with blood on the spot. Ye Lintian looked at the cars parked by the roadside and scanned them with his analytical ability, discovering that they were filled with supplies, which were obviously stolen. He asked directly, "Are you Tang Hongtao's men?" The leader, a 3rd-tier plant-type ability user, was immediately displeased upon hearing this. "Kid, watch your words. You think you could just call young Master Tang Hongtao by his name like that?" After confirming that he hadn't gotten the wrong person, Ye Lintian got out of the car and walked towards them. The group immediately became alert, and one of them sneered, "What, you want to fight?" Ye Lintian said calmly, "No, I'm the Grim Reaper who has come to reap your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly teleported in front of the 3rd-tier ability user. Before the other party could react, he snapped his neck. The scene fell silent instantly. The remaining 5 watched helplessly as their leader's corpse rapidly withered in Ye Lintian's hands, their bodies trembling with fear. The opponent's strength was definitely above the 4th rank, and he might even be a 5th-rank ability user like Tang Xiao. What's even more terrifying is that this person's ability is too bizarre. After killing someone, he can turn the corpse into a dried-up mummy. The 5 henchmen, no longer caring about anything else, turned and fled. Ye Lintian had no intention of letting them go. His figure flashed 4 times in succession, and the 4 henchmen fell to the ground one after another, turning into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. The last man was terrified and raised his automatic rifle to fire wildly at Ye Lintian. But when the bullets hit Ye Lintian, they lost all their kinetic energy and fell to the ground with a clatter. Click, click, click. The gun went blank, and the henchman's face turned deathly pale. Ye Lintian stood in front of him and said coldly, "Go back and tell Tang Hongtao that I, Ye Lintian, have come to take his dog's life." The younger brother nodded frantically, scrambled onto the car, and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Ye Lintian watched him leave, then collected the supplies from several vehicles and immediately headed to the next target. And so, one after another, the robbery teams that Tang Hongtao sent out were destroyed by Ye Lintian. Meanwhile, Tang Hongtao was leisurely drinking in his mansion, surrounded by women on either side. He was now powerful and influential. Even Zhang Han, who had just assumed the position of commander, had to defer to him. He ate the grapes offered to him by the beautiful woman beside him and was about to get up to do his business when the door was suddenly pushed open. Tang Hongtao, who had just unbuckled his belt, was startled and looked at his underlings who had barged in with a gloomy expression. The underling, panting heavily, stammered, "Young Master Tang, something terrible has happened. Brother Liu and the others have been killed." Suppressing his anger, Tang Hongtao coldly asked, "Who killed him?" The younger brother, still shaken, said, "That man's name is Ye Lintian. He said he's here to take your dog's life." Upon hearing this exact quote, Tang Hongtao's face turned completely dark. "Very well, then you can go die." He raised his hand and released a ball of flame, which burned his underling to ashes amidst his screams. The two beautiful women on the sofa were so frightened that they trembled and dared not even breathe. Tang Hongtao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Ye Lintian, I haven't even gone looking for trouble with you yet, and you've already attacked my people. It seems that this day next year will be your death anniversary." He immediately gave a stern order. "Men, gather all the combat personnel." A fourth-level ability user outside the door respectfully replied, "Yes, young Master Tang." Tang Hongtao's big move quickly attracted the attention of Zhang Han and others, because he even mobilized armored forces. In a luxurious conference room, Zhang Han was discussing with his confidants how to quickly cultivate a fifth-level ability user who would truly obey him when he suddenly heard the news of Tang Hongtao's actions, and his expression immediately changed. He was well aware of Tang Hongtao's strength. In private, Tang Hongtao had fought against the fifth-level ability user who had joined him, and the other party was defeated in less than 10 minutes. If Tang Hongtao wants to seize power now, none of Zhang Han's men can stop him. He immediately ordered, "Send men to keep a close watch on them. Report any actions that could be detrimental to us immediately. At the same time, increase patrols and bring over all ability users of level 3 or above." No one in the meeting room objected. After all, their lives were more important than anything else. The first to receive the news were naturally the intelligence departments of the underground black market. Inside the cabin, the woman looked at the intelligence that had just been delivered, a hint of interest on her face. "Interesting. You just bought information about Tang Hongtao from me, and Tang Hongtao has already caused such a commotion. That young man is no ordinary person." She tapped the table lightly, clearly having decided to pay more attention to Ye Lintian. Just then, Ye Lintian realized he was being watched after he had just destroyed the last robbery squad. However, he didn't care. The people monitoring him were most likely sent by Tang Hongtao, and all he had to do now was wait. Tang Hongtao walked right into the trap. Before I knew it, the sky gradually darkened, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of oppression. At the edge of Ye Lintian's vision, a series of vehicles slowly appeared. There were infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, totaling 20. 20 armored vehicles lined up in a row, sweeping across the plains like 20 giant beasts charging from the ancient past, heading straight for Ye Lintian. Chapter 49, The Hunt. After Ye Lintian entered firing range, the armored vehicles in front stopped in unison, followed by a line of jeeps and bulletproof vehicles, all packed with people, at least 100 by a rough estimate. Tang Hongtao was sitting in the bulletproof vehicle at the very front. The car door opened, and Tang Hongtao got out. From a distance, he sneered, "I really didn't expect you to survive. You really got lucky." Ye Lintian echoed back, "Yeah, but you're not as lucky as me today. You'll become the dog shit I step on." These words immediately caused an uproar on Tang Hongtao's side. Whether it was his subordinates or the members of the armored unit who had been transferred to carry out the mission, everyone respected Tang Hongtao. Now that someone had publicly humiliated him, it immediately drew a barrage of curses. Who does this kid think he is, daring to insult young Master Tang? When you make your move, don't hold back. I want to take him down with my own hands. Young Master Tang, let us go first. Leave these reckless guys to us. Tang Hongtao was pleased to see the crowd so excited. His usual demeanor had clearly intimidated them. Now that his men were volunteering, he readily feigned concern. "Brothers, you're all so enthusiastic, it would be impolite of me to stop you. Go for it, but be careful and don't push yourself too hard." As soon as he finished speaking, a fourth-tier laser-eyed guy immediately led the charge, shouting, "Follow me! Take that kid's head!" Behind him were two other fourth-tier ability users and dozens of armed henchmen. Although there were many of them, they all felt that this small force was more than enough to deal with Ye Lintian. Tang Hongtao thought the same thing. He brought the armored forces here to make a show of force and let people know how powerful he was. After all, even he, at the 5th level, would suffer heavy losses against the firepower of 20 armored vehicles. On the other side, Ye Lintian watched as the crowd surged towards him, and the first to strike was Laser Eyes. 20 meters away, 2 blazing laser beams shot directly towards his legs. Ye Lintian didn't even flinch, letting the beam hit him. Cyclops thought he was terrified and had just given a smug smile, but the next second he froze. The laser beam, powerful enough to melt through steel plates, had no effect on Ye Lintian's leg, as if it had been swallowed up. How was that possible? Unconvinced, Cyclops immediately unleashed his power to its maximum, making the beam even more blinding. Even the 2 fourth-tier ability users beside him were forced to slow their pace. The henchman behind him, unable to see clearly ahead, assumed he had already burned Ye Lintian to ashes and joined in the jeering. Laser Eyes was sweating profusely, having pushed his powers to their limits and rapidly depleting his energy. Yet Ye Lintian remained standing firm, not even the hem of his clothes fluttering. The other 2 fourth-tier ability users also sensed something was wrong and immediately attacked together. The woman with the beauty mark shot out a petrifying ray, trying to turn Ye Lintian into stone. The other man raised his hand and gathered a ball of high-temperature, high-pressure plasma, which he slammed into him. The result was the same. It was all for naught. The petrifying beam vanished without a trace, and the plasma disappeared as soon as it touched Ye Lintian's palm, without even causing a ripple. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically, especially Cyclops, whose powers were completely depleted, and he stopped in his tracks. They then realized that Ye Lintian wasn't the 4th-tier person they had assumed, but rather a 5th-tier person like Tang Hongtao. But the people behind them kept rushing forward. Because the light ahead was too dazzling, most people didn't see what was happening at all. They only saw Ye Lintian still standing there and thought that the 3 4th-level ability users were deliberately scaring him. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. That kid is so scared he's standing there frozen." A 3rd-tier water-type ability user was still smiling ingratiatingly. These words sounded like a slap in the face to the 3 of them. The water-type ability user, however, was completely oblivious and continued to shout, "Your abilities are too powerful. Leave them to us. We'll make sure to shape him into any shape you want." Others joined in the laughter, thinking that Ye Lintian had been completely controlled. Who has the ability to bind others? Quickly restrain him, or you'll be the first one to be cut down. A 3rd-tier plant-based ability user immediately stepped forward, raised his hand to summon a thorny vine, and fiercely bound Ye Lintian. Just then, Ye Lintian had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, and all his other abilities, except for his 5th-tier replication ability, had been pushed to the 4th tier. He didn't intend to waste any more time with these people. With a flash, he dodged the vines and appeared in front of the plant-type ability user, smashing his head with a single punch. This scene caused the 3 4th-tier ability users to change color simultaneously, and the surrounding henchmen also fell silent instantly, like ducks being choked. The hunt begins. Ye Lintian's icy voice rang out, striking everyone's ears like a death knell. His figure vanished again, reappearing standing before Laser Eye. No! Laser Eyes had barely uttered a single word when his head was smashed open with a punch. In a panic, the woman with the beauty mark released her petrifying beam again, instantly turning the vegetation in its path into stone, and several unfortunate souls were also swept into stone sculptures. But Ye Lintian vanished from his spot once more, appearing in front of her the next instant, and mercilessly delivered a punch. With a bang, her head exploded, and her headless corpse was directly turned into nutrients by Ye Lintian's 4th-order devouring ability. The last superhuman was utterly terrified. He scrambled to his feet, kicking aside his henchmen who were blocking his way, and desperately tried to escape. He knew all too well that he would be next. The other underlings then came to their senses. Some turned and ran, some fired at Ye Lintian unwillingly, and some even picked up individual rocket launchers and blasted him directly. In an instant, the scene descended into complete chaos. Chapter 50, A Barrage of Artillery Fire. Bullets lost their power upon hitting Ye Lintian. Artillery shells only exploded in flames, becoming nourishment for him. Without pausing, Ye Lintian charged into the crowd, slaughtering everyone in his path, even releasing his clones to join the fray. Tang Hongtao watched this scene from afar, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Those 100-odd people were his trump card, but now they had been slaughtered by Ye Lintian. Only then did he realize that his previous judgment was completely wrong. Ye Lintian was also a 5th-level ability user, and his strength far exceeded his imagination. He didn't intend to engage in a direct confrontation, and directly ordered the armored units to open fire. In any case, those underlings who were still fleeing for their lives were no longer important. As long as Ye Lintian could be blasted to death, he could always raise another group of men at any time. At the command, the armored units opened fire immediately. The cannons recoiled, unleashing a barrage of powerful shells that instantly engulfed Ye Lintian and his fleeing henchmen in flames. Explosions erupted one after another, limbs and severed bodies flying everywhere. The shelling didn't stop. A second, third, and fourth round followed in quick succession, and the entire area was soon engulfed in fire. Soil churned, flames soared into the sky, and deafening roars echoed incessantly. The bombardment lasted a full 5 minutes, leaving the ground cratered and charred black. Tang Hongtao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even he couldn't withstand such a saturation attack. Ye Lintian would probably have been blown to bits. But as soon as he checked the battlefield, his expression changed. Ye Lintian wasn't dead. He only had some bloody wounds on his body, and those wounds were healing rapidly. Even more unbelievable was that his clone was still standing. The operators who fired the cannon were terrified. They knew better than anyone the power of the shells. Let alone people, even a building would have been leveled. Yet Ye Lintian had actually withstood it. This meant that many modern weapons were ineffective against him. Killing him would likely require missile-level firepower. A chilling silence fell over Tang Hongtao's side. No one dared to utter sound. Ye Lintian had already recovered from his injuries and used his copying ability to change into a new set of clothes. The bombing just now was indeed dangerous. His energy absorption had reached its limit, and his body was covered in wounds, with a cannonball even blasting a bloody hole in his chest. Fortunately, he possessed super regenerative abilities, and his life was saved. This round of shelling also made him fully realize his own limitations. He was no longer someone that could be easily killed by ordinary modern weapons. Moreover, the energy absorbed in the artillery fire directly pushed his devouring ability to the 5th level. That wasn't all. He also unexpectedly discovered that he could copy another ability. This proved his guess was correct. It wasn't that copying abilities only granted an extra chance with each level up, but rather that his body's capacity wasn't sufficient in the early stages. Now that his physique had strengthened, he could continue to acquire new abilities even without leveling up his ability copying skills. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian immediately copied the powerful superpower he had long coveted, Dharma Body of Heaven and Earth. Just as the copy was completed, Tang Hongtao reacted and ordered the armored units to open fire again. He was clear in his mind. Even if he couldn't kill Ye Lintian, he would exhaust his stamina and superpower energy. But when Ye Lintian saw the incoming artillery fire, he revealed a smile that sent chills down Tang Hongtao's spine. The next second, he was once again completely covered by artillery fire. This time, they didn't even bother with his clones and directly bombarded him. The fireball exploded on the spot with astonishing force, but to Tang Hongtao and the others' disbelief, it rapidly shrank and finally disappeared. As the flames subsided, Ye Lintian stood unharmed. Impossible. Tang Hongtao finally lost his composure. He suddenly realized that he had completely miscalculated. The armored forces' artillery fire wasn't wearing down Ye Lintian at all. Instead, it was giving him energy. He had been injured just moments before, but now he wasn't even scratched. He had even absorbed the explosive energy. At that moment, Tang Hongtao had the first thought of running away. Though humiliating, his life was the most important thing. Before leaving, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Continue the attack. Don't stop." After saying that, he jumped into the armored car and ran away. Ye Lintian had just upgraded his Dharma Body and Heaven to the 4th level and originally wanted to take a few more shells to upgrade this ability to the 5th level, but he didn't expect Tang Hongtao to run away first. How could this be allowed? Ye Lintian's target was him. How could he let him escape so easily? He immediately looked at his clone and shouted, "Go stop him!" The clone had been wanting to give chase for a while. Upon hearing the command, it immediately teleported away, flashing several times in a short time, covering 40 meters in a short time. Now, all of the clone's abilities have been upgraded to the 4th level, and a single teleportation covered 40 meters, so Tang Hongtao had no chance of escaping. At the same time, Ye Lintian was once again bombarded. But the result was the same as before. The shells still failed to cause him fatal damage. After another round of bombardment, his Dharma body and heaven successfully advanced to the 5th level. At this point, Ye Lintian no longer intended to continue taking the beating. Although his clone had become stronger, it wasn't certain it could win against Tang Hongtao, who was at the 5th rank. If he arrived too late and Tang Hongtao escaped, it would be difficult to find him again. Ye Lintian immediately used his replication ability to conjure an iron rod with golden hoops at both ends out of thin air, and then activated the Dharma body heaven and earth. The next second, to the horrified eyes of the armored forces operators, his body swelled up and transformed into a giant 40 meters tall. He could actually grow even larger, with a limit of 80 meters, but the larger his size, the more terrifying the energy consumption. At his current height, he can exert his power without depleting his alien energy too quickly, enough for him to fight for half an hour. He stretched his powerful body, feeling as if he could smash a mountain with a single punch. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by the surge in power, but even so, he was confident that he could shatter a building with a single slap, and if he went all out, destroying half a city in a short time wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was getting used to this power, another shell came crashing down. But this time, the shelling didn't even penetrate his clothes, which had grown larger along with the Dharma body in heaven, leaving only a few black marks on his body. Ye Lintian tried to activate the energy absorption, and it actually succeeded. He directly absorbed the energy from the exploding shell, which significantly extended the duration of his Dharma body. He didn't waste any more time and decided to deal with the armored forces in front of him first. Whatever their reasons, since they were determined to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Ye Lintian raised his iron rod and strode forward, the ground beneath his feet rumbling loudly. Amidst the roar of artillery fire, he was like a true war god, charging straight towards the armored troops. Chapter 91 Ye Lintian Hongta. The sky was terribly overcast, as if it were about to press down at any moment. On the desolate plains, Ye Lintian transformed into a 40-meter-tall giant, wielding 2 iron rods bound with golden hoops, standing amidst the artillery fire. The relentless bombardment from tanks left him unharmed. He no longer wanted to waste time with these lackeys. After dealing with this armored unit, he would pursue Tang Hongtao. He strode to the tank group, his iron bar sweeping out, instantly exploding the ground and destroying 7 tanks. The remaining drivers were terrified, firing wildly as they fled. But Ye Lintian gave them no chance, swinging his bar again, scraping away a layer of the ground. And with a series of secondary explosions, 8 more tanks were destroyed on the spot. The last 5 armored vehicles were easily smashed by him, one after another, like playing whack-a-mole. After dealing with Tang Hongtao's henchmen, Ye Lintian immediately looked towards the distant highway and soon saw Tang Hongtao being entangled by his clone. At this moment, Tang Hongtao's bulletproof car was a pile of scrap metal, and his clothes were tattered beyond recognition. He was in a sorry state. He had been driving recklessly when Ye Lintian's clone teleported up and smashed the entire car to pieces with a giant ice spike. Tang Hongtao escaped the explosion in a disheveled state, his anger blazing, and immediately launched a fierce attack on the clone. Bolts of fire shot out like lasers, burning small, melting holes in the ground, but the clone kept dodging with teleportation, making it impossible for him to catch it. Tang Hongtao was completely enraged and finally used his true power. Flames surged around him, condensing into countless flaming spears, which shot towards the clone in a dense barrage. Although the clone teleported 20 meters away in time, it was still pierced through the abdomen by a fire spear. However, it was not made of flesh and blood, and the wound healed quickly. Tang Hongtao gritted his teeth in anger and was about to continue the pursuit when a huge figure rushed over from afar. With each step the figure took, the earth trembled, like a demon god descending from the ancient past, approaching with unstoppable power. Tang Hongtao looked up and saw who it was, and his expression instantly changed. This is impossible. How could you become so powerful? Standing before him was Ye Lintian, who was 40 meters tall. Ye Lintian coldly said, "Nothing is impossible. Tang Hongtao, your death is near." Tang Hongtao's face was ashen, but his eyes still refused to admit defeat. He roared, and flames surged around him, quickly condensing into a fire giant of the same height, 40 meters tall, with himself hovering inside the giant's head. "Ha ha! See? I can do it too." He regained some confidence, thinking that the fire giant he had formed was stronger than Ye Lintian's. The fire giant then swung its fist down, the enormous fist enveloped in scorching flames, its momentum astonishing. But Ye Lintian simply shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the attack. He couldn't help but be speechless. The Dharma body didn't just increase size, it also enhanced strength, speed, and reaction time across the board. Tang Hongtao's attack, seemingly intimidating, actually had many flaws. Seeing this, Tang Hongtao's resolve began to waver again, but he kept reassuring himself that it was just a coincidence. He simply attacked wildly, his fists raining down on Ye Lintian like a storm. Each punch carried terrifying heat and impact, even creating a scorching storm behind Ye Lintian that could bake a person alive, setting the grass ablaze. No matter how he attacked, Ye Lintian remained unharmed. Eventually, Ye Lintian simply stood still, letting the fiery fists rain down on him. To Tang Hongtao's dismay, his flames not only failed to harm Ye Lintian, but were instead gradually consumed by him. Ye Lintian yawned, his face full of disdain and sneer. "You don't even have the strength to hit someone, yet you dare to be so arrogant? It seems you're nothing special." These words pierced Tang Hongtao's heart like a knife, enraging him so much that he coughed up a mouthful of blood and began to tremble. Ye Lintian, having witnessed enough, finally raised his iron bar, ready to end it all. The iron rod tore through the air like a collapsing pillar of heaven and slammed into the fire giant's head. With a deafening boom, the giant's head shattered, and Tang Hongtao's figure crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. The fire giant then scattered into a rain of fire. Ye Lintian walked up to Tang Hongtao and dispelled his Dharma body. Although Tang Hongtao wasn't immediately dead, his internal organs were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. If it weren't for the flame armor he donned at the last moment, he would have been smashed into a pulp. "You win," Tang Hongtao said with a bitter smile. Without a word, Ye Lintian raised the iron bar to strike. Tang Hongtao, in his dying moments, cursed him viciously, saying he would be waiting for him in hell. Ye Lintian's eyes remained unmoved as he brought the iron bar down heavily. The scene fell silent, leaving only a mess on the ground. Tang Hongtao, who had once tried to kill him and murdered Ye Xian, was now a headless corpse, lying on the ground like a dead dog. His revenge was finally complete, but Ye Lintian felt no joy, only emptiness. He was alone again, and he was momentarily lost, unsure of where to go next. He stared at Tang Hongtao's corpse in silence for a moment. Then his eyes quickly hardened again. From now on, he would live for himself, become stronger, and see for himself what kind of view he would see when he stood at the highest point. Without further hesitation, Ye Lintian activated his devouring ability to absorb the remaining energy within Tang Hongtao's body. Unfortunately, Tang Hongtao had expended too much energy in the previous battle, leaving him with very little energy, far from enough to upgrade his spatial ability to the 5th tier. However, Ye Lintian was already quite satisfied. This battle not only resulted in the death of Tang Hongtao, but also allowed him to acquire the powerful offensive ability, Dharma Body in Heaven, making his gain substantial. He then retrieved the RV from his supernatural space and began upgrading it. Having already analyzed armored and bulletproof vehicles, this time he directly modified the RV shell with a more robust armor material and replaced the windows with military-grade bulletproof glass. After the replication and enhancement, a completely renovated RV quickly took shape, its defensive capabilities greatly enhanced. Zombies of level 3 and below could no longer easily breach its defenses. Ye Lintian drove his new RV towards the Shuqing base. He planned to first go to the underground black market to gather intelligence on the outside world, see what the situation was like in other parts of China, and also prepare for leaving Shuqing. After all, the Shuqing leadership would soon find out about Tang Hongtao's death, and when he made his move, drones were already flying in the distance. He wasn't afraid of the higher-ups in Shuqing, but he also didn't want to be constantly watched by a swarm of flies. Leaving the Shuqing base had become inevitable. Chapter 52, Chun Bo is attacked. After parting ways with Ye Lintian, Chun Bo and Chen Duoduo quickly arrived at the Shuqing base. The siblings still had some crystal cores, so they moved into the apartment complex with their husky. But their combination was too eye-catching. Especially that 2-meter-tall husky. Anyone could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary dog, but an evolved beast. In the Shu City base, evolved beasts are extremely rare. The higher-ups not only offered high reward for their meat, but also formed a special hunting team. Soon, a reconnaissance ability user discovered that this husky was actually a rare 4th-tier evolved beast. The news quickly reached the ears of the hunting team under Deputy Commander Zhang Han. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Deputy Commander Zhang had not been able to awaken his supernatural abilities, which had become the biggest thorn in his side. Upon learning that the flesh of evolved beasts could enhance the bodies of ordinary people, he began to offer large bounties and even personally assembled a hunting team. The team consisted of 1 4th-tier ability user and 10 3rd-tier ability users, making it a formidable force. Since Deputy Commander Zhang seized power, this hunting team has become increasingly arrogant. Under the guise of collecting evolved beast meat for Deputy Commander Zhang, they frequently steal the prey of other survivors. Since they had powerful backers, the victims could only swallow their anger. Now that they heard someone had brought a tier 4 husky into the base, they immediately targeted Chun Bo and his sister. Just as Ye Lintian went to the underground black market to buy intelligence, the room where Chun Bo and Chun Duoduo were staying was quietly surrounded by the hunting team. The husky inside immediately sensed danger and growled loudly. Chun Duoduo and Chun Bo, who were making dinner, were also startled. Chun Bo's face darkened, and he said to his sister, Duoduo, stay in the kitchen and don't come out. I'll go check on her. For a husky to become alert, it was no small matter. But just as Chun Bo reached the door, it was kicked open with a bang, the iron door flying through the air and slamming him against the wall, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Outside the door, the hunting captain coldly ordered, Go, take down that level 4 husky. 10 3rd-tier ability users filed in and surrounded the husky. After catching his breath, Chun Bo angrily demanded, What do you want? This is an apartment complex. Trespassing. Aren't you afraid the police will arrest you? Upon hearing this, the hunting team members all burst into laughter. Someone scoffed, We're a hunting team personally organized by Commander Zhang, representing him. The security forces won't arrest us. They'll even come to our aid. Chun Bo, who had just arrived in Shuqing, was unaware of the darkness here, but when the surrounding residents heard the words, hunting team, their faces all changed. This group of people ran rampant in the base, and this morning they even robbed a 6-person squad. Just because the other party had hunted a 2nd-tier evolved beast and refused to hand it over, all 6 were killed on the spot, and their bodies were dragged out into the street as a warning. Now that Chun Bo's family is being targeted, everyone knows it won't end well. The onlookers, fearing trouble, quickly closed their doors and went back inside. Stared at by 11 3rd-tier or higher ability users, Chun Bo's forehead was sweating, but he still forced himself to remain calm and asked, What brings you all here? The hunting captain stood at the back of the crowd and said arrogantly, Of course it's for that 4th-tier husky. You kill it yourself and hand over the corpse, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you can expect to become a corpse by the roadside. Chun Bo's expression changed drastically. He and Chun Duoduo had considered the husky as family since before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, the husky had saved their lives more than once. Chun Bo would never agree to betray it to save his own life. He gritted his teeth and said, Impossible. The husky is my family. You can't hurt it. One of the team members sneered and threatened, Kid, don't be stubborn. It's your honor to offer it to Commander Zhang. If Commander Zhang is pleased, he might even reward you with an easy position. Chun Bo's attitude was firm. Absolutely not. You can leave. The hunting captain's face darkened, and he was about to take action when a reconnaissance ability user next to him suddenly said, Captain, there's another person in the kitchen. The hunting captain glared at him with displeasure. Why are you only telling me now? The man said aggrievedly. Everyone was talking so enthusiastically just now. I didn't dare to interrupt. The hunting captain ignored him and turned to stare at Chun Bo with a sneer. If you don't kill the husky, we'll skin the man in the kitchen alive. Chun Bo's expression changed drastically, and he froze instantly. Chun Duo knew she had been discovered, so she stopped hiding and ran straight out of the kitchen. She cried out urgently, Brother, don't listen to them. The husky is our family. You can't treat it like this. Upon seeing that a beautiful young girl had run out, the hunting party members' eyes immediately turned lewd. The hunting captain even changed his mind and said with a sinister smile, Kid, I don't just want dogs anymore. If you don't make a move, we'll show your sister right here in front of you what hell on earth is like. Chun Bo's face turned ashen, and he roared, How dare you? He knew there was no turning back. To survive, he had to fight his way out with the husky. Chun Bo pulled his sister to his side and then launched an information attack on the hunting captain. The captain's mind went blank for a moment, and he stood there stunned. Hey husky, charge out. Chun Bo shouted and pulled Chun Duo close behind the husky. The husky roared and unleashed a series of incredibly powerful wind blades, slashing at the hunting team members blocking the door. Damn it, get out of the way. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all tried to dodge. However, 4 third-tier ability users were still unable to dodge in time, and were killed on the spot by the wind blades. Just as a wind blade was heading straight for the still-dazed hunting captain, a team member instantly turned into steel and rushed in front of him, blocking the fatal blow for him. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chun Bo led Chun Duo out of the room and ran downstairs as fast as he could. As soon as Chun Bo left, the hunting captain regained consciousness. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, his face turned extremely grim. He, a dignified 4th-tier ability user, had almost been killed by a 3rd-tier ability user. You can't escape. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated his supernatural ability. A doorway, 2 meters wide and 4 meters high, appeared in front of him, and on the other side of the doorway was the street below. The hunting captain stepped inside and instantly appeared downstairs. The remaining 16 members followed closely behind, and the doorway slowly disappeared as everyone passed through. At this moment, Chun Bo and Chun Duo had just rushed downstairs and were about to run toward the parking area when they found that the hunting captain and others were already blocking the street ahead. Chun Bo was filled with disbelief. These people should have been upstairs, so how did they suddenly appear here? Chun Duo was so surprised that her mouth dropped open, and even the husky looked confused. The hunting captain said coldly, None of you are leaving here today after killing my man. Attack! He ordered the remaining 6 third-tier ability users to attack, while he himself kept his distance. The 6 dared not hesitate and unleashed their full power, surrounding and attacking Chun Bo and the others. The husky immediately retaliated, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that easily sliced through the hard concrete like tofu. Chun Bo, assisting from the side, used the information shock again, causing one of the team members to freeze in place, his mind going blank. The next second, that person was sliced in 2 by the wind blade. Just then, a circle with a diameter of 10 centimeters suddenly appeared behind Chun Bo, and a long spear suddenly pierced out from the circle. Chun Duo happened to see this and shouted in terror, Brother, watch out behind you. But it was too late. The spear pierced Chun Bo's chest in an instant, and blood gushed from his mouth. He looked down in disbelief at the spear protruding from his body, having no idea where the attack had come from. Upon discovering Chun Bo was under attack, the husky went berserk, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that killed 3 more team members. The remaining 2, one capable of turning into iron and the other of releasing an energy shield, barely survived, but were forced to retreat repeatedly. Chapter 53, Chun Duo's Escape. After unleashing its attack, the husky came sadly to the dying Chun Bo. With tears streaming down her face, Chun Duo supported Chun Bo while crying out, Brother, don't scare me, brother. Chun Bo was already struggling to speak, but he still used his last strength to look at her. Duo, I'm not going to make it. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. You must live on. After saying that, he looked at the husky with difficulty. Husky, protect Duo and help her escape. The husky nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down its face. After confirming its agreement, Chun Bo's head lolled to the side, and it breathed its last. Elder brother. Chen Duo held Chen Bo's body and wept bitterly, almost collapsing. But the husky barked anxiously at her, urging her to leave quickly. Just then, a circle appeared in the air again, and a spear suddenly pierced towards Chen Duo, who was crying. Oh! The husky flashed forward, shielding her with its body and taking the blow for her. The spear pierced its flesh, leaving a bloody hole. Silly husky. Chen Duo was then jolted out of her grief and looked at the husky that had been injured because of her, feeling filled with guilt. The husky growled twice, as if urging her to hurry up. It turned around, its back to Chen Duo, and stood alone in front of the enemy. Chen Duo's tears welled up again. You must survive. After saying that, she didn't linger and turned to flee into the distance. She knew very well that staying would only be a burden and would only distract Era from protecting her. Now, the only thing she could do was to escape for her life and not let down the opportunity that her brother and Era had risked their lives for. Seeing Chen Duo escape, the remaining two underlings immediately tried to give chase, but were stopped by the large number of wind blades released by the husky. The hunting captain, who was ambushing from a distance, said with some regret, "What a pity. If that girl hadn't run away, this husky would have been easier to deal with." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the security team. The head of the security team was also a fourth-tier ability user, whose power was to slow down light. He sneered as soon as he arrived. "Oh, isn't this the hunting captain? What's gotten into you? You only have 2 kittens left." The hunting captain's face darkened. He knew that the person who had come was the security captain, with whom he had never gotten along. The security captain glanced at the scene, then looked at the husky. A 4th-tier evolved beast? Such a great achievement. How can we let you take it all by yourself? Brothers, take down this stray dog that's causing trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards behind him raised their guns and opened fire on the husky. But all the bullets were blocked by the wind wall conjured by the husky. The hunting captain said coldly, "You don't need to interfere here. I can handle it." The security captain scoffed. "You think you can handle this? Look at the state of the buildings. This is our security team's responsibility now." After saying that, he directly fired a slowing beam at the husky. After the beam hit the husky, its movements instantly became sluggish, as if they had been slowed down countless times. The hunting captain originally wanted to keep the prey for himself, but now he realized that it was impossible to keep this 4th-tier evolved beast all to himself, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make a move. Another circle appeared in front of the husky, and, at the same time, a circle appeared in front of the hunting captain. The other end of the circle was directly in front of the husky's eyes. The hunting captain gripped his spear tightly and thrust it into the circle. The next second, the spear pierced directly into the husky's eye and even penetrated its brain. The husky let out a mournful howl, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The security captain immediately spoke up. "The prey is done. We'll split it in half. Without my help, you wouldn't have been able to take it down so easily." The hunting captain's face darkened, but seeing that the other side outnumbered him, he could only swallow his anger. "I can give you half. However, a woman ran away just now. She's the dog's owner. You can handle her." The security captain didn't care at all. "No problem. She's just a woman. I guarantee she won't see the sun tomorrow." "Oh, really? But I can also guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow." A voice filled with anger suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled and immediately looked in the direction from which the sound came. There, they saw 2 figures. One was Chen Duo, who had just escaped, and the other was Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian had just purchased the information he wanted from the underground black market. Besides the Shuqing base, China had several other large bases, including the Haiqing and Beijing bases, and he had also obtained the locations of both. He had originally planned to go to the Haicheng base after leaving Shucheng, because it was close to the sea, and he had never been to the seaside before and wanted to go and see it. But just as he walked out of the underground black market in a good mood, he ran into Chen Duo, who had escaped from the apartment complex. Chen Duo looked flustered and disheveled. Upon seeing Ye Lintian, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. While comforting her, Ye Lintian inquired about the situation and quickly found out the cause and effect. Upon hearing that Chun Bo had been killed by those greedy hunting party members, Ye Lintian was instantly enraged. He and Chen Duo teleported together and arrived at the scene. Sure enough, he spotted Chinbo and the husky's corpses on the ground. And the people who caused all this were still discussing how to divide the husky's meat, and even planning to hunt down Chinduo. Ye Lintian's anger, which he had just suppressed, was reignited. On the other side, the security captain and his men were also enraged by his words. They were Commander Zhang's direct subordinates. When had anyone ever dared to threaten them like this? The security captain roared, "You bastard! Who gave you the audacity to talk to us like that? It seems that if we don't make an example of you today, any Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to jump out and cause trouble in the future." He immediately ordered, "Kill them." The security guards immediately raised their guns and opened fire on Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian frowned, then teleported with Chinduo to Chunbo and the husky. He first put their corpses into his ability space, and then took out the RV. He said to Chunduo, "Get in the car first. I'll put you and the RV into my special ability space in a bit, and leave the rest to me." Chinduo nodded and immediately got into the RV. After the door was closed, Ye Lintian put the entire RV into his supernatural space. There's no air in the supernatural space, but there is air in the sealed RV, enough for Chinduo to stay inside for a short time. This way, he won't have to be distracted by protecting her during the fight. After seeing Ye Lintian's actions, the hunting captain's eyes revealed jealousy. Instant teleportation and a storage space? I didn't expect your spatial ability to be so strong. I'm really envious. Although his spatial abilities could open spatial portals, he had to pass through the portal to reach his destination, which was far less convenient than teleportation. Not to mention that Ye Lintian also had a storage space, which made him even more envious. Since that's the case, then you should just die. The hunting captain, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, opened a circle in front of him and plunged his spear deep into the ground. The other end of the circle was aimed directly at Ye Lintian's temple. However, when the spear pierced Ye Lintian's temple, it suddenly stopped, as if it had lost all momentum and failed to break through his defenses. The hunting captain looked on incredulously. How is this possible? Why didn't it break through the defenses? He's a 4th-tier ability user with exceptional physical strength. Even ordinary pistols can't threaten him. That spear strike just now could pierce a steel plate that a sniper rifle couldn't penetrate, yet it couldn't even scratch Ye Lintian's skin. Ye Lintian simultaneously activated his analytical ability, and information about everyone present instantly flooded into his mind. He was particularly intrigued by the hunting captain's spatial abilities. This ability can open portals to any place you've been, and the cost is independent of distance, depending only on the size and number of portals. The larger and more numerous the portals, the higher the cost. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the hunting captain threw a grenade into the circle. The grenade passed through the circle and landed instantly in front of Ye Lintian, who immediately closed the circle. The grenade clattered to the ground and then exploded with a deafening roar, instantly engulfing Ye Lintian in a fireball. The hunting captain looked at the flames and nodded in satisfaction. They should be dead by now. But what happened next almost made his eyes pop out. The flames enveloping Ye Lintian rapidly diminished, vanishing into thin air in less than 5 seconds. Ye Lintian remained standing unharmed, not even a scratch on his clothes. Not only the hunting captain, but everyone around was stunned. The power of that grenade was enough to kill a 4th-tier ability user. Yet Ye Lintian was completely unharmed, which could only mean that he either possessed extremely powerful abilities or that his strength had surpassed the 4th tier. Upon realizing this, everyone's expression changed. Chapter 54 Restuing Commander Yang. Ye Lintian had no intention of wasting time with these people. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the hunting captain and smashed his head with a single punch. The next second, he teleported to the security captain and, before the captain could even unleash his superpower, finished him off with another punch. The remaining people were all terrified. By the time they came to their senses, their leader had already collapsed. They scattered in panic, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Ye Lintian's teleportation. In less than a minute, the ground was littered with desiccated corpses. After absorbing the energy of these people, Ye Lintian's spatial ability directly rose to the 5th level. But before he could even experience his new ability, he heard footsteps all around him. He initially thought they were enemy reinforcements, but the people who arrived didn't make a move. All 20-odd people were dressed in military uniforms, and Ye Lintian quickly realized they were all ability users, including 2 fourth-tier ones. The leader was a female officer, a major, and a third-tier water-type ability user. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I apologize for bothering you." The woman stepped forward, her tone very polite. Ye Lintian was somewhat surprised. "You're not here to cause me trouble?" "Of course not. We've come to ask you for help." The woman shook her head, then introduced herself as Yang Chan, one of Commander Yang's subordinates. She quickly explained the situation at the Shuqing base. It turned out that Commander Yang was supposed to be the top leader of the base, but Zhang Han, in collusion with Tang Hongtao, had imprisoned him and forcibly seized his supreme authority. After seizing power, Zhang Han immediately began abusing his power, acting recklessly within the base and completely disregarding the lives of the ordinary people. The hunting team and security team members that Ye Lintian just killed were all violent elements picked out by Zhang Han from the survivors. They were put into office without any training, which is why so many tragedies have occurred. Yang Chan looked at him and said solemnly, "We came here not only for ourselves, but also for the ordinary people in the base. Please help us rescue Commander Yang and defeat Zhang Han." Ye Lintian fell silent after listening. He had already vaguely sensed from Tang Hongtao and the hunting team that Zhang Han was no good. Although he didn't know Commander Yang, he nodded for Chun Bo's revenge and for the suffering people in the base. "Okay, I agree." Yang Chan and the others breathed a sigh of relief and immediately led him away from the residential area, getting into a military vehicle and heading towards the core area. Ye Lintian, however, did not go with them, but instead took out a motorhome from his special ability space. He hadn't forgotten that Chun Duo was still inside. It wouldn't do to leave her there too long. When he got into the car and saw that Chun Duo was still sitting quietly on the sofa, he was relieved. Led by Yang Chan and the others, the convoy quickly entered the core area of the Shu City base. The area was heavily guarded, with superhumans on alert everywhere, creating a much more tense atmosphere than outside. Before long, they stopped in front of a building, only to be stopped by the guards. "Major Yang, halt. Commander Zhang has ordered that no one but him may enter." Yang Chan immediately flew into a rage, got out of the car and demanded, "Don't you know who's locked up inside? You're aiding and abetting evil." The guard looked troubled. "We are Commander Zhang's subordinates, and we really cannot let them pass." Stubborn. Yang Chan was furious. At this moment, Ye Lintian had already put Chun Duo and the RV back into his supernatural space. He walked to her side and asked, "Is Commander Yang inside?" "Yes, we have no choice but to force our way through." Yang Chan's expression turned serious. "We'll take care of these people, and we'll leave that 5th-tier ability user to you later." Ye Lintian nodded. "No problem." Upon receiving the reply, Yang Chan did not hesitate any longer and immediately ordered the action. A 4th-tier soldier in the team who could create gel was the first to act, and in the blink of an eye, he had glued the guard's hands and feet together. The alerted superhumans outside rushed over, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks. However, Yang Chan immediately had a 4th-tier superhuman erect a shield, blocking all the attacks. The group charged into the building under heavy fire, with Ye Lintian close behind. As soon as they entered, intense gunfire erupted from inside, clearly indicating an ambush. However, protected by shields, no one was injured. Instead, Yang Chan and her team launched a counterattack, taking down a large number of enemies on the other side. Fortunately, it didn't kill them, only incapacitating the soldiers. After clearing out the first wave of guards, the group rushed to the room where Commander Yang was being held. Upon seeing Yang Chan, Commander Yang immediately frowned. "Xiao Chan, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. They have 2 5th-level ability users. You'll only get yourself into trouble if you do this." Yang Chan quickly explained, "Dad, Tang Hongtao is dead. It was Ye Lintian, who was by my side, who killed him. I specially asked him to come and help. With him here, that traitor can't cause any trouble." Commander Yang then carefully examined Ye Lintian and politely extended his hand. "Brother Yi, I'm counting on you from now on." "It's nothing. I'm just doing my part for the ordinary people in the base." Ye Lintian shook hands with him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group immediately left the room. But as soon as they stepped out of the building, they were surrounded by hundreds of people. Deputy Commander Zhang also emerged from the crowd, accompanied by the 5th-tier ability user. "Oh, so it's a daughter coming to rescue her old father." Deputy Commander Zhang sneered as soon as he saw Commander Yang. Commander Yang's face darkened. Zhang Han, watch your words. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Zhang Han glanced at them disdainfully. You think you can take someone away from me with just this few people? I have a 5th level ability user here. Although he had heard that Ye Lintian had killed Tang Hongtao, he didn't know what Ye Lintian looked like, so he didn't recognize him in the crowd at all. Commander Yang, however, no longer backed down as before and retorted coldly. That's not necessarily true. Who said we don't have any 5th level ability users here? Zhang Han's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of Ye Lintian. Yang Chan, seeing his change in expression, added, It's exactly what you think. Zhang Han's face instantly turned ugly. His gaze swept over the people behind Yang Chan, and he quickly spotted Ye Lintian, who was not wearing a military uniform. You're Ye Lintian? If you pledge allegiance to me, I'll pay you 3 times what they give you. He immediately tried to win him over. Ye Lintian didn't even lift his eyelids. Stop thinking about it. I'm not here for the money. I'm just a passerby who's here out of interest. A passerby? Zauchans Fred Bainstrubat. Since they're just passers-by, they shouldn't get involved in this. Ye Lintian was too lazy to waste any more words with him and looked directly at the 5th level ability user. Hey, you're no match for me. Surrender. The 5th tier ability user was already feeling uneasy. He couldn't even beat Tang Hongtao, and now he had to face Ye Lintian, who could kill Tang Hongtao. He had no confidence at all. Before he could speak, Zhang Han became agitated and turned to ask angrily, Wang Feng, are you going to betray me? Wang Feng didn't look at him, but calmly said, I already felt guilty when I betrayed Commander Yang, and after seeing what you've done, I regret it even more. To be honest, you're not suited to be a manager. Zhang Han's face turned ashen. Only at this moment did he realize that, like Commander Yang before him, he had lost. Commander Yang suddenly burst into laughter. The scene before him was so similar to the one when he was forced into it, only the roles were reversed. Men, say Sanghan. 2 soldiers behind Yang Chan immediately stepped forward and disarmed Zhang Han. He would then be locked back in the room where Commander Yang had previously been. Chapter 55 Zombie Siege. As night fell, a helicopter bearing the Noah Corporation logo flew into the city center of Shu, a city overrun by zombies, carrying a huge iron box. With a loud thud, the metal box was placed on the ground. The helicopter didn't stop and quickly left, leaving only the metal box lying quietly in place. The commotion quickly attracted a large number of zombies, including several 4th-tier zombies. Not long after, a sound came from inside the iron box, as if something was awakening. Hearing the sound, the zombies swarmed onto the box. The next second, with a loud bang, one side of the metal box exploded, and the zombies clinging to that side were instantly blasted into pieces by the terrifying force. A lean zombie dressed in a school uniform, with his gums exposed, stepped out of the box. His eyes were not dull. He was completely different from the ordinary zombies around him. He didn't know who he was, only that he felt an intense hunger and craved fresh flesh. In his mind, there was also a map marked a base where there was plenty of food. Roar! He roared, and the surrounding zombies instantly stopped moving, all of them under his control, not even the 4th-level zombies. Then, leading the horde of zombies, he headed towards the base according to the map in his mind. Along the way, more and more zombies were attracted, and the group quickly expanded to tens of thousands. Among them were 3 giant zombies, each 10 meters tall, and 2 5th-tier zombies with special abilities. He actually controlled the high-tier zombies, those of the 3rd tier and above. The rest were simply a horde of zombies attracted by the commotion. When he left the city, the number of zombies behind him had reached 100,000. The vast horde of zombies pressed towards the Shu city base. The next day, Ye Lintian woke up in the large Simmons bed. Although the RV was nice to stay in terms of comfort, this kind of big bed was much more relaxing. After a quick wash, he found that Chun Duo was already up. After yesterday's events, Commander Yang regained control, while Deputy Commander Zhang was imprisoned. Ye Lintian originally intended to take Chun Duo away from the Shuqing base, but Yang Chan kept him there, saying that she hadn't yet given him a celebration. Since it was indeed getting late, he agreed to stay the night and planned to leave the next day. The victory celebration banquet was not extravagant. Yang Chan simply cooked a sumptuous dinner at Commander Yang's house. It was precisely because of this that Ye Lintian developed an even greater liking for Commander Yang's style. Breakfast was already laid out on the living room table. Chen Duo was chatting happily with Yang Chan, while Commander Yang was working on documents. When Yang Chan saw Ye Lintian come out, she greeted him with a smile. "You're up? Let's have breakfast together." The breakfast on the table was simple: eggs, pickled vegetables, and porridge. For an ordinary survivor, this would be considered quite good, but for the top leader of the Shuqing base, it was indeed austere. At the dinner table, Commander Yang peeled an egg and asked, "I heard you're leaving today. Don't you plan to stay? If there's anything you need, just let me know if it's within my power." Ye Lintian shook his head. "No need. I like to be free, and I don't like to be restrained." Commander Yang didn't insist on keeping him, only saying, "If you get tired outside, come back anytime. The gates of the Shuqing base will always be open for you." Ye Lintian nodded his thanks. The four were eating when there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Yang Chan put down her chopsticks and opened the door, whereupon a soldier rushed in, panting. "Commander, something's wrong. A large number of zombies have left Shuqing and are heading towards the base." Commander Yang's expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly, not even bothering to knock over the chair behind him, and asked urgently, "How much longer until we arrive?" After catching his breath, the soldier said, "There's still more than 2 hours left." Commander Yang immediately ordered, "Notify all combat units to prepare for battle immediately." The soldier obeyed and left. Commander Yang had lost his appetite. He looked at Ye Lintian, hesitant to speak. Ye Lintian understood his meaning and said proactively, "Uncle Yang, don't worry. I won't stand idly by when the base faces this crisis. I'll leave after the zombie siege is over." Commander Yang grasped his hand and said solemnly, "All right, Xiao Yi, then I'll leave it to you." Ye Lintian nodded, and then followed Commander Yang and the others to the city wall, while Duo was left at home. Many people had already gathered on the city wall, including ordinary soldiers with guns and people with superpowers. Ye Lintian also saw Wang Feng, a 5th-level superpowered individual who had been forgiven by Commander Yang without holding a grudge and was now one of the main forces resisting the zombie horde. Dozens of cannons were positioned on the city wall, along with some oil cannons for launching. Standing beside Ye Lintian was Yang Chan, dressed in military uniform. She had been specially assigned by Commander Yang, so that Ye Lintian could take immediate action in case of an emergency. Time passed slowly, and a black line gradually appeared on the dim horizon. It was neither a cloud nor a shadow, but a dense horde of zombies. Everyone on the city wall swallowed hard. The number of zombies attacking was overwhelming. From a distance, they resembled a black tidal wave, sending chills down their spines. Even before the zombies got close, the air was filled with the pungent stench of decay. Soon, the horde of zombies stepped into the minefield that the soldiers had laid in advance. As a large number of zombies rushed in, landmines were triggered one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosions continued to ring out, blasting the zombies at the forefront into pieces. But the horde of zombies did not stop. Those whose legs had been blown off were quickly trampled into mincemeat by their brethren behind them. By the time the horde crossed the minefield, they had already lost over 1,000 zombies. But against a horde of 100,000, this number was negligible. As the horde drew closer, the group finally made out the most striking creature among them. It was 3 gigantic zombies, each 10 meters tall, almost as tall as the city wall. With each step they took, they would crush several ordinary zombies to death. Commander Yang was nervous, but he forced himself to remain calm. Once the horde of zombies was within artillery range, he immediately ordered the cannons to fire. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons roared simultaneously, the deafening sound causing the city walls to tremble. Shells landed on the horde of corpses, exploding into huge fireballs, and a single bombardment tore a gap in the zombie horde. But the zombies didn't stop, continuing their frenzied advance. The cannons kept firing, and finally some zombies managed to escape the bombardment and reach the city walls. The soldiers on the city wall immediately opened fire to clear out the scattered zombies. Before long, Commander Yang realized something was wrong. The 3 giant zombies hadn't entered the cannon's firing range. Instead, they were hovering at the edge. He wasn't the only one who noticed the anomaly. Soon, some intelligent people on the city wall also realized a terrifying fact. Among the horde of zombies, there was probably a highly intelligent, commanding zombie. It was controlling the 3 giant zombies, preventing them from rushing into the range of artillery fire, seemingly waiting for the right moment. The horde of zombies seemed endless, charging relentlessly and roaring at the city walls. More and more zombies broke through the artillery barrage and gathered at the foot of the walls, greatly increasing the pressure on the soldiers responsible for clearing them out. The corpses piled up higher and higher at the base of the city wall, giving the zombies behind them a chance to climb. Suddenly, a Tier 2 speed-type zombie grabbed onto the surface of the city wall and nimbly charged upwards. The soldiers immediately concentrated their fire, smashing it to pieces and sending it crashing back into the horde of zombies. But this was just the beginning. More and more evolved zombies arrived at the foot of the city walls, using their speed and strength to begin climbing. These evolved zombies mostly enhance their physical bodies, and their abilities are primarily limited to speed and strength, far less diverse than human superpowers. However, this enhancement is extremely dangerous during sieges. One by one, the evolved zombies climbed the wall with their bare hands. Although most of them were shot down by bullets after only climbing halfway, their numbers made the defenses on the city wall begin to be strained. Finally, a deformed zombie with twisted limbs dodged the bullets with its bizarre movements and suddenly jumped onto the city wall. It opened its foul-smelling maw and lunged at the nearest soldier. At the last second, a fireball struck, blasting it back off the city wall. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat and quickly thanked the superhuman who had intervened. Similar scenes played out repeatedly across the city walls. As the evolved zombies surged onto the walls, the superhumans finally began to take action. At this time, nearly half of the zombie horde had been wiped out by the cannon fire, but more than 70,000 zombies were still surging madly toward the city wall. The corpses piled higher and higher beneath the city walls, and more zombies climbed up the pile, using the corpses as a means of defense. The real siege had only just begun. Chapter 56, Earth Shockwave. Seeing the corpses piling up higher and higher below the city wall, Commander Yang immediately ordered the dropping of oil. As barrels of oil were thrown down the wall, flames instantly erupted below, and many of the zombies that were climbing were engulfed in the fire. But these zombies seemed to be completely stimulated by the human presence behind the city wall, and they recklessly rushed into the sea of fire. Their flesh and blood bodies could not withstand the raging flames, and they were burned to a crisp, their corpses dripping with oil, and they all collapsed in the fire. The people on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to rest. But not long after, a reconnaissance-type ability user suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! That level 3 zombie is releasing cold air, trying to extinguish the flames." The soldiers immediately turned their guns and focused fire on the zombie. Even though it was a Tier 3 zombie, it was riddled with bullets by the concentrated fire. However, this was just the beginning. As the horde of zombies continued to pour into the sea of fire from behind, Tier 3 zombies began to appear in large numbers. These evolved zombies can now advance through flames, and some with special abilities even use various bizarre methods to avoid being burned. Ant Zung and Gushuachin are also in the group of superhumans. They are now both third-tier superhumans and have joined the military. At this moment, the two were cooperating with the soldiers to surround and kill a third-tier speed zombie that had rushed through the sea of fire. The zombie's body was already burning with corpse oil, but seemed to feel no pain and continued to climb the city wall frantically, its speed so fast that ordinary soldiers could not even lock onto it. At the critical moment, Ant Zung conjured a large net out of thin air and suddenly slung it over the zombie. The zombie tried to dodge, but was still caught in the net. The next second, Gushuachin and the soldiers attacked simultaneously, instantly turning it into minced meat. Suddenly, Ant Zung caught a glimpse of a zombie leaping up, jumping 20 meters high, and slamming into the city wall in an arc, landing right on Gushuachin's head. "Shuachin, get out of the way!" Ant Zung shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing the warning, Gushuachin immediately dodged to the side. Almost simultaneously, the zombie crashed down, creating a small crater in the hard city wall. This is a zombie capable of manipulating gravity. It first reduces its own weight to leap into the air, then increases its weight as it crashes down. If Gushuachin had been even a fraction of a second slower, she would have been seriously injured, if not killed. The zombie roared and pounced on Gushuachin. But Gushuachin didn't panic. Having experienced so many life and death situations, she was no longer the weak person she once was. She leaped backward, simultaneously unleashing her shattering power. The charging zombie was instantly torn to pieces, black, foul-smelling blood and body parts splattering across the ground. Just as those around breathed a sigh of relief, a new problem arose. The zombies' actions seemed to have opened up a new avenue for the horde. Some Tier 3 strength-type zombies began grabbing their kind and hurling them towards the city wall. Some fell into the flames, while others crashed into the wall, and even evolved zombies were thrown up. Chaos erupted on the city wall. Fortunately, the zombies weren't very accurate, and although they kept the defenders busy, they didn't pose a significant threat for the time being. Liu teleported and killed the zombie charging at him, then continued to move back and forth on the city wall, providing support to various locations like a firefighter. Like Aunt Zeng and others, he also joined the military's superhuman ability unit. Li Feifei joined a biological laboratory as a researcher. She initially opposed Liu joining such a dangerous combat unit, but Liu insisted on refusing. He felt that joining the military was an honor and also wanted to do what he could for ordinary people. Although the battle was intense, he felt fulfilled. At least during the most dangerous time at the Shu City base, he hadn't hidden in the back, but had genuinely contributed. The fire outside the city burned for more than 2 hours before gradually subsiding. If it weren't for the constant influx of zombies as fuel, it probably would have been extinguished within an hour. The shelling had continued uninterrupted throughout, but now the bombardment had become sporadic as ammunition was running low. More than 2 hours of intense bombardment had inflicted heavy casualties on the zombie horde, leaving only a little over 20,000 survivors. But the zombies, undaunted by death, continued their relentless assault on the city walls like ants. Without the suppression of artillery fire, the situation on the walls immediately became precarious. Looking down, one saw a dense mass of grotesque zombie heads, an endless array of creatures. Soon, the 4th-tier zombies also began attacking the people on the city wall. A strength-type zombie leaped from the horde onto the city wall, slamming its fist down, which smashed a huge hole in the ground. Some people who couldn't dodge in time were thrown more than 10 meters by the impact, and the unluckier ones fell directly off the city wall. The commotion immediately attracted other 4th-level ability users, who rushed over to stop the attack. The gel-powered soldier Ye Lintian had seen before released a large amount of gel at the zombie. The zombie nimbly dodged the frontal attack, but didn't notice the gel on the ground. When it stepped on it, its body was instantly stuck. The surrounding soldiers and superhumans immediately seized the opportunity and bombarded it relentlessly. Before the 4th-tier zombie could even break free, it was blasted to pieces. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the city walls. The 3 giant zombies, which had been motionless until now, finally moved. They assumed a charging stance, stomping their hind legs on the ground, and charged towards the city wall like 3 cannonballs. Ordinary zombies along the way were all knocked away, carving 3 blank straight lines through the horde of corpses. This scene left many people stunned. Each of the 3 zombies was 10 meters tall, almost the same height as the city wall. If they were to crash into it, the city wall would surely be breached in 3 places. Once the city walls fall, the horde of zombies will flood into the base, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Commander Yang shouted anxiously, "Quickly fire at those 3 zombies." The soldier, pale-faced, replied, "Commander, we're out of ammunition." Commander Yang's face was grim, and he was momentarily flustered. Just then, Wang Feng, a 5th-level ability user, suddenly leaped off the city wall. Those who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. The area below the city wall was teeming with zombies, jumping down like that was tantamount to suicide. Only a few who knew Wang Feng's abilities remained calm. They understood that Captain Wang was about to make his move. The ground suddenly shook violently, and a giant hand made of earth and stone rose from the ground, catching Wang Feng as he was about to land. Immediately afterward, the earth churned, and a 12-meter-tall earth and stone giant slowly stood up, with Wang Feng leaping onto its head. Someone shouted excitedly, "That's Wang Feng, a 5th-tier ability user. I heard his ability is to manipulate the earth." Hearing that a 5th-tier expert had made a move, many people on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Yang also secretly came to his senses. He had been so flustered that he had forgotten there were still 2 5th-tier ability users on the city wall. But Wang Feng's expression was far from relaxed as he watched the 3 giant zombies charging towards him. He could sense that these 3 monsters, like himself, were all at the 5th rank. To stop them, He would have to go all out. Earthquake shockwave. Wang Feng controlled the earth and stone giant to stomp forward, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from beneath the giant's feet, sweeping towards the horde of corpses ahead. With a shockwave passed, sand and gravel flew everywhere, and zombies were thrown into the air one after another, their bodies shattering under the immense force. From the city wall, the earth looked like waves churning on the surface of water, and wherever the waves swept across, hordes of corpses exploded. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave reached the 3 giant zombies. Their charge was abruptly halted, and their massive bodies were forced back. The terrifying tremor penetrated their bodies, rupturing their internal organs and causing their bones to creak. But that's all. For humans, ruptured internal organs are a serious injury, but for zombies, such injuries are nothing. Although it failed to severely damage the 3 giant zombies, the attack inflicted devastating casualties on the ordinary zombie horde. Since the shockwave's power diminished with distance, the zombies below the city wall were almost completely wiped out, while the horde further away also suffered heavy losses. The zombie horde, which had originally numbered over 20,000, was now reduced to just over 10,000. Cheers erupted from the city walls, with many shouting Wang Feng's name, hoping for another attack. One more strike, and the zombie horde would likely be wiped out. Wang Feng could only smile bitterly. That last move had consumed most of his alien energy, making it impossible for him to do it a second time. Now, he might not even be able to stop the 3 giant zombies that charged again. Chapter 57, Unrivaled Sweep. Knowing he was no match for the 3 giant zombies, Wang Feng gritted his teeth and controlled the earth and stone giant to meet them head-on. Behind him lay the Shu City base, where his family resided. He could not retreat. Soon he collided head-on with one of the zombies, fist to fist with a loud bang. But the next second, Wang Feng's earthen fist was shattered by the opponent's punch, and even the earthen giant's defense was torn apart. Worse still, the other 2 giant zombies seemed to have received the command. Instead of charging the city wall, they turned and surrounded Wang Feng. Wang Feng was instantly in dire straits, and the faces of everyone on the city wall changed drastically. Yang Chan hurriedly looked at Ye Lintian, her eyes filled with anxiety. She knew that if no one rescued Wang Feng soon, he would really die. Ye Lintian finally stopped standing by. He hadn't intervened earlier because he wanted to see Wang Feng's strength. Although Wang Feng had made mistakes in the past, Ye Lintian still felt some respect for his desperate efforts for the Shuqing base. He himself might not have been able to do the same. The next instant, Ye Lintian activated teleportation, his figure vanishing from his original spot. Before Yang Chan could react, he had already flashed through the air in the distance, arriving beside Wang Feng in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Wang Feng was completely desperate. The 2 arms of the earthen giant had been torn off, and a giant zombie had punched through his chest. Just as another zombie's fist was about to smash into his head, he was about to abandon the earthen giant and dodge, but Ye Lintian suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. Wang Feng only felt a blur before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he was already 80 meters away in the air. Then there were several more flashes, and when he regained his footing, he was already standing on the city wall. Yang Chan stared wide-eyed, unable to close her mouth for a long time. Such teleportation ability was simply too exaggerated. Ye Lintian, however, remained calm. After upgrading his spatial ability to the 5th level yesterday, the distance he could teleport had increased dramatically to 80 meters. The remaining earthen giant was quickly smashed to pieces by the 3 giant zombies. Many people on the city wall hadn't even seen what had happened yet, and assuming that Wang Feng had died in battle, their eyes widened in horror. Before they could despair for long, 3 giant zombies charged towards the city wall again, shaking the ground violently. Now, without Wang Feng, a 5th level ability user, to hold them off, and with the cannons out of ammunition, many had already concluded that the Shu City base could not be defended. At this moment, Commander Yang rushed over and was stunned to see that Wang Feng was completely unharmed. Yang Chan quickly explained that Ye Lintian had rescued him. After hearing this, hope rekindled in Commander Yang's eyes. "Xia Yi, I'm counting on you from now on," he said urgently. Ye Lintian nodded, then teleported again, appearing directly in front of the 3 giant zombies. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 monsters, and the sudden appearance of another person on the city wall caused an uproar. Some said he was courting death, while others thought he was just desperate and wanted to end it all as soon as possible. But when Aunt Zeng, Gushuachin, and Liu saw Ye Lintian, they showed joy because they knew that Ye Lintian was also a 5th-level ability user. Faced with 3 giant zombies that were almost as tall as the city wall, and whose running was like an earthquake, Ye Lintian simply smiled, took out an iron rod, and prepared to make a real move. The Dharma form of heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to grow rapidly in the horrified gazes of the crowd, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 40-meter-tall giant. The city walls appeared dwarfed in comparison, and the 3 giant zombies seemed like toys in a child's hand. Everyone was stunned. Many even thought they were seeing things. Liu and Aunt Zeng stared incredulously at the giant shadow outside the city. Behind the horde of zombies, the school uniform-clad zombie was also clearly taken aback. However, it quickly roared in anger, convinced that it was merely an illusion created by humans, and ordered the 3 giant zombies to tear Ye Lintian apart immediately. Upon receiving the order, the 3 zombies accelerated and charged forward, one of them even leaping into the air and smashing straight into Ye Lintian's abdomen. This zombie had just punched through Wang Feng's earthen giant. Many on the city wall had witnessed its power, and everyone knew that one punch was enough to collapse a building. Everyone was holding their breath for Ye Lintian, hoping that this giant wasn't just an empty shell. But the next second, the giant zombie's punch, tearing through the air, slammed heavily into Ye Lintian's abdomen. Yet it was like hitting an immovable mountain, failing to budge him in the slightest. Seeing this, shock and cheers erupted from the city walls. It's real. This giant is real. There is still hope for Shucheng. Fight back. Crush them. The school uniform zombie's face turned completely ugly. It knew that the 3 giant zombies were no match for Ye Lintian, so it immediately ordered the 2 5th-tier evolved zombies beside it to attack together. Having taken the hit head-on, Ye Lintian had roughly gauged the giant zombie's strength. The impact of that punch was roughly equivalent to 10 hand grenades exploding simultaneously. He stopped probing and launched a counterattack. He slammed his left fist down, striking the giant zombie squarely in the abdomen. With a deafening crash, the zombie was slammed into the ground, its bones shattering, but it wasn't quite dead yet, struggling to get up. Ye Lintian gave it no chance, swinging his iron rod and smashing it down, instantly turning it into a bloody pulp. Black blood, mixed with bone fragments, pooled in the pit. At the same time, 2 other giant zombies pounced, but Ye Lintian swept his iron rod across them, smashing them in midair like watermelons. Black blood rained down from the sky, quickly turning the ground a foul-smelling black. Even more astonishingly, under the influence of the devouring ability, a massive amount of energy surged into Ye Lintian's body, even absorbing the energy of the other zombies that had died outside the city walls. In a short period of time, he pushed his 4 superpowers, analysis, data space, clone, and super self-healing, to the 5th level. Ye Lintian felt his body swell once again. Even without using his Dharma body, his physical body alone was enough to smash the giant zombie from before. Just then, countless vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, coiling around his legs like snakes. Immediately afterward, a huge icicle 20 meters long pierced straight into his chest. Ye Lintian exerted force with both feet, forcefully uprooting the vines and tearing off several meters of ground. Then he swung his iron rod and smashed it hard against the ice spike, which shattered instantly, turning into ice shards everywhere. Ye Lintian looked up and realized that the ones who had ambushed him were actually 2 5th-tier evolved zombies. Chapter 58, Annihilating the Zombie Horde and Leaving the Shu City Base. Seeing that their attack had failed to truly harm Ye Lintian, the 2 level 5 zombies immediately attacked again. The ground churned, and countless trees burst forth from the earth, intertwining and soaring into the air, transforming into a wooden dragon over 30 meters long, which crashed fiercely into Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian swung his iron rod and smashed it down, shattering the wooden dragon in 2. Immediately afterward, he leaped into the air, dodging the giant ice spikes that were shooting at him, and jumped more than 80 meters into the air, swinging his rod backhand to smash the zombie that was controlling the plant. The terrifying force of the fall, combined with the power of the iron rod, instantly enveloped the zombie in shadow. It only had time to form a wooden shield around itself before being struck head-on by the rod. With a deafening roar, The earth trembled violently, and even those on the distant city walls felt their feet shake. When they looked back at the battlefield, they all gasped in horror. Where Ye Lintian landed his staff, a crater more than 8 meters deep appeared. The crater was no longer filled with zombies. Only wood chips mixed with the soil remained. After absorbing the energy of the 5th-tier zombie from the soil, Ye Lintian confirmed that it was completely dead. He turned back to look for the ice-type zombie, only to find that it had vanished. At this point, there were fewer than 10,000 zombies left on the battlefield. The aftershocks caused by Ye Lintian's battle with several 5th-tier zombies were extremely terrifying. Of the original 10,000 or so zombies, more than half had been killed in the blast, leaving less than 4,000. Ye Lintian activated his analytical ability and quickly located the 5th-tier ice-type zombie in the horde. To his surprise, there was a second 5th-tier zombie among the horde. It was a zombie with supernatural abilities, wearing a school uniform that Ye Lintian recognized. That uniform was the same style as the one from Chundwad's school. However, the zombie was completely disfigured, making it impossible to tell who it had been in life. Without a second thought, Ye Lintian charged straight at the ice-type zombie. With each step he took, 5 or 6 ordinary zombies were crushed into a bloody pulp. He moved like a demon god, rampaging through the horde of zombies. The people on the city wall were deeply shocked. At this point, the zombie horde crisis was basically over, and the remaining few thousand zombies were no longer a threat to the Shu City base. Looking at Ye Lintian's invincible figure moving through the horde of corpses, Li Yu said with admiration, "As expected of Boss Yi, he's really amazing." At this moment, Ye Lintian's almost invincible figure was deeply etched into everyone's minds, and they probably would never forget it for the rest of their lives. On the other side, the zombie in the school uniform realized that the situation was hopeless. It was smart and did not intend to continue to die. Instead, it controlled a 4th-tier zombie with defensive abilities to escort it to the rear of the horde. It wants to leave this place, return to Shu City, and come back stronger and with more powerful subordinates. But at that moment, Ye Lintian had already arrived in front of the 5th-tier ice-type zombie and smashed it down with his staff. Without any suspense, the ice-type zombie was smashed into the soil on the spot, completely merging with the earth. After absorbing the energy of the ice-type zombie, Ye Lintian looked at the school uniform zombie and found that it was being protected by a 4th-level zombie and was quickly leaving the horde of zombies. Ye Lintian had already guessed that it was the instigator of this zombie horde, so naturally he couldn't let it escape. If it got away, the Shu City base could face another zombie horde at any time in the future. Without hesitation, he immediately gave chase. The school uniform zombie noticed the commotion behind it, turned around, and was immediately terrified. It quickly controlled the surrounding zombies to pounce on Ye Lintian, trying to slow him down. But these zombies were only at the 4th level at most, and they couldn't stop Ye Lintian at all. He just raised his foot and stomped down, turning the charging zombies into mud. Ye Lintian's actions and the zombies' unusual reactions also attracted the attention of the people on the city wall. Some of the more astute individuals quickly realized that Ye Lintian had discovered the mastermind behind the zombie horde and was about to kill him on the spot. At the same time, Commander Yang also issued an order to leave the city and clear out the zombies. At the command, all the superhumans and soldiers still capable of fighting rushed down the city walls and charged towards the remaining zombies outside the city. They had been holding back their anger for a long time, and now they could finally vent it. Instead of dealing with the ordinary zombies, Wang Feng, under Commander Yang's arrangement, was led by Li Yu to teleport towards Ye Lintian's direction. Commander Yang knew that Ye Lintian was chasing the culprit, but he was still not entirely at ease and wanted Wang Feng to go and assist in intercepting him. In reality, Commander Yang was completely overthinking things. How could Ye Lintian's target possibly escape? Soon, Ye Lintian killed the 4th-tier defensive zombie, escorting the school uniform zombie with a single blow, and then raised his iron rod to finish off the 5th-tier zombie. "Don't kill me. I'm human too. I just look a little scary." To Ye Lintian's surprise, the school uniform zombie actually spoke. However, Ye Lintian didn't believe it at all. Under the analytical scanning ability, its true nature had been clearly seen. What really concerned Ye Lintian was that the zombie had actually evolved to the point of being able to talk and lie. If more of these highly intelligent zombies emerge in the future, humanity's situation will likely become even more difficult. The enormous iron bar fell heavily without the slightest pause. No! With a terrified scream, the school uniform zombie was smashed into mincemeat with a single blow. After defeating the last Tier 5 zombie, Ye Lintian dispelled his Dharma body and returned to his normal size. After absorbing the zombie's energy, he instantly teleported back to the city wall. Beneath the city walls, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The remaining zombies were quickly eliminated by the combined forces of the superhumans and soldiers. By the time the last zombie fell, it was already noon. After having lunch at Commander Yang's house, Ye Lintian took his leave. Despite Commander Yang's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Ye Lintian refused. In the end, he drove his RV slowly out of the Shucheng base, amidst the reluctant gazes of Commander Yang and Yang Chan. For a long time to come, Ye Lintian's name would be the talk of the town in Shucheng. Little did they know, the hero of the story had already left Shucheng. A motorhome is speeding along the highway leading to Haicheng. The driver was Ye Lintian, but it wasn't his main body. It was a clone he created as a tool. The real Ye Lintian was sitting on the sofa in the RV, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sitting opposite him was the quiet Chen Duo. To be honest, Ye Lintian wasn't very good at interacting with people. Now, being alone in a car with a woman, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. When he left, he originally wanted to leave Chen Duo at the Shucheng base and have Commander Yang take care of her. But Chen Duo was unwilling to stay and insisted on going with him. After leaving the Shucheng base, the two buried Chun Bo and the husky's bodies in a place with good feng shui. Looking at the small grave mound in front of her, Chen Duo completely broke down, throwing herself into Ye Lintian's arms and crying uncontrollably. Her tears quickly soaked his clothes. She choked back tears and said, "Brother Lintian, please don't abandon me. My brother has already left me, and you are the only one I can trust now." Ye Lintian could only gently pat her back, constantly comforting her. After a good cry, Chen Duo finally calmed down, and the two continued their journey. Chen Duo, sitting opposite Ye Lintian, still had a blush on her face. Thinking about how she had just thrown herself into Ye Lintian's arms and blurted out all her innermost thoughts, she wished she could disappear into the ground. At the same time, a subtle feeling of affection began to grow in her heart. Whenever she secretly glanced at Ye Lintian, her heart would beat faster involuntarily, and her cheeks would flush slightly. The silence was getting unbearable for Ye Lintian, so he had to break the ice. Duo, it's getting late. You can start cooking first. I'm a little hungry." "Okay, I'll go right away." Chen Duo stood up with a blush on her face, not daring to look Ye Lintian in the eye, and went to the stove to start preparing dinner. Seeing her busy, Ye Lintian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to take stock of what he had gained this time. Now all of his abilities have been upgraded to the 5th tier. Although he hasn't gained any new copying abilities, his overall combat strength is far greater than before. More importantly, Ye Lintian just discovered that his copying ability, after reaching the 5th rank, could actually copy zombie crystal cores. He had previously tried to replicate the crystal core, but had always failed. Although his analytical abilities could analyze the structure of the crystal core, there seemed to be some special substance inside, which his previous replication abilities could not replicate. Now, his copying ability can finally copy crystal cores, which means he can directly copy crystal cores to improve himself at a speed far faster than cultivation. Thinking of this, Ye Lintian activated his copying ability, and a 5th-tier zombie crystal core appeared out of thin air in his palm. He assessed the energy consumption and discovered that replicating a 5th-tier crystal core and then replicating the energy sphere had already used up half of his energy. If it were to regenerate automatically, it would take approximately 2 hours. In other words, he can replicate 2 5th-order crystal cores at a time, and it takes 4 hours to recover after all the replications are completed. At this rate, he could replicate 10 5th-tier zombie crystal cores in less than 3 days. At that point, he would be able to directly upgrade his replication ability to the 6th tier. Thinking of this, Ye Lintian couldn't help but show a look of joy. This is practically cheating. It's already difficult for an ordinary Tier 5 ability user to kill a zombie of the same Tier 5, but it's even harder to find a Tier 5 zombie. That's why there are so few Tier 5 ability users in the Shu City base. Now, Ye Lintian is able to replicate zombie crystal cores. Given enough time, he can continue to grow stronger. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Woman Lin Qing'an. Ye Lintian first released his fourth-tier clone from the supernatural space. Now that his main body and clone have reached the 5th rank, this 4th-rank clone is not keeping up, so he simply chooses to recycle it. As soon as the clone was withdrawn, a vast amount of memories flooded into Ye Lintian's mind. He felt his head throbbing, and it took him a while to recover. He then checked the status of the power fusion, and, as expected, all the ice-type powers that he didn't have in his clone were restored to alien energy, while other powers of the same origin were significantly enhanced. The most noticeable change is the spatial ability. The ability space has now expanded to the size of a villa, and there is much more empty space inside. After confirming his own changes, Ye Lintian created another 5th-tier clone and copied his abilities such as analysis, space, devouring, data space, and fire. Next, he copied another 5th-tier crystal core and gave both cores to his clone. This way, the clone could first upgrade its fire ability to the 5th tier and then quickly upgrade its other abilities as well. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. After parking the car on the side of the road, the other clone sat in the passenger seat to recover his supernatural energy, while the other clone, who had already advanced to the 5th level of fire supernatural ability, sat in the driver's seat to keep watch. With the 2 clones taking turns guarding, Ye Lintian felt much more at ease, but looking at 2 faces that were exactly the same as his own, he still felt a little awkward. He simply used his cloning ability to create 2 masks and gave one to his clone. That way, even if someone saw them later, it would save him a lot of trouble. "Brother Lintian, the food is ready. Come and eat." When Chunduoduo's voice came, Ye Lintian returned to the carriage. The table was already set with food. Twice-cooked pork with green peppers, shredded potatoes, seaweed, and egg drop soup, plus a bowl of rice for each person. It was quite a feast. More importantly, the twice-cooked pork was made with the meat of a 5th-tier evolved beast. Ye Lintian took a bite, and the familiar taste immediately brought back a long-lost feeling. Even though they had only been apart for 2 days, Chunduoduo's cooking tasted better than Yang Chan's and his own. To be able to eat this much food in the apocalypse is truly enviable. Ye Lintian was even more certain that keeping Chunduoduo was the right decision. At least he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry in the future. By the time dinner was over, it was completely dark. Ye Lintian drew the curtains of the RV, completely blocking out the light, which would help him avoid unnecessary trouble. Even if someone came knocking, with 2 clones taking turns keeping watch, he could sleep soundly. Neither he nor Chunduoduo felt sleepy, so they just sat there on the sofa. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Ye Lintian took out his laptop from his special ability space and suggested watching a movie together. Chunduoduo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. He turned on his computer and selected a new comedy film released this year to play. He had many movies stored on his computer, covering a wide range of genres, all of which he had prepared in advance. The 2 sat side by side, watching the movie, and the atmosphere in the carriage gradually relaxed. When the movie ended, Chunduoduo unknowingly fell asleep. Ye Lintian gently carried her to the bed, covered her with a blanket, turned off the computer and car lights, and then lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, a section of the highway leading to Haicheng is no longer recognizable as it once was. The highway was completely swallowed up by the forest, and even the road surface was ruined by vines and trees growing from the ground. At this moment, a car drove into the forest. The driver was a charming woman named Lin Qing'an. She is a 5th-tier ability user whose awakened ability is dream control. If Ye Lintian were to see her, he would definitely recognize her as the mysterious woman who had saved him twice. Lin Qing'an helped Ye Lintian only to repay the kindness of the food she had given him. She was the woman on the 7th floor of Ye Lintian's building. She awakened her supernatural abilities after killing the contractor with a kitchen knife, but she didn't leave the room until the army passed by and many people in the neighborhood began to flee. But she didn't follow the army. Instead, she trailed far behind. Having experienced trauma, she felt unsafe among crowds and preferred to stay among hordes of zombies. Because of her dream manipulation abilities, she can trap any creature with a brain in a dream world and then further control them. Although zombies are not very intelligent, their brains are still active, so she controls them with exceptional ease. She can even directly remove the crystal core from a zombie's chest without the zombie noticing. Later, when she saw Ye Lintian being injured by Tang Hongtao and surrounded by zombies, She immediately controlled the zombies to pounce on Ye Lintian, thus saving his life. After the army left, and she confirmed that Ye Lintian had woken up and was safe, she stopped controlling him and quietly left. After that, she stopped chasing the army and began collecting zombie cores. What Tang Hongtao did to Ye Lintian made her realize that the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse, besides zombies, was human nature, so she had to become stronger as soon as possible. She saved Ye Lintian again later. At that time, Ye Lintian was being attacked by 2 evolved zombies, and she came to his aid once more. After Ye Lintian killed the 2 zombies, she turned and left. She hadn't originally planned to go to the Shucheng base, but rather to return to Haicheng after becoming stronger to see if her parents and younger brother were still alive. She was in Ida City because she graduated there and planned to develop her career there. But then devastating news came from her family. Her younger brother had leukemia and desperately needed money. Later, she met a construction foreman who promised to lend her money, but before she received it, the apocalypse broke out. The contractor seemed to have changed completely, no longer treating her like a human being. What happened next was exactly what Ye Lintian saw on the 7th floor. Back to the present, the highway ahead was completely impassable, and Lin Qinghan was preparing to reverse and detour off the highway through the town behind. Just then, a deafening tiger roar suddenly came from the woods, and a 3-meter-tall, striped tiger pounced out, raising its paw to slam down on the car. With a loud bang, the car was instantly smashed into scrap metal. But Lin Qinghan had already smashed through the windshield and escaped before the tiger's claws could strike. She stared at the ferocious tiger in front of her and immediately activated her supernatural ability. The tiger, which had been fierce and domineering just moments before, fell silent the next second and was completely under her control. Lin Qinghan leaped up and mounted the tiger's back. Since the car was already destroyed, she might as well use the tiger as a mount to cross the forest. Not long after, another RV arrived. The people sitting in the car were naturally Ye Lintian and Chen Duoduo, while the 2 mass clones were driving. Both of these clones are now at the 5th rank, one possessing a 5th rank fire ability and the other possessing a 5th rank earth manipulation ability, making them both very powerful. This time, the driver was a fire clone. He found that the highway ahead was also covered by trees, and he couldn't get through, so he stopped the car. Ye Lintian looked at the road surface damaged by vines and trees, then glanced at the wrecked car by the roadside, and scratched his head helplessly. It seemed that this highway was impassable, and he would have to take a detour. Just then, a strange fragrance wafted from the woods, instantly catching his attention. Could there be something good in the woods? With that in mind, Ye Lintian decided to go in and take a look. Duo, I'm going to check in the woods. I'll put you in the RV into my superpower space in a bit, okay? He said to Chen Duo on the sofa. Unexpectedly, Chen Duo shook her head and said softly that she wanted to go too, not wanting to be alone in that strange space. She was all alone there, and there was no gravity inside, which was very inconvenient. Ye Lintian then remembered that there was indeed no gravity in the supernatural space, and Chen Duo, a living person, would likely find it very difficult to adapt. She would float away with the slightest movement, making even going to the toilet a hassle. With that in mind, he nodded in agreement. After all, with himself and his 2 5th-tier clones around, there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 60. 6th-tier Evolved Plants. Ye Lintian packed up the RV and led Chen Duo and his 2 clones into the woods. The forest was exceptionally lush. The scorching sunlight was blocked by the layers of leaves, making the forest surprisingly cool. Ye Lintian and Chen Duo were both somewhat surprised. Before the apocalypse, this place was clearly a highway, and there shouldn't have been any forest here. Yet in less than a month since the apocalypse, it had grown into this state. Ye Lintian hadn't gone far when he found the source of the fragrance. It was a kiwi tree, the whole tree exuding an enticing fragrance with about a dozen golden, round fruits hanging on it. Beneath the tree lay a large snake that had recently died. Ye Lintian used his analytical ability to take a look and discovered that the giant snake was actually a 5th-tier evolved beast. Its corpse was mangled and bloody, as if it had been killed by a large beast like a tiger, but there were no obvious signs of struggle around it, which surprised him. He then analyzed the golden fruits on the tree, and the results delighted him. These fruits contained a large amount of energy, which could strengthen the body and increase one's supernatural abilities after consumption. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian picked a fruit, washed it, and took a bite. The flesh was juicy and sweet. After swallowing, a surge of energy quickly coursed through his body. Even with his current physique, he could feel a slight enhancement, and his alien energy had also increased. He estimated that one golden fruit was roughly equivalent to 2 fourth-tier crystal cores. If 5 were used together, it would be enough to upgrade a 4th-tier ability user to the 5th tier. In today's world, this is simply unbelievable, considering that there is only one 5th-tier ability user in the Shu City base. But after the initial surprise, Ye Lintian felt a growing sense of unease. The plants had mutated, even producing this strange fruit. This meant that similar treasures could appear all over the world, and animals and zombies, if given the opportunity, could grow at an incredibly rapid pace. If humans keep hiding in the base and don't go out, they will eventually be left far behind by these creatures. Ye Lintian picked another fruit, washed it, and handed it to Chen Duoduo, reminding her to eat it in small bites, as it would be good for her health. Chen Duoduo nodded and took it, then took a small bite. A moment later, she gasped in surprise, feeling as if her body was being strengthened by a warm current. Ye Lintian smiled, said nothing, and turned to pick all the remaining fruit. During this time, he noticed that there were traces of fruit being picked on several branches, but he didn't pay much attention to it, assuming that the dead snake had eaten them. After picking the fruit and absorbing the energy of the 5th-tier giant serpent, Ye Lintian didn't plan to return the way he came. He decided to go directly through the forest. Taking a detour was too troublesome, and continuing forward might yield other gains. At the same time, ahead in the woods, Lin Qinghan, who was riding a tiger, suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. She saw her family members before her eyes, her younger brother in middle school, and her parents calling her to eat after preparing a meal. It was as if she had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. She lazily turned off the TV and walked towards them. But the next second, she suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately woke up from the hallucination. When she regained consciousness, she found herself still in the forest, still riding on the tiger's back, which continued to move forward. But her expression quickly changed because the supernatural power she had placed on the tiger had been released, and the tiger seemed to be trapped in an illusion, being pulled forward by some force. Lin Qinghan's heart sank. If she weren't a dream-controlling ability user with strong enough mental power, she would probably be trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate herself. Just as she was about to regain control of the tiger, a sudden burst of light appeared before her eyes. The tiger carried her to an open area. In the center of the clearing grew a gigantic plant, 12 meters tall. Its trunk was thick, with a mouth-like opening in the middle. Many arm-like vines grew around it, and its roots were deeply embedded in the ground. On top of it was a huge pink flower bud, making it look extremely eerie. Lin Qinghan sensed a strong threat from the plant and immediately activated her supernatural ability to regain control of the tiger. But just then, the giant plant suddenly moved. The arm-like vines lunged at her and the tiger. Lin Qinghan realized something was wrong and immediately controlled the tiger to counterattack. Streams of water condensed out of thin air, transforming into sharp water blades that slashed at the vines. However, her expression quickly turned grim. The water blade released by the 5th-tier tiger was powerful enough to cleave through metal, but when it struck the vines, it only cut in a quarter of the way, failing to sever them at all. She then tried using her powers on the giant plant, but found it had no effect. The plant had no brain, so her dream manipulation was completely useless. Lin Qinghan made a quick decision and leaped to escape, while simultaneously ordering the tiger to attack with all its might. With a loud bang, a huge column of water exploded in the forest, and the surrounding trees were cut into chips by the sharp water blades. On the other side, Ye Lintian, who was on his way, also noticed the towering water column. He looked up and saw a figure trying to escape by stepping on the water column. He recognized the woman. She was the mysterious woman who had secretly saved him twice before. Just as the woman was about to escape, numerous vines suddenly shot out from beneath her, binding her hands and feet and pulling her abruptly from midair. Immediately afterward, a tiger's mournful roar echoed from the area, as if some ferocious beast had been slain. After the mournful cries ceased, the forest returned to calm. Ye Lintian's heart was far from calm. He immediately abandoned Chun Duo and his clone, using teleportation to rush in that direction at top speed. When he arrived, the area around the giant plant was a mess, but the plant itself remained intact. The fifth-tier striped tiger was now a corpse, being dragged by vines towards the crack in its trunk, seemingly about to be swallowed whole. Lin Xinghan was also firmly bound by several tough vines and was also slowly pushed towards that opening. The closer she got, the clearer she could see. The gaping maw was filled with rows of dagger-like teeth. If someone were to be inserted into it, they would be torn to shreds. As she drew ever closer to death, despair welled up inside Lin Xinghan. She didn't want to die. She wanted to go back to Haicheng to see her family. Someone please save her. Anyone will do. As if hearing her cry for help, a figure appeared in front of her in an instant. The newcomer held a tang sword, and with a few light swings, cut all the vines binding her, then grabbed her and disappeared into the air in a flash. When they reappeared, the two had arrived at an open space 20 meters away from the giant plant. Lin Xinghan finally saw the person's face clearly, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. She recognized the person who had saved her, and she had even secretly helped him twice before. The person who arrived was Ye Lintian. Lin Xinghan exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Although Ye Lintian didn't understand what she meant, he still replied, "It's me. You rest first, leave the rest to me." After saying that, he put Lin Xinghan down and leaped to meet the vines that attacked again. The vine arms were shattered one after another under the tang sword. When he was 10 meters away from the giant plant, Ye Lintian directly used the Dharma body of heaven and earth, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant 40 meters tall. Lin Xinghan stared, her mouth slightly agape. She never imagined that the young man she had saved twice back then would have become so powerful. The giant plant also sensed the danger. The vines that were about to grab, Ye Lintian froze in mid-air, as if frozen in place. Ye Lintian raised his tang sword, which had also grown larger, and slashed down at the giant plant. Green sap sprayed everywhere, like a light green rain. He had cut down a giant plant, 12 meters tall, with a single stroke. Ye Lintian didn't stop. He plunged his left hand into the ground and pulled hard. The earth churned, and he forcefully uprooted the entire plant. He tossed the roots to the ground, preparing to deliver a few more blows, when the fallen pink bud suddenly emitted a large amount of pink smoke. The smoke quickly spread, even affecting Ye Lintian's vision. The smoke spread over a wide area, and Lin Xinghan, who was standing at the edge of the battlefield, and Chun Duo, who had just arrived, both inhaled a lot of it. Under the cover of smoke, several seeds shot out of the flower buds like cannonballs and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Despite his obstructed view, Ye Lintian still swung his sword by instinct, completely shattering the massive plant remnant into pieces. After dealing with the 6th-tier plant, Ye Lintian dispelled his Dharma body and began to absorb its energy. But soon, he realized something was wrong. His body suddenly felt hot, and a primal desire surged forth without warning. Ye Lintian's heart sank, and he immediately realized that there was something wrong with the pink smoke. He instantly teleported in front of Lin Xinghan, only to find that his 2 clones and Chun Duo had also arrived. At this moment, both Chun Duo and Lin Xinghan had rosy cheeks, and Lin Xinghan's gaze towards him was exceptionally alluring. This reignited the flames that Ye Lintian had just suppressed, and they burned ever brighter, while his rationality gradually crumbled. He looked at his 2 clones and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were unaffected by the pink smoke. The next moment, Ye Lintian took out the RV and carried the 2 women inside. Once the 3 of them entered the RV, their last shred of reason vanished completely. Chapter 61, The Man Who Vanished in a Thin Air. When Ye Lintian woke up the next morning, Chun Duo and Lin Xinghan were still sleeping beside him. They had stayed up too late the night before, and both women were too exhausted to get up. He had also learned about Lin Xinghan's identity and past experiences from her the previous night, which made him feel more pity for her. Now that they were with him, he would never let them get hurt again. He got up, took a shower, and started making breakfast. He was now beginning to learn how to take care of his woman. After Chun Duo and Lin Xinghan woke up and finished washing up, a steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge and eggs were served. During the meal, Lin Xinghan glanced at the 2 masked figures outside the car and asked them a question out of curiosity. Ye Lintian glanced at them and realized they were the clones he had sent out to keep watch, who had been standing outside the car all night. He casually explained that they were just tool clones and that they didn't need to be bothered with them. After finishing breakfast, he packed up the RV and continued on his journey with the two women and his two clones. Along the way, he pondered whether he could transform the superpower space into a habitable small world. But the current difficulty was too great. There was no gravity, no light, and a host of other problems. He could only wait until the replication ability reached the 6th level before considering it. The energy from that 6th-tier evolutionary plant was originally enough for his replication ability to break through directly, but the smoke malfunctioned midway, forcing him to stop, ultimately benefiting his two clones. Fortunately, he's not far from leveling up. He only needs 3 5th-tier ability cores, which he should complete by tonight at the latest. The woods were much smaller than expected, and half an hour later they were back on the highway. Ye Lintian released the RV, letting his two clones drive, while he spent time with the two women getting to know each other. In the afternoon, however, the road ahead ended again. This time, what blocked their path was a large river. The highway bridge had collapsed, and beneath the wide river, huge dark shadows could be seen moving about. Ye Lintian looked around but ultimately decided against using his Dharma body to force his way through. He wasn't alone anymore. There was no need to take such a risk. Lin Xinghan gazed at the water and sighed softly. Even the aquatic creatures had evolved. Ye Lintian followed up by talking about the situation in the sea, but then realized something was amiss. Lin Xinghan's family lived near Haiqing. However, she didn't show any obvious worry, simply saying calmly that she only cared about the present. If her family was safe, that would be best, but if something happened, she would have to accept it. Ye Lintian didn't say anything more and went back to the RV with her. After his clone drove the vehicle off the highway, he called the two women to his side and told them seriously that he had the ability to grant others superpowers, but this matter must never be spread, otherwise it would only cause big trouble. Seeing that he was not joking, the two women nodded seriously in agreement. Then, Ye Lintian began to copy their superpowers. Shen Duoduo received super self-healing, teleportation, and lightning, while Lin Xinghan received super self-healing, teleportation, and fire. Upon receiving their abilities, both women showed expressions of surprise and delight, especially Chun Duoduo, who was indescribably excited. She had always longed to become stronger, so that she wouldn't always have to hide behind others when faced with danger. Now that she had finally become a superhuman, she secretly resolved to work hard to improve herself and no longer be a burden to Ye Lintian. Ye Lintian then took out 2 more 5th-tier crystal cores and handed them to them, telling them to use them first. The two women didn't stand on ceremony and took them, beginning to absorb them. After all, they were now family, and passing them around would only make them seem distant. The car continued driving, occasionally spotting a few dilapidated houses along the roadside, but without a single living soul in sight. After traveling some more, Ye Lintian finally spotted someone being chased. It was a muddy path, and an elderly man who looked remarkably spry was being chased by 2 2nd-tier evolved zombies. The old man was clearly also a superhuman, running extremely fast, but the distance between him and the zombies was still gradually decreasing. Just as the old man rushed to an open space, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Immediately afterward, 2 zombies chased after him, but they too disappeared without a trace. Ye Lintian's eyelids twitched. He thought he was seeing things, but after careful confirmation, the 3 figures had indeed disappeared. He immediately ordered his clone to stop the car and sent his fire clone to investigate. The fire clone moved swiftly, quickly teleporting to the open space. It picked up a stone and threw it to test the area, but the stone vanished as soon as it got close. After confirming that something was amiss, his clone cautiously approached. As soon as he stepped into the area, the scene before him suddenly changed, and he found himself in a peaceful village. There were 7 or 8 brick houses standing close together, with vegetable gardens and orchards in front of and behind them, and a stretch of lush green rice paddies in the distance. The most eye-catching thing was the enormous willow tree, 20 meters tall, in the center of the village. The clone immediately recognized it as a 6th-tier evolved plant. Looking further a distance, the old man and 2 other old men were digging a hole with hoes and shovels, and the 2 2nd-tier zombies from before were still lying on the ground. The zombie had been cleaved in 2, utterly dead. The sudden appearance of the clone quickly caught the attention of the three elderly men. One of the old men spoke first, asking what he was doing in the village. The clone explained that he was just passing by and saw the old man being chased by the zombie, so he came in to see if there was anything he could do to help. Hearing this, the old man's wariness lessened considerably. He even said that the two zombies had already been exorcised by Willow God, and that he had troubled him with his wasted trip. Upon hearing the words, Willow God, Ye Lintian's heart skipped a beat. This was only the second time he had heard this title in the countryside. The old man didn't hide anything, telling him that the big willow tree in the village was the Willow Goddess, a guardian spirit of their village. She wouldn't harm humans. On the contrary, she would rescue villagers when they were in danger and never interfered with their lives otherwise. The old man's eyes were filled with gratitude as he spoke of this. Seeing this, the clone didn't ask any further questions. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, it casually asked why the crystal cores weren't dug out before burying them. But the old man looked completely bewildered, having no idea what crystal cores were. The clone was even more puzzled and asked him how he had raised his superpower to the second level. The old man replied that he knew magic, not superpowers. As he spoke, a beam of blue light appeared in his palm, which he casually struck a plant. The plant immediately grew rapidly, matured, flowered, and bore fruit. The whole process was astonishingly fast. After the demonstration, the old man sighed, explaining that he had only suddenly learned this magic 3 days ago. Although it could make crops ripen quickly, it consumed a lot of his magical power, allowing him to harvest a maximum of 10 caddies of rice per day. However, after drinking the willow branch nectar given to him by the Willow God last night, his magical power greatly increased, and now he could harvest 100 caddies a day. The clone was speechless for a moment. Clearly, this old man mistook superpowers for magic and supernatural energy for mana. However, the mango pistachio syrup he mentioned piqued the clone's interest, though it hadn't had a chance to ask about it in detail yet. Then, the clone walked to the two corpses, dug out 2 second-tier crystal cores from their bodies, and showed the crystal cores to the 3 old men, telling them that these things were called crystal cores, and in their understanding, they were similar to immortal stones and could be used to increase power. The 3 old men stared at the 2 crystal cores, their faces filled with shock. They never expected that such a precious thing would be hidden inside a zombie. Chapter 62, The Magical Willow Tree. After the clone taught the old man how to use the crystal core, the old man's last bit of wariness towards him disappeared, and he even warmly invited him to his home. The clone then suggested that he had a few companions outside who would like to come in and rest. The old man hesitated for a moment, but agreed nonetheless. He had already witnessed hordes of cannibalistic zombies outside while searching for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar in a nearby town earlier that day. If it weren't for his breakthrough in magical power last night, which greatly enhanced his body, he probably wouldn't have made it back. Thinking about all this, the old man understood that those young people outside were having a hard time, and it would be good to let them come in and rest for a while. His clone retraced his steps, and the scene before him changed, returning him to the open space outside. He turned his head and saw that the village and the large willow tree he had just seen were gone. He walked around the open space and discovered that he could only re-enter the village by standing in the center. And this time, he was positioned on the other side of the village. His clone guessed that the direction he entered this time was the opposite of the last time. Without thinking much, he immediately returned to the open space and teleported to where the RV was parked. Ye Lintian quickly learned the situation from his clone, then packed up the RV and, along with the 2 women and his clone, stepped into that secluded paradise. The sky here is no different from outside. The village is quiet and harmonious, with the sounds of chickens and dogs filling the air. In the distance, a green rice field ripples in the wind, a sight that soothes the soul, like a rare haven of peace in a post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, the old man and 2 other elderly people had already buried the zombie corpses and were standing aside, curiously observing Ye Lintian and his group. "Sir, these are my companions. We'll leave the rest to you." The clone stepped forward and gave a brief introduction. "Don't bother me. Come with me." The old man waved his hand and led them home. On the way, he started talking. Most of the young and middle-aged people in the village had gone to work in big cities, leaving behind only the elderly and children. At the beginning of the apocalypse, when cannibalistic zombies appeared, everyone in the village was too scared to go out, and even the children huddled in their blankets, afraid to run around. As they were talking, several children, around 7 or 8 years old, ran past them, then turned back and stared at Ye Lintian and his group with wide, curious eyes. The old man continued, saying that fortunately, the willow spirit in the center of the village suddenly awoke the next day and used its great power to hide the entire village, so everyone no longer had to live in fear every day. As he said this, he glanced gratefully at the large willow tree not far away. After listening, Ye Lintian and the others roughly understood that the strange state of the village was most likely the work of that big willow tree. Just as they were following the old man home, a thug arrived at the open space outside the village with 4 burly men carrying weapons. What's going on? My tracking ability clearly shows that the person is right here. The thug searched around the open space for a long time, but couldn't even find a trace of the old man. The burly man at the head of the group lit a cigarette, his face already looking rather grim. Little San, is there something wrong with your superpower? There isn't even a house in this desolate wilderness, so where did this old man and village come from? The mistress quickly explained that she had marked the old man in the supermarket and that the tracking had never gone wrong. But Brother Lei was clearly getting impatient. They had been following him for over an hour and hadn't even seen a trace of him. If they didn't find him soon, it would be getting dark. Xiao San's forehead began to sweat, and he could only grit his teeth and continue walking towards the middle of the open space. He knew Lei Ji's temper very well. If he didn't get anything today, he would definitely be punished when he got back, and at the very least, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Lei Gu stared as he paced back and forth, his body even crackling with faint white electricity, his face terrifyingly grim. Xiao San felt a chill run down his spine. He had no desire to experience Lei Ji's electric torture. Just 2 days ago, someone had been accidentally electrocuted to death by Lei Gu after attracting a level 2 zombie. Just then, Xiao San's vision blurred, and she suddenly saw a small village appear out of thin air. There were 7 or 8 brick houses in the village, and smoke was already rising from the chimneys, indicating that someone was cooking dinner. In the center of the village, there stood a large willow tree, 20 meters tall, with its branches spread out and very conspicuous. Found it! At the same time, the mistress also sensed that the mark she left was in a brick house in the distance. Lei Gu and the 3 burly men outside were all stunned, because Xiao San had disappeared right under their noses. Just as they were about to go forward to investigate, Xiao San suddenly appeared in the open space, excitedly shouting, "Brother Lei, we're rich. There really is a village here, and it's hidden in another dimension. If we take this place, we'll be much safer from now on." "You mean the secret realm?" Brother Lei was startled at first. Then his eyes immediately lit up with ecstasy. This is a real opportunity. It offers both offensive and defensive advantages, making it a treasure trove. Let's go in and take a look. At a command, several people rushed towards the entrance. The scene before them changed instantly. They were now standing at the village entrance, where several children were playing and frolicking around the large willow tree. Great, this is truly a treasure trove. Lei Gu became more and more satisfied as he looked around. There isn't even a single zombie here, and the village kids dare to run around everywhere. But soon, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes, and his voice turned cold. It's such a waste that such a good place is occupied by these old and weak people. Let's be swift and kill them all later, and this treasure will be ours. The 3 burly men all wore bloodthirsty smiles, clearly having done this kind of thing many times before. The mistress also smiled obsequiously, feeling that she had done a great service this time. On the other side, Ye Lintian made an excuse to wander around the village and left the old man's house, arriving at the foot of the big willow tree. He was somewhat surprised to see the children chasing and playing under the tree. What surprised him was not the children, but the fact that the large willow tree seemed completely unconcerned about their antics. This tree is clearly no longer an ordinary plant, but an evolved plant with self-awareness and even the ability to move. Ye Lintian used his analytical skills on it, and the information appeared in his mind. Sure enough, this was a 6th-tier evolved plant, only 1 step away from the 7th tier. Its special abilities were Willow Branch Dew and Spatial Manipulation. Willow Branch Dew is not an offensive ability, but rather a life-giving nectar condensed by the great willow tree absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Each drop contains immense vitality. As long as a person is not completely dead on the spot, Drinking a drop will allow them to recover quickly, and even limbs may regenerate. No wonder the old man said that his magical power broke through after drinking the nectar bestowed by the willow god. In fact, the life force in the nectar directly pushed his superpower to the second level, and also repaired his hidden injuries and strengthened his body. That's why he seemed so vigorous despite his old age, and even evolved zombies couldn't catch up with him for a while. If this thing were brought to the Shu City base, it would definitely attract countless people vying for it, essentially giving him an extra life. However, it wouldn't be of much use to Ye Lintian, as he already possesses super self-healing abilities and basically doesn't need it. What really caught his attention was the willow tree's second superpower, spatial manipulation. The village's current secluded, otherworldly state is clearly the result of its spatial abilities. Space can be bent, folded, and even cut. Based on the results of his clone's investigation, Ye Lintian roughly understood the principle. Space can be viewed as a handkerchief. A handkerchief can be bent, folded, and torn. The village is like a part wrapped by this handkerchief, and the entrance to the open space outside is the only point where they meet. Therefore, leaving from any edge of the village will lead back to the open space outside. Entering from different directions from the open space will lead to different edges of the village. That's why the sky in the village is exactly the same as the outside world. It hasn't separated from the three-dimensional space outside. It's just that the big willow tree used its spatial abilities to bend it into a sphere with only one point connecting it to the outside world. Chapter 63 instantly kills Brother Lei. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the village, interrupting Ye Lintian's thoughts. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly teleported to the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, Lei Gu and his gang had already made the decision to massacre the village, and several of them rushed into the village like hungry wolves. There were only 7 households in the village, all inhabited by the elderly and children. If they were allowed to unleash their full power, they could wipe the village out in less than 5 minutes. Among this group, the 3 burly men and Xiao San were all second-tier ability users, while Brother Lei was a third-tier lightning-type ability user. Such a lineup would be more than enough to dominate the countryside. The burly man at the front quickly spotted an old woman drawing water from a well. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and his hand instantly turned metal, producing a steel needle. He raised his hand and swung it towards the old woman's chest. The steel needle was terrifyingly fast, easily piercing even a cement wall. More than 10 ordinary people had already died from that single strike. The old woman had just filled a bucket with well water when she looked up and saw the steel needle shooting towards her, freezing her in shock. Just as the steel needle was about to pierce her chest, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the old woman, blocking the blow for her. The old woman was stunned for 2 seconds, then cried out anxiously, "Young man, are you all right? How could you be so foolish? I'm an old woman who's almost in the grave. Why would you need to shield me?" Hearing her anxious voice, the flame clone's expression softened beneath his mask. He hadn't expected the villagers to be so kind and honest. It seemed his intervention had been wise. "It's all right, he can't hurt me." The flame clone turned around, revealing an unharmed chest, still holding the steel needle in his hand. The old woman breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly saying that it was good that nothing had happened. But the burly man was completely enraged. He had clearly made a move, and the other woman not only caught it but also dared to turn her back to him, which was simply an insult to him. The burly man went berserk on the spot, his entire body surface turning metallic, with steel nails emerging from under his skin and shooting wildly at the fiery clone like bullets. But the next second, the fiery clone teleported, instantly taking the old woman 20 meters away and easily dodging the attack. After putting the old woman down, he teleported again, appearing directly in front of the burly man. Before the burly man could react, a powerful fist loomed large before his eyes, and the next second, he completely lost consciousness. The fiery clone withdrew its fist, leaving only a headless corpse in front of it. This scene was witnessed by Brother Lei, who was on his way to kill someone else. Brother Lei's face instantly darkened. Regardless of why a master had suddenly appeared in this village, if the other party dared to kill his people, he had to die, and die a gruesome death, so that his subordinates would be convinced. He immediately turned and rushed over, with Xiao San and 2 other burly men close behind. Lei Gu was extremely fast, and in just a few breaths he reached the opposite side of the flame clone. Mask-wearing brat, do you know what happens to the person who kills Brother Lei? Brother Lei said coldly, his blade already raised. No need to know. The flame clone replied indifferently, and at the same time used its analysis to scan the guy and found that he was just a third-level lightning-type ability user. Seeing his contemptuous attitude, Brother Lei sneered and pointed his machete at his head. Anyone who messes with Brother Lei will be cut off piece by piece with an electrified knife until you become a living skeleton. Upon hearing this, the mistress and the two burly men all changed color, clearly recalling the horrific torture. The mistress's face turned pale, and the other burly man with the spiked club got goosebumps all over his body, his voice trembling. They had witnessed Lei torture his mortal enemy firsthand. The man was tied to a wooden stake, screaming for over 3 hours, watching helplessly as he was sliced into a bloody skeleton, piece by piece, until he finally died of fright. Just thinking about that scene sent chills down their spines. The flame clone heard these words clearly, and its killing intent intensified immediately. After his underlings finished recounting their brutality, Brother Lei leisurely made his move, intending to first stun the flame clone with lightning before slaughtering the village. A massive bolt of lightning instantly tore through the air, striking the flame clone fiercely. Seeing that he had been hit, Lei Gu immediately ordered 2 strong men to go forward and tie him up, and then they would go together to wipe out the village. But just as the 2 strong men were about to approach, the fiery clone enveloped in lightning suddenly spoke. All right, your clown show is over. Now it's my turn. Lei was stunned. He never expected that his lightning bolt wouldn't have stunned the other person. How could you still be conscious? My attack, even if we were both at the 3rd rank, should have knocked him unconscious. Lei Gu stared at him in disbelief. The flame clone merely picked at its ear, its tone dripping with sarcasm. You mean that tiny electric current that felt like a mosquito bite just now? Damn it! Lei Gu was completely enraged and unleashed his full power. With a crackling sound, his entire body was enveloped in lightning. He swung his left hand down sharply, and a bolt of lightning even thicker than before descended from the sky, striking directly at the fiery clone. The dazzling lightning instantly engulfed him completely. Lei Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when the lightning dissipated, the flame clone was still standing in the same spot, its clothes neat and tidy, without a single scratch. Lei's expression changed completely. He knew he had kicked a hornet's nest. The other party was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-tier ability user. Thinking of this, Lei turned and ran away amidst the shocked gazes of the mistress and the 2 burly men. But he had only run a few steps when the fiery clone teleported in front of him and pressed a palm down on his head. With a loud bang, Lei Gu burst into flames, transforming into a human torch. A shrill scream rang out as he staggered toward Xiao San and the others, trying to call for help, but he collapsed halfway to the ground, his flesh and bones burned through by the flames, turning him directly to ashes. This completely terrified Xiao San and the other 2 burly men. Lei Gu had been burned to ashes. They were no match for him. The 3 exchanged a glance and immediately fled in 3 different directions. But against a fire clone capable of teleportation, escape was utterly useless. By the time Ye Lintian arrived, only 4 headless, desiccated corpses remained. At this moment, the old man and the others were also attracted by the commotion. After listening to the old woman's explanation, the old man repeatedly thanked the flame clone and warmly invited them to stay at his home that night. However, Ye Lintian refused and, to the old man's astonishment, conjured up a motorhome out of thin air. Then, he had his clone suggest going to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables. The old man immediately agreed, saying that while the countryside might not have much else, vegetables were plentiful. Ye Lintian also took the opportunity to store more data on fruits and vegetables into his data space. As night fell, after everyone finished their meal, the old man took out a glass bottle containing a few drops of mango pomelo nectar and solemnly handed it to the flame clone. Isn't this thing too valuable? The clone asked, declining. The old man forcefully shoved the bottle into his hand, his tone leaving no room for refusal. It's nothing. You saved our whole village today, so this little bit of mango pomelo syrup is just a token of our appreciation. Chapter 64, 6th Order Copying Ability. When Ye Lintian and the others returned to the RV, the moon was already high in the sky. He held a small bottle handed to him by his flame clone, containing mango pomelo syrup. The data had already been entered into the data space, so he could copy it out whenever he wanted to use it later. Right now, his most important task is to upgrade his copying ability to the 6th level. Ye Lintian took out the 3 5th-tier crystal cores he had previously copied and, under the curious gazes of Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo, slowly absorbed their energy. Once all the alien energy in the 3 crystal cores was drained, his body shuddered violently, and his copying ability finally broke through to the 6th tier. At this moment, he could replicate even more things, including large objects like RVs. More importantly, with his body greatly enhanced, he could replicate another superpower. Without hesitation, Ye Lintian directly copied the spatial portal ability. After the light sphere formed within his body, it immediately merged with his spatial ability. After the fusion was complete, he clearly felt that his spatial ability had changed again. He reached out and opened a portal in the RV. On the other side of the portal was his room in Ida City. Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo went over to take a look and found that the room was covered in dust, clearly having been neglected for a long time. Ye Lintian stepped through the spatial portal and returned to his room. Aside from the accumulated dust, the room was almost identical to when he left, except that he had long since stored the valuable items in his ability space. He walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and outside lay a dilapidated street, with zombies still roaming in the night. Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo followed, and when they saw the view outside the window, Lin Qinghan was immediately stunned. Is this Ida City? She had lived here for a while and was familiar with the surroundings. Ye Lintian nodded. Lin Qinghan was silent for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Can your spatial portal open directly to Haicheng? Ye Lintian looked at her and shook his head. No, you can only open the door to places I've been to. The light in Lin Qinghan's eyes dimmed instantly, tinged with disappointment. The 3 of them walked around the room for a while, then quickly returned to the RV. Ye Lintian closed the previous spatial portal and opened another one. Behind the portal was none other than his supernatural space. As soon as the portal opened, air rushed into the RV, instantly creating a gust of wind, causing Chen Duoduo to gasp in surprise. A full minute passed before the gale gradually subsided. Lin Qinghan gave him a reproachful look, and Ye Lintian coughed awkwardly, explaining that he just wanted to go in and take a look before stepping into the supernatural space. As soon as he entered, he felt like he was standing in space, unable to find any support from any direction. At the same time, several of his supernatural abilities began to stir, as if they wanted to fly out of his body and merge with this space. Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo also came in, and Ye Lintian immediately asked them if they had the same feeling. The 2 women checked themselves and shook their heads in denial, indicating that they had no unusual sensations. Ye Lintian frowned, still not quite understanding what was going on, but he soon realized that his internal energy only reacted when he entered this space, as if it were being drawn to it and trying to completely merge into it. But before he understood the truth, he dared not risk letting his hard-earned, upgraded abilities run rampant. Since his own abilities couldn't be directly integrated, he would try using the copied abilities instead. Thinking of this, he immediately created a copy of a gravity-based energy sphere. The moment the sphere appeared, it began to vibrate violently, clearly trying to penetrate this space. Ye Lintian released the restraints, and the sphere slowly rose, gradually fading until it seemed to be swallowed by space. Immediately afterwards, he gained a new ability, the ability to manipulate gravity. Ye Lintian pressed down on a case of mineral water in the distance, and the case was instantly pulled down by a downward force until it crashed into the invisible barrier at the bottom. That was the boundary of the supernatural space. He returned to the RV and tried to use his gravity ability on the water glass on the table to eliminate its gravity, but found that he couldn't do it at all. After several attempts, Ye Lintian finally determined that the superpower integrated into the superpower space could only be used within the space, and would become ineffective once he left. However, in the supernatural space, he was practically a god who controlled everything, manipulating gravity at will without any cost. If gravity-based abilities are possible, what about other abilities? Ye Lintian didn't stop. He created another light-based power orb. After the orb merged with his own, he indeed felt that he could control light as well. I said, "Let there be light." As he finished speaking, Lin Xinghan and Chun Duoduo looked around in surprise. The originally dim, supernatural space suddenly became bright, no longer just relying on the light coming in through the space door. Seeing that this method really worked, Ye Lintian became completely energized. He began to copy the special abilities recorded in the data space one by one and integrate them into the special ability space. With each one integrated, the changes in the space became more and more obvious, and his control over this space became stronger and stronger. He even vaguely felt that it was developing into an independent small world. After his analytical abilities were integrated, his perception of the entire space became incredibly clear. Almost nothing could escape his detection. With the integration of his data space abilities, a massive database even appeared within the space, beginning to record all information about the ability space. Finally, Ye Lintian set his sights on the replication ability itself. He first used his analytical ability to extract the data of the replication ability within his body, and then used the replication ability. As soon as the copying power orb merged into it, the entire power space trembled violently, as if a qualitative change had occurred. After carefully sensing it, Ye Lintian was shocked to discover that the copying ability, combined with other abilities, had actually transformed into a creative ability. He can create and alter anything that has been assimilated and automatically analyzed by the supernatural space. Stones can be turned into gold, bread into milk, and he can even create life. Of course, this is on the premise that he knows the structure of the target, or that there is already a relevant record in the database. Ye Lintian was overjoyed and immediately started planning to dig up more soil. Once the soil was assimilated, he could use it to create anything he could imagine, such as a house. He suppressed the urge to act immediately and first led Lin Xinghan and Chun Duoduo out of the supernatural space and back into the RV. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, after Ye Lintian and the others had breakfast and said goodbye to the old man, they left the secret realm. The RV hadn't gone far when it stopped at the foot of a small hill. Ye Lin got out and went to the roadside on the second floor. Looking at the small hill next to him, which was 15 meters high and more than 40 meters long, he nodded in satisfaction. "Lin Tian, what are you going to do?" Lin Xinghan couldn't help but ask. Chun Duoduo also looked curious. "I plan to move this small hill into the supernatural space." Hearing this, Lin Xinghan was even more confused, but she didn't press for details and just stood by and watched. Ye Lintian walked to the roadside field, took out a shovel from his supernatural space, and then used the Dharma body technique to instantly grow taller, transforming into a 40-meter-tall giant wielding a huge iron shovel. Next, he opened a huge spatial door next to him that connected to his supernatural space and began to shovel the small hill into it, one shovel at a time. In less than 5 minutes, he had moved the entire hill into his supernatural space. Ye Lintian then put away his Dharma body and followed him into the supernatural space. But as soon as he entered, he frowned because the mud and some items were mixed together. With a thought, he separated the mixed-up things into 2 small mounds. It would be great if we could put things in their own separate space. Suddenly, the space manipulation ability of the big willow tree flashed through his mind. He had tried it before with his clone. The human body could not replicate the abilities of zombies and animals, but he could directly integrate the replicated abilities into the ability space. With this in mind, Ye Lintian immediately copied the spatial manipulation ability. As this ability merged into the space, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his control over space had become much smoother. Without delay, he divided the supernatural space into 2 separate spaces, one large and one small. The large one was reserved for building a house later, while the small one was used to store supplies. Chapter 65, Small World. After Ye Lintian set aside a small space to store the supplies, he began to build the ground in the supernatural space. As soon as he had that thought, a downward gravity appeared in the entire space. The mud and rocks that had been piled up into a small hill quickly spread out and sank to the bottom of the space, forming a layer of land 5 meters thick. Looking at the patch of dirt land in front of him, which was about the size of a playground, Ye Lintian was very satisfied. After scanning and recording the structural data of a complete house, he would be able to build a house for 3 people to live in here and grow some vegetables, fruits, and flowers around it. The next second, Ye Lintian teleported away from the supernatural space. At this moment, Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo were waiting for him in the RV. Seeing their curious gazes, Ye Lintian suddenly realized that they couldn't directly enter his ability space yet. So he asked, "Your teleportation abilities have both reached level 4, right?" Lin Qinghan smiled slightly. "With the 5th-tier crystal core you gave me this morning, it would be difficult not to upgrade." Chen Duoduo nodded in agreement. Ye Lintian said, "I will copy another spatial portal ability for you. With it, you should be able to directly enter my ability space." Lin Qinghan immediately realized, "Is it the one you used before, the portal that can take you to places you've been?" Ye Lintian nodded. Lin Qinghan immediately grabbed his hand, urging him to quickly copy it. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Ye Lintian didn't delay any longer and directly activated his copying ability, copying the spatial portal to her. But Lin Qinghan quickly showed a look of surprise. The spatial gate ability has actually been combined with teleportation. Ye Lintian explained, "Both of them are spatial ability users, so it's normal for them to merge. Try opening the door to my ability space." Lin Qinghan closed her eyes and began to mobilize spatial power. At the same time, Ye Lintian also sensed a spatial force attempting to break through the barrier of his small world and establish a passage. He could have destroyed that force at any time if he wanted to, but instead, he marked it and set it to be allowed. Soon, a 2-meter-high spatial portal appeared in front of Lin Qinghan. On the other side of the portal was the supernatural space, with the ground already paved with mud. It's a success. Lin Qinghan's eyes were filled with joy. With this ability, no matter where she was, she could enter Ye Lintian's little world at any time. Subsequently, Ye Lintian copied the spatial portal ability for Chen Duoduo, and when she tried to open the spatial portal, he also marked her spatial energy as allowed to pass. After doing all this, Ye Lintian personally opened the spatial portal and led the two into the supernatural space. The reason he opened the portal was because their previous location was in the center of the space, but now, with gravity in the ground, that coordinate had become mid-air. As soon as the 3 entered, Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo's eyes lit up. What greeted their eyes was no longer an empty space, but a fairly wide expanse of muddy land. Lin Qinghan asked in surprise, "Is this still the same supernatural space as before?" Ye Lintian nodded with some pride. "That's right, I made some minor modifications." Chen Duoduo exclaimed, "This place has become like a small, independent world." Lin Qinghan immediately became interested. "We should develop this place properly, and it would be best to build a house so that we can rest here in the future." Chen Duoduo agreed. After all, this place was isolated from the outside world, so there was no need to worry about zombies or other dangers. Ye Lintian had already planned ahead. "We can build a house, but I think a villa would be better. We'll go to the outskirts of Z City. Before the apocalypse, there's a very famous upscale villa area there. We can build a villa directly in the small world then." He had already checked the map beforehand, and naturally, he bought the map from the black market. Lin Qinghan and Chen Duoduo had no objections. They knew Ye Lintian had the ability to do so. So the RV started up again and headed towards Z City, which has a luxury villa area. Z City is a 2nd-tier city with a sizable population. After the apocalypse, a group of wealthy individuals, under the protection of bodyguards, fled to an upscale villa district in the suburbs. At first, they lived a relatively comfortable life. But a month into the apocalypse, the bodyguards gradually realized that these wealthy people were utterly worthless in the post-apocalyptic world. Not only could they no longer be paid, but they were also ordered to go out and find food every day. Meanwhile, the wealthy individuals themselves hid in their luxurious villas, indulging in food, drink, and pleasure, and spending time with their mistresses. Eventually, the bodyguards could no longer tolerate it and banded together to kidnap the tycoons. From then on, the villa district changed hands. The mistresses of the wealthy became the mistresses of the bodyguards. As for the 7 or 8 wealthy men, they were simply kicked out of the villa district and left to fend for themselves. At this moment, Ye Lintian and the 2 women had arrived on the outskirts of Z City and were driving on the highway leading to the villa area. Over the past few days, they had passed through several cities, hoping to reach Z City faster by taking a highway. However, The highway leading to Z City was blocked by abandoned vehicles, and no one was clearing it, so they had no choice but to continue on ordinary roads. Although it was much slower, the two assistant clones were driving, so Ye Lintian and the two women only needed to focus on building the small world. During this time, Ye Lintian also upgraded his spatial ability to the 6th level. The size of his small world expanded accordingly, and it was no smaller than the secret realm space created by the Great Willow Tree. During his journey, he analyzed a large amount of data on flowers, trees, and small animals, and created a small forest in the micro-world where small animals were active. In the center of the miniature world, there's also a small bungalow. Although it is just a bungalow, it has a kitchen and a bedroom, and the master bedroom even has a huge Simmons bed. Every night, Ye Lintian would store the RV in his small world. After dinner, the three of them would sleep on the comfortable bed. At this moment, only Ye Lintian and his two clones were in the RV. Lin Xinghan and Chun Duo didn't want to stay in the cramped and bumpy RV, so they were cultivating the land in the small world, preparing to plant some vegetables and fruits. Ye Lintian could have directly helped them cultivate the land, and even made the crops ripen instantly. But the two women refused without hesitation, for a simple reason. That would take away the joy of farming. Ye Lintian couldn't understand this at all, and could only silently return to the RV. The RV slowly approached the villa area. Just then, a fat man dressed in designer clothes appeared on the roadside ahead. He was running forward frantically, daring not to stop even though he couldn't see any pursuers behind him. Only when he saw the RV did he wave frantically as if grasping at a straw. This fat man was one of the wealthy people who were kicked out of the villa area by bodyguards earlier today. There were originally 8 of them, but they ran into zombies shortly after leaving the villa area. These wealthy people, used to a life of luxury and never exercising, were chased in all directions by a few rotting, ordinary zombies. In the end, only the fat man managed to escape. The RV pulled up beside him, and Ye Lintian wanted to inquire about the situation in the villa area. But as soon as the window opened, the fat tycoon began to chatter on and on. "I'm a tycoon in the villa area, young man. You must be a superhuman, right? Help me get my villa back. Those damn bodyguards took my house. If you help me, I can give you a lot of supplies, so you won't have to search for things everywhere." After he finished speaking, he even stood on tiptoe to try to look into the car, but unfortunately, he wasn't tall enough and couldn't see anything. Ye Lintian didn't reply to a word, but simply closed the car window and said to the clone in front, "Keep driving." The RV slowly started moving, and the fat man immediately panicked, frantically pounding on the vehicle and shouting, "Brother, don't go. What did I do wrong? Even if you won't help me, can't you at least take me with you? We're both survivors. We should help each other." But the RV showed no sign of stopping. The fat man got completely enraged, took off his leather shoes, and threw them at the departing RV. But his aim was too poor, and he didn't even touch the edge. He stood there and cursed, "Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. If this were before the apocalypse, you working-class people wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes." However, he didn't notice that, without his knowledge, a deformed zombie with twisted limbs crawling close to the ground had quickly arrived behind him. After he finished cursing, he turned around, and his eyes met those of the zombie. "Ah, help!" The fat tycoon screamed and turned to run. But he forgot that he had just thrown away one of his shoes and was now only wearing one. As he ran, his foot twisted on the spot, and he rolled to the ground like a ball. The deformed zombie seemed momentarily stunned as it stared at the plump piece of meat lying flat before it. But having gained some intelligence, it didn't hesitate and pounced on it. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed across the road. Chapter 66. Zombies Leaving the City. The RV continued driving towards the villa area on the outskirts of the city, but Ye Lintian quickly realized something was wrong. There were more and more zombies on the road, including many evolved zombies, and even a 4th-tier zombie appeared. These zombies had clearly wandered out from the direction of Z City, and they pounced on the RV like madmen as soon as they saw it. Zombies below level 3 were smashed to pieces by the modified RV, while those above level 3 were dealt with by the clones getting out of the vehicle. However, this slowed down the RV. By the time Ye Lintian arrived outside the villa area, it was already dark. A large number of ordinary zombies had gathered outside the wall. If it weren't for the wall, they would have already rushed in. Clearly, they were attracted by the scent of humans inside. Ye Lintian guessed that most of the humans in the city had probably died, and the zombies, having run out of food, had begun to spread outwards in search of living people. The villa area was located on the outskirts of Z City, too close to the city center, naturally becoming one of the first places targeted by zombies. The horde of zombies attacked the RV after spotting it, only to be instantly incinerated by the flame clones. After clearing out the zombies outside, Ye Lintian folded up the RV and, with his 2 clones, scaled the wall and entered the villa area. Just as they entered, even more zombies surged in from afar, including evolved ones. After climbing over the wall, a beautiful view suddenly appeared. There were more than a dozen villas in the villa area, each spaced far apart, surrounded by ponds and greenery, making it look very beautiful. These villas varied in style, some European, some modern, and some were 3-story luxury villas with a spiral staircase. Ye Lintian didn't delay, teleporting directly to the nearest modern villa and beginning to scan it with his analytical ability. His analytical range had now reached 40 meters, and he could quickly survey an entire villa from the ground floor to the basement. To his surprise, the villa even had running water and electricity, and a man and a woman were entangled in a room. Ye Lintian didn't disturb them and continued analyzing before understanding the reason. A well was dug next to the villa, and water was usually drawn directly from it. The well was also equipped with a generator and a large amount of diesel fuel, with enough diesel fuel remaining for another month. After analyzing the villa, he arrived at a European-style villa. But as soon as he started analyzing it, he was spotted by a man in a suit and sunglasses. The man in sunglasses stared at them warily and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Why are you barging into our villa?" His muscles were tense, as if he would take action immediately if the answer was not satisfactory. Ye Lintian glanced at him, slightly surprised. A 4th-tier speed ability user. The man in sunglasses was startled. He hadn't expected that the other party could see through his level and abilities with just one glance, and he immediately became more vigilant. Ye Lintian casually replied, "We just came in for a look around. We won't bother you." The man in sunglasses rudely told them to leave. "Fine, then leave. You're not welcome here." Ye Lintian's gaze turned cold. "This doesn't seem to be your private villa. What right do you have to tell us to leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, his 2 clones behind him took a step forward at the same time. Seeing the 2 masked men move in unison, the man in sunglasses broke out in a cold sweat. He sensed a strong threat from them. They were at least 4th-tier or higher ability users. After a moment of silence, the man in sunglasses finally gave in. "All right, if you've had your fill, please leave." Ye Lintian ignored him and continued analyzing the villas one by one. He planned to let his 2 wives choose their favorite styles after he finished looking at them all, and then build their villas after they were selected. The man in sunglasses stood there, his face grim. He had just led his brothers to drive away those useless rich people today, thinking he could finally live a comfortable life, but unexpectedly, 3 more powerful individuals arrived. He felt a surge of murderous intent, but knew he was no match for his opponent. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call a few of his fellow bodyguards over, so that he would have more confidence if a fight broke out. The next second, he activated his speed ability. The world around him seemed to suddenly fall silent. Even the falling leaves seemed to freeze in midair. Only he could move swiftly in this almost still environment. It wasn't that the world stopped, but rather that his speed and reaction were too fast. After activating his superpower, he became a blur, quickly rushing towards the nearest villa. 10 minutes later, Ye Lintian had finished scanning all the villas. Just as he was about to leave, the man in sunglasses walked over with about a dozen other men dressed in suits and sunglasses. Among these people were 5 superhumans, all at the 3rd tier. One of the 3rd-tier strength-type superhumans looked at Ye Lintian and his companions with disdain, saying that they didn't seem that powerful at all. Another 3rd-tier light elemental ability user also looked disgruntled, complaining about being dragged out of bed. The other men in suits were equally unhappy. If this brother Fong hadn't been a 4th-tier speed elemental ability user, they probably would have already turned hostile. Just as Brother Fong was about to quiet everyone down, a deafening roar suddenly came from the wall. A giant zombie, 6 meters tall, smashed through the wall and stormed into the villa area, followed by a dark horde of corpses. Upon seeing this, all the bodyguards' expressions changed drastically. They had been so focused on enjoying themselves after driving away the wealthy man that they had completely forgotten to assign someone to guard the area. Now that zombies had stormed in, it was clear they could no longer stay there. The bodyguards, ignoring Ye Lintian and his companions, immediately used their own methods to run wildly towards the other side of the villa area, tried to escape from a direction free of zombies. The horde of corpses smelled the scent of living people as soon as they entered, and pounced on the group like demons. The pungent stench of decay could be smelled from a distance. Ye Lintian, however, paid no attention and simply opened the spatial portal, taking his 2 clones inside. Manga witnessed this scene. He immediately activated his speed ability and rushed in just as the portal was about to close. On the other side of the portal was a fork in the road, one leading to the city center and the other to a nearby town. Ye Lintian looked at Brother Feng, who had followed him out, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to be so good at seizing opportunities. He didn't care and directly took out the RV, and he and his 2 accomplices got in to leave. Brother Feng immediately put on a smiling face and said politely, "Brother, can you give me a ride? I'm pretty good at it. I can help you clear out the zombies on the way." Ye Lintian ignored him, closed the car door, and let his clone drive away slowly. As the RV drove away, the smile on Brother Feng's face slowly froze, then turned into shame and anger. He drew the military dagger from his waist, deciding to go all the way and puncture the RV's tires. His speed ability activated again, and the whole world seemed to slow down. Although the RV was still moving, it appeared to him as slow as a tortoise crawling. Brother Feng rushed to the RV and stabbed one of the rear tires with a knife. Not satisfied, he stabbed the other rear tire as well, then turned and ran. At his full power, even a race car might not be able to catch up with him. He felt that even if Ye Lintian was a 5th-level ability user, once his tire blew out, he could only stare helplessly at Ye Lintian's back. Ye Lintian, who was in the RV, suddenly heard 2 loud bangs from behind. The vehicle shook violently, overturned with a thud, and crashed heavily onto the road. Even the bulletproof glass was cracked like a spiderweb. Ye Lintian instantly teleported outside the car, looked at the 2 shattered rear tires, and then at Brother Feng speeding away on the highway, kicking up dust. His face immediately darkened. He didn't mind the guy used his portal to escape from the villa area. But all he did was not want to give him a ride, and the other guy retaliated by puncturing the RV's tires, causing the RV to overturn. If there were any ordinary people in the car, someone would probably be dead. Ye Lintian, consumed by rage, couldn't possibly let this guy leave so easily. Chapter 67: The Town That Captures Survivors. Ye Lintian used teleportation repeatedly and blocked Feng Ji's path in the blink of an eye. When Brother Feng saw Ye Lintian suddenly appear, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He swerved sharply, veered off the road, and fled into the grass beside the road. But the next second, something even more devastating happened. Ye Lintian appeared in front of him again, as if he had been waiting there all along. Feng gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't escape, so he gripped his dagger tightly and used his speed ability to rush in front of Ye Lintian, stabbing him in the throat. Even at this high speed, Ye Lintian's gaze remained fixed on him. Just as the dagger reached his throat, Ye Lintian raised his hand and grabbed it. The sharp blade didn't even manage to pierce his skin. "It's time to end this," Ye Lintian said calmly, and then threw a punch. Terrified, Brother Feng begged for mercy on the spot, but the fist was already upon him. Even though he tried his best to dodge, he only managed to avoid it by half of his head. With a soft plop, half of his head was smashed like tofu, leaving only one half of his face frozen in terror. After dealing with Brother Feng, Ye Lintian opened a spatial portal and returned to the RV. He repaired the RV, restarted it with his clone, and continued driving towards Haiqing. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. On a highway flanked by open fields, Ye Lintian stored the RV in his miniature world and instantly moved inside. The light in the small world also dimmed, as if night was about to fall. In the living room, the food was already laid out. Lin Qinghan and Shan Duoduo had clearly prepared dinner long ago, just waiting for him to return. "You're back. If you hadn't come back, I was about to go to the RV to call you," Lin Qinghan said, setting out the chopsticks. Shan Duoduo also came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of egg and tomato soup and said softly, "Welcome back." After washing his hands, Ye Lintian sat down to eat with the 2 of them and said, "I just want to look at the villa area. Let's eat and chat. You can pick a style you like." Lin Qinghan asked curiously, "What do you think?" Ye Lintian didn't explain, but simply raised his left hand and pointed his finger into the air. The next moment, a huge floating screen appeared in front of him, displaying structural diagrams of several villas. This ability is actually a combination of several seemingly useless superpowers. If he wanted, he could even build a network within a small world. Lin Qinghan asked in surprise, "Is this a projection?" "Pretty much. Ye Lintian simulate. I've already granted you access. You can use your mind to open the screen and control it at any time." Lin Qinghan tried to activate her mind, and sure enough, a small screen appeared in front of her. Chen Duo followed suit and turned on the screen, and the two of them looked at the villa model with great interest. Ye Lintian ate while watching them choose. After a while, Lin Qinghan and Chen Duo finished discussing and finally selected a modern-style villa. "This one will do." Lin Qinghan had an idea, and the selected villa appeared on the big screen. Ye Lintian asked her why she chose this building. Lin Qinghan explained that the villa makes good use of space. It's neither empty nor cramped and dark like ordinary buildings. The decoration, furniture, and appliances are all modern, and most importantly, there's a large indoor swimming pool, which they all really like. Ye Lintian naturally had no objections. To him, the style of the villa was not important. Since they liked it, then he would build it. After dinner, the three of them went to the open space outside. By then, the small world had completely darkened, as if night had truly fallen. Ye Lintian waved his hand casually, and the entire small world instantly became as bright as day. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two women, he began to build the villa. The original bungalows were rapidly dismantled, and a small hill that had been moved in earlier was visibly shrinking. On the site where the bungalows had stood, a modern villa quickly took shape. In less than 5 minutes, a brand new villa appeared in front of the three of them, fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. Lin Qinghan and Chen Duo were dumbfounded. Although they had seen Ye Lintian build bungalows out of thin air and create forests with a thought, they were still shocked to see a luxurious villa with modern appliances appear out of nowhere. The two rushed into the villa, and Ye Lintian followed them in. The living room was furnished with several expensive sofas, and the pristine white walls were bright and clean. Warm lighting bathed the room, making it feel very cozy. A large-screen LCD TV hung on the wall, but unfortunately, in this apocalyptic world, normal signal had long been lost. However, this didn't stump Ye Lintian. He simply created a local area network in the villa, connecting the television to the small world's database. It contained a considerable amount of movie resources, all from his old computer that had been recorded by the small world. For security reasons, he also set permissions to allow access only to resources such as movies. When Ye Lintian turned on the TV to watch a movie, Lin Qinghan and Chen Duo had already finished exploring the living room and kitchen and gone to the bedroom. The bedroom was equally luxurious, with floor-to-ceiling windows, a large bed, and an exquisite wardrobe, all top-of-the-line features. The two toured the entire villa before returning to the living room and sitting down to watch a movie with Ye Lintian. By the time the movie ended, it was already late, so the three of them took showers and went to rest. Qingchuan Town was famous before the apocalypse because it was famous for its exquisite porcelain, which many wealthy foreigners would come to buy as collectibles or decorations. This is why foreigners are often seen in the town, and it's not uncommon to see helicopters occasionally. But after the apocalypse, everything changed. Large numbers of residents turned into zombies, and even those who survived were often captured by motorcycle gangs. In order to survive, the survivors had to hide carefully or even flee the town. However, after the highway became impassable, Qingchuan Town became the only way to Haicheng, and survivor convoys frequently passed through here. These passers-by became prey for the biker gang. The leader of the biker gang is named Gua Gang, and he is in his 20s. Before the apocalypse, he was just a freeloader. His father worked at a branch of Noah Company in a nearby county and held a fairly high management position. After the apocalypse, Gua Gang awakened the power of shadow control. When his father learned that his seemingly useless son had awakened such a powerful ability, he immediately assigned him a mission to capture survivors. These survivors could be exchanged with Noah Corporation for supplies, even guns and ammunition. Upon hearing that capturing people could earn him a gun, Gua Gang immediately became excited and led 7 biker gang members to capture survivors around the town. He quickly made a name for himself in the town. Ordinary survivors would flee at the sight of him. while some thugs idolized him and sought his help. Guogang now has more than 40 men under his command, and every one of them is armed. He himself has also risen to the 5th rank thanks to his special abilities and resources. He was able to reach the 5th rank in just over a month in the apocalypse, partly due to his powerful superpowers, and partly because he captured survivors and traded them with Noah Corporation for the latest superpower drugs. He had previously captured a 3rd-tier ability user and obtained an evolution potion, which allowed him to successfully overcome his initial weak phase and become the strongest in Clear Spring Town. In order to reach the 5th rank, he even killed all the zombies in the town and used his father's connections to get a high-concentration superpower drug from Noah Company, which barely allowed him a breakthrough. However, after reaching the 5th rank, his superpowers seemed to have stalled. Recently, he even used his shadow ability to infiltrate a nearby town to hunt zombies, only to find that the highest rank he could reach was the 4th rank, which was almost useless to him. He didn't know if it was a side effect of the drug or the increased difficulty of advancement after reaching the 5th tier, but in any case, the 4th tier crystal core could no longer make him stronger. Today, they reaped a great harvest. A small convoy was passing through Qingchuan town when Guogang and his 40-odd men captured it in one fell swoop. The convoy consisted of 20 people, including 1 4th-tier ability user and 3 3rd-tier ability users. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune for Guogang, especially the evolved individuals. Noah Corporation had always been willing to exchange them for evolutionary potions. If he handed over these ability users, he would have a chance to get a potion that was effective even for 5th-tier ability users. How could he not be excited? Guogang took out the supernatural communicator his father had given him and immediately contacted the other party, asking Noah Company to send a helicopter to pick him up. As soon as the call ended, a biker gang member with a spiky hairstyle excitedly ran over. "Brother Gua, another shipment has arrived. It looks like a motorhome." "A motorhome?" Guogang's eyes lit up. "Looks like a fat sheep. I just don't know if there are any superhumans among them. Brothers, grab your weapons." After saying that, he grabbed the shotgun on the table and strode towards the door. Chapter 68. Mastering the Shadows. When Ye Lintian's RV arrived in Qingchuan town, he encountered trouble again. As soon as he and his RV entered the town, they were surrounded by more than 40 armed men. Although one of them was a 5th-level ability user, he was not a threat to Ye Lintian, just a minor inconvenience. A henchman with a spiky hairstyle pointed a gun at the RV and shouted, "Everyone in the RV, get out." "See our guns? If you don't get out, we'll turn you into sieves." Ye Lintian had no interest in wasting words. These men were all armed and dressed like thugs. They were clearly not good people. He directly ordered his 2 clones, eliminate them. The 2 clones nodded, their figures vanishing from the car in an instant. The next second, they reappeared outside. Flames suddenly exploded, and the young henchman who had just shouted was instantly burned to ashes. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, who immediately raised their guns and opened fire. A hail of bullets rained down, but the 2 clones remained unharmed, even continuing their advance through the hail of bullets. Someone shouted in terror, "What kind of monster is this? Rifle bullets can't even penetrate it." In the chaos, someone else threw grenades. 4 grenades exploded in succession. Flames surged, but the 2 clones still emerged from the explosions without a single scratch. Now, everyone was completely panicked. Guogang, who had been watching from the sidelines, frowned. Even he couldn't possibly escape unscathed from a direct hit from a grenade. These 2 were clearly not simple. The flame clone uttered 2 words, "Flame." A vast expanse of flame appeared out of thin air and instantly swept towards the 40-odd people. The Earth Avatar also stomped its foot, Earth Spikes. The next moment, countless sharp Earth Spikes emerged from the ground, each more than 2 meters long, and spread wildly towards the crowd. The attack came too fast. Ordinary gunmen had no time to react. After the inferno, only 6 of the 40-odd people remained. Then, the ground pierced through, and 4 more people with superpowers were impaled and strung together. In the end, only 1 4th-level iron-transformed ability user in Guogang, a 5th-level user, survived. Outside the range of the Earth Spikes, Guogang's face was extremely grim. In just one exchange, he had only 1 4th-tier ability user left among his men, which both shocked and enraged him. The fiery clone flashed and instantly appeared in front of the 4th-tier ability user. It directly used its devouring ability to disrupt the opponent's power, and then ignited a ball of flame, burning the user to ashes. Guo Gang's eyelids twitched, and he immediately realized that danger was imminent. His body was enveloped in shadow, forming a hard black shell that blocked the huge spikes that suddenly shot out from the ground. Although he blocked the attack, he was thrown into the air. The earth clone did not stop. The ground churned, and a giant arm made of mud and rocks rose from the ground, grabbed Guo Gang inside the black shell, and slammed him hard into the ground. With a loud bang, a large crater was smashed into the ground. But the earth clone did not notice that Guo Gang had been killed. Sure enough, a shadow appeared on the street 20 meters away, and Guo Gang's figure, shrouded in a black shell, slowly rose from the shadow. He spoke coldly. "Your attacks are indeed powerful, but they won't kill me. Now it's my turn." Ye Lintian, inside the RV, was slightly taken aback, not expecting Guo Gang to actually have some skill. He used his analytical ability and quickly discerned the source of Guo Gang's confidence. Guo Gang's ability is shadow control. When shadows cover his body, the chaos of devouring supernatural abilities has no effect on him. Even if he can't defeat the two clones, if he wants to escape, the two clones will have a hard time stopping him. Guo Gang uttered a low shout, "Shadow Legion." As soon as he finished speaking, a large shadow covered the ground, and soldiers formed from the shadow emerged and charged towards the two clones. These shadow soldiers seemed endless, but their combat power was only at the level of ordinary Special Forces soldiers. They posed no threat to the two clones and were quickly scattered one by one. But Guo Gang didn't expect them to win anyway. He just wanted to buy time. The next moment, he spoke again, "Shadow Dragon." A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire block, turning even the surrounding buildings black. A giant dragon, over 40 meters long, slowly emerged from the shadow, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, letting out a deafening roar. A terrifying sonic wave swept outwards, shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Seeing the shadowy dragon in the sky, the two clones' expressions also turned grave. Guo Gang stopped creating shadow soldiers. His body sank into the shadows of the ground, and then quickly reappeared on the rooftop of a building. He stood high above, looking down arrogantly. "This is a shadow dragon I created using most of my alien energy. With its power alone, it can destroy the entire town in 10 minutes. Your deaths are imminent." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow dragon breathed a cloud of shadow towards the ground. With a loud bang, the entire block shook violently, and the houses along the roadside collapsed like building blocks, instantly filling the air with smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, a large crater 15 meters in diameter appeared on the ground, and the figures of the two clones had disappeared. Upon seeing this, Guo Gang burst into laughter. "Ha! Weak, too weak. It can't even withstand a single breath from the shadow dragon." Just as he was laughing wildly, a mocking voice reached his ears. "This is rather interesting." Guo Gang was startled and looked up sharply at the rooftop opposite, where he saw 3 figures standing. The one in the lead was Ye Lintian, and the 2 masked men he thought were dead were standing behind him. Ye Lintian stretched his arms and produced an iron rod out of thin air. "Such a big lizard. It'll give me a chance to move my arms and legs." Enraged, Guo Gang immediately ordered, "Shadow Dragon, kill them." The shadow dragon roared, its massive body crashing down on the building where Ye Lintian was, like a small mountain. With a deafening roar, the top floor of the building was sliced off with a single claw. Ye Lintian and his 2 clones teleported instantly and disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterward, Ye Lintian shouted in a low voice, "Dharma body of heaven and earth." His body rapidly grew taller, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 40-meter-tall giant, almost the same size as the shadow dragon. Upon witnessing this scene, Guo Gang couldn't help but scream, "Impossible!" He never expected that his opponent would have a superhuman ability to enlarge their body. In a panic, he immediately roared, "Shadow Dragon, use shadow breath to kill him." The shadow dragon opened its massive jaws, and a jet-black beam of light descended from the sky, slamming into Ye Lintian's chest. The terrifying breath that had just created the huge crater failed to harm Ye Lintian in the slightest. Instead, it was directly swallowed up by him. Guo Gang clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment. He already knew he had lost. The shadow dragon's breath was his strongest attack, and since even this move couldn't harm Ye Lintian, he could only flee. As expected, after enduring the breath attack, Ye Lintian raised his massive iron rod and slammed it down on the shadow dragon in midair. A violent gust of air swept out, and the massive body of the shadow dragon was smashed down with a single blow, crushing several buildings before crashing heavily to the ground. This blow nearly shattered its body. The once majestic dragon instantly slumped, and fear even appeared in its eyes. It struggled to take flight again, but Ye Lintian's iron rod fell down once more. The ground shook again, and nearby buildings collapsed one after another amidst the violent tremors. Ye Lintian did not stop. The iron bar slammed down again and again, the thunderous sounds echoing through the neighborhood. When the sound stopped and the smoke dissipated, the entire street had completely disappeared, leaving only a large crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Guogang felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but regret provoking Ye Lintian and his group. But he wasn't truly afraid, because as long as he disappeared into the shadows, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He calmed himself down and even clapped his hands. "Not bad. You are indeed very strong. The strongest person I've ever seen. I would call you the strongest." Ye Lintian put away his Dharma body and instantly teleported to the rooftop opposite Guogang, where two clones appeared beside him. He slung the iron bar over his shoulder and asked with interest, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Guogang put his hands on his hips, leaned back slightly, and laughed confidently. "Ha ha, you can't kill me. As long as I want to leave, you can't do anything to me." Really? Being overconfident isn't a good thing. As soon as Ye Lintian finished speaking, he instantly teleported in front of Guogang and smashed a stick into his head. Guogang's body sank down, disappearing directly into the shadows. His voice came from the shadows. "We will meet again. The next time we meet, I will cut off your head and keep it as part of my collection." After he finished speaking, his body sank completely into the shadows, and the shadows on the ground also disappeared into the shadows below at an extremely fast speed, merging into the darkness. Ye Lintian smiled slightly. "You can't escape." The next second, a shadow appeared beneath his feet, and he quickly sank into it, chasing after the direction Guogang had fled. Chapter 69, Armed Zombies. After Ye Lintian deciphered Guogang's shadow control ability, he immediately used the empty copy slot to copy this ability, and then used 2 5th-tier crystal cores to directly upgrade it to the 5th tier. Ye Lintian can now also enter the shadows. Guogang's attempt to escape using the shadow space is now impossible. Once inside the shadows, Ye Lintian felt as if he had entered a bottomless dark world. If he continued downwards, even with his control over shadows, he might lose his way. If he remained on the surface, he could move through the shadows cast by various buildings and see the outside world through them. If there are no shadows nearby, he can also use his supernatural power to forcibly create one. The shadow dragon that Guogang condensed earlier was an extension of this ability. Once inside, Ye Lintian finally understood the essence of shadows. Shadows are places where light cannot reach, extending beyond the surface to include underground. Anything without energy protection will be assimilated into a part of the shadow space once it enters. There's no air here either, but given Ye Lintian's constitution, he won't have any major problems even if he doesn't breathe for a few hours. Soon, he spotted Guogang in the shadows of a house not far away. Guogang was completely stunned. He had been hiding in the shadows watching Ye Lintian make a fool of himself, thinking that the other party would only be furious. He never expected that Ye Lintian would actually chase after him and come in. Escape. This was the only thought in Guogang's mind. The next second, he fled desperately into the distance like a fish in water. Ye Lintian naturally wouldn't let him leave, since they had already formed an enmity. Failing to eliminate the threat completely would only lead to endless trouble in the future. With a thought, the surrounding shadows immediately propelled him, quickly chasing after Guogang. The shadowy space offered no obstacles, and the two engaged in an extreme chase. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they burst out a clear spring town, entered a nearby town, and continued running further and further away. If this drags on, Guogang will surely die. His alien energy can't be replenished, while Ye Lintian has his own small world to support him. But Ye Lintian is still dissatisfied. This pursuit is a waste of time. So he activated his spatial teleportation, his figure flashing in the shadows as he rapidly approached Guogang. Guo Gang sensed the danger and immediately manipulated the surrounding shadows to condense them into sharp spikes, forming a huge spiked sphere around his body, forcing Ye Lintian to stop teleporting. Time ticked by. 20 minutes later, the two had passed through several towns and villages and arrived at a nearby county town. After entering the county town, Guo Gang suddenly rushed straight off in one direction. Ye Lintian frowned, took out an automatic rifle from his small world storage space, and fired at Guo Gang. But all the bullets were blocked by the black outer shell covering Guo Gang's body. Just then, Guo Gang suddenly lunged upwards, leaving the shadowy space. Ye Lintian followed closely behind, also rushing out. As soon as he appeared, towering buildings came into view. On the tallest building, the huge Noah Corporation logo was prominently displayed. Guo Gang immediately pulled out his communicator and yelled into it. "Old man, send someone to rescue me. I'm right outside Noah Company. If you don't come, you can expect to lose your son." A voice came from the communicator. What? What happened? Before Guo Gang could answer, Ye Lintian threw a punch. In the chaos, Guo Gang tried to block with the hand holding the communicator, but with a crack, the communicator shattered, and he was sent flying backward, crashing through a building. A large number of zombies quickly surrounded him, but Ye Lintian paid no attention and directly disappeared into the shadows, chasing after the direction in which Guo Gang was flying backward. Guo Gang was in great pain. His supernatural energy was almost depleted. If it weren't for the excessive energy he had expended creating the Shadow Dragon, he could have escaped into shadow space for much longer. Now he could only hope that his father, who held a certain position in Noah Corporation, would arrive in time. But when Ye Lintian reappeared from the shadows, Guo Gang knew that his last hope had been shattered. He quickly said, "Wait, my dad is in management at Noah Corporation. If you let me go, I can get him to provide you with a power potion that can quickly upgrade your abilities. I was able to reach level 5 so quickly thanks to that stuff. It's much safer and faster than killing zombies and mining crystal cores." Upon hearing this, Ye Lintian stopped mid-air, the iron bar he had been about to slam down on. He hadn't expected to hear news about Noah Company again. This reminded him of the zombie in a school uniform during the zombie siege of the Shu City base. That kind of uniform should only appear in Ida City, yet it appeared in Shu City. It made no sense. Thinking back to the students rescued by Noah Corporation in Ida City, he even suspected that the last zombie siege was orchestrated by Noah Corporation. When Guo Gang saw Ye Lintian stop, he was overjoyed, thinking that the other party had been persuaded, and quickly continued to tempt him. "As long as you don't kill me, we can capture survivors together and trade them with Noah Corporation. Food, guns, superpower drugs, medical supplies, you can have whatever you want. My dad is in management. With that connection, we'll never be at a disadvantage." Listening to Guo Gang's patient and persuasive voice, Ye Lintian snapped out his thoughts. The next moment, the iron rod flashed out of existence, and before Guo Gang could react in astonishment, it smashed his head open with a single blow. After dealing with Guo Gang, Ye Lintian disappeared into the shadows, reappearing at the top of the building. Opposite him stood Noah Corporation's iconic building. Just then, a helicopter took off from the roof of Noah Company, with a huge iron box hanging below its fuselage, and flew in the direction of Ye Lintian's location. Ye Lintian watched the helicopter fly straight towards him, curious to see what Noah Company was up to. While he wouldn't claim to be invincible, he was confident he could protect himself and escape even if the other side possessed weapons that threatened his life. However, after thinking about it, he still opened the spatial portal and summoned his 2 clones, letting them lead the charge. Soon, the Fire Clone and the Earth Clone arrived at his side from Clear Spring Town. Before long, the helicopter flew over the 3 of them, seemingly intending to smash the huge iron box down. This arrogant act caused Ye Lintian's face to darken instantly. His flame clone immediately attacked, unleashing a massive pillar of fire that shot into the sky. On the helicopter, the pilots, who had been grinning maliciously as they prepared to drop the metal boxes, froze in shock the next second as a towering pillar of fire shot into the sky. With a deafening roar, a massive fireball exploded in the sky. The helicopter, along with the metal crate, was blasted into pieces. To Ye Lintian's surprise, something actually survived the explosion. With a loud bang, a huge figure crashed through the rooftop of the building and landed on the next floor. Immediately afterward, the building shook again, and a large hole was smashed in the rooftop floor, for which the figure leaped out. This time, Ye Lintian finally saw what it looked like. It was a zombie 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body. It was carrying a huge, futuristic-looking gun in its hand and a 2.5-meter-long sword on its back. What surprised Ye Lintian even more was that this zombie actually possessed a shield defense ability, and it was even at the 6th level. This was the first time Ye Lintian had encountered a Tier 6 zombie. Judging from its equipment and condition, it was clearly a bioweapon manufactured by Noah Corporation. At Ye Lintian's signal, the flame clone launched the first attack. A flame spear, compressed to an extreme degree, roared out and hurled fiercely at the armed zombie. A violent explosion erupted, sending a massive fireball into the air. The terrifying heat even melted the rooftop. Ye Lintian and his Earth clone leaped up simultaneously and landed on the rooftop of a nearby building to continue observing the battlefield. As the flames subsided, a transparent shield appeared. Behind the shield, both the zombies and the rooftop floor remained intact. In front of it, however, everything had been completely melted, forming a massive crater through which the floors below could be seen. After being attacked, the zombie's eyes gradually turned crimson. It raised its massive gun, and with a flash of white light from the muzzle, half of the fiery clone opposite, it was instantly blasted away. The shell, after piercing through the flames, did not stop, continuing to hit a taller building in the distance, blasting the roof to smithereens. This is an electromagnetic railgun. Ye Lintian, who analyzed the weapon's data, was also shocked by its terrifying power. Chapter 70, Electromagnetic Cannon. Ye Lintian hadn't expected that Noah Corporation had miniaturized electromagnetic weapons to the point of being combat-ready. The power of that attack just now was astonishing. Even he, in his current state, wouldn't dare say he could completely ignore it. Although half of the flame clone's body was blasted off, its core remained undamaged. As a large amount of alien energy was consumed, its damaged body was rapidly recovering. Ye Lintian glanced at his Earth clone beside him and said calmly, "You go too." The Earth clone immediately teleported in front of the armed zombie and punched it in the face. The punch only made the zombie's head tilt slightly, causing no damage whatsoever. The next second, the zombie turned around and, to the astonishment of the Earth clone, punched him into the next floor. Ye Lintian was speechless. The opponent was a 6th-level zombie, and a 6th-level zombie with defensive abilities at that. Yet his Earth clone was still thinking of using its fist to smash it. With a deafening roar, the entire building began to shake violently. A gigantic head made of reinforced concrete burst forth from the ground, and the Earth sprite stood atop the giant's head. The building's foundation was destroyed, and the entire structure began to collapse, transforming into a 60-meter-tall concrete giant. The giant raised its massive arm, clenched its fist, and slammed it down on the armed zombie on the rooftop. With a bang, the building, which hadn't completely collapsed, was smashed into ruins by this punch. Yet, even such a terrifying blow failed to kill the armed zombie. Amidst the ruins, a spherical shield firmly protected him, leaving his body unharmed. Ye Lintian was slightly surprised, while the researchers in Noah Corporation's underground laboratory were quite satisfied. They had been monitoring the data on the armed zombies. This test proved the T-10's power, but the masked man who could control the concrete giant also possessed explosive power far exceeding their expectations. However, they weren't worried because the armed zombies hadn't used their full power yet. Perfect, they could use this masked man to test the power of their new weapon. The armed zombie raised its weapon again and fired an electromagnetic cannon shot. The cone-shaped projectile, accelerated by electromagnetic current, pierced the air instantly, moving so fast that even Ye Lintian could hardly see it. With a deafening roar, the massive head of the concrete giant shattered instantly. The Earth-based clone standing atop, it was blasted away by the terrifying impact, crashing violently into a distant building. The uncontrolled concrete giant crashed to the ground, causing it to tremble violently. The armed zombie then leaped into the air, jumping more than 30 meters high, and used the building as a springboard to propel itself towards Ye Lintian, who had been watching the battle like a cannonball. Ye Lintian shook his head. It seemed he still had to take action himself. But just then, a figure enveloped in flames rushed straight ahead. Taking advantage of the armed zombie's momentary momentum in midair, the fire clone closed in and used its flames to accelerate its kick. However, The kick missed its main body and instead slammed heavily into the shield. Even so, the armed zombie was kicked back to the ground, creating a large crater. The flame clone did not land. Flames erupted from its feet, counteracting gravity and keeping it suspended in midair. The armed zombie roared and fired at the flame clone. The flame clone instantly teleported to dodge, then conjured a massive fireball over 30 meters in diameter in the air with its hands. The fireball continued to compress, and the temperature grew increasingly terrifying. Just as the zombie was about to fire again, a 10-meter-long concrete spear flew from his side, forcing him to use his shield to block it. The blow, like a golf club striking a ball, slammed the zombie inside the spherical shield deep into the ground. By the time he crawled out again, the fire clone's ultimate attack was complete. The fireball, originally over 30 meters long, was compressed to only 1 meter in size, its internal flames almost solidified, radiating terrifying heat. The fire clone hurled it directly at the zombie that had just crawled out. The entire urban area seemed to rise like a small sun, followed by a tremendous roar and shockwave. When everything cleared up, not a single intact building could be seen within 100 meters of the blast center. Ye Lintian and his 2 clones had already retreated more than 100 meters away. The NOAA branch manager, who was monitoring the battlefield from a distance using a drone, changed his expression. This attack had exceeded the power of some missiles. Someone asked worriedly, "Won't the T-10 be destroyed?" The researcher stared at the monitoring data and immediately replied, "The sensors are not damaged. It should just be buried." The branch manager asked in a deep voice, "Then can we take care of those 2 masked men?" The researcher answered truthfully that the other party had at least 2 superpowers, one of which was teleportation. If they wanted to escape, the T-10 would not be able to stop them at all. However, the researchers added that with the particle vibration blade provided by headquarters, the T-10 would not be defeated. The person in charge immediately ordered the deployment of other biological weapons and 4 helicopters equipped with large electromagnetic cannons to keep these 2 excellent experimental subjects. On the other side, the armed zombie crawled out of the scorched, burning ground once again. He no longer had the composure he had at the beginning. His exterior was blackened by the fire, and the electromagnetic weapon in his hand was destroyed. However, he was not seriously injured. Although the attack had broken through the shield had blocked most of the damage. He looked miserable, but his injuries were not actually serious. He stared at the 3 people on the distant high-rise building, let out a roar, and drew the large sword from his back. The blade glowed with a faint blue light, the light generated by the high-speed vibration of particles. With a bang, the armed zombie smashed through the ground and charged towards Ye Lintian and his companions. Seeing this, Ye Lintian lost interest in continuing the fight and decided to end it. At that very moment, a warning signal went off in Ye Lintian's mind, and he instantly teleported away. Almost simultaneously, an even more powerful electromagnetic cannon blasted into the building where he had been standing. The top 4 floors of the building were completely destroyed. The 2 clones, who reacted a fraction of a second slower, were blasted into cripples and fell to the ground like rags from dozens of meters in the air. Ye Lintian teleported to another building and looked in the direction of the attack. He saw 4 armed helicopters circling in the air, each carrying a powerful electromagnetic cannon. Seeing him dodge the attack, the other 3 helicopters quickly adjusted their cannons and fired 3 more shots at him. Ye Lintian cursed inwardly. "NOAA company, this time we've really made an enemy of them." His figure vanished again, and the building he had been standing on was reduced to rubble by 3 electromagnetic cannon shots. The next second, Ye Lintian appeared in front of one of the helicopters. Before the pilot could even show his fear, the helicopter was smashed to pieces by Ye Lintian's iron bar. Without pausing, his figure flashed 3 times in succession, and the remaining 3 helicopters also turned into fireworks in the sky. This scene left all the NOAA employees in the underground monitoring room stunned. The branch manager clenched his fists and roared. Damn it, he destroyed 4 electromagnetic cannons in an instant. Kill him. These 4 electromagnetic cannons were expensive to build and were distributed by headquarters. Each one was powerful enough to kill a 7th-tier ability user. Now that they were all destroyed in one fell swoop, he would definitely be held accountable by headquarters. At this moment, Ye Lintian also sensed something was wrong. He didn't know when, but a large number of zombies had gathered around him, and each one was at least at the 4th rank. Among them was a sixth-order deformed zombie, 5 meters tall, with 3 heads and its body covered with struggling human faces. Just looking at it sent chills down one spine. The first to charge was still the armed zombie wielding a large sword. He swung his sword at Ye Lintian, but Ye Lintian easily dodged it. The other zombies, as if receiving a command, simultaneously attacked. But soon, a bizarre scene unfolded. The armed zombie went completely berserk, indiscriminately cutting any zombie that approached it into mincemeat with its particle vibration blade. The underground monitoring room instantly descended into chaos. The branch office manager angrily demanded, "What's going on?" The researcher, his face grim as he frantically operated the computer, replied, "The control chip seems to be damaged. The T10 is completely out of control." Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the laboratory, sending a chill down everyone's spine. "We found you, you little rats behind the scenes." Chapter 71, Destroying the Branch Base. The voice came so suddenly that all the Noah Corporation members in the underground base changed their expressions. This place is hundreds of meters underground, and in theory, it's impossible for outsiders to break in. Yet, they heard the voices of strangers. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a masked man slowly emerge from the shadows. While his clone was fighting the zombies, Ye Lintian wasn't just watching. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on the battlefield, he had already created a 5th-tier clone with the ability of shadow control. After infiltrating the Noah Corporation building, this shadowy clone used the shadows to probe its way to the underground base. "Are you in cahoots with those 3 guys upstairs?" a manager asked sternly, looking at the identical mask on his face. The clone didn't bother to answer. His goal was clear, to eliminate those who dared to lay a hand on Ye Lintian. The next second, a large shadow spread across the ground, turning into sharp spikes that instantly pierced everyone in the room. Screams rang out one after another. The Noah members had no time to react before the shadowy spikes pierced their bodies, killing them instantly. However, 2 people escaped the attack. One was the branch manager, and the other was the manager who had spoken earlier. The manager stared at the shadow clone and suddenly exclaimed, "That's my son's shadow manipulation ability. What have you done to my son?" Upon hearing this, both the shadow clone and the person in charge were taken aback. The person in charge, in particular, seemed to have realized something, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. The clone remained unresponsive, sealing the entire room with shadows. Then, countless sharp spikes erupted from all directions, instantly riddling the talkative and somewhat capable manager with holes. To the surprise of the shadow clone, the branch manager easily blocked all the shadow spikes without sustaining any injuries. The clone then realized something was wrong. He had briefly scanned the other party with his analysis before, and it was clear that the other party was not a superhuman, but its current behavior was obviously not that of an ordinary person. The person in charge seemed to see his confusion and smiled slightly. "My name is Liang, and I am the person in charge of this branch. Although I am not a superhuman, my physical abilities are no worse than those of a 6th-level superhuman, thanks to the company's latest superhuman drug." Then, Liang put on a sincere expression. "You are all very capable. I sincerely invite you to join Noah Company and fight with us for the future of mankind." The shadow clone stopped its attack, its tone laced with sarcasm. "You mean fighting for the future of humanity, and all you're doing is using survivors for biological experiments?" When he infiltrated, he saw many survivors being immersed in incubators, many of whom had even turned into deformed zombies. Liang nodded calmly. "It seems you've already noticed. Yes, we did go a bit too far, but it was a necessary sacrifice. For the future of humanity, we had to do it. The disasters humanity faces aren't just zombies and viruses, but also—" He suddenly stopped at the crucial point. The shadow clone pressed on in a cold voice. "What else?" Liang remained calm. "I'll tell you once you join us. If you don't want to talk, then go die." Without further ado, the shadow clone manipulated even denser shadow spikes to stab at Liang. But as soon as those spikes got close, Liang easily shattered them. The clone frowned. This guy, without any special abilities, was indeed troublesome. Conventional methods weren't very effective against him. If he would use a powerful move like the Shadow Dragon, the underground space was too cramped to execute it effectively. Just then, the surrounding shadows surged, and Ye Lintian's true form slowly emerged. He has dealt with the zombies outside and upgraded his clone ability in Dharma Body Heaven and Earth to the 6th level. Upon seeing Ye Lintian appear, Hu Liang maintained his confident smile. You must be their leader? I cordially invite you. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Lintian appeared in front of him and slammed the iron bar in his hand hard onto his head. With a bang, Hu Liang crashed through the wall like a cannonball and flew into a laboratory. To Ye Lintian's surprise, the blow didn't blow Hu Liang's head off. It only caused his skull to cave in. Hu Liang scrambled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. His previous composure vanished, replaced by rage. Bastards! Do you know what happens when you offend no company? Instead of a reply, he was met with an even heavier blow from Ye Lintian. Another muffled thud. Hu Liang wasn't so lucky this time. His head exploded like a smashed coconut, the terror in his eyes shattering into a pulp along with his entire skull. Ye Lintian coldly retorted, You talk too much nonsense. After defeating Hu Liang, he immediately unleashed his Dharma body. His massive body instantly cracked the ground, transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant. Noah's underground laboratory was destroyed on the spot, and even the buildings on the ground collapsed with a loud crash amidst the violent tremors. When Ye Lintian put away his Dharma body and went through the spatial gate to the rooftop of a nearby intact building, the original site of Noah Company had become a huge pit. He knew perfectly well that this was just an insignificant branch within Noah's vast system. But who told him to provoke him? Ye Lintian now always settles scores on the spot. If Noah Company dares to cause trouble again, he wouldn't mind tear down their headquarters as well. On a highway not far from Haicheng, a convoy that looked rather disheveled was moving forward. They weren't heading in the same direction as the Haicheng base, but in the exact opposite direction, because they were survivors who had escaped from there. 2 days ago, the Haicheng base was suddenly attacked by zombies. If it were just an ordinary zombie horde, it would be fine, but this time the horde included command-type zombies with intelligence comparable to humans, and even some level 6 zombies. Initially, the base could barely hold off the attack with its tanks and artillery. However, the number of zombies was too great, numbering in the millions. When the armored forces were about to be overwhelmed, the commander dispatched helicopters equipped with high-powered machine guns to intercept them. However, shortly after the helicopter opened fire, a shell flew out from the horde of zombies and blew one of the helicopters apart in midair. Those with the ability to detect zombies quickly locked onto their target. It was a zombie completely different from ordinary zombies, wearing a leather jacket and holding a futuristic-looking gun. Every time the gun muzzle flashed, a helicopter was shot down in the air. What's even more terrifying is that there wasn't just one of these armed zombies, but a full 10. Under the onslaught of these armed zombies and level 6 zombies, even the armored forces could not withstand the onslaught. The Haicheng base was eventually breached by the zombie horde, with many survivors perishing in their jaws, and only a few managing to escape. This convoy was one of the lucky ones. If it weren't for the fact that there was a 5th-tier fire ability user in the team, they would probably have died in the horde of zombies long ago. Just then, a motorhome appeared in front of the convoy. As the RV was about to pass them by and head straight for the Haicheng base, team leader Sun Yaping couldn't help but remind them, Hey, the Haicheng base is gone. Don't go there. Ye Lintian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard someone shouting from the car next to him. So he asked his flame clone to stop the car and turned to look at the woman in the passenger seat of the modified Hummer. At that moment, the windows of the 2 cars were facing each other. Ye Lintian asked, What happened to the Haicheng base? Sun Yaping kindly said, The Haicheng base has been overrun by zombies, and it's full of them now. If you go there, you'll just be throwing your lives away. Ye Lintian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, but I still need to confirm it with my own eyes. After saying that, he told his clone to continue driving towards the Haicheng base. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to her advice, Sun Yaping didn't interfere any further. She was only trying to offer a friendly reminder, and since he insisted on going, she couldn't stop him. After the 2 teams separated, Ye Lintian immediately packed up the RV, activated Shadow Stealth, and quickly headed towards the Haicheng base. In less than half an hour, he appeared on a section of the city wall at the Haicheng base that had not yet collapsed. At this moment, Lin Xinghan stood beside him, while Chen Duoduo did not follow and remained in the small world. Looking down at the base, which had become a zombie abode, Ye Lintian sighed, It seems that the chances of your parents surviving are very slim. Lin Xinghan's face didn't show much sadness. She simply said calmly, I know. I guess this is fate. She had previously used a portal to return to her home in Haicheng to check on things, but found no one there. She then placed her last hope in the Haiqing base. Although the chances of her parents and younger brother surviving were slim, at least there was something to hold on to. But at the time, Ye Lintian was on his way to Z City to build villas for everyone, so she didn't rush him. She hadn't expected that such a short delay would result in the Haiqing base being breached by zombies. She knew in her heart that even if her family was really in the base, it would be difficult for them to survive such a horde of zombies. Ye Lintian noticed her low spirits and suggested, "Let's go to the beach. Looking at the sea might cheer us up." Lin Qinghan took his hand and readily agreed. Okay. So, Ye Lintian carried Lin Qinghan into the shadows and quickly headed towards the sea. Chapter 72, A Calm Beach. In the underground base of Noah Corporation's headquarters in America's capital, founder Arthur Boca was watching a video with great interest. The video clearly recorded the entire process of Ye Lintian destroying Noah Corporation's branch base. After reading it, Arthur's eyes gleamed with greed. This person's ability is very interesting. Notify the nearby Japanese warships to bring him back. I want his ability. The manager next to him hesitated for a moment. Boss, if the warships enter Chinese waters directly, it may cause trouble. The Chinese military may try to stop them. Arthur, however, was unconcerned. They're too busy taking care of themselves right now. Besides, only we can still use satellites. Other countries' satellites were destroyed by aliens long ago. Plus, with the technology those aliens gave us, even if we encounter Chinese warships, there's nothing to be afraid of. The supervisor dared not persuade him any further and immediately went to relay the order. The warship that Noah Company had purchased from America and was docked near Japan also stopped capturing the test subjects and turned to head towards Haiqing. Meanwhile, Ye Lintian and Lin Qinghan had arrived at the beach. Chun Duo was also called out, and the three of them lay on beach chairs, sunbathing, looking extremely relaxed. As for the three clones, their job wasn't so easy. They were responsible for keeping watch around the area and clearing out any zombies that wandered over attracted by the scent of living people. Looking at the blue sky, white clouds, and the boundless sea, Ye Lintian suddenly felt much more relaxed. He picked up the iced drink on the table and took a sip, finding that even in this apocalyptic world, life was surprisingly comfortable. Lin Qinghan and Chun Duo, dressed in swimsuits, lay on either side of each other. The sea breeze blew and the sunlight shone down, making the scene seem somewhat unreal in this post-apocalyptic world. Lin Qinghan sighed softly. With less human pollution and noise, the sky seems cleaner than before. She grew up in Haiqing and used to come to the beach often, but back then it was always crowded with people and the sky wasn't as blue as it is now. Ye Lintian sipped his iced drink and casually pulled his parasol down further. This is my first time at the beach, so I don't have much to compare it to. Looking at the sea before her, Chun Duo glanced at Ye Lintian again, her cheeks slightly flushed. The sea is so beautiful. It feels like a dream. The three were enjoying a rare moment of peace when their vigilant clone noticed something amiss. A young girl was being chased by an evolved zombie and was fleeing in their direction in a panic. The three clones exchanged a glance, and the fire clone had no choice but to step forward, teleporting to block the zombie and burning it to ashes with a wave of its hand. The girl was first startled by the sudden appearance of the fiery clone, and then she was even more surprised when she saw him defeat the zombie with one blow, her mouth slightly agape. After regaining her senses, she quickly thanked them. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Wu Kiki, and I'm from a nearby survivor camp. I was found by zombies while I was out looking for supplies. If it weren't for you, I would be done for." The flame clone nodded. "Go back soon. Even though you're a second-tier ability user, it's still dangerous for you to act alone." Wu Kiki didn't leave immediately. Instead, she asked curiously, "I still don't know your name." "Flame." "Flame? Is that a code name?" The fire clone nodded again. Wu Kiki thought for a moment, then invited him to sit in the camp, saying that she didn't have anything good at home, but she could cook him a meal to thank him. The flame clone directly refused. Seeing that he had no intention of doing so, Wu could only wave goodbye and turn to leave. After she walked away, the fire clone teleported back to the other two clones. The shadow clone immediately teased. "Not bad. That girl invited you to her house. I would have said yes if it were me." The earth clone chimed in. "Yeah, you're such a coward." The flame clone merely gave them a cold glare and continued to keep watch on its surroundings. As the sun gradually set behind the horizon, Ye Lintian and the two women began barbecuing on the beach. The ingredients were all freshly caught from the sea, for level 4 fish and a level 5 octopus. On the grill, fish fillets and octopus tentacles are neatly arranged, their oil sizzling as they grill over the charcoal. A brush of barbecue seasoning immediately releases an irresistible aroma. Only Ye Lintian would dare to do such a thing. An ordinary survivor would never dare to have a barbecue outdoors. They'd probably be eaten by zombies before they even got to eat any meat. Ye Lintian and his two companions enjoyed their meal, but their 3 clones were extremely busy. The aroma attracted many zombies and evolved beasts, forcing them to constantly clean up. The shadow clone couldn't help but complain. The original body really knows how to enjoy life, while we're the ones who suffer. The Earth clone killed a zombie that pounced on it and shrugged helplessly. What can we do? We're just clones. Clones have no rights. The fire clone didn't speak, but silently killed the zombies and absorbed their energy. After the zombies that had been attracted to the vicinity were mostly cleared away, the 3 of them saw Wu Kiki again. She was carrying a thermos and walked over with a mischievous air. When she saw that there were 3 masked young men there, she was immediately stunned. Out of the 3 of you, which one is Brother Flame? The fiery clone stepped forward. Me. Wu Kiki handed over the thermos, a little embarrassed. I brought you some food. I hope you don't mind. The flame clone scanned the food with its analytical ability, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it, and saw that she was genuinely grateful, so it accepted the food. Wu Kiki looked at the other 2 clones and said awkwardly, I didn't know there were 3 of you, so I only prepared 1 set. I'll prepare 3 more sets tomorrow. The shadow clone immediately put its hand on the earth clone's shoulder. It's okay. We're not hungry. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. So, I'll be going now. The 2 tactfully left. The flame clone opened the insulated container and began to eat under Wu Kiki's watchful gaze. Although the clone didn't need to eat, its body simulated human organs, so it could naturally eat as well. After taking a bite, the flame clone said, It tastes good. It was just a simple rice bowl with green peppers and shredded pork, but in the apocalypse, it was considered a rare delicacy. Hearing the praise, Wu Kiki's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered a thank you. Soon, she twitched her nose and asked in confusion, Why do I smell barbecue? Am I hallucinating? The flame clone calmly explained, Don't worry about it. It's just my boss having a barbecue on the beach. Wu Kiki immediately became worried. This is very dangerous. It will attract zombies and evolved beasts. So we're cleaning up. Wu Kiki muttered under her breath. What kind of boss is this, enjoying himself while making his brothers clean up his mess? The 2 began to chat. The flame clone learned from her that she was born into a single-parent family. Her mother, unable to endure her father's beatings, committed suicide by drinking pesticide at a young age. After her mother's death, her father continued to drink heavily and beat her, so she learned to be sensible at a very young age. After graduating from junior high school, her father wouldn't let her continue her studies, so she had to come to Haicheng to work. However, all her wages were deposited into her father's account by the company, and she had to ask her father for money even when she needed it. After the apocalypse, she and her colleagues fled to a nearby survivor camp. Although they faced zombies every day and were always at risk of death, she felt a sense of relief she had never experienced before. After hearing this, the flame clone felt more pity for her, and its gaze softened considerably. Before they knew it, they had finished their meal. The flame clone put down the thermos. Thank you for your hospitality. It's getting dark. You should go home early. It's dangerous tonight. Wu Kiki was still a little worried. Why don't you come and rest at our camp? It's dangerous to sleep outside. The flame clone refused outright. No need. We are strong enough. We'll be fine. Wu Kiki had no choice but to nod. Okay, then I'll. Before he could finish speaking, a shell suddenly landed on the beach. A massive explosion ripped a coconut tree in half, and dust billowed into the sky. On the sea, 4 armed helicopters were flying towards them. Immediately afterwards, streaks of white light pierced the night as electromagnetic cannons rained down like they were free, one of which landed right next to Wu Kiki. Not good. Before the flame clone could even react, he watched helplessly as the girl who had just been laughing and joking with him was blasted into pieces by the electromagnetic cannon. He was also thrown more than 20 meters by the blast. When he teleported back to where Wu Kiki had been standing, all that remained was a tattered thermos. Pain. For the first time, the flame clone felt as if its heart was being torn apart, and tears had already fallen without it even realizing it. He had only met this girl today, but her innocence, strength, and the smile she had just given him were already deeply imprinted in his mind. And now, right in front of her, she was being blasted to pieces by Noah Corporation's electromagnetic cannon. Noah Corporation, you deserve to die. The fiery clone gritted its teeth, clenched its fists, and dug its nails into its flesh. The next second, with a loud bang, a large amount of flames exploded from its body. To the astonishment of Ye Lintian and his companions, the flame clone, propelled by the flames, shot into the sky like a cannonball. He teleported continuously in midair, using S-shaped movements to directly destroy the 4 armed helicopters. Chapter 73, Destroying the Warship. Original body, destroy Noah Corporation. When the flame clone returned, its first words were filled with killing intent. Ye Lintian was slightly taken aback. He had just been having a barbecue with his 2 wives by the sea. Noah Company's sudden attack had already angered him, but he didn't expect that his clone would be even angrier than him. At this moment, Lin Xinghan and Chen Duoduo also emerged from a small world. They had taken cover as soon as the shell struck, and after confirming that the attack was over, they rushed out to check on Ye Lintian, worried about his condition. The flame clone didn't hide anything and told the story of Wu Kiki, while the other 2 clones added details. After hearing the whole story, Lin Xinghan and Chen Duoduo's expressions changed. Lin Xinghan was the first to speak up. Noah Company is a terrible company. We can't just let this go. Chen Duoduo's eyes were red, clearly saddened by Wu Kiki's death. Ye Lintian's face darkened completely. He had said that if Noah Company dared to cause trouble again, he would destroy their headquarters. Now it was time to make some moves. At this moment, the outlines of 3 warships were faintly visible on the distant sea. Ye Lintian had the 2 women re-enter the small world, and then decided to deal with this fleet first. As soon as Lin Xinghan and Chen Duoduo left, a dense barrage of missiles flew in from the sea, raining down on Ye Lintian and his 3 clones like a storm. Ye Lintian didn't intend to take the attack head-on. Instead, he used his shadow ability, and together with his shadow clone, he led his flame clone and earth clone into the shadows, stealthily heading towards the warship. After they left, the beach was immediately subjected to heavy bombardment. In just 1 round of attacks, the once smooth sand became pitted and scorched. Soon, Ye Lintian and his clone appeared on the deck of the largest warship. The other 2 warships, upon discovering that their target had boarded the flagship, immediately ceased their attack, fearing accidental casualties. The warship was 140 meters long, its deck covered with gun emplacements, and even standing on the edge, one could feel the oppressive aura of a steel behemoth. But Ye Lintian's appearance instantly rendered those gun emplacements useless. The flagship's deck trembled slightly, and 10 zombies, each 3 meters tall, emerged. They wielded large swords and long-handled axes, and each step they took caused the deck to shake. Ye Lintian looked at the shadow clone. Go find the command room. Leave this to us. The shadow clone nodded and instantly vanished into the shadows. Ye Lintian then said to the flame clone and the earth clone, take care of them. No sooner had he finished speaking than his fiery clone teleported out and engaged the zombies in battle. These zombies were all at the 5th rank, but to Ye Lintian's surprise, they only had 5th rank physical attributes and no special abilities. However, the weapons they wielded were extremely dangerous. The blades had a particle vibration effect, and even hard decks were sliced open like tofu when struck. Ye Lintian naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He activated his copying ability, and a high-tech electromagnetic cannon appeared in his hand. A flash of white light, and a zombie about to attack the fiery clone was instantly blasted into pieces. The remaining force of the shell hit a central turret, blasting it into fragments. Ye Lintian was fairly satisfied with the power of the electromagnetic railgun. However, it was clearly unrealistic to expect to take down 3 warships with just this one weapon. So he unleashed the ability that Gua Gang had once used, the Shadow Dragon. A vast expanse of shadow covered the flagship's deck, from which a 40-meter-long black dragon struggled to emerge. It flapped its wings and soared into the air, unleashing a deafening roar that sent the surrounding sea churning violently. This scene was also witnessed by Fleet Commander Ernst. He immediately ordered a concentrated attack. 3 warships launched missiles simultaneously, and bursts of fireballs exploded on the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon was blasted apart and nearly fell from the sky. Ye Lintian tormented. This thing had only just appeared and was almost destroyed. Its defensive capabilities were indeed a bit weak. He immediately commanded the Shadow Dragon to unleash its shadow breath on a nearby warship. A black beam of light crashed down, blasting a large hole in the warship, and seawater rushed into the cabin. A warship was simply rendered useless. Just as Ye Lintian was about to unleash the Shadow Dragon on another warship, a beam of blue light suddenly shot out, instantly piercing through the Shadow Dragon's body. The massive black dragon instantly disintegrated. Ye Lintian was startled and immediately looked in the direction of the attack. On another warship, a high-tech turret gleaming with silver light was aimed at the spot where the Shadow Dragon had disappeared. Ernst smiled in the command room. That was an ion cannon, an advanced weapon that Noah Corporation had managed to obtain from aliens with great difficulty, powerful enough to blast through a small mountain. Ye Lintian also realized the trouble. He originally wanted to use his Dharma body to end the battle directly, but after seeing the power of the ion cannon, he knew that even he shouldn't have taken that blow head-on. However, not being able to withstand the attack doesn't mean you should just stand there and take a beating. No matter how strong the attack, it's useless if it doesn't hit. The next second, Ye Lintian teleported to the other side of the warship, took out 2 iron rods with golden hoops at both ends, and simultaneously used the Dharma body of heaven and earth. His body instantly swelled, transforming into a giant 160 meters tall. Now, his Dharma body was at the 6th level. Although he might not be able to withstand the ion cannon, this strike would definitely sink a warship. The iron rod crashed down like a toppled pillar. With a deafening roar, the warship was smashed in 2 by Ye Lintian's single blow. The seawater parted to both sides under the terrifying force, creating waves 30 meters high, as if the entire ocean was about to be overturned. A violent explosion then occurred inside the broken warship, the sound of the ammunition depot exploding. Ye Lintian stood with his feet on the seabed and his upper body above the water, looking like an invincible demon god. Ernst, who witnessed this scene through the surveillance camera, instantly turned green. With such power, even if the 2 6th-tier ability users beside him rushed forward, they would probably be smashed to death with a single blow before they even got close. Was headquarters sending him to capture Ye Lintian alive, or to his death? Once the sea calmed down and the flagship was no longer tossed about by the giant waves, Ernst finally disregarded everything else and immediately ordered the ion cannons to fire at Ye Lintian. The operators quickly adjusted the cannon's muzzle, but by the time the ion cannon turned around, Ye Lintian had already disappeared. The turbulent sea gradually calmed down, leaving only the 140-meter-long flagship on the vast ocean. The scene that had just unfolded, like a demon descending upon the world, seemed as if it had never happened. Ernst and the soldiers on the flagship knew it wasn't an illusion. They had already lost 2 warships. Just then, the shadows in the command room suddenly twisted, and a masked figure emerged from the shadows. "We found you." The voice of the shadow clone rang out. Seeing that it wasn't Ye Lintian who appeared, Ernst breathed a sigh of relief. He was now terrified of Ye Lintian. If Ye Lintian had also struck the flagship, he feared he would have truly perished at sea. Ernst quickly regained his composure and said coldly, "Foolish. I know your abilities. A 5th-tier shadow controller is courting death by appearing before me. Kill him." The 2 6th-level ability users beside him immediately took action. One of them unleashed a halo, instantly enveloping the shadow clone. The shadow clone sensed something was wrong and tried to disappear into the shadows, only to find itself moving as slowly as a tortoise. Another 6th-tier ability user, unaffected by the aura, arrived beside the shadow clone in the blink of an eye, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Destroy." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow clone's body began to rapidly disintegrate from its shoulder. In the blink of an eye, it turned to ashes under the disdainful gazes of Ernst and the 2 6th-tier ability users. At the same time, Ye Lintian, who was hiding in the shadows, also witnessed this scene. He immediately used his analytical ability to analyze the abilities of the 2 6th-tier ability users. The one who released the aura possessed a slowing aura, which could slow down targets within the aura and even affect their abilities and thoughts. The other person's special ability is atomic disintegration, As long as the body comes into contact with a target, it can disintegrate it into atomic-level particles. With these two abilities combined, even if Ye Lintian were to fall into their trap by accident, he might still be in trouble. Ye Lintian didn't destroy the flagship directly because he still needed to get the location of Noah Corporation's true headquarters from Ernst. Therefore, he had to deal with these two troublesome 6th-tier ability users first. He had already come up with a solution. Now, let's see if he'll take the bait. With this in mind, Ye Lintian returned to the small world and then opened a spatial door leading to the command room. Chapter 74, Heading to America. A spatial portal suddenly appeared in the command room, immediately attracting the attention of Ernst and the others. When they saw Ye Lintian through the door, they were first startled, then their faces lit up with joy. Because Ye Lintian hadn't yet transformed into a 100-meter giant, if the two 6th-tier ability users coordinated well, they might be able to kill him on the spot. But the next second, Ye Lintian conjured up a futuristic-looking gun out of thin air and fired an electromagnetic cannon at the person with the atomic collapse ability. The electromagnetic cannon had barely entered the command room when its speed suddenly slowed down, and even the outline of the projectile became clearly visible. It turned out that another superhuman had already activated a slowing aura, forcibly reducing the attack speed. Ye Lintian clicked his tongue in slight regret. He had originally intended to take the opportunity to eliminate this most dangerous atomic collapse ability user. On the other side, Ernst's face darkened, and he immediately ordered, "Kill him." Two 6th-tier ability users immediately passed through the spatial portal and rushed into Ye Lintian's small world. But the moment they stepped in, Ye Lintian directly closed the spatial portal. As they watched the exit disappear behind them, their hearts sank, and they immediately realized they had been tricked. The two gritted their teeth and attacked, wanting to finish off Ye Lintian first. But Ye Lintian's figure vanished instantly, and all their attacks missed. After losing their target, the two felt a chill in their hearts. They had a premonition that they were probably doomed. But instead of waiting to be killed, they explored the beach and soon reached the boundary of the space. There was a transparent wall there, beyond which seemed to be an endless sea, but no matter how they attacked, they could not break through the barrier. At this moment, Ye Lintian was hovering invisibly above their heads. This space was something he had just created, part of a smaller world, yet it was separated by a spatial barrier. The ocean they saw was merely a background image he had placed there. There was nothing on the other side at all. More importantly, the small world had already completed its analysis and assimilation without their knowledge. Now their bodies were already a part of the small world. Since that's the case, Ye Lintian, as the master of this small world, can naturally control their lives and deaths at will. With a thought, the two 6th-tier ability users were quickly reduced to ashes in terror, completely merging into the small world. After dealing with the two, Ye Lintian teleported back to the villa. Lin Xinghan and Shin Duo were sitting on the sofa, waiting for news. When they saw him appear, their faces lit up with joy. Lin Xinghan asked, "Is it resolved?" Ye Lintian nodded, "That's about it. But we still need your help. Come with me later to take control of the flagship commander and get him to reveal the location of Noah Corporation's headquarters." Lin Xinghan readily agreed. Ye Lintian then looked at Shun Duo and asked her if she wanted to come along. Shin Duo shook her head, indicating that she wouldn't go. Seeing that Ye Lintian was all right, she was relieved. Ye Lintian opened the spatial portal and brought Lin Xinghan back to the command room. Ernst's face turned green. He knew something was wrong when the portal closed. Now that it had reopened, only Ye Lintian and a woman emerged. His two 6th-tier subordinates were clearly in grave danger. Ernst forced a smile. "Would you believe me if I said everything that happened before was a misunderstanding?" Ye Lintian looked at him speechlessly. "What do you think?" Lin Xinghan didn't give him a chance to continue rambling. She directly activated dream control, taking control of everyone in the command room. Soon, the two obtained the location of Noah Corporation's headquarters from Ernst. However, the headquarters was located in America's capital, separated from here by a vast ocean. If Ye Lintian were to sneak there in the shadows, he would either be exhausted or lose his way. Fortunately, the warship had not been destroyed, and it was just the right vessel to carry them to America. Under Lin Xinghan's command, the warship slowly started up and sailed towards America. Time flies, and 12 days have passed. On the vast ocean, the warships sped forward. Ye Lintian had been quite peaceful these past few days, and he even managed to upgrade his other superpowers to the 6th rank and replicated a new superpower, telekinesis. The maximum control range of 6th order psychic power reaches 500 meters, and when used at full power, it can even shake a warship that is 140 meters long. That day, Ye Lintian stood on the deck, used his mental power to grab a huge sea fish that was 20 meters long directly from the sea. This was a 5th-tier evolved beast, but under his crushing mental power, its body instantly twisted. With a soft plop, its entire fish head was forcibly twisted off. Ye Lintian took a few pieces of fish for dinner, then activated his devouring ability to suck the remaining fish carcasses into dried fish. Then he used his telekinesis to lift his body into the sky, quickly circled the warship, and felt quite good. Telekinesis is indeed very useful. Ye Lintian even regretted that if he had known this ability was so convenient, he wouldn't have had to personally engage in many battles with weapons. Just then, he suddenly saw a huge shadow appear on the surface of the sea in the distance, as if some enormous creature was about to break through the water. The next second, the sea exploded with a deafening roar. A gigantic whale, over 300 meters long, leaped out of the water and soared into the sky. The high-pitched, long cry echoed between the sea and the sky, carrying a strange reverberation. Immediately afterwards, the sea surged again, and one after another, giant whales soared into the sky. The largest was 300 meters long, and the smallest was over 100 meters long, all flying towards the heavens. Ye Lintian's jaw nearly dropped. The scene was so surreal. Those things in the air couldn't be called whales anymore. They were more like kuin, a mythical fish. As a 300-meter-long giant kuin flew over the warship, Ye Lintian activated his analytical ability, and the data he obtained made him secretly gasp. This kuin is actually a 7th-tier evolved beast with the abilities of devouring and gravity manipulation. Judging from the fact that the entire whale pod can fly, they have clearly collectively evolved gravity manipulation. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xinghan and Chen Duoduo also came to the deck. Looking at the giant whale that could only fly in the sky, they were equally shocked and opened their mouths wide. This encounter with Kuin was quite a wondrous experience. The two women remained excited throughout dinner. Ye Lintian also realized that Earth was becoming increasingly unusual. 2 days later, the warship finally arrived at the port of America. Ernst and the Noah Company members on the warship completed their mission and were sent to meet Satan by the flame clone. Afterwards, Ye Lintian opened a huge spatial gate, taking the entire warship into a small world and turning it into nourishment. After doing all this, Ye Lintian was surprised that the flame clone would take the initiative to ask him to retrieve it. Although the flame clone was still only at the 5th tier, seemingly outdated, Ye Lintian hadn't originally intended to easily reclaim it after spending so much time with it. But since the man had taken the initiative to request it, Ye Lintian ultimately granted his request. A flood of memories rushed into Ye Lintian's mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy, but he quickly recovered. He also understood why the flame clone had made this request. At the same time, Wu Keek's voice and smile were deeply etched into his mind, inexplicably stirring up a hatred for Noah Company within him. Ye Lintian shook his head, pulling himself out of this emotion, and looked toward the direction of America's capital. This is probably the obsession of the flame clone. It hopes that the main body can destroy Noah Corporation. Lin Xinghan looked at him with some worry. Ye Lintian smiled. It's nothing, it's just that I have a lot of memories from the clone, so I'm a little uncomfortable. Are you going back to the small world, or are you coming with me? After confirming that he was all right, Lin Xinghan chose to return to the little world to be with Chen Duoduo and told him to be careful. Ye Lintian nodded, and after Lin Xinghan left, he took out the long-lost RV from his supernatural space. Currently, only the Earth clone is responsible for driving. To alleviate the pressure, Ye Lintian used his 6th-order clone ability to create another 6th-order clone, granting it not only basic abilities, but also Lin Xinghan's dream control. With dream control, many things will become much simpler. The RV quickly entered the city. To avoid trouble, they didn't disembark at the port closest to the capital, so they would have to travel through several states to reach their destination. However, Ye Lintian wasn't in a hurry. This was his first time abroad, and he wanted to see what America was like after the apocalypse, treating it as a side trip. The city streets were dilapidated, with many English signs lying on the ground. Because of the dream clone's control, the surrounding zombies didn't attack the RV, allowing it to easily navigate the desolate streets. Chapter 75, Misplaced Anger. On a vast wasteland, Ye Lintian's RV traveled along the straight road. He had already crossed 2 states, America, but hadn't seen many living people along the way. All he encountered were zombies and evolved beasts. To make matters worse, the zombies were becoming increasingly intelligent, and some wild zombies had even learned to use firearms. Ye Lintian could only sigh at this. The apocalypse had already become like this. He couldn't control how the zombies evolved. The only thing he could do was to become stronger and always stay ahead of the curve. Just then, he finally saw the survivors ahead. There were 2 groups of people. One group consisted of several tall, muscular men, and the other group consisted of 2 blonde women. They were engaged in a fierce firefight behind a car, with gunfire erupting continuously. The 2 women were formidable fighters. One of them, shot in the shoulder, still gritted her teeth and fought back, even killing a burly man on the spot. However, the disparity in numbers was too great, and it wasn't long before both women were killed by the burly man. After the battle, Ye Lintian saw the remaining 5 strong men take a large iron bucket from the car and start cutting flesh from the 2 women's corpses, then putting the flesh into the bucket and sprinkling salt on it to marinate. What made him frown even more was that these people didn't even spare their own dead companions, cutting off their flesh and putting it into barrels as if they were treating ordinary prey. The RV didn't stop and quickly approached the group of burly men. When the men saw the luxurious RV, greed immediately gleamed in their eyes, but they didn't act immediately. Instead, they feigned friendliness. A bald, burly man greeted him with a smile. "Friend, where are you going? Come down and grab something to eat. We had a good haul today, plenty of fresh meat." The Earth clone driving the RV didn't even glance at him. It roared past him, kicking up dust that covered the bald man's face. The bald man's face instantly darkened as he stared at the departing RV and said, "Follow them. We can't miss such a nice car. If they're not superhumans, kill them and take the car." The other 4 had no objections. They were clearly used to this kind of thing. They quickly cleaned up the scene, drove after them, but didn't dare get too close. After all, people who could drive around in a camper van like this in the apocalypse weren't exactly easy to mess with. Ye Lintian didn't pay any attention to the little bugs behind him. He was tired of the desolate scenery outside, so he simply lay in the car drinking cola, eating potato chips, and watching movies, living a very comfortable life. As the RV approached the city, the number of zombies on the road increased. Strangely, the zombies did not attack Ye Lintian's RV, but the bald, burly man following behind was not so lucky. The dream clone had already discovered them. Although it was too lazy to deal with them personally, it wouldn't control the zombies to let them go. Not long after, a level 4 zombie suddenly attacked. Before the bald man and his companions could figure out why the RV was unharmed while they were surrounded and attacked, they became food for the zombies amidst their resentment and confusion. A great river flows through the middle of this city. At this moment, among the tall buildings along the riverbank, a young white man dressed like Superman, wearing his underwear on the outside, is engaged in a fierce battle with a 40-meter-long dragon. The dragon soared into the air, spitting out bolts of lightning, which the young man nimbly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and he shot into the sky like a cannonball, punching the dragon in the belly. The punch was incredibly powerful. The dragon lost its balance instantly, tumbling several times in the air before crashing into the cluster of buildings. 3 skyscrapers collapsed like building blocks, and the arriving zombies were crushed into mincemeat like ants. The dragon roared, and its huge body coiled up, lunging at the youth like a hunting python. The young man lightly stomped on the ground, his body straight up to meet the dragon's head, and threw another punch. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The enormous dragon was slammed into the ground, creating a large crater, and its aura instantly weakened. On a tall building in the distance, 3 figures were watching this scene. One white man remarked, "John is getting stronger and stronger." The black man next to him looked on with envy. "God, when will I have that kind of ability?" Another white man scoffed, "Stop dreaming. John's ability is radiation absorption. He gets stronger just by standing in the sun. Maybe he'll really become like Superman someday." Hancock, the black man, was immediately annoyed. "James, you're not even as good as me. What right do you have to mock me?" James also lost his temper. What use is your superpower other than escaping and emitting a few beams of light? The white man who spoke first interrupted the two. All right, keep watching. John will be able to deal with that giant snake soon. Once we take it down, we'll be set for life. The two then quieted down. On the other side, just as John was about to completely kill the dragon, a motorhome suddenly drove up from the end of the road. The appearance of the motorhome distracted him for a moment. In that instant, the dragon seized the opportunity to soar into the air, plunged into the nearby river with a splash, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shit! John cursed angrily, but it was too late to stop it. Seeing the sixth-tier evolved beast that was almost within his grasp escape, his pent-up rage instantly found an outlet. He leaped down and landed directly in front of the RV, forcefully stopping the speeding vehicle with a single hand. Inside the car, Ye Lintian, who was lying on the sofa watching a movie and drinking cola, was hit quite hard by the inertia. He wasn't injured, but the cola was all over the computer and the screen was emitting blue smoke, clearly totaled. Ye Lintian immediately became furious. Dreamscape, how can you drive like that? The voice of the dream clone came from the driver's seat. Excuse me, someone's causing trouble up ahead. Earth, and I will go take care of him. Ye Lintian's face darkened. He was just driving along the road when someone stopped his car for no reason. He wanted to see who was so blind. At this moment, the dream clone and the Earth clone had already teleported outside the car, coldly looking at the guy cosplaying as Superman in front of them. John was equally enraged and blamed Ye Lintian and his group entirely for the dragon's escape. You let my prey escape. Don't expect to leave here alive unless you give me an explanation. No sooner had he finished speaking than he kicked out. With a bang, the RV broke the sound barrier instantly, flying backward like a giant cannonball and crashing into a building in the distance, followed by a violent roar. Both the Dream clone and the Earth clone were stunned. This guy is actually so brave. Originally, the two only wanted to teach him a lesson, but now they knew John was doomed. Because Ye Lintian had just been inside the RV, that kick was equivalent to sending both him and the vehicle flying. Seeing the two remain silent, John assumed they were terrified and sneered. What? Scared already? Two masked guys, that's all the courage you have. At that moment, the three figures in the distance also jumped down from the building and arrived at John's side at an extremely fast speed. James, his face contorted with rage, roared at his two clones. Fuck, look what you've done. Because of your appearance, our prey that was almost in our grasp has escaped. That was a sixth-tier evolved beast. Even if you sold all your flesh, it wouldn't be worth a fraction of its value. Just as the Dream clone was about to make a move, Ye Lintian's figure appeared out of thin air beside him, with a hand on his shoulder. They're handed over to me. At this moment, Ye Lintian was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. These American women not only forced his RV to stop, but also kicked it to pieces. Most importantly, he was inside the vehicle at the time. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been smashed to pieces. John looked at Ye Lintian, who had suddenly appeared, and gave him a mocking smile. You're their leader? You actually survived the explosion. You're quite capable. Ye Lintian understood his sarcasm, but didn't utter a single unnecessary word. The next second, he activated his telekinesis, lifting John into the air. Then, to the astonishment of the other three, he slammed him hard into the ground. With a deafening roar, a deep, human-shaped crater instantly appeared in the ground. John was slammed 50 meters underground, and before he could even react, everything went dark. After slamming John into the ground, Ye Lintian looked up at his three teammates. Since they had already become enemies, he naturally wouldn't let these three people go. Chapter 76 Photon Avatar. James was the first to react. His face darkened, and he raised his hand to attack Ye Lintian. He unleashed a massive 10-meter-long water blade, as if to slice the three people in front of him in two. But when that water blade, powerful enough to split a building, landed on Ye Lintian, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, instantly scattering into water droplets that splashed all over the ground. James's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a level 5 ability user, capable of roaming freely in many small towns, yet this attack hadn't even touched the hem of his opponent's clothes. Let me handle this. Hancock stepped forward, his body transforming into a humanoid particle of light that rapidly spun around Ye Lintian and the other two. The next second, a laser beam shot out from the particle of light, heading straight for Ye Lintian's eyes. James was both jealous and excited. He was about to speak when he realized that Ye Lintian was still standing there after the laser stopped, his eyes completely unharmed, without even the slightest sign of injury. The white man, who had remained silent until now, frowned and finally lost his composure. He knew very well the power of Hancock's laser. It was enough to melt through steel plates, and even a 6th-level ability, user would be blinded on the spot if hit in the eye. But Ye Lintian acted as if nothing had happened. Hancock, refusing to believe it, fired dozens more lasers at Ye Lintian and his 2 clones before finally stopping, dispelling his light particle form and retreating. Finally, the white man made his move. He vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Ye Lintian with a dagger aimed at the back of his neck. But the force of the dagger vanished the moment it pierced the stone. His heart sank, and he immediately withdrew, his expression completely changing. He had realized that Ye Lintian and his 2 companions were not to be trifled with. They were no match for them. Ye Lintian, too lazy to continue their act, directly unleashed an information shock on the 3, instantly shutting down their brains. Then, his telekinetic power crushed them, twisting and deforming their bodies, splattering blood everywhere, turning them into 3 bizarre corpses in the blink of an eye. 3 level 5 ability, users couldn't withstand a single round of his attacks. Just then, the ground shook violently, and John burst out of the ground. He saw the corpses of his 3 teammates, and immediately flew into a rage, growling, "Bastards, you're asking for it." The next second, John broke the sound barrier and rushed in front of Ye Lintian as if he had teleported, raising his fist to smash. With a loud bang, Ye Lintian was sent flying backward, crashing into a building with a continuous rumbling sound. In the office area, a zombie, smelling the human scent, pounced on him, only to be slapped against the wall and smashed into a pulp with a thud. Ye Lintian's expression also turned serious. He had been activating energy absorption the whole time, but John's punch had exceeded the limit, sending him flying. He had already analyzed his opponent. John was clearly only a 6th-tier ability user, and his ability was radiation absorption, so he shouldn't have this kind of power. Upon closer reflection, the only possibility is that John absorbed a massive amount of solar energy over the past month, strengthening his body to an astonishing degree. Radiation absorption itself doesn't enhance combat power, but it allows him to frantically absorb sunlight, making his body stronger the more he's exposed to it. As long as he stays in a sunny place, his strength will continuously increase. John punched through the wall, creating a large hole, and locked onto Ye Lintian again. His figure once again broke the sound barrier, and his fist headed straight for Ye Lintian's face. Ye Lintian, of course, wouldn't just take the beating without fighting back. He threw a punch to meet it. With a loud bang, the floor cracked open, and his body was sent flying again, smashing through the building and soaring into the air. Ye Lintian used telekinesis to stabilize himself, his expression somewhat grim. He hadn't expected that he was actually a step behind John in physical strength. He possesses multiple superpowers and should theoretically be stronger among those of the same level, but he is currently being outmatched by his opponent, which annoys him. The Dharma of heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lintian transformed into a giant 160 meters tall, looking down at John, who had just rushed out of the building. John was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The 2 punches he'd thrown earlier had only sent Ye Lintian flying. He wasn't injured at all, indicating the skill level between them wasn't high. But now, Ye Lintian had transformed into such a gigantic figure. How could he possibly fight him? He quickly realized that with such a large size, the man must be slow, and he could use him as a target to wear him down. Thinking this, John became excited and charged forward again, instantly exceeding the speed of sound as he pounced on Ye Lintian. But he soon realized something was wrong. The shadow overhead grew larger and larger, and when he looked up, a giant fist filled his entire field of vision, as if the whole sky had pressed down on him. Boom! The punch landed, causing the earth to churn as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Surrounding high-rises collapsed one after another from the impact and tremors, forcing the 2 clones to teleport far away. Countless zombies that arrived were killed or wounded, including many high-level 4th and 5th-tier zombies. After everything calmed down, Ye Lintian lifted his fist from the crater, where only a mangled mass of flesh remained at the bottom. To his surprise, John was still alive, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to say something. Ye Lintian had no interest in listening, and his second punch landed like a meteorite. Another deafening roar shook the ground violently, sending dust billowing into the sky. A shock wave swept across the surrounding area, clearing a large open space. When the smoke cleared, only a pool of flesh remained at the bottom of the pit. The soil hardened like marble. Ye Lintian withdrew his Dharma body and devoured the energy of the surrounding zombies and John and the others before leaving with his returning clone. As soon as they left, the head of a dragon slowly emerged from the river. The dragon trembled, and only after confirming that the terrifying demon was truly gone did it breathe a long sigh of relief. It glanced back at the ruins and then immediately plunged back into the water. Such a commotion attracted many capable survivors. But when they arrived at the scene and saw the astonishing extent of the ruins, they all gasped in horror. The ground had been brutally destroyed, and surrounding buildings had collapsed in large numbers. Yet there were no traces of modern weapons. Clearly, it was all caused by human intervention. What kind of monster could possibly cause this kind of destruction? After watching it, many people didn't dare to linger for even a second and immediately turned and left, fearing that the terrifying being would suddenly return and take their lives. A few days later, Ye Lintian finally arrived in the capital of America. Before even entering the city, he encountered a large group of zombies, and they were all of high level. These zombies were all incredibly strange. Some had no skin, and their heads were exposed, like enlarged versions of liquors. Some were covered in tentacles dripping with corrosive slime. And some had octopus heads, human bodies, and a pair of broken wings that couldn't fly, resembling deformed Cthulhu monsters. Ye Lintian suspected that the zombie virus here had mutated, otherwise so many deformed species wouldn't have appeared. What's more troublesome is that these zombies don't have any superpower cores inside, but their physical bodies are ridiculously strong. Even ordinary 6th-level superpowered individuals would perish if they ran into them. However, he didn't mind these ugly things and used his telekinesis to wipe them out. He quickly upgraded his copying ability to the 7th level, and his telekinesis also went up to the 7th level, causing his strength to surge again. After his ability to copy reached the 7th level, Ye Lintian did not hesitate and immediately copied the ability of the black man he had killed earlier, the photon avatar. This ability allows the body to be transformed into light particles, making it immune to physical attacks and capable of unleashing light attacks. Most importantly, it allows for flight at the speed of light. Although theoretically it's possible to reach the speed of light, the black man actually only flew at a few times the speed of sound because he dared not exceed the speed of light. His reaction time wouldn't be fast enough, and he might accidentally fly straight out of Earth's orbit. After acquiring this ability, Ye Lintian finally had a decent way to travel. Although telekinesis could also propel him through the air, the speed was far too slow, not even in the same league as the photon avatar. Chapter 77, Noah Corporation Headquarters. A beam of light streaked across the sky above the capital of America, quickly landing on the rooftop of a 100-meter-tall building. As the light faded, Ye Lintian's figure appeared. He stood on the rooftop, gazing at the skyscraper in the distance that bore the enormous Noah Corporation logo. It was the tallest building in the area, over 400 meters tall, and stood out conspicuously in the surrounding dilapidated city overrun by zombies. Ye Lintian hadn't expected Noah Company to be so high profile, with its headquarters above ground buildings making no attempt to hide it. However, this saved him a lot of trouble in searching for them. He released his Earth avatar, which had already reached the 6th rank, pointed it at the building, and said calmly, "It's up to you. Destroy it." The Earth clone nodded, instantly teleporting to a 100-meter-tall building opposite the Noah building and activating its power. The entire building rapidly twisted and deformed under the force, ultimately transforming into a 100-meter-tall concrete giant. The giant raised his fist, bringing with it a howling wind, and slammed it down on the Noah Corporation building. With a deafening roar, the concrete giant's fist pierced through the building from the middle. The 400-meter-tall structure collapsed, tilting and crumbling into ruins amidst the deafening rumble. The huge commotion quickly reached the real headquarters underground. At that moment, Arthur was holding an expensive glass of red wine, looking at the latest results of a biochemical experiment. A sudden tremor made his hand tremble, and the glass shattered on the floor with a crash. What happened? Arthur's face instantly darkened. A figure immediately appeared in front of him, kneeling down to report. Someone has destroyed our surface buildings. Arthur said coldly, "Go to the command room." The man walked up to him, put his hand on his shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were in a command center filled with large screens. The staff inside were frantically operating the computers. Arthur glanced at them and ordered, "Pull up the satellite feed." The operators didn't dare delay and immediately switched to the external view of the base. On the screen, the Noah Corporation building was in ruins with a 100-meter-tall concrete giant standing beside it. A masked figure stood atop the giant's head, while Ye Lintian on the distant rooftop was also clearly visible to Arthur. "It's him." Arthur recognized Ye Lintian at a glance as the Chinese man he had previously sent a fleet to capture. However, that fleet had mysteriously disappeared, and he had assumed it had encountered a powerful marine evolution beast, so he hadn't paid it any more attention. In his view, Ye Lintian's abilities were good, but not irreplaceable. Arthur had now received multiple powerful superpowers and even believed that, apart from the aliens who spread viruses to Earth, he was the strongest human being. He coldly ordered, "Send men to deal with them." On the ground, after the Earth clone destroyed the building, Ye Lintian created a shadow clone, intending to have it infiltrate underground to investigate. But just then, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the ruins. A 20-meter-tall, futuristic-looking mech soared into the sky, its giant gun aimed at the concrete giant, and opened fire. The red ion beam shot out instantly, so fast that the Earth clone had no time to react and was blasted into pieces along with the giant's head. The out-of-control concrete giant collapsed with a crash. Ye Lintian, watching from a distant rooftop, was stunned and almost wondered if he had wandered onto the wrong film set. Why are Gundams even appearing here? After destroying the Earth's clone, the giant mech's eyes, glowing red, immediately locked onto Ye Lintian. The next second, blazing flames erupted from the mech's back, and the massive machine approached him at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the muzzle flashed red again. With a deafening roar, the building where Ye Lintian had just been standing was pierced directly by the ion beam. However, just before the attack landed, a golden light shot into the sky, narrowly avoiding it. Looking at the huge hole blasted into the building below, and the traces of the edges being melted by the high temperature, Ye Lintian couldn't help but feel shocked. Just how much is Noah Corporation hiding? Electromagnetic cannons, ion cannons, and now they've even created mechs. In the command center, Arthur looked at the mech on the screen with a satisfied expression. This is a prototype they created using technology provided by aliens at the cost of countless manpower and resources. The machine uses phase armor, so as long as the attack intensity cannot instantly exceed the withstand limit, it cannot cause any damage. Its weapons are equally powerful, with ion guns for long-range combat and particle vibration blades for close combat. Coupled with advanced flight devices, it can almost fly and go anywhere. However, Arthur quickly noticed that Ye Lintian could actually transform his body into particles of light and fly. Judging from the speed at which he dodged the ion beam, the mech would probably have a hard time hitting him. Just then, the bracelet on Arthur's wrist vibrated, and a virtual screen popped up. The scene depicts a cockpit filled with projection screens and virtual keyboards. An alien with enormous eyes and a bald head appears on one of the screens, speaking fluent English. "Arthur, the plan can begin. I don't want to see these Earthlings continue to evolve. It's time to end them." Arthur immediately became incredibly humble. "It would be my pleasure to serve you, my master," the alien arrogantly declared. "If you do as I ask, I will allow you to retain a portion of humanity as our slaves." "Thank you for your kindness, my master," Arthur said sincerely, bowing his head in gratitude. The communication was immediately cut off. Arthur's smile vanished instantly, and his cold gaze swept over everyone in the command room. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and lowered their heads to work, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Arthur nodded in satisfaction and said in a chilling tone, "Execute the global cleanup plan." Everyone in the command center immediately sprang into action. Under their remote control, America's nuclear missile silos were activated one after another, and missiles were launched, heading towards various nuclear-armed countries. On the other side, Ye Lintian flew around the mecha at high speed, while using his analytical ability to collect all the mecha's data into his data space. After analyzing the mecha's functions, he was secretly astonished. The technological sophistication of this thing far surpassed the current level on Earth, and it could even fight in space. Ye Lintian attempted to attack with telekinesis, but failed to inflict any damage on the mecha. It was like an incredibly hard tortoise shell. To break it, one would probably have a chance only by going all out in the Dharma body state. However, once he uses the Dharma body in heaven, his massive size could very well become a sitting duck. What's more troublesome is that this mech is extremely agile, easily breaking the speed of sound. If Ye Lintian weren't currently in a light particle state, he might not be able to outrun it with his physical speed alone. The person piloting the mecha was surprisingly a 6-tier speed ability user. However, after analyzing the data, Ye Lintian quickly came up with a way to deal with it. His body transformed into a golden light and instantly disappeared into the sky. The mech saw him leave and was preparing to return. But the next moment, a golden light streaked across the sky, and Ye Lintian returned. This time, however, he deliberately deactivated his light particle state. This scene was naturally witnessed by Arthur and the others in the command room. Someone couldn't help but scoff. Is this guy stupid? Some people said, perhaps they are preparing to surrender. After all, the Earth is about to face the real end of the world, and only Noah Company is the safest. Another person sneered. It's a pity that his surrender is useless. He destroyed the headquarters building, and the boss has already issued a kill order. Arthur also showed disdain, daring to demolish his building and interrupt his wine tasting. Even if they died under the ion beam, it would be too good for Ye Lintian. In the sky, the mech turned around, preparing to blast Ye Lintian, who had reappeared, to death with a single shot. But just as it turned his gun around, its movement suddenly stopped. Because at some point, Ye Lintian had transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant. And in his hand, he was wielding an ion gun exactly like the one wielded by the mecha. It turns out that Ye Lintian wasn't running away just now, but temporarily disengaging from the battle and using his copying ability to create a clone of an ion gun. Since their shield is so strong, let's try using their spear. The moment the mech turned around, a red ion beam shot out, piercing straight through the mech in midair. The massive machine instantly stopped moving, and then with a deafening roar, it exploded into a huge ball of fire. Chapter 78, The Real Doomsday. In Noah Corporation's underground command center, everyone, including Arthur, fell into a deathly silence. The incredibly expensive mech had only been on the scene for less than half an hour when it exploded into pieces like a firecracker. The most outrageous thing was that Ye Lintian had actually pulled out a huge ion gun, and no one knew where he had gotten it from. Arthur gritted his teeth, his fists clenched until they turned white. He coldly ordered, send out all available forces and take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the command room sprang into action, hurriedly contacting the combat units. But as soon as they moved, a shadow quickly enveloped the entire room. Everyone's hearts tightened, but Arthur was not surprised. He knew that their companion, who could control shadows, had come to their door. The next second, the shadows on the ground twisted, and a masked figure appeared in the center of the command room. Found you. The voice echoed in the room, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Just then, a gray wave suddenly swept across the entire area. Be still, world. With that low shout, the entire command room froze instantly. Everyone was rooted to the spot, and even the air seemed to stand still. Only Arthur was still able to move. He sneered, clearly not taking this tactic seriously. He strode up to the shadow clone, took out a flashlight-like device, and shone on it. Soon, several orbs of light appeared inside the shadow clone, the brightest of which was the shadow control ability. Arthur was somewhat surprised, but his hands didn't stop. He adjusted the beam, forcefully extracting the brightest burst of power and absorbing it into the flashlight. Then he pointed the device at himself and re-entered the shadow control he had just acquired into his body. Having done all this, his figure immediately blended into the shadows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he had a completely satisfied expression on his face. This ability suited him perfectly. With it, his actions would be more covert, and his life would be safer. But he had no intention of leaving any survivors. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a spatial blade, slicing off half of the shadow clone's head. Then the time freeze was lifted, and the clone vanished on the spot. This scene was clearly witnessed by Ye Lintian, who had just arrived. His heart sank. He knew that this Arthur was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After a moment's thought, he decided to lure him into the small world before making his move. Ye Lintian returned to the small world and directly opened a spatial door leading to the command room. Arthur saw Ye Lintian standing on the beach on the other side of the door. He frowned, but did not rush in. Instead, he fired 2 laser beams from his eyes and blasted them through the spatial door. But when those 2 beams of light struck Ye Lintian, he was completely unharmed. Arthur's expression changed slightly. Then he waved to the 6-tier coordinate teleportation ability user next to him. Go. Take care of him. The man vanished instantly, reappearing beside Ye Lintian, his particle vibration blade aimed straight at Ye Lintian's head. But before the blade could fall, Ye Lintian was crushed by telekinesis, not even having time to resist. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ye Lintian pulled out his electromagnetic rifle and fired a shot at Arthur across the door. Arthur was completely caught off guard by this move, and his upper body was blasted away. Ye Lintian was stunned for a moment, thinking that the big boss was dead. He was about to rush over and destroy Noah's headquarters when, unexpectedly, flesh buds quickly grew from Arthur's lower body, and in the blink of an eye, his upper body and head grew back. Arthur, shirtless, had an extremely grim expression and said coldly, "You've successfully angered me." He raised his hand and unleashed a jet-black spatial blade, so sharp it seemed capable of cutting through anything. Ye Lintian instantly teleported away, but before he could regain his footing, Arthur activated Time Stop again. The gray wave passed directly through the spatial gate, freezing Ye Lintian in place. Foolish. I am invincible among humans. Arthur sneered as he stepped through the portal into the small world. He was about to take out his flashlight and steal Ye Lintian's superpower as well, but the next second, Ye Lintian and the portal behind him vanished simultaneously. What? Arthur's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and threw a punch, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that trembled the entire space. Deep cracks, each over 20 meters long, appeared in the sand, revealing the spatial barrier beneath. The force was so powerful that even Ye Lintian was startled and immediately teleported away from that isolated small space. But even after leaving, he could still see what was happening inside like an observer. The space, roughly the size of a football field, was now a scene of utter devastation, with cracks even appearing on the spatial barriers. At the same time, the small world was rapidly assimilating and analyzing Arthur's abilities, and soon Ye Lintian saw through his trump card. Arthur is actually an 8th-level ability user. His strongest ability is vibration, and he also has 6 other abilities: Time Stop, Space Manipulation, Laser Beam, Energy Absorption, Shadow Control, and Super Self-Healing. If he hadn't been lured into the small world, Ye Lintian would have been no match for him. Even with his Dharma body activated, he would have suffered a great loss from the shockwave. But now it's different. Arthur has been completely analyzed and assimilated by the small world, greatly reducing his threat. Ye Lintian teleported back to him once again. Upon seeing Ye Lintian reappear, Arthur stopped his trembling. He had already realized that this was an independent space, and if it were truly destroyed, the consequences were unpredictable. Now that Ye Lintian had returned, it provided him with an opportunity to negotiate. I don't think we need to make things so tense. Arthur suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Ye Lintian simply narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly watched him. Seeing this, Arthur immediately offered a tempting offer. You can join us. The real end of the world is coming soon, and following us is the only way out. A real apocalypse? Ye Lintian finally became interested. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and continued. The zombie virus was actually released by aliens to wipe out humanity. They even destroyed the global satellite system in the process. However, the virus later mutated in a way they hadn't anticipated. The virus, which was meant to exterminate humanity, instead awakened supernatural abilities in humans. The aliens began capturing people for biochemical experiments and researching superpowers, but the more they researched, the more horrified they became. This was because superpowers were essentially about manipulating dark energy, and they hadn't even scratched the surface of dark energy itself. Seeing that humans were becoming increasingly difficult to control, the aliens simply seized America's nuclear weapons system and launched nuclear missiles at nuclear-armed nations, deliberately provoking a nuclear war. America's nuclear missiles have already been deployed, and many countries have been wiped out. Once other countries realize what's happening, they'll just keep launching nuclear missiles. Arthur's tone was heavy, as if he were proclaiming the end of the world. After today, the world will face a true apocalypse, more terrifying than a zombie outbreak, where not even a blade of grass will be left. He said that Noah Holdings has been enduring humiliation and temporarily obeying the aliens, all to preserve humanity's last spark of hope. Once they acquire the aliens' advanced technology, they will surely turn the tables and lead humanity into the future. Believe in us. We are Noah, Noah's Ark, and humanity's last hope. After listening to this long speech, Ye Lintian actually clapped. Excellent. But I believe what I see more than what you say. Arthur was taken aback. What do you mean? Ye Lintian said calmly. It means memory reading. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of the small world to initiate memory reading on Arthur. Chapter 79, Nuclear Wasteland. As Ye Lintian read Arthur's memories, he finally realized that what the other party had said earlier was 7 parts true and 3 parts false. The virus did indeed originate from extraterrestrials, and the extraterrestrial civilization did indeed intend to destroy humanity. However, the one who actually ordered the launch of the nuclear missile was not the aliens, but the Noah Corporation. The order was personally given by Arthur. As for Arthur's stories of enduring hardship and saving humanity, they were all lies. He had already completely surrendered to the aliens and even planned to lead the remaining humans to become slaves to the alien civilization. Ye Lintian glanced at Arthur, who was in a daze due to his memories being brutally read, and with a wave of his hand, he completely eliminated the mastermind behind Noah Corporation. After dealing with Arthur, he returned to the command center. Facing the terrified gazes of the Noah Company employees, Ye Lintian directly unleashed his Dharma body and heaven technique. A giant, 160 meters tall, rose from the ground, forcefully breaking through the earth and burying Noah's headquarters along with its underground structures. After destroying the headquarters, Ye Lintian transformed into a golden light and soared into the sky. Just as he reached the top, he saw a missile hurtling towards the city. Without even guessing, he knew it was definitely a nuclear bomb. Although he wasn't sure if the light particles could withstand a nuclear explosion, he didn't want to experience it for himself. With a flash of golden light, Ye Lintian instantly left the capital of America and appeared above another nearby city. Almost simultaneously, a blindingly bright light erupted from the direction of the capital, followed by a massive mushroom cloud slowly rising. Before he could even catch his breath, he spotted another missile hurtling towards his city. Ye Lintian was speechless. Was every major city destined to be hit by a nuclear bomb? He didn't linger, and once again transformed into golden light and departed. When he reappeared, he was already in the outskirts of the city. This time, Ye Lintian did not deactivate his light particle state, but stood quietly on the ground. Soon, the earth began to shake violently, and huge cracks spread continuously. He flew into the air and looked down at the tremendous changes below. In just 5 minutes, a huge rift about 20 meters wide and seemingly endless appeared in the ground. Ye Lintian looked up into the distance. The sky was already shrouded in dark clouds. Blinding flashes of light appeared one after another at the horizon, and mushroom clouds rose from the earth, gradually merging with the dark clouds in the sky. With a deafening roar, the dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, and lightning churned within them, making the whole world seem as if it were heading towards its true end. Ye Lintian deactivated his light particle form and used telekinesis to envelop himself, suspending him in midair. Even without activating his devouring ability, he could clearly feel the intense nuclear radiation in the clouds, which even caused a stinging sensation on his skin. He gazed at the world, his heart heavy. After a global nuclear explosion, no one could say for sure how many people would survive. This is the tragedy of the week. Faced with a more powerful alien civilization, Earthlings cannot even control their own lives and deaths, and can only be manipulated at will. Soon, a torrential downpour carrying strong radiation began to fall from the sky. Ye Lintian didn't linger and turned back to the small world. Inside the villa, after he told Lin Qinghan and Chendo Duo everything that had happened outside, the two fell silent. They never imagined things would escalate to this extent. If the zombie virus was humanity's end, then the outside world at this moment was the end of all life on Earth. The oceans are no longer blue, the land has become a nuclear wasteland, and plants and animals will suffer and die under the radioactive clouds. Those who survive will face a wasteland even more terrifying than zombies. The land can no longer grow crops. As far as the eye can see, it is barren. At that time, perhaps only resilient creatures like rats will become food for the survivors. Of course, things aren't always absolute. Places like the mysterious Willow Mystic Realm that Ye Lintian encountered in the countryside wouldn't be affected by the nuclear explosion. As long as the people inside don't willingly come out to their deaths, they can continue living peacefully. Ye Lintian is also unaffected by the outside world. Now that the small world has formed a cycle, he could stay here for a lifetime without any problem. In this situation, he could only temporarily stay in the small world. After all, he didn't want to be exposed to radiation rain and acid rain outside. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. The small world had now expanded considerably, its area comparable to a large city. The central area contained fertile fields and small villas, while the rest was covered by dense forests. The forest is home to many small animals, and birds chirp and sing in the branches. Compared to the wasteland outside, it is almost a paradise. During this year, Ye Lintian raised all his superpowers to the 9th level. Now he is stronger than ever before. In terms of physical strength alone, ordinary missiles probably couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. However, once all his superpowers reached the 9th level, he encountered a bottleneck. No matter how many more superpower cores he absorbed, his strength no longer increased. Lin Qinghan and Chen Duo are the same. Sitting on the sofa, Ye Lintian muttered to himself, could it be that the 9th rank is the limit of superpowers? He was not resigned to his fate. He was indeed very strong now, but he was still far from enough to deal with aliens who possessed advanced technology and were capable of interstellar travel. Although he can now enter space, he cannot survive in space for an extended period of time. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lintian made a decision. It was time to leave the small world and go out to see the world. He greeted the two women and then left the small world. As soon as he stepped into the outside world, he was hit by a strong radiation. However, Ye Lintian is no longer afraid of these things. He has already fused John's radiation ability with his devouring ability. As long as he activates devouring, he can continuously absorb the surrounding radiation energy and turn it into nutrients to strengthen his body. He was still in America. The sky was covered with thick, leaden clouds, making the whole world dark and oppressive. The 20-meter wide, seemingly endless crack in the ground looked particularly shocking. There wasn't a single weed around, just bare wasteland, so clean it didn't look like Earth, but rather like a lifeless dead star. Ye Lintian transformed into a golden ray of light, streaking across the horizon at breakneck speed. He passed through dilapidated cities, discovering that these places seemed to have been corroded by decades of time, with signs of decay and erosion everywhere. He also saw some moving figures, but they were not human, but rather hideous zombies. The number of zombies was small, but they were exceptionally ferocious. Ye Lintian even saw many zombies cannibalizing each other. Clearly, in this wasteland where food had run out, they had no choice but to eat their own kind. He didn't look around much and quickly flew towards the sea. But the sea had long lost its former azure color. The water was murky and black, and it emitted a foul stench. Unable to bear it any longer, Ye Lintian immediately opened a spatial portal and returned directly to the seaside of Haicheng, China. As expected, the place was completely transformed. The once beautiful beach had turned black, and it even had a sticky feel when you stepped on it. The coconut trees on the beach have long since vanished, leaving only desolation as far as the eye can see, with almost nothing obstructing the view. Only a few dilapidated buildings in the far distance serve as proof that humans once lived here. Ye Lintian did not linger on the beach, and once again transformed into golden light and left. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated city of C, 5 figures were cautiously advancing. The person in charge was Sun Yaping, who had met Ye Lintian once before. Sun Yaping and her teammates escaped from the Haicheng base and hid in a small underground shelter on the outskirts of City C. There were more than 500 survivors there. They survived the initial catastrophe and the apocalypse because they were hiding in underground shelters during the global nuclear explosion. But surviving didn't guarantee safety. Soon, they encountered a new crisis, disease. The shelter lacked air purification equipment, and many people couldn't withstand the radiation from the nuclear explosion, falling seriously ill one after another. Fortunately, there were survivors with healing abilities, and through continuous treatment, most managed to pull through and their bodies gradually adapted to the outside air. But soon, food became an even bigger problem. In less than a month, the shelter supplies were completely depleted. They had no choice but to risk venturing out to search for supplies. On the land, shrouded in radioactive clouds, plants were barely visible. The group searched the outskirts several times, but found almost nothing. Left with no other choice, they turned their attention to the city center, where a large number of zombies still roamed. Fortunately, the survivors who have made it this far are all somewhat capable. After suffering a few casualties, they finally managed to find a batch of food, just enough to sustain them, in a supermarket on the outskirts of the city. But supplies dwindled with each bite. A year later, the city's outskirts had been completely ransacked. To survive, they had no choice but to venture deeper into the city's more dangerous areas. Today, Sun Yaping and her team were quite lucky. With the help of a 5th-level invisible ability user, they successfully infiltrated a large shopping mall in the city. Chapter 80, Punishment from the Stars. The shopping mall was unusually quiet. Sun Yaping and her group cautiously approached a small supermarket. After confirming that there were no zombies inside, they quietly pushed the door open and went in. To their surprise, the supermarket still had plenty of food left. They immediately stuffed the items into their backpacks, not even caring whether they were expired. Only when the backpack was full did the 4th-tier ability user in the team, who possessed a special ability space, put the remaining supplies into his space. Their caution stems from past mistakes. There was once a spatial ability user in the shelter whom everyone entrusted with their supplies. However, during the evacuation, they alerted a 6th-tier evolved zombie. The man reacted too slowly and was killed on spot. Although the zombies were eventually dealt with by a team, all the supplies remained in the supernatural space forever with his death. After emptying the small supermarket, Sun Yaping and her group quickly left the mall. But as soon as they stepped outside, their hearts sank. Before anyone knew it, 10 zombies had blocked the way outside the mall. These zombies had clear eyes and were clearly not ordinary. Sun Yaping and her 4 companions remain in stealth mode, but they are well aware that they have been exposed. A 7th-tier zombie with serrated teeth spoke, saying in a sinister tone, "Humans, there's no need to hide anymore. We can already smell your delicious scent." Sun Yaping did not deactivate her invisibility, but attacked directly. She pushed forward with her right hand, and a terrifying repulsive force instantly erupted, scraping the ground 2 meters away in its path. With a deafening roar, 10 zombies, along with the concrete ground beneath their feet, were ripped away and crashed heavily into the dilapidated building across the street. "Run!" Sun Yaping shouted, and led the 4 of them to run. But they hadn't gone far when a ghostly figure rushed out of the building, breaking the speed of sound and closing in the blink of an eye. Repulsive force domain. Sun Yaping unleashed her supernatural power again, sending a tremendous repulsive force crashing down on the zombie. But the zombie suddenly leaped 20 meters into the air, directly overtaking them and landing in front of them, blocking their path. The bald man in the team raised his right hand and whispered, "Nitrogen hand cannon." A nitrogen-fueled projectile blasted forward, but the zombie easily dodged it. At the same time, the twin-tailed girl, Ye Lintian, also activated her supernatural ability. Magical Girl, transform. A white light enveloped her body. When the light faded, she was dressed in a pink dress, holding a magic wand with a heart on it, and lightly leaped into the air. Magic Missile. A pink energy blast shot from the tip of the magic wand, instantly reaching the zombie. But the zombie sneered, the blast piercing right through his body. What remained in place was merely an afterimage. His true form had already appeared 10 meters away. The next second, the missile struck the ground, creating a large crater. Ye Lintian didn't stop, immediately unleashing a more energy-consuming barrage attack. Pink magic bullets rained down, completely engulfing the speed-type zombie. A series of booming explosions rang out, leaving the ground riddled with craters. When the attack ceased, the 6th-tier zombie was reduced to mangled limbs. After dealing with it, the group immediately crossed the fault line and fled towards the outskirts of the city. But then another unexpected event occurred. A zombie covered in stark white bone armor came hurtling towards them like a cannonball. Sun Yaping quickly used repulsive force to send it flying. But at that very moment, Another muscular, powerful zombie leaped up from a distance and crashed towards the space ability user like a meteorite. Gravity domain. Sun Yaping forcibly changed the trajectory of the object and then used repulsive force to smash it hard into the building next to her. He does have some skill. A mocking voice came from above. Sun Yaping and the others were startled and looked up to see the 7th-tier sawtooth zombie hovering in the air, its pair of fleshy wings slowly flapping behind it. Corrupted blood. The sawtoothed zombie waved its right hand, and a large amount of blood rained down from the sky, rushing straight at the 5 people. Ye Lintian immediately erected a pink shield, protecting everyone inside. The ground outside the shield was drenched in blood, causing black smoke to rise and corroding into small, foul-smelling pits. Seeing this, Sun Yaping and the others felt a chill run down their spines. If it got on their bodies, it would probably corrode their flesh and bones. The jagged zombie looked down at them arrogantly. You've got some skills, but you can't escape our grasp. At this moment, the remaining 8 Tier 6 zombies arrived one after another, surrounding the 5 people. Bone blades extended from the arms of the bone-armored zombies, staring greedily at them. Sun Yaping and the others broke out in a cold sweat, their hearts sinking. Only Sun Yaping was at level 7, Ye Lintian at level 6, the rest were only at level 5 or 4. Faced with 8 level 6 zombies and 1 level 7 zombie, they saw almost no hope of escape. Sun Yaping gritted her teeth and unleashed her ultimate move. Force field shattered. As the 4 words fell, the air outside the magic shield began to distort. Repulsive and attractive forces mixed and compressed, causing the surrounding air to crack like glass, making a crackling sound. 5 level 6 zombies were covered by white cracks and disintegrated on the spot, turning into severed limbs. The remaining 3 zombies were also torn open with huge wounds and jumped out of the attack range in fright. Even the 7th-tier sawtooth zombie in the air was struck by the crack, suffering several bleeding wounds. But to him, those were merely superficial injuries, which were quickly healed by his powerful self-healing ability. After unleashing her ultimate move, Sun Yaping's face turned pale, clearly indicating that her superpower had been excessively depleted. The jagged zombie hovered in the air, looking down at the crowd like a demon. Not bad, you actually killed 5 6th-tier trash in an instant. Well, with them gone, I can eat more flesh and blood. These words instantly enraged Ye Lintian in her transformed state. She deactivated her shield, leaped into the air, and unleashed a massive pink magic bullet at the jagged zombie. The serrated zombie flapped its wings, easily dodging the attack, and casually swung out 3 blood-red blades. Ye Lintian also dodged nimbly, managing to briefly hold her own against him. Interesting. A 6th-tier ability user can actually spar with me. Then I'll play with you. The jagged zombie raised its hands, and a huge, blood-red ghost face appeared above its head. Once the ghost face was fully formed, it lunged at Ye Lintian with a terrifying aura. Ye Lintian was startled and immediately raised a magical shield. The ghost face opened its mouth wide and bit into the shield, causing cracks to spread rapidly. Magic shockwave. With a sharp cry, she unleashed a pink shockwave from her magic wand, which directly shattered the ghost face that was tearing at the shield. The sawtoothed zombie gaped in shock. That grotesque face was enough to crush a 6th-tier zombie. Even a strength-type mutant zombie that could break through it wouldn't be able to disperse it easily. Could it be due to elemental incompatibility? While he was distracted, Ye Lintian's attack did not stop. She raised her magic wand, aimed it at the jagged zombie, and the starlight quickly gathered and compressed into a silver ball of light. Go forth. Punishment from the stars. With a sharp cry, the girl unleashed a silver orb of light that transformed into a beam, striking him with a speed that even the jagged zombie couldn't react to. A beam of light pierced the sky, even penetrating the thick, dark clouds, directly piercing through the cloud layer and allowing a few rays of sunlight to fall through the opening. When the silver beam of light disappeared, the jagged zombie was unrecognizable, falling from the sky like a corpse and crashing to the ground with a thud. Were they defeated? Ye Lintian gripped her magic wand, panting heavily. The battle had drained her of too much of her supernatural power. After unleashing the punishment from the stars, her supernatural energy was almost completely depleted. Sun Yaping and the others on the ground also showed joy. No one expected that Ye Lintian, who was only at the 6th level, could actually defeat a 7th level zombie. Now, it seems they have hope. Indeed, your strength truly surprises me. It will surely taste delicious when we eat it later. The sudden sound caused everyone's expression to change drastically. To the astonishment of you, Winley, and the others, the jagged zombie, lying on the ground, slowly stood up. The horrific wounds on its body were healing at a visible speed.